Global announcement: the National Destiny Forbidden Land has opened. Contestants from all nations have been teleported. The binding of national destiny takes effect immediately. All resources a contestant obtains in the Forbidden Land will be returned to their country at 100-fold amplification. If a contestant dies, their country's national destiny will be reset to 0, and an apocalypse-level calamity will descend upon its territory. The cold mechanical voice exploded in the minds of 7 billion people at the same moment. Before anyone could react, the sky changed. Every phone screen, every television, every giant LED screen, in every city square was forcibly switched to the same image, the global live broadcast of the National Destiny Forbidden Land. Dragon Country Command Center. On the huge electronic screen, dozens of split-screen feeds lit up simultaneously. The beautiful country contestant had landed in a dense primeval jungle with soft black soil underfoot and a river gurgling not far away. He threw his head back and roared at the sky, his muscles visibly swelled, and strange green patterns spread across his skin. Beautiful country contestant awakens, shrank talent biochemical overlord. The cheers of the beautiful country's people were deafening. The camera cut. The Sakura country contestant stood at the edge of an oasis with clear streams and lush fruit trees stretching around him. He formed hand seals with both hands, and 3 ghostly blue shadows rose around him. Sakura country contestant awakens, a rank talent 100 ghosts night parade. The bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. Heaven blesses great Sakura. These resources are enough to last 3 years. Quick switch to Dragon Country. Let's see what Dragon Country drew. The scene shifted. All bullet comments paused for a second. Then they exploded. The cracked gray-brown earth stretched toward the horizon. No trees, no grass, not even a trace of moisture could be sensed. The wind swept up dust and sand rustling against the camera lens. Dead silence. Pure lifeless dead silence. At the center of the frame, a black-haired young man stood alone. Dragon Country contestant Yuan. Ha! This is Dragon Country's spawn point. Wasteland. Pure wasteland. Even cacti can't grow here. I'm dying laughing. A 5,000-year-old civilization draws a graveyard at the very start. The Sakura country next door is soaking in a hot spring at the oasis, while Dragon Country is drying people into jerky in the desert. I bet Dragon Country won't last 3 days. 3 days. You're too optimistic. Without a water source, they'll be dehydrated by the first day. The bullet comments covered the entire screen like locusts. Within Dragon Country, in the city square beneath the giant screen, the crowd fell silent. Some clenched their fists, some covered their children's eyes, and some stared at the screen with pale lips. This is not a game. Everyone knows exactly what the binding of national destiny means. If the contestant dies in the Forbidden Land, a calamity will descend. Earthquakes, floods, plagues. That would be the true destruction of a nation. And their contestant was standing on a wasteland that had nothing at all. At the commentary desk, Chu Yao pressed both hands on the table, her knuckles white from the strain. She was the youngest staff officer in the Dragon Country Military Strategy Department, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel, and was temporarily pushed onto the commentary panel to serve as the stabilizing anchor. But at this moment, staring at that appalling wasteland on the split screen, her throat felt as if it were blocked by something. The director's urgent voice came through her earpiece. Staff Officer Chu, the live stream's concurrent viewers have already passed 200 million. You have to say something. Chu Yao took a deep breath. Dear viewers. Her voice trembled slightly, but she fought to suppress it. Dragon Country contestant Yuan's current spawn point is indeed extremely unfavorable. The Dragon Country female commentator is about to cry. Ha! What are you envious of? Your own contestant didn't measure up. Who's to blame? I suggest Dragon Country write its declaration of doom in advance so they won't scramble when the time comes. Chu Yao bit her lower lip hard. She had undergone the harshest military training and could calmly analyze enemy situations on the battlefield. But at this moment, facing the gaze of more than 1 billion compatriots, her eyes still reddened beyond her control. Not because she felt wronged. It was because the person standing on that wasteland was her compatriot. And there was nothing she could do. The Forbidden Land. Yuan stood still. He wasn't frightened into a daze. He was sensing the direction of the wind, the humidity of the soil, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. Every detail confirmed his memory, exactly the same as his previous life. In his past life, when he was teleported to this wasteland, he had indeed panicked for a while. That panic made him miss the optimal timing to activate the system, leaving him passive at every subsequent step. This time it would be different. Yuan closed his eyes. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ding. A crisp electronic sound burst in his mind. A translucent golden panel unfolded in the depths of his consciousness. Ancient script carved itself into his mind like brands, carrying a sweeping sense of age and desolation. Huaxia Torch Infrastructure System activated. Host detected Yuan. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Starter gift pack issued basic supply pack 1 time space summoning token 1 newbie Tang Saber 1. Yuan opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled upward. It was exactly the same to the second as his previous life. In the global live stream, the camera happened to capture that expression. The bullet comments erupted again instantly. He smiled. What is he smiling at? Has he been driven crazy by the shock? People do smile in extreme despair. I studied psychology. The Dragon Country contestant's mental state is worrying. Chu Yao was stunned, however. She had received micro-expression analysis training. The curve at the corner of Yuan's mouth was not a bitter smile, nor hysteria. It was the calm certainty of someone who had everything under control. As if everything was going according to his plan. The Forbidden Land. Yuan ignored the voices outside. He opened the system panel with practiced ease, slid his fingertip across the light screen, and directly tapped the crimson token in the warehouse. Time-space summoning token. Buzz. Blinding golden light burst from the token. A huge rift tore open in the sky above the wasteland, as if an invisible giant blade had slashed a gash across the heavens. Deep within the rift, ancient images flashed past, like a revolving lantern, war banners, palaces, beacon fires, chimneys. Yuan looked up and narrowed his eyes. At the very depths of the rift, the silhouette was falling rapidly. Closer and closer. Clearer and clearer. It was a woman. She wore a patched blue shirt, had 2 braids, and was as thin as a dried leaf. In her arms, she clutched a tattered old book. The next second, the rift snapped shut, and the figure plummeted straight onto the gray-black barren earth. A dull thud followed, raising a cloud of dust. Global bullet comments paused for a moment. Then complete chaos. It's a woman. Wait. Dragon Country summoned a person. What is she wearing? Patch upon patch. What era is that from? Ha. They summoned a beggar. Beautiful Country summoned and shrank talent. Sakura Country summoned 100 ghosts, and Dragon Country summoned a woman shriveled into a stick. Dragon Country is truly beyond saving this time. Chu Yao pressed both hands hard against the table. Staring at the figure collapsed in the dust on the screen, her pupils suddenly contracted. And Yuan was already striding toward the fallen girl. Gulp! A wave of audible swallowing echoed through the studio. Billions of viewers across the globe felt a chill race from the soles of their feet straight to the back of their heads at that very moment. There were 2 more patches on her knees, the stitches fine and dense, as if sewn many times. 2 braids lay loosely over her shoulders, the ends withered and split. Her face was gaunt, her cheekbones slightly prominent, and her lips were chapped, oozing traces of blood. But the book, clutched tightly in her arms, bore 6 characters on its cover: Fundamentals of Theoretical Physics. The book cover was frayed, its corners curled badly, clearly turned over countless times. Yuan crouched down. A system notification sounded. Summon successful. 1983 National Defense University Physics Department, Lin Wanqiu. Current status: extreme, hunger, malnutrition, near death. Special note: this target comes from an era of material scarcity, and her body has long been in a state of overexertion. She needs immediate energy replenishment, otherwise her health will continue to decrease. In the global livestream room, the bullet comments were laughing hysterically. Lin Wanqiu. Ha, just listen to that name. It reeks of dirt. 1983. What era is that? They didn't even have televisions, did they? Look at these clothes. The patches are richer than my grandma's sewing kit. Long was summoned a bookworm who's nearly starved to death. The Beautiful Country summoned and shrank by a warrior, while Long was summoned a malnourished top student. This National Destiny showdown is too surreal. A joke: Longwo's 5,000-year civilization heritage. On the commentary desk, Chu Yao stared fixedly at the screen. She did not echo the mocking barrage, but noticed a line of small text in Lin Wanqiu's file: National Defense University Physics Department ranked first in overall grades. Mentor's comment: extraordinary talent rare in 10 years. Chu Yao's heart clenched hard. That was 1983. The country had just emerged from turmoil, and material resources were extremely scarce. It was in such an era when even eating one's fill was a luxury that this girl gritted her teeth and earned a place in the top major of the National Defense University, holding a transcript ranking first in the whole school. Yet today she was being laughed at by the whole world. Please pay attention, viewers. Chu Yao suddenly spoke, her voice much steadier than before. Lin Wanqiu resumed, says first in the physics department at the National Defense University. The barrage briefly fell silent. Chu Yao continued, that was a very poor era. The patches on her body were not because she was slovenly, but because she gave everything to her studies. Such a person should not be ridiculed. The overseas barrage certainly wasn't buying it, flooding with a row of stubborn. But in the Longwo livestream room, after a long silence, the bullet comments began to show different voices. This girl's hands are all scars from frostbite. The book in her arms is theoretical physics, not a novel. The elders in my family say that college students back then truly studied with their lives. The forbidden ground. Lin Wanqiu's fingers suddenly twitched. The next moment, she snapped her eyes open. Her pupils were unfocused for a moment, then she instinctively pressed the book in her arms against her chest, while her other hand quickly reached toward her waist, and found nothing. Her gaze met Lu Yuan's face. No scream, no panic. She first quickly scanned the surroundings: barren land, gray sky, and a strange young man. Then her lips moved. "Comrade." Her voice was thin and hoarse like a crumpled piece of paper. Were you also captured by enemy agents?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. Enemy agents. A phrase unique to the 1980s. In that era, researchers and classified units were always wary of infiltration by foreign forces. Lin Wanqiu struggled to stand up, but her legs gave way, and she fell back. She gasped for breath, fumbled in her pants pocket for a long moment, and took out something. Half a corn bun. Dry and cracked hard as a stone. She looked at the half piece of dry ration in her hand, swallowed her parched throat, then lifted her head, and held the corn bun out to Lu Yuan. Her gaze was pure and clean, without calculation, without hesitation. It was as natural as offering the most precious thing in the world. "Comrade, you must be hungry too. Here, this is for you." The global barrage exploded again. She's actually sharing food? What is that thing? A rock. She can't even stand. Yet she's still sharing food with others. Wait, I can't laugh anymore. In the Longhua livestream room, countless viewers stared at that bony hand and fell silent. Some thought of their own grandmothers. Some recalled famine stories told by the older generation. Some typed half a mocking sentence on the keyboard, then deleted it word by word. On the commentary desk, Chu Yao wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. She was a soldier and rarely cried. But at this moment, seeing Lin Wanqiu offer that rock-hard corn bun, her tears fell uncontrollably. The forbidden ground. Lu Yuan looked at the hand extended toward him. The knuckles were prominent, the hand thin as skin and bones. The fingertips bore dark scars from frostbite, and an old wound crossed the webbing between thumb and index finger left by coarse paper. But the hand was steady. So was her gaze. He suddenly thought of his previous life. There Lin Wanqiu had been the same. Unable even to stand steadily, yet her first instinct was to share her last ration with him. Back then he had not accepted it. Not out of disgust, but because he felt he did not deserve to let a girl go hungry to keep him alive. Only later did he understand that in that era such a gesture was called entrusting one's life to a comrade. If you accepted it, she would feel at ease. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not move, Lin Wanqiu thought he was being polite and stretched her hand forward again. "Comrade, don't mind it. It's a little hard now, but it can soften in water. You're a male comrade, you consume more than I do. You eat first." Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He did not take the corn bun. Instead, he reached out and pulled Lin Wanqiu up from the ground in one motion. "Sit down first." He pressed Lin Wanqiu onto a flat stone, then mentally opened the system warehouse. "Basic supply pack. Do you want to open it?" "Open." Basic supply pack. Open. Self-heating braised pork rice 2, happy water 2, basic fresh water 5, first aid kit 1. Lu Yuan reached his hand into the void. Under the gaze of the entire world, he pulled out that thing. A box of self-heating rice, still emitting steaming hot vapor. The lid was lifted. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweet savor of braised sauce exploded across the barren land. Lin Wanqiu's eyes went straight. Lin Wanqiu's eyes went wide. She stared fixedly at the steaming box of food, her gaze as if nailed to it, unable to look away. Braised pork chunks coated in a deep brown glaze glistened atop the white rice. The steam carrying the rich aroma of meat rushed straight into her nostrils. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed hard. Then she abruptly turned her head away. "CC comrade. This. Such a precious thing." Her voice trembled, but her tone was firm. "I can't eat this. You must keep it for the chief, for those who need it more. Lu Yuan, and you don't." Lin Wanqiu insisted, pointing at herself. "I can endure hunger. A single cornmeal bun a day at school is enough to get me through. This meat, this rice, you keep it. I can just gnaw on this." Saying this, she pulled out the half-hard cornmeal bun again. Across the global live stream, the bullet comments exploded once more. "She's refusing? No way, big sister, you're starving to death and still thinking about the chief. Are all people from the 80s like this?" I wanted to mock her, but I can't bring myself to laugh. This girl genuinely believes good things shouldn't be for herself. On the Dragon Country commentary stage, Chu Yao took a deep breath and said into the camera, "Viewers may not understand Lin Wanqiu's reaction. In that era of scarcity, many people were accustomed to giving the best to the collective, to the nation. The forbidden ground." Lu Yuan didn't consult Lin Wanqiu. He pushed the chopsticks into her hand and slid the lunchbox in front of her. "Eat." One word in a commanding tone. Lin Wanqiu instinctively straightened her back. Lu Yuan softened his tone. "There's no chief here, no one for whom you need to save your rations. Your only task right now is to eat your fill." "But that's an order." Lin Wanqiu bit her lip, looked down at the lunchbox in her hands, then looked back up. After a long moment, she finally picked up the chopsticks, her fingers trembling slightly. When she picked up the first piece of braised pork, her movements were slow, as if she were unearthing a precious artifact. She put it in her mouth, chewed twice, Her eyes instantly turned red. This meat. She looked up, tears streaming down her face, yet her hand couldn't resist picking up another piece. How? How can it be this delicious? She said this with her mouth still stuffed with rice, her cheeks puffed out roundly. Tears mixed with the sauce flowed into her mouth. She quickly tried to wipe them with her sleeve, but fearing to dirty her precious clothes, she became flustered. Slow down. Yuan pushed the cola towards her. Drink this. Lin Wanqiu took the icy can of cola, startled by the condensation on its surface. Is this medicine? Yuan nearly laughed. It's a drink. Sweet. Try a sip. Lin Wanqiu cautiously leaned in and took a small sip. The next second her eyes flew wide open. Bubbles crackled and popped on her tongue. Cold, sweet, and stimulating. 3 entirely foreign sensory experiences hit her nerves simultaneously. She jolted like a startled kitten. There's gas in here. She held the can up, scrutinizing it, and concluded with a serious expression, this is a high-tech product. The bullet comments couldn't hold back any longer. I'm done for, I'm totally charmed. She called cola high-tech. This girl is so cute, I'm crying. You laugh at her for being uncultured, but she had never even seen cola in her era. Think about what our grandfather's generation went through. Suddenly the cola in my hand doesn't taste so good. Back in the forbidden ground. Lin Wanqiu ate meat, rice, and drank cola, her cheeks puffing out, her lips shiny with grease. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Yuan, but her chopsticks never stopped. It was as if she was trying to replenish all the nutrition she had missed in the 1980s in this one meal. Only when she had scraped the lunchbox completely clean, not leaving a single grain of rice, did she put down her chopsticks and let out a long breath. Are you full? Yuan asked. Lin Wanqiu nodded vigorously, then suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Yuan. Comrade Lu, from today on. She lifted her head, eyes still red, but her gaze as earnest as if she were reciting an oath of allegiance. I'll do whatever you tell me to. My life is yours. Before Yuan could respond, the system notification blared in his mind. Lin Wanqiu's weakness debuff has been completely lifted. Detected abnormal fluctuations in this target's fortune. Scanning target's talent potential. Buzz. An invisible wave of force burst outwards from Lin Wanqiu. The shockwave swept up dust and sand radiating from her in all directions. Yuan took a step back, feeling a power that wasn't spiritual pressure, yet overwhelming like it. Lin Wanqiu's eyes lost focus. Deep within her pupils something was burning. Endless formulas, blueprints, and streams of data were frantically calculating like stars in her eyes. The fundamentals of theoretical physics book she had clutched to her chest flipped open by itself. The formulas on its pages seemed to come alive, twisting, restructuring, burning, transforming into golden beams of light that merged into her brow. Across the global live stream, everyone held their breath. Lin Wanqiu's exclusive talent awakening. Awakening complete. S-grade, era-specific talent, industrial spark. Talent effect can rapidly understand, crack, and improve any industrial technology blueprint. Can perfectly fuse mystical materials with heavy industry systems to create creations far beyond the current civilization's level. The system announcement resounded globally. The global bullet comments went utterly insane. SS. Did he say SS? Not S. SS. The US's bioenhanced are only grade, damn it. Wait, this starving female student awakened a talent a whole tier higher than the US's main force. She was just eating. She ate and became SSA. What kind of dumb luck does Dragon Country have? It's not dumb luck. Look at her background, top student in physics at the National Defense University. She was always a genius. It was that impoverished era holding her back. Give her a bowl of braised pork, and she gives the world an S-grade awakener. This script is making me cry, damn it. At the Dragon Country Command Center, cheers nearly blew the roof off. Xu Yao stood at the commentary desk, unable to hold back her tears. But she laughed and cried at the same time, grabbing the microphone and shouting, Dragon Country contestant Lin Wanqiu has awakened an S-grade exclusive talent. Industrial spark. This is the highest grade publicly revealed talent in the global forbidden grounds. Did you see that those who mocked her earlier? She looked down at her own hands, as if confirming something, then looked up, her gaze landing on the pile of scrap metal at her feet. It was the only thing resembling resources on the initial wasteland: rusty iron pipes, cracked steel plates, and a few dull low-grade crystals. In the eyes of other countries' contestants, this was trash. Lin Wanqiu crouched down, picked up an iron pipe, examined it, then picked up a crystal and rubbed it between her fingers. Her expression changed. She was no longer the shy girl holding a cornmeal bun, but a scientist who had discovered a major research topic. Comrade Lu. She looked up, her tone serious. Can I have these materials? Yuan crossed his arms, leaning against a rock. What do you want to do? Lin Wanqiu thought for a moment, then used a simple and resolute phrase. I want to build something. She paused, then added, give me 10 minutes. The bullet comments exploded again. 10 minutes. What's she going to do? She's not thinking of inventing something with that pile of junk, is she? Is this the industrial spark? Selling melon seeds, peanuts, and beer up front. The Dragon Country stream is about to show scrap metal turning into an aircraft carrier. Yuan, watching Lin Wanqiu's earnest profile, smiled and thrust his Tang Dao into the ground. 10 minutes, he said. He'll watch. Lin Wanqiu crouched before the pile of scrap metal, picking up a rusted iron pipe. She said nothing, but her fingers were already moving. She turned the pipe over and over, occasionally tapping it and holding it to her ear. Her focused demeanor was a stark contrast to the girl who had been sipping soda and burping moments ago. In the global livestream, foreign viewers were baffled. What is she doing? Channeling energy into scrap metal? Is the Dragon Nation giving up on her? A malnourished physics student and a bunch of rusted pipes. What could she possibly achieve? In the livestream from the beautiful nation, an expert in a white lab coat was commenting via video link. His name tag read, MIT Department of Engineering Professor Williams. Frankly speaking, the Dragon Nation contestants' actions completely violate the basic laws of physics. Williams adjusted his glasses, his tone confident. We just analyzed those so-called low-grade crystals. They are essentially an unknown mineral with completely uncontrollable conductivity and thermal stability. Trying to invent something with scrap pipes and this material. A pipe dream. The bullet comments echoed his sentiments. The professor is right. The Dragon Nation is being ridiculous. Let's wait for their failure. Back in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu was oblivious to the world's mockery. She picked up a dull-looking spirit crystal, rubbed it between her fingers, and dust fell away. Then she closed her eyes. A faint light glowed from her brow. The newly awakened industrial spark talent was at work. Suddenly she opened her eyes. In the next instant her hands moved with blinding speed. The iron pipe was bent, folded, and fitted together in ways that defied any engineering manual. The spirit crystal was smashed and ground into powder, which she sprinkled into the pipe, according to ratios only she could see. The rust on the metal grew hot under her fingers, peeling away to reveal a dark silvery metallic sheen beneath. No blueprints. No measuring tools. No calculators. She worked purely with her hands and the stars in her mind. At the Dragon Nation's commentary booth, Chu Yao leaned forward, staring intently at the screen, barely breathing. As a military advisor, she had seen the most advanced military laboratories. But right now she couldn't understand what Lin Wanqiu was doing. The way the parts were combined was too bizarre, neither modern industrial practice nor any known craft. Ladies and gentlemen. Chu Yao lowered her voice as if afraid to disturb the person on screen. Lin Wanqiu is manufacturing under extremely limited conditions. While I also don't understand the exact principles, her methods are very precise. Please be patient. The foreign bullet comments were of course a different story. This commentator doesn't understand either, ha ha ha. Precise. Bending a pipe is precise. The Dragon Nation stream has started hypnotizing itself. Let's wait and see. In 10 minutes this malnourished female scholar will be crying. Professor Williams added his own jab. If this operation can produce any practical effect, I will eat my own diploma on the spot. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Wanqiu's forehead, her bangs sticking wetly to her skin. Her lips were turning pale again. The energy from her last meal was being consumed rapidly by the full activation of her S-strength talent. But she didn't stop. At the 12th minute, she finally set down the last crystal, leaned back, and plopped down on. Done. Done. The bullet comments exploded. What's done? It's still a pile of junk. Ha ha ha, I knew it, just a waste of TI. The comment was cut off. The pile of junk lit up. First, faint blue light patterns appeared at the joints of the pipes, flowing along the walls like electric currents or water streams. Then the crushed spirit crystal powder ignited spontaneously, burning with a thin layer of white flame. Finally, the entire device emitted a low hum. Wherever the light shield passed, water droplets condensed in the air. They gathered into streams, sliding down the shield's surface and collecting in a wherever the light shield passed, water droplets condensed in the air. They gathered into streams, sliding down the shield's surface and collecting in a makeshift groove hammered into the device's base. Clear, pure, and shimmering with spiritual light. Meanwhile, 30 meters from the camp's perimeter, the scrap iron rods Lin Wanqiu had hammered into the ground began to glow with dark blue arc patterns. Electric arcs crackled and danced, weaving a ring-shaped electric net around the camp. 2 facilities, 1 device. The Forbidden Zone's first water source and first defense system were operational simultaneously. The global livestream was silent for a full 5 seconds. Then the Dragon Nation's bullet comments erupted like a volcano. Water. That's water. They made water with iron pipes and stones. Wait, Professor, is your diploma still safe? Professor Williams, I recited 2 lines of poetry at that moment. MIT professors are rewriting textbooks overnight. At the Dragon Nation's command center, the system announcement arrived on schedule. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's contestant for establishing the first water source facility in the Forbidden Zone. Reward: all drought-stricken areas in the Dragon Nation will receive a once-in-a-century rainfall. Reward: permanent 1 to the physique of all Dragon Nation citizens. Bonus reward: territory construction blueprint 1. At this moment within the Dragon Nation's borders, on the parched Lus Plateau in the northwest, land that had been cracked dry for 20 years welcomed its first rain. The groundwater level in North China rose. In countless ordinary households staring at screens, people hugged their families and wept. Chu Yao stood at the commentary desk, her mouth open, unable to speak. Tears fell from her eyes first. Not from sadness, but because she knew what the broadcast words, rain for all drought-stricken areas, truly meant. It meant millions of acres of barren farmland would live again. It meant tens of millions of people suffering from water scarcity would have water to drink. She wiped her face forcefully and grabbed the microphone. Dragon Nation contestants Lu Yuan and Lin Wanqiu have established the first water source facility in the Forbidden Zone. Her voice trembled, but each word hammered into the stream's bullet comments. The reward is in effect. It is raining across the nation's drought areas. The bullet comments went wild. I'm in Gansu, it's really raining outside. Congratulations from Shaanxi. It's a downpour. It's raining in Hebei too. I saw the news. CCTV breaking in. This is the power of the National Fortune Forbidden Zone. Contestants fighting for the nation's fortune, thank you for your hard work. The foreign bullet comments fell silent. The feed for Professor Williams, who had been so boastful moments before, was quietly cut. MIT's official account posted, Professor Williams of our engineering department is currently engaged in deep academic reflection and is not available for interviews. The bullet comments exploded again. Academic reflection, ha. Is he reflecting on how to eat his diploma with an iron pipe? The Dragon Nation just punched a hole through Western engineering with a pile of junk. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu sat on the ground, still catching her breath. Lu Yuan walked over, crouched beside her, and handed her a tissue. Wipe your sweat. Lin Wanqiu took the tissue and gave a simple, honest smile. Sweat and rust were smeared on her face. She wiped it haphazardly, turning her face into a mess. This is simpler than my school lab. She paused, then explained earnestly. At school you have to apply for funding, queue for equipment, write lab reports, and worry about breaking expensive instruments. Here it's all junk, so I can just mess around. Lu Yuan looked at her messy face and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, from now on, all the junk here is yours. Lin Wanqiu's eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. The bullet comments completely lost it. All the junk here is yours, that's so sweet. Lu Yuan, are you confessing or allocating resources? This 80s female scholar can't handle this. Her ears are smoking. This is the National Fortune Forbidden Zone, not a dating show. Don't lie to me, I'm starting to ship them. In the Forbidden Zone, darkness had fallen. The pale blue shield enveloped the camp in a soft glow. Lin Wanqiu leaned against a flat rock wrapped in a thermal blanket from the supply pack Lu Yuan had given her, and soon fell fast asleep. The consumption of her S-strength talent was immense. Lu Yuan sat beside her, his tang saber resting across his knees. The night wind carrying sand and dust blew against the shield, creating tiny ripples on its pale blue surface. Then he heard a sound. Soft, dense, like countless claws simultaneously treading on the sandy soil. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the saber handle and slowly looked up. Beyond the shield in the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes lit up. Then a second pair. A third. 100th. Densely packed crimson points filled the entire view outside the camp. They formed a circle, maintaining an exact 3-meter distance from the electric net, motionless, as if waiting for something. The scarlet eyes multiplied in number. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the tang saber, his gaze sweeping across the darkness beyond the light barrier. The creatures maintained an exact distance of 3 meters, their heavy rasping breaths rising and falling like the wheezing of ancient worn-out bellows in the night. First-tier beasts, crimson-eyed wolves. Pack hunters never alone. Lin Wanqiu was startled awake by the breathing sounds. She opened her eyes to see the dense cluster of scarlet lights beyond the barrier and froze for a moment. Then she sat up in a swift motion. Her first instinct wasn't to retreat, but to grab the half-length iron pipe beside her, wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, and step in front of Lu Yuan. Comrade Lu. Her voice was strained with tension, but the iron pipe in her hand was held steady. You step back. The bullet comments instantly exploded. Here she goes again. This girl is guarding her food again. No, this time she's guarding Lu Yuan. Wasn't she just drooling in her sleep? How did she spring up the moment she heard a beast? Is this the alertness of an 80s college student? Never mind the flirting, those are crimson-eyed wolves out there. First-tier beasts. At least 30 of them. At the Dragon Country commentary desk, Chu Yao's pupils contracted sharply. She quickly pulled up the Forbidden Zone's beast database, her expression turning grim. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing on screen are crimson-eyed wolves, a first-tier pack-hunting beast. According to public data, a single crimson-eyed wolf has combat power equivalent to a highly trained adult soldier, and they excel at coordinated attacks. The number currently observed on the periphery exceeds 40. Her voice was lowered significantly. If 40 crimson-eyed wolves launch a simultaneous assault, not even a newly built camp, but even a small military fortress would struggle to hold. She paused, adding the words she dreaded most. Furthermore, the Dragon Country camp currently has only 2 people. The Dragon Country bullet comments instantly plunged from the sweet, high-spirited atmosphere into an icy abyss. 40. It's over, it's over, it's over. Can the electric fence hold? That fence is made of iron pipes and stones. God bless the Dragon Country. In the Forbidden Zone, the wolf pack hadn't attacked yet. They maintained that eerie distance as if waiting for some signal. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Crimson-eyed wolves weren't a patient species. They were low-tier beasts driven by instinct, pouncing on sight of food. The only explanation for them holding back was that someone was hurting them. He turned his gaze towards a spot about 300 meters east of the camp. There was an extremely faint fluctuation of spiritual energy there, so subtle that only someone who had been reborn and was hypersensitive to such auras could have detected it. A slight grim smile tugged at the corner of Yuan's mouth. He knew exactly who it was. On the global split-screen broadcast, in an inconspicuous corner Sakura countries, contestant Yamamoto Ichiro was crouched behind a massive boulder, hands forming a seal, veins bulging on his forehead. 3 ghostly blue apparitions revolved slowly around him. One of them was directed towards the crimson-eyed wolf pack, emitting low-frequency pulses of spiritual energy. The beast driving art. At the Sakura Country commentary booth, a female commentator in a kimono was narrating in a sweet voice. Yamamoto is utilizing the terrain to his advantage to avoid the wolf pack. Crimson-eyed wolves are low-level beasts not suited for direct combat. Our great Sakura contestant's ninjutsu and intellect are more than enough to perfectly. Her sentence was cut off as the camera suddenly zoomed in for a close-up shot. It clearly captured Yamamoto Ichiro's apparition, herding the wolf pack, with the direction pointing straight at the Dragon Country camp. The global bullet comments froze for half a second. Then they utterly exploded. Wait, he's driving the wolves towards the Dragon Country. This is deliberate. The beast driving art isn't for avoiding battle, it's for killing with a borrowed knife. Yamamoto Ichiro, have you no shame? Can't handle the wolf pack yourself, so you drive them to someone else's doorstep. Sakura's traditional skill, better you die than I. Weren't they just saying Dragon Country doesn't deserve to be compared to Sakura? Is this how you compare? The kimono-clad commentator on the Sakura desk froze, her smile stiff before awkwardly cutting the connection. But the events in the Forbidden Zone continued. Yamamoto Ichiro bit his tongue, slammed his hands together with force, and sent one last pulse of spiritual energy into the wolf pack. All the crimson-eyed wolves' eyes blazed with maximum intensity. The next second the pack moved. Over 40 crimson-eyed wolves surged towards the Dragon Country camp like a dam breaking. Chuyao pressed her hands hard against the desk, her nails digging into her palms. Back in the Forbidden Zone, as Lin Wanqiu saw the pack charging, she took a deep breath. She didn't retreat. She rapidly scratched several lines into the ground with her iron pipe, the activation markers for the trigger circuit she had pre-installed for the electric fence. The electric fence hummed, its arcs shifting from dark blue to a blinding bright white. The front line of the wolf pack slammed into the fence. Zzzt. 3 crimson-eyed wolves were instantly charred black by the high-voltage current. The acrid smell of burning fur filled the air. The wolves charging behind skidded to a halt, claws gouging deep furrows into the ground. But the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. The fence in Lin Wanqiu's design was a delaying tool, not an absolute defense. After the dense arcs continuously killed 7 or 8 wolves, the current began to wane. 3 of the largest crimson-eyed wolves circumvented the fence from the flanks. One of them lunged straight for Lin Wanqiu. She raised her iron pipe, shuffled her feet for a stable stance on the sandy ground. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her hands trembling, but her stance didn't break. She braced herself to take the hit. Then a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Well done. Yuan's voice came from behind her, as calm as if he were asking what's for dinner. Leave the Before Lin Wanqiu could turn her head, a streak of black blade light had already swept past her side. Yuan drew his novice tang saber. The blade traced a somber arc in the night, faint spiritual light flowing along its edge. He stepped forward 3 times unhurried, but each step landed with precision. The alpha wolf reached him, stopping 3 meters away. Its jaws opened. Fangs bared. Yuan didn't dodge, didn't block. He sank his stance slightly. The spiritual energy of the mortal realm first stage flooded down his meridians and into the blade. The tang saber erupted with a burst of pale golden light in the darkness. Then he swung the saber. One slash. It cleaved straight down from the center of the skull, sliced diagonally through the cervical spine into the chest cavity, and finally exited through the back. The alpha wolf fell before him, severed in two. Not cut. Split. Clean and precise, like slicing through a block of tofu. The remaining two crimson-eyed wolves that had crossed the fence halted simultaneously. Their noses twitched, and then they both tucked their tails between their legs. Too late. Yuan's second strike was already upon them. The blade light swept horizontally from left to right, and both wolves' heads flew into the air. Their bodies continued forward on momentum, stumbling a few steps headlessly before crashing to the ground. Less than 5 seconds had passed. All three wolves that had crossed the fence were dead. The remaining pack on the periphery finally had their instincts overpower the beast driving art's control. With a howl, they scattered in all directions. The Dragon Country livestream was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then it erupted. He split a first-tier beast with one slash. Wait, isn't he only at Mortal Realm first stage? Can a first-stage cultivator one-shot a crimson-eyed wolf? Look at where his blade strikes. Each one perfectly hits the joint between the cervical vertebrae and the skull. This isn't brute force, it's extreme precision cold weapon combat. I take back what I said about Dragon Country being doomed. Yuan, you call this a fierce beast. So this is Dragon Country's foundation. The female scholar builds infrastructure, the male warrior slays beasts, each doing their part, perfect coordination. At the commentary desk, Chu Yao let out a long relieved breath, her legs nearly giving way as she sank towards her chair. Back in the forbidden zone hidden behind the boulder 300 meters away, Yamamoto Ichiro trembled like a leaf. He had witnessed that slash with his own eyes. It wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. He swallowed hard, formed a hand seal, his ghostly apparitions enveloping his body, and fled in the opposite direction without looking back. He stumbled over a stone, sprawling face first into the dirt. He scrambled up and kept running, not daring to glance back even once. Yuan didn't pursue. He flicked the blood off his tang saber, his gaze falling upon the corpse of the alpha wolf lying on the ground. A scattering of broken crystals littered the wolf's body, and in its cracked heart a fist-sized emerald green crystal pulsed with a faint light. Yuan bent down and picked it up. The system notification sounded promptly in his mind. Detected first-tier beast, crimson-eyed alpha wolf beast core. Beast core quality fine. Building core detected, territory construction blueprints unlocked. New blueprints, basic wall watchtower, spirit energy warehouse. Notice to upgrade to LV1 wilderness camp requires building core X1, territory area 500 square meters, permanent population 2. Current progress, building core obtained, territory area 187,500 square meters, permanent population 22. Yuan weighed the beast core in his hand, then turned to look at Lin Wanqiu. She was still holding the iron pipe in a defensive stance, a few strands of hair sticking up wildly from the residual static of the electric fence, her face smudged with dirt from wiping her sweat. She stared blankly at the alpha wolf's carcass, then looked up at the still crackling electric fence, then at the blood-stained tang saber in Yuan's hand, as if finally confirming something. Comrade Liu. You killed them all. Yuan sheathed his saber. Lin Wanqiu was silent for a moment. Then she did something none of the bullet comment viewers had predicted. She crouched down and began examining the alpha wolf's bones. This wolf's bone density is extremely high, and there are natural spiritual energy patterns on the spine. I think this could be used as biological material for spirit energy equipment. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. Is this meat edible? The bullet comments exploded again. Oh no, this girl wants to turn everything into materials. 1 second, she's trembling, the next, she's asking if the meat is edible. The basic quality of an 80s female scholar, everything can be utilized. Yuan, stop her. Crimson-eyed wolf meat tastes bitter. Meanwhile, in the darkness 300 meters away, Yamamoto Ichiro was running too fast. He slipped, tumbling into a dry ditch. Face first. The dawn has arrived. The sun in the forbidden ground is different from the outside. The light is dim, hanging in the gray sky like a lamp bulb that hasn't been cleaned. However, this does not prevent Lin Wanqiu from squatting beside the electric fence early in the morning, holding a sharpened iron pipe and gesturing at the body of the head wolf. The bone density is indeed very high, and there are distinct spiritual energy patterns from the 3rd to the 7th vertebrae. She raised her head, a smudge of grease on her face from last night's spoils inspection. Comrade Liu, these bones can be used as building materials. They are lighter than steel bars and at least 3 times stronger. Yuan stood behind her, holding a self-heating breakfast from the system, a serving of egg fried rice with pickled vegetables. Let's eat first. Lin Wanqiu did not decline this time. When she took the lunchbox, her reaction was not as strong, but she still subconsciously said, "This is too lavish," and then sat down on a rock to finish her meal obediently. After eating, Yuan opened the system panel. Current status of the territory area 187 square meters, 500 not up to standard, resident population 22 up to standard, building core acquired, crimson-eyed head wolf beast core excellent, constructible blueprints, basic perimeter wall, watchtower, spiritual energy warehouse, just over 300 square meters short. Yuan looked around. The wasteland stretched endlessly, theoretically allowing for easy expansion. However, the system's definition of territory area is not simply about enclosing land. It requires establishing spiritual energy anchor points to create a clear boundary within and outside the coverage area. The materials for the spiritual energy anchor points were just enough from the shards dropped by yesterday's head wolf. He took out a bag of shards from the system warehouse, totaling 28 pieces, varying in size, the smallest no larger than a fingernail. Under the sunlight, they appeared semi-transparent dark green, with faint spiritual light flowing within. These things, Yuan poured the shards onto the stone, need to be evenly distributed around the camp, with each piece spaced about 20 meters apart, forming a closed circle. Lin Wanqiu set down her lunchbox and came over to take a look. It's a matrix distribution for the spiritual energy. She squatted down, using her finger to draw a circle in the sand, then marked some evenly distributed points inside. If they are spaced 20 meters apart to ensure the field is completely closed, the minimum radius needs to be about. She calculated in her mind for 2 seconds. 16 meters. The coverage area is about 800 square meters, far exceeding 500. Although there weren't many viewers up early, some comments had already started to roll in. What is this girl calculating? Isn't the area of a circle with a 16-meter radius over 800? Did she really calculate that? Even my advanced calculus teacher would want to resign after seeing this. Hold on, high-level calculus teacher, I'm almost done. It really is just over 800. This is the value of being first in the physics department at the National Defense University. In the Forbidden Ground, Yuan pulled out a batch of basic tools from the system warehouse, a hammer and iron nail. The two divided their tasks. Yuan was responsible for embedding the shards into the ground as anchor points, while Lin Wanqiu used the spiritual energy field to calibrate the resonance among each crystal. The sun slowly slid toward the west from the center of the gray sky. All 28 shards were nailed in. Yuan stood at the center of the circle, holding the head wolf beast core in his palm. He closed his eyes, spiritual energy probing from his meridians like a fine thread, drilling into the inner part of the beast core. The emerald green crystal suddenly exploded into a burst of light mist, which transformed into countless fine threads, shooting toward the 28 anchor points. With a humming sound, all 28 shards emitted light simultaneously. A faint golden halo extended outward from the center of the camp, drawing a perfect circle on the ground. Wherever the halo passed, the cracked wasteland suddenly became a bit softer, and a trace of almost imperceptible spiritual energy filled the air. The system notification sound rang out. Territory area 812 square meters. Conditions met. All upgrade conditions have been satisfied. Do you want to promote to LV1 Wilderness Camp? Promote, Yuan said. In an instant, a thick golden beam shot up into the sky from the beast core's center. The beam pierced through the dim sky of the Forbidden Ground, exploding into a visible halo in the gray sky. The halo spread across the entire sky above the Forbidden Ground, then transformed into countless golden light dots gently falling down. Everyone in the Forbidden Ground witnessed this scene. Everyone in the real world staring at the screen also saw it. Global announcement: Dragon Country contestant Yuan establishes the first LV1 camp. Reward: National Spiritual Energy Concentration 10 for the entire Dragon Country, permanent 2 physical quality for all citizens. Reward: Construction Materials Package 1. Reward: Time Space Summoning Order Fragment 3. Collect 10 pieces to activate the second summoning. Additional reward: Dragon Country, National Luck Value 500. The global comments erupted after a moment of brief silence. LV1 camp. So soon. Wait, it's only the second day? Other contestants are still building wooden shacks, while the Dragon Country has already built a village. The beautiful country hasn't even solved drinking water yet, and the Dragon Country has already started urbanization. Who said the Dragon Country started in a graveyard? Come out and take a hit. The graveyard turned into a town in just 2 days. Farmland. Let's see if the system can produce spiritual rice. Food security must be guaranteed. In the Dragon Country Command Center, Chu Yao stood in front of the commentary desk, her lips trembling, but this time it was not from nerves. She took a deep breath and spoke in the steadiest voice she could manage. At 11:23 a.m. Beijing time, Dragon Country contestant Yuan established the world's first official level camp in the Forbidden Ground LV1 Wilderness Camp. This upgrade brings national luck benefits to the Dragon Country, including an increase in spiritual energy concentration and further enhancement of the physical quality of all citizens. According to the system announcement, the Dragon Country has now achieved 3 cumulative increases in physical quality for all citizens. She paused. And all of this happened within 48 hours of the Forbidden Ground's opening. The comments exploded. Chu Yao didn't cry this time. She smiled. 48 hours. From wasteland to camp. This is the speed of the Dragon Country. The Northwest people have sent their congratulations. The rain from this morning has yet to stop, and the spiritual energy concentration has risen again. I'm in Xinjiang, and all the flowers outside bloomed overnight. This is the power of national luck in the Forbidden Ground. In the Forbidden Ground, the golden light gradually dissipated. Yuan stood upright looking around. The wasteland was still the same, but something had changed. The ground beneath his feet was no longer the dead gray-brown, but had taken on a faint brown hue, no longer kicking up dust when stepped on. The air smelled of earth. In the center of the camp stood a stone tablet, half a person tall, gray-white in color, with two ancient seal characters carved on its surface, Fire of the Torch. That is the core of the territory and the hub of all system buildings. Next to the stone tablet, a wooden supply box appeared out of thin air, with faint golden patterns swirling on its surface. A construction materials package for the camp. Lin Wanqiu had already leaned over. Her interest in the supply box was evidently much greater than in the box opened, neatly stacking 3 items inside: a set of basic woodworking tools, a bundle of spiritual energy wood, and a stack of blue-winged architectural blueprints. She picked up the top blueprint, her eyes shining. Blueprint for the watchtower. She looked at the blueprint, her finger tracing an outline in the air. This structure, Comrade Lu, the top of the watchtower, can be fitted with a spiritual energy sensing array. If I use the leftover spiritual crystal powder from yesterday, the sensing range can extend at least another 300 meters. Yuan crossed his arms. Don't rush to go up the tower yet. First we need to build the walls. The camp perimeter must have a physical barrier. The electric fence can only defend against low-level things. If something serious comes, a piece of wood is more useful than an electric arc. Lin Wanqiu nodded seriously, as if she were memorizing this statement about wood being more useful than an electric arc as a theorem. The comments began again. Yuan, wood is more useful than an electric arc in a physical sense. These two are a perfect match. One is imaginative, while the other is grounded. At the edge of the blood moon plain, a tall man with sickly pale skin was staring at the split-screen image. In the image, the golden halo above the dragon country. At the edge of the blood moon plain, a tall man with sickly pale skin was staring at the split-screen image. In the image, the golden halo above the dragon country territory was slowly dissipating. The beautiful country contestant Mike. And level talent awakening with the ability of biochemical sovereign. At his feet lay the corpses of 3 first-tier ferocious beasts, not killed by chopping, but corroded by some kind of caustic liquid that had dissolved half of their bodies. The remains were still bubbling with green gas. Mike licked the residue of the potion from the corner of his mouth and grinned. LV1 camp. On the 3rd day after the camp's upgrade, Yuan erected the perimeter wall first. The system's basic spiritual wood was far superior to ordinary timber. No sawing required, no nails needed. He spread the blueprint flat and arranged the timber according to the spiritual energy patterns etched upon it. The moment the blueprint was activated, the logs fused together on their own. A faint golden light shimmered at the joints, and once cooled, they were tougher than welded steel plates. But there was only one blueprint. Once used, its patterns vanished forever. Every single log had to be placed perfectly on the first try. Lin Wanqiu cradled the blueprint and studied it for an entire morning. She didn't rush to build. Instead, she used an iron pipe to sketch a full-scale structural diagram in the sandy soil. Every load-bearing point, every curve of the wall, and every reserved gate opening for the watchtower was marked with absolute clarity. By the time they officially started work in the afternoon, all Yuan had to do was carry each log to the precise spot she had marked in the sand. Not there. Shift it 3 centimeters to the left, Lin Wanqiu said without looking up. Yuan glanced at the mark beneath his feet and moved the log exactly 3 centimeters. The engineering enthusiasts in the live chat lost their minds. 3 centimeters. Her sand drawing is accurate to 3 centimeters. I've worked construction for 10 years, and my line marking isn't as precise as her freehand. Don't forget, her talent is called industrial spark. Industrial. Not physics. Industrial. This woman alone is a construction crew, plus a design institute. The wall was completed before dusk. A 3-meter-high wooden barrier enclosed the camp in a perfect circle roughly 32 meters in diameter. The surface of the timber gleamed with a dark silver metallic sheen, and faint golden spiritual patterns glowed softly at every seam. A gate was set into the southern side, its hinges crafted from the alpha wolf spine. Lin Wanqiu claimed it was the most wear-resistant material available. The watchtower rose on the camp's northern flank, directly facing the direction where Yamamoto Ichiro had been spotted lurking the day before. It stood 10 meters tall on a 4-meter square base, using 1/3 of the remaining spiritual wood. Once dry, the powder formed a transparent film over the wood. A sensing array, she said, dusting off her hands. If any spiritual energy fluctuation approaches this film, will change color. It can detect anything within 300 meters. The stronger the energy, the deeper the color. Green means no concern, yellow warrants caution, and red means something big is coming. Yuan climbed to the top of the tower, and the view opened up before him. The entire camp lay in full view, with the gray wasteland stretching endlessly to the horizon. About 300 meters to the north, he could make out a series of low rolling hills, a region neither he nor Lin Wanqiu had explored yet. By the time he descended, she was already tinkering with the final structure. The spiritual energy warehouse. Unlike the wall and watchtower, this wasn't for combat. It was a 2-meter-tall box, its interior layered with a miniature array of 36 stacked spiritual patterns. Its function was simple: crushed crystals and beast cores placed inside would slowly decompose into pure spiritual energy stored to power every facility in the camp. Lin Wanqiu crouched before the warehouse, calibrating it with the last few low-grade crystals from the supply pack. A ring of deep blue light ignited within, and at its center floated the Alpha Wolf's emerald green beast core. Threads of ultra-fine spiritual energy extended from the patterns on the roof, spreading like a spiderweb to connect the wall, the watchtower, and the electric fence. Charging complete, she announced, rising to her feet and brushing the dirt from her knees. The wall's spiritual patterns can now operate continuously. The electric fence's output is 40% higher than yesterday, and the watchtower's sensing array is fully linked. This beast core's reserves should last 10 to 15 days. Yuan watched her report with such earnest precision and suddenly thought of the technical engineers in 1980s factories. This was exactly what they must have looked like. Meticulous, exact, and utterly devoted to the work. Lin Wanqiu. My, you're incredible. Lin Wanqiu froze for a moment, then the tips of her ears turned red at a visibly rapid pace. She ducked her head and pretended to inspect a pattern on the warehouse's base, mumbling, "It's nothing. Just basic operations." The chat exploded with celebration. Basic operations. She called it basic operations. The world's first spiritual defense system, and she calls it basic operations. Yuan stopped talking. This girl's ears are about to catch fire. The ultimate weakness of an 80s female academic getting praised. And there's the real insight. Night fell. Yuan sat atop the watchtower for the first watch. His saber rested against the guardrail, while Lin Wanqiu slept curled up at the base of the wall, wrapped in the thermal blanket. The self-heating meals from the supply pack were stacked beside her, her precious reserve rations that she refused to eat no matter what. The camp was utterly silent. The faint golden patterns on the wall glowed softly in the darkness like a ring of lights that would never go out. Then Yuan noticed the thin film on the inner side of the watchtower's guardrail. On the northwest edge, a very faint yellow tinge was spreading. He narrowed his eyes. 300 meters detection range, and yellow meant a spiritual energy fluctuation was approaching, moderate to low intensity. Not a beast, their fluctuations were always more diffuse. This one was concentrated, almost deliberately suppressed. Humans, and more than one. Yuan rested his hand on the hilt of his saber, but did not wake Lin Wanqiu. He stared at the yellowing film for 3 seconds, then dropped silently from the watchtower, landing with barely a sound. The night wind carried sand over the top of the wall, sending tiny ripples through the golden light. 300 meters away, 4 indistinct figures were moving slowly through the shadows of the hills, heading toward the Dragon Nation camp. 4 figures stood at the edge of the hills, 320 meters away from the Dragon Kingdom's camp. The boundary of the lookout tower's sensing array was just a step away. Crossing it would trigger a color change in the spiritual energy membrane. They were unaware of this, but they were cautious enough. The leader was named Jin Qingshu, a contestant from the Kimchi Nation with a clever talent called eagle eye perception. At this moment he was crouched behind a pile of rubble on the hill, his pupils narrowed to pinpricks, fixated intently on the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's camp. "I've seen it." His voice was low, tinged with a hint of acidity. A 3-meter-high wall constructed entirely of spiritual energy wood. A 10-meter lookout tower topped with a sensing array. There was a residual spiritual energy column in the center of the camp, recently upgraded. Surrounding it was an electric net, visibly outputting more power than what was shown in yesterday's livestream. A dark-skinned, muscular man spat beside him. He was a contestant from the southern Yu Kingdom named Yuan. He had a level talent called skin-hardening, tough in body, but lacking in intellect. "Keep bragging. How much defense can a shabby village built just 2 days ago have?" "Shut up." Jin Qingshu shot him a cold glance. "Our intelligence analysis capability from the Great Kimchi ranks in the top 3 in the Forbidden Area. My data is not wrong." Yuan snorted in defiance, but remained silent. Although his talent was not low in level, pure physical enhancement was less valuable than intelligence in the Forbidden Area. The other 2 remained silent. One was a contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom, taciturn, crouching in the darkest shadow. The other was a contestant from the Kangaroo Kingdom, tall and thin, gripping an alloy dagger provided by the system, his palms slick with sweat. For countries. For types of talents. One common goal: to uncover the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom's LV1 camp. I say, Yuan Wengyong finally spoke after a long pause. Why are we acting as spies for the beautiful nation? Mike is hiding in the Blood Moon Plains enjoying himself while we step on landmines. Jin Qingshu adjusted his non-existent glasses, his tone laced with disdain, because Mike holds what we lack the most in the forbidden area when facing the first wave of beasts. What is it? Intelligence. Jin Qingshu paused. He discovered an ancient relic deep within the forbidden area. The relic contains not only blueprints for high-level weapons, but also pools of spiritual liquid that can directly enhance talent levels. He only shares it with those who do his bidding. There was a moment of silence. The contestant from the Kangaroo Kingdom wiped the sweat from his palms. So what do we do? Just sneak up. Sneak up? No way. Jin Qingshu raised his hand, pointing towards the Dragon Kingdom's camp. Look closely. He activated eagle-eye perception, his pupils narrowing again, zooming in to the maximum. He saw the faint golden spiritual energy patterns on the wall 1 every 2 meters. He noted the semi-transparent membrane at the top of the lookout tower, faintly glowing a ghostly blue in the darkness. He saw the section of white bone embedded in the door hinge of the wall, the spiritual energy markings on the bone more advanced than most novice weapons held by the contestants. He swallowed hard. A 3-meter-high spiritual energy wall with a fully closed-loop energy supply. The gate is made from the spine of a reedied wolf, tougher than alloy steel, of the same thickness. The lookout tower has a sensing array with a detection range of at least 300 meters. The output of the surrounding electric net is high enough to instantly roast a first-tier fierce beast. He took a deep breath. This is a damn hedgehog. Yuan Wengyong's expression finally changed. The contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Let's go around. There must be blind spots. No blind spots. Jin Qingshu interrupted directly. The height of that tower perfectly covers every angle within 300 meters. Moreover, I suspect they have buried the electric net underground. The currents aren't just running along the ground, some lines extend downward. The contestant from the Kangaroo Kingdom began to back away. Then I'm not going. This isn't a hedgehog, it's a minefield. I don't want Mike's intelligence anymore. Jin Qingshu didn't stop him. But he didn't leave either. Because he had seen something more than the others. Below the lookout tower there was a girl wrapped in a blanket sleeping. She did not wake. But a faint golden halo was pulsating gently at her brow, flickering in rhythm with her breath. That was the spiritual energy mark left on her surface after the awakening of an S-level talent. The corner of Jin Qingshu's mouth twitched. He recalled the scene he had seen in the livestream the day before. This girl had constructed the world's first spiritual energy purification system using a pile of scrap metal and stones in just 10 minutes. Today she had transformed a wasteland into a fortress in less than 2 days. If she continued building, the next time she leveled up, the gap between the Dragon Kingdom and all other nations would not be a mere wall, but an enormous chasm. Let's go. Jin Qingshu suddenly stood up. Yuan Wengyong was taken aback. Where to? Back. Jin Qingshu brushed off the rubble from his knee. Report to Mike. We are not unable to scout, but we cannot. To move against the Dragon Kingdom, we must first lure that girl out of the camp. How do we lure her? Jin Qingshu did not answer, but his gaze fell upon the northeastern direction of the Dragon Kingdom's camp, deep within the uncharted hills. As long as the Dragon Kingdom's contestants were made aware of that coordinate, the girl would definitely go. Because she was an engineer. And engineers could not remain indifferent. As long as the Dragon Kingdom's contestants were made aware of that coordinate, the girl would definitely go. Because she was an engineer. And engineers could not remain indifferent to a spiritual mine. The 4 figures vanished into the shadows of the hills. Dragon Kingdom's camp. On the lookout tower, Lu Yuan watched as the pale yellow in the northwest corner of the membrane gradually faded, returning to transparency. He released the grip on his knife handle, leaning back against the protective board again. They left. But it was not an abandonment. It was waiting for a better opportunity. He glanced down at Lin Wanqiu, still fast asleep beneath the tower. She turned over, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself, mumbling a dream in a garbled voice, as if saying, "This formula is incorrect, rederive it." The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. Whether it was to probe or to report back, he had witnessed too many of such tests in his previous life. After probing comes the ambush, and after the ambush comes the full-scale assault. This was the standard procedure in the forbidden area. But in his previous life, he did not have an LV-1 camp, no lookout tower, no walls, nor a teammate who could transform scrap metal into a defense system in 10 minutes. This time he did. And the next visitors would find that the Dragon Kingdom's camp was no longer the same as today. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, beginning to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. The spiritual power of the first stage of the mortal realm flowed slowly along his meridians. The remnants of the beast core he absorbed when he killed the head wolf last night still lingered in his dantian, being slowly refined. The refining speed was not fast, but it was stable. At this rate, in just 1 week, he would touch the threshold of the second stage of the mortal realm. And a week later this camp would have a second lookout tower, a third line of defense, and a defensive system modified by Lin Wanqiu that he would barely recognize. He closed his eyes and silently repeated this phrase in his heart, as if making a promise to his previous self. This time, he would not be ambushed by anyone. Early the next morning, Lin Wanqiu discovered an anomaly atop the watchtower. A faint green glow appeared in the northeast direction of the sensing membrane. According to the grading criteria she set for the membrane, green represents stable spiritual energy fluctuations that require no caution, typically emitted by natural minerals or low-level plants. However, the location of this green light was too coincidental. It was right at the edge of the watchtower's detection range, about 290 meters away. Any farther, and it would be out of sight. Comrade Lu, come take a look at this. Yuan climbed to the top of the tower and followed the direction she pointed. The green light on the membrane was stable and faint with a uniform flickering frequency unlike anything alive. What is it? A spiritual mine. Lin Wanqiu's tone was very certain. This wavelength matches the fluctuations emitted by the shattered crystals during the transportation from the spiritual energy warehouse yesterday. With a sulfide base, the spiritual energy content was low, indicating it was likely an abandoned or semi-abandoned small mining tunnel. She pointed to the edge of the green glow, but this location is too strange. It is neither in the area we explored yesterday, nor on any extended line of a natural spiritual vein. It sits isolated on the outskirts of the hills, as if someone casually placed it there. Yuan looked at her. The fact that she used the phrase casually placed there indicated that she had grown suspicious. An abandoned spiritual mine couldn't just appear at the detection edge unless someone intentionally emitted a spiritual energy signal at that location. A lure, Yuan said. Lin Wanqiu nodded, but then furrowed her brow. But the spiritual mine components within the lure are real. They must have found the remains of a genuine mining tunnel and moved the shattered ore to that spot as a signal source. Fake mixed with real. She raised her gaze towards the northeast, her eyes turning with thought. If we can get that signal source, I can deduce the approximate location of the real mining tunnel. Yuan looked at her for 2 seconds. You want to go get it? It wasn't a question. Lin Wanqiu bit her lip, but the ones who set the lure definitely left a backup plan, placing it there just to wait for someone to retrieve it. If we go directly, we're walking into a trap. She paused and added, so we need to come up with a method to make them think we fell into the trap, but in reality we did. Yuan watched her seriously analyze how to outsmart the opponent. He suddenly felt that this girl might be far more cunning than he initially thought. What plan do you have? Lin Wanqiu squatted down and sketched a rough diagram on the wooden planks at the top of the tower. The lure is 290 meters northeast, but the watchtower's detection range is 300 meters. If we exit from the south gate and take a large arc to approach the lure from the northeast-north direction, the entire path would be within the watchtower's monitoring coverage. She drew an arc. Additionally, we can use leftover materials from the spiritual energy warehouse to create a fake spiritual energy dummy. The dummy will walk directly from the east, triggering their preset traps. While the two of us go around to the north side, we can retrieve the lure at the same time the trap is triggered, then retreat the same way. She marked a circle at both the start and end points of the arc. The whole process won't take more than 40 minutes. The barrage had gone wild. She came up with a tactical deception plan in 30 seconds. This girl was still munching on a steamed bun yesterday. How could she deploy military strategies today? The one eating the steamed bun is her stomach, not her brain. Yuan, I need a teammate. System Hey Race, a versatile one. I understand now the Dragon Country didn't just draw a player and a support, they drew a player and a general staff. Forbidden Area? Yuan considered this plan for a moment. There were no logical loopholes. The creation of the spiritual energy dummy would require consuming warehouse materials, but it was not an insurmountable cost. The only issue is that if the opponent discovers they have been deceived after triggering the trap, they might directly pursue whoever retrieves the lure. At that point, Lin Wanqiu would need to return to the camp as quickly as possible. How fast can you run? Yuan asked. Lin Wanqiu thought seriously. In university fitness tests, I ran 800 meters in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Yuan was silent for a second. The barrage spoke for him. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Isn't that a failing time? Wait, she only ate one steamed bun a day back then. Being malnourished and running 2 minutes and 50 seconds is already quite impressive. Now that she's eaten 2 days of red braised meat, she might be able to run 2.5 minutes. You guys are losing focus. Forbidden Area? All right, Yuan said, make the dummy. We'll set off in 20 minutes. Lin Wanqiu's efficiency was as high as ever. The core of the spiritual energy dummy was a small spiritual energy circuit removed from the spiritual energy warehouse's allocation component, wrapped in a crossframe made of 2 pieces of wood and covered with an extra blanket from the system's supplies. From a distance, it indeed looked like a person walking. Yuan set the dummy's movement path as a straight line to the east at a moderate speed. After triggering the preset trap, the dummy would stop moving. If the trap was offensive, the circuit would overload and self-destruct upon impact, leaving no traces. 20 minutes later, the two set off from the south gate. Lin Wanqiu wore the system's rubber-soled shoes, making almost no sound as she stepped on the wasteland. She followed half a meter behind Yuan, maintaining a steady breathing rhythm. As they passed a pile of low rocks, she casually picked up 2 pieces of hard debris and stuffed them into her pocket, likely thinking they might come in handy later. After circling around to the northeast-north for about 300 meters, it took 14 minutes. Yuan crouched behind a massive rock, raising 2 fingers. Lin Wanqiu stopped behind him and crouched down. To the east, at a distance of 290 meters, the spiritual energy dummy had already entered the coverage range of the lure signal. It continued to walk forward, its steps mechanical and even. Then the ground suddenly collapsed. It wasn't a natural collapse. The trap setter had buried a layer of spiritual power detonation net underground. The moment the dummy stepped on it, the net detonated simultaneously, creating a pit with a diameter of at least 5 meters. The bottom of the pit was filled with sharpened wooden stakes coated with a dark green substance, likely the venom of some fierce beast. If a real person had stepped on it, they would have been shredded. A typical ambush-type trap. Lin Wanqiu said in a hushed voice, her tone resembling that of someone describing a failed experiment. The deployment method is quite crude. The leakage at the joints of the spiritual energy leads is too significant it can actually be detected on the sensing membrane. Their trap designer's skill level is lacking. The barrage couldn't help but burst into laughter amidst the tension. She actually critiques the craftsmanship of the trap. Trap designer, you're amazing, you're so high and mighty. But this trap is indeed crude. The leakage at the joints of the spiritual energy was detected by her. Forbidden area. In the same 3 seconds that Lin Wanqiu commented on the trap, Yuan quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. 15 meters directly in front of the massive rock was the lure's signal source, a small pile of shattered spiritual or emitting a faint green glow. There were no ambushers in sight for the time being. The trap setter likely had too much confidence, thinking no one could bypass that collapsed pit. They'll go get it, Yuan said. He lowered his body and quickly moved to the signal source, crouching down to grab a handful of shattered ore and stashing it in the system's warehouse in less than 3 seconds. He then retraced his steps behind the massive rock, handing the shattered ore to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu pinched a bit of powder, spread it on her palm, and leaned in closer to examine it. Sulfide base, very low purity, it is indeed the residue of an abandoned mining tunnel. However, this ore contains trace amounts of companion minerals of red iron spirit crystal. She looked up. Red iron spirit crystal is not a natural mineral. It is formed when spiritual energy combines with iron elements under high-intensity impact. It typically appears near the ruins of ancient battlefields. Yuan's expression changed slightly. Red iron spirit crystal. This was the first secret discovered by Mike, a contestant from the beautiful country in the Forbidden Area during his previous life. It was precisely because of his monopoly on this secret that Mike accumulated personal combat power far exceeding that of other contestants in the early stages. The place where Mike discovered the red iron spirit crystal was an ancient ruin. Let's go. Back to the camp. The two quickly retraced their steps. Lin Wanqiu ran back faster than on the way there, clutching the bag containing the shattered or breathing faster, but maintaining her pace. 16 minutes after they returned to the camp, a figure appeared by the collapsed pit. It was a contestant from the kangaroo. He had originally run away, but Jin Qingshu, while reporting to Mike on the way back, insisted that someone must return to confirm whether anyone had triggered the trap. The contestant from the kangaroo country was forced back by Yuan Wenyong with a system dagger. He stood at the edge of the collapsed pit, looking down at the pile of wooden stakes and scattered pieces of the spiritual energy circuit, his hands trembling. A blanket, wood, overloaded and burnt circuits. No blood, no corpses, not even scraps of clothing. Fake. He turned to run. Then he saw Yuan. Yuan stood 5 meters behind him, his tang knife still sheathed. He had returned from the camp's south gate and had followed closely behind him before he approached the trap. You stepped into my territory, Yuan said. His tone was calm, identical to the one he had used seconds ago when he told Lin Wanqiu, "I'll go get it." The contestant from the kangaroo country's legs began to tremble. He recalled what Jin Qingshu had said before their departure. The dragon country camp was like a porcupine. He remembered the scene from yesterday's livestream, where a knife took down 3 reed wolves in 5 seconds. He recalled that the collapsed pit contained only wood and circuit fragments with no corpses. He opened his mouth to say something. Yuan didn't allow him to. The back of the knife struck the back of his neck with precision. The contestant's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. A few seconds later, Lin Wanqiu jogged over from the direction of the watchtower, carrying a half-segment iron pipe and a bundle of rope from the system supplies. Interrogation, she asked. Yes, Yuan said, hoisting the contestant from the kangaroo country onto his shoulder. He knows quite a bit, including the exact location of the ancient ruins. Lin Wanqiu followed him back to the camp, but suddenly stopped after taking a step. Wait a minute. How does he know the location of the ancient ruins? Lu Yuan turned to look at her. Because he was sent by the beautiful country. The gates slowly closed behind them, the faint golden patterns of spiritual energy flowing quietly on the walls, resembling a circle of fire rings that would never extinguish. The Kangaroo Nation contestant was bound to the wooden pillar at the base of the watchtower. The ropes were tied personally by Lin Wanqiu, each knot meticulously crafted with every finger individually secured. She mentioned she learned this binding technique from a manual for securing experimental subjects in her school's laboratory. Lu Yuan didn't ask what kind of subjects. He moved a flat stone over and sat across from him, resting his tang saber horizontally on his knees. Lin Wanqiu stood slightly behind him, holding the half-length iron pipe, her expression serious, as if she were about to audit an academic defense. The Kangaroo Nation contestant woke up. He opened his eyes, saw Lu Yuan's face, and flinched violently, his head thudding against the wooden pillar with a dull sound. Instinctively, he tried to form hand seals to activate his talent, only to discover not a single finger could move. Your talent requires hand seals to activate, Lu Yuan said. Nolan from the Kangaroo Nation, crank talent boomerang mastery. Your weapons, 2 alloy boomerangs from the system, were hidden at your lower back. I've already disarmed them. Nolan's face turned as pale as the forbidden ground sky. How do you know? That's not important, Lu Yuan cut him off. I ask you, answer. Answer truthfully, and he'll let you go. Behind him, Lin Wanqiu quietly glanced at Lu Yuan. She had only known him for a little over 3 days, but she could already distinguish the difference in his tone when he said "I'll let you go" versus "I'll save you some braised pork." That last sentence was a third kind of tone. Flat, calm, like the moment before a blade's spine strikes the carotid artery. First, Lu Yuan raised a finger. Who sent you? Nolan swallowed hard, his lips trembling. Kim Sung-soo, the Kimchi Nation contestant. He recruited me for his team. Who sent Kim Sung-soo? Nolan fell silent. Lu Yuan waited 4 seconds, then picked up the tang saber from his knee, striking the ground with the scabbard. Mike from the Beauty Nation. Nolan's voice shot up 2 octaves. He discovered an ancient ruin in the Blood Moon Plains. Inside, there's a spiritual liquid pool that can enhance talent ranks. He said only those who helped him gather intel could share access to the ruin. Lu Yuan placed the saber back on his knee. The exact coordinates of the ruin. I don't know the exact coordinates, Nolan stammered, seeing Lu Yuan's finger twitch, and quickly added, but Kim Sung-soo does. He has eagle-eye perception, allowing long-range visual penetration. While scouting for Mike, he saw the exact location of the ruin's entrance. He said the entrance is beneath a layer of red weathered rock marked with ancient inscriptions on its surface. It's roughly located on the western side of the Blood Moon Plains, less than 2 kilometers from Mike's camp. What's inside the ruin? This I truly don't know. Mike never tells us what's inside. He only mentioned one thing: the spiritual liquid pool inside can directly enhance talent rank. From C to B, from B to A, just one soak. But so far only Mike has been inside. None of us have seen it with our own eyes. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, cross-referencing Nolan's words with his memories from his past life. Western Blood Moon Plains, red, weathered rock, ancient inscriptions. All the key details matched. In his past life, Mike had soaked in that pool 3 times, forcibly elevating his biochemical sovereign talent from strength to S rank. He had also found the formula for a second-generation genetic agent deep within the ruins. In this life, only 5 days had passed. Mike should have completed only the first soak. There was still time. One last thing. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. The spiritual, or lure with the crushed, or who made it? Nolan was taken aback, clearly not expecting the question. It was Kim Sung-soo's idea. He said the female scholar in your camp was an engineer, and she'd definitely come for the spiritual, or. But the one who actually moved the ore and set up the bait was Nguyen Vinh Dung, the Big O from South Viet. Lu Yuan stood up. All right, I'm done asking. A flicker of disbelief and hope crossed Nolan's eyes. You said you'd let me go. I will let you go, Lu Yuan said, fastening the tang saber to his waist, looking down at him. But not now. Once I've verified that every word you've spoken is true, then you can leave. If even one thing is false, you'll stay here. The death record for contestants in the Forbidden Ground will state you died from a trap collapse. It was a trap you set yourself, witnessed by the entire world in split-screen live broadcast. No one will suspect a thing. Nolan's pupils contracted sharply. He remembered the scene beside the collapsed pit, that morning, sharpened wooden spikes, poisoned tips, a spiritual energy detonation, net extending all the way to the bottom. That trap was set by him, and Kim Sung-soo documented in the global livestream. If Lu Yuan threw his body into that pit, everyone would believe he died in his own trap, including Kim Sung-soo, including Mike, including his hundreds of thousands of compatriots watching the broadcast. I'm not going to kill you, Lu Yuan said. I'm just telling you what happens if the intel is false. His tone never changed from start to finish. But Nolan was trembling all over. The bullet comments were silent for a long time. Then someone posted the first one. That speech from Lu Yuan was the longest he said all chapter. Was he smiling? No. Was he shouting? No. This is what a true ruthless person looks like. No need for threats. Just remembered this guy is a reincarnator. He was definitely betrayed in his past life. Before I only thought he was strong. Now I realize he makes people afraid. At the Dragon Nation commentary booth, Chu Yao stared at the screen silent. Her military staff officer instincts told her Lu Yuan's interrogation technique was extremely professional. The questions were intricately linked, first breaking down defenses, offering a path to survival in the middle, and ending with the calmest tone, delivering the most lethal intimidation. This was not the work of a novice. Lu Yuan's file stated he was an ordinary graduate of a Southwest Military Region Academy. But that file was clearly missing a lot. She didn't voice these thoughts, but wrote a single line in her commentary notes: Lu Yuan recommend in-depth interview post-war. Annotation highest priority. Back in the Forbidden Ground, Lu Yuan untied Nolan from the pillar and locked him in a temporary storage room next to the spiritual energy warehouse. The door was made of leftover wood from the wall construction, fitted with a lock Lin Wanqiu had hastily modified, with a crushed crystal jammed inside the mechanism. Without spiritual energy resonance, it wouldn't open. Lin Wanqiu had stood by the entire time, neither interfering nor speaking. Only after Lu Yuan finished did she approach. That ancient ruin, she said. According to Nolan's confession, the entrance is on the western side of the Blood Moon Plains, about 12 kilometers in a straight line from our camp. A round trip would take a day. If Mike has already done one soak, the remaining spiritual liquid reserves might be limited. You want to go? Yes, Lin Wanqiu nodded, then added, but not now. The entrance is definitely guarded by Mike's early warning measures. A direct assault isn't wise. I suggest we upgrade the camp's defense level first, install a long-range early warning array on the watchtower, reserve 3 shooting ports on the southern section of the wall, and fill the energy storage pool in the spiritual energy warehouse. She counted on her fingers. These upgrades will take about 2 days. After that, when Mike's scouts return and report hell no, the bait failed, the scout was captured, and our camp's defense has exceeded his infiltration limits. Then he'll do one thing. Retract his defensive line and pull most of his forces back to secure the ruin. Lu Yuan finished her thought. Exactly, Lin Wanqiu nodded. He's afraid we'll go on the offensive. And once he pulls back, we'll have a chance to bypass his perimeter guards and directly study the spiritual energy lock structure at the ruin's entrance. Lu Yuan looked at her and suddenly smiled. Did you play chess before? Lin Wanqiu was taken aback by the question. Does Go count? I played with my advisor in the lab. Lost 37 games. It counts. He didn't elaborate, but the bullet comments did it for him. She was calculating Mike's moves 3 steps ahead just now. Lost 37 games of Go, but outmaneuvered and shrank contestant from the Beauty Nation in strategic planning. This girl gets stronger the more you feed her. Lu Yuan found a treasure. System, you're welcome. Wait, so the next 2 chapters are about exploring the ancient. There's a spiritual liquid pool in the ruin. 1 soak, 1 rank up. Lin Wanqiu is SS now. What would she become after another soak? SS rank. Does the system even have that rank? Stop, I'm already getting excited. The evening breeze swept over the top of the wall, carrying the Forbidden Ground's characteristic dry scent. The pale blue halo above the spiritual energy warehouse pulsed steadily in the darkness, and the golden patterns on the wall flowed in endless circles. The sensing membrane on the watchtower remained silent and vigilant, monitoring everything within a 300-meter radius. Lin Wanqiu poured the day's collected crushed ore onto the workbench, beginning to reverse engineer the location of the true mineral vein. Lu Yuan sat atop the tower, his Tang saber resting across his knees. On the map, a new coordinate appeared 12 kilometers away alongside a countdown bearing the name Mike. The day after the interrogation, Lin Wanqiu carried out a comprehensive upgrade of all the camp's defensive installations. She opened 3 firing ports along the southern section of the wall. Not simple holes dug into the wooden planks, but arrow slits with an angled incline carved from the ribs of the alpha wolf. A small shard of crystal was embedded at the base of each slit, connected to the spirit energy storage through hair-thin conduits of spiritual energy. Should anyone trigger the outer perimeter electric grid within 30 meters, the spirit energy arrows in the 3 firing ports would automatically charge. She also installed a ring of long-range early warning arrays atop the watchtower. In truth, it was simply an extension of the sensing membrane's coverage from 300 meters to 600 at the cost of reduced resolution. Within 300 meters, one could discern the general shape and direction of spiritual energy fluctuations. From 300 to 600 meters, only changes in light color were visible. Yellow light meant a person, red light meant a beast, green light meant ore. Crude and direct, but sufficient. She charged the spirit energy storage's reservoir from 60% to full capacity. She increased the decomposition efficiency of the crystal shards and the Alpha Wolf's beast core by 30% at the cost of shortening the beast core's lifespan from 15 days to 10. She calculated that within 10 days, she could make 3 round trips to the resource points near the camp, which would yield new beast cores to replenish the supply. When everything was complete, a full day had passed since the end of the interrogation. Lu Yuan walked a full circuit around the camp before nightfall. The walls, the electric grid, the watchtower, and the spirit energy storage. 4 layers of defense stacked together like a hedgehog curled into a ball, shielding its belly completely. Even if you weren't here, ordinary first or second tier beasts couldn't break through. As for humans, a scout of Kim Sung-soo's caliber couldn't even get past the outer perimeter grid. One more thing remains, Lin Wanqiu said. She sat at the workbench, a pile of odds and ends spread out before her. Crystal powder, a few remaining leg bones from the Alpha Wolf alloy parts stripped from the supply kit, and 2 unused scraps of spirit wood. On the road to the ruins, I can't rely solely on a Tang saber. The bullet comments were already buzzing with excitement. Equipment crafting. She's going to craft gear for Lu Yuan. What can she possibly make from this pile of junk? I'm almost afraid to guess. Last time she made a water purifier and an electric grid. This time travel gear might be even more outrageous. The Forbidden Zone. Lin Wanqiu spent the entire night. The first item was a pair of arm guards. The material was the Alpha Wolf's ribs sliced into thin sheets, layered and pressed together with an adhesive mixed from spirit crystal powder. Between each layer of bone was a hair-thin spiritual energy conduit connecting to a small crystal core embedded on the inside of the arm guard. Once worn, the arm guards would autonomously sense the wearer's spiritual energy fluctuations. At the moment of impact, they would instantly release the spiritual energy stored in the crystal, forming a spiritual energy shield covering the forearms. It can block a direct frontal attack without issue, Lin Wanqiu said, handing the arm guards to Lu Yuan. After use, it needs to be recharged. Charging takes about 10 minutes. I haven't calculated the maximum damage threshold yet, but a full-powered strike from a first-tier beast definitely won't break through. Lu Yuan put on the arm guards and infused a thread of spiritual energy. A faint golden luster surfaced on the guards, the bones grained faintly visible within the glow. With these, he wouldn't have to rely solely on the blade for frontal blocks. The second item was a palm-sized bronze mirror. It wasn't actually bronze. She cut a small piece from the emergency space blanket in the supply kit, attached it to a fragment of the Alpha Wolf skull, and drew a miniature sensing circuit on the back with crystal powder. Once activated, the mirror's surface would display spiritual energy fluctuations within a 100-meter radius of the wearer. It was the same principle as the watchtower's sensing membrane, just shrunk into a portable version. Detection range is 100 meters with 1 tier lower precision than the watchtower, Lin Wanqiu said, tucking the bronze mirror into Lu Yuan's belt. Green means ignore, yellow means be cautious, red means draw your blade. The bullet comments started rolling in. Green means ignore, yellow means cautious, red means draw. She gave the portable radar a mantra. This girl is increasingly giving off military engineer vibes. Classic 80s military engineer, daily handcrafting radar from scraps. The third item took the longest. Lin Wanqiu assembled all the remaining spirit wood scraps into a foldable light crossbow. The limbs were a layered structure of bone, and wood. The string was made from the rescue rope stripped from the supply kit, and the bolts were crafted from wolf fangs sharpened and tipped with a grain of crystal powder. Upon impact, the crystal powder would instantly release its stored trace of spiritual energy, causing a secondary shockwave. The range wasn't far, about 60 meters, but a hit to a first-tier beast's core area could be instantly lethal. As Lin Wanqiu handed the crossbow to Lu Yuan, her fingers scraped against the limb, leaving a faint trace of blood. She casually wiped it on her pants and continued explaining how to use it. This is the safety and this is the trigger. There are 9 bolts total, you'll need to retrieve them after firing. The crystal powder dissipates upon impact, so you'll need to reapply it to the recovered bolts. Lu Yuan took the crossbow. You didn't sleep all night. Basic military engineer professionalism, Lin Wanqiu said earnestly. Before a mission, the gear must be ready. She stated it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as though pulling an all-nighter to handcraft 3 pieces of spiritual energy equipment was just a routine overnight session in the lab. Lu Yuan said nothing more, folding the crossbow and hanging it from his waist. The arm guards on his arms, the bronze mirror in his belt. The total weight of the 3 items was under 5 Gene. The bullet comments were already tearing up. She stayed up all night just to craft gear for Lu Yuan. Basic military engineer professionalism. Why does it sound so heartbreaking when she says it? Because she wasn't boasting when she said it. She genuinely believes it's just her duty. Earlier, Lu Yuan fed her braised pork, and she repays him with 3 pieces of divine equipment. Mutual devotion is always the sweetest. Dawn broke. The gray Forbidden Zone sunlight spilled over the top of the wall, casting light on the pile of metal shavings and bone scraps on the workbench. Lu Yuan temporarily transferred the central control authority of the camp's defense system to the stone tablet. The tablet was the core of the territory, requiring no manual operation. All installations would run automatically according to the preset alert protocols. Anything approaching would be electrocuted. Anything that survived the electricity would trigger the watchtower's alarm, and after the alarm, all 3 firing ports would charge automatically. Lin Wanqiu brought along the portable supply pack she had taken from Nolan yesterday. It contained 5 self-heating meals, 6 bottles of basic fresh water, a kit of emergency medical supplies, and a hand-crank flashlight she had dug out of the supply kit. She also stuffed a small half-pack of White Rabbit creamy candy into her pocket. It was what Yuan had given her yesterday, though she had eaten only one piece, wrapped the rest, and put them away, saying she'd eat them on the road. Let's go. The two walked out of the camp through the south gate. The gate slowly closed behind them, the spiritual energy patterns on the wall glowing quietly in the morning light. The sensing membrane atop the watchtower extended its detection in 6 directions simultaneously, while the faint blue halo of the spirit energy storage rotated steadily. 12 kilometers ahead lay the Blood Moon Plains. And 600 meters away at the edge of the watchtower's sensing membrane, a faint spot of pale yellow light flickered into existence. It was only the size of a fingernail, moving at a very slow pace. Not a beast. It was a person. Just one. 2 hours after leaving camp, the terrain began to change. The gray-brown hard soil underfoot was gradually replaced by dark red sandy earth, and the dryness in the air faded, replaced by a faint elusive smell of rust. Sparse vegetation appeared on the horizon, not green, but a dark purple approaching black, growing low against the ground like clenched fists. The Blood Moon Plains. The first intermediate resource zone within the Forbidden Grounds. Lin Wanqiu mentally mapped the terrain as she walked. Every 500 meters, she struck the ground with her iron pipe, listening to the echo from the soil layers. The echo changed 3 times, indicating shifts in the underground rock structure. The first was a sandy layer, the second was bedrock, and after the third strike, she fell silent for a few seconds. It's hollow down there. Yuan halted. He drew a palm-sized bronze mirror from his belt and infused it with a thread of spiritual energy. A pale blue ring of light materialized on the mirror's surface, scanning the area around them. 70 meters directly ahead, 2 red dots were rapidly approaching. Not directly ahead. They were converging from the left and right flanks. Red drew their blades. 2 of them, Yuan said, tucking the mirror back into his belt. A pincer formation, 1 from each side. Their speed is at least 30% faster than the reeded wolves. Lin Wanqiu quickly surveyed the surrounding terrain. To the left was a patch of low purple shrubs, to the right a pile of weathered scree. She pointed to the rocky slope without hesitation. Up there. Better vantage point, and the loose stones will disrupt their charge. No sooner had they taken their positions on the slope than 2 beasts burst from the underbrush. They were not wolves. They were giant lizards, nearly 4 feet tall at the shoulder. Their bodies were dark crimson, with scales layered like rusty iron plates. Their eye sockets held no pupils, only twin orbs of smoldering red light. Second-tier beasts, iron scale lizards. The most common predators of the Blood Moon Plains. The live chat exploded instantly. Second-tier already. Reeded wolves are bottom-tier 1, iron scale lizards are mid-tier 2. That's a whole order of magnitude in combat power. The first one's coming. The lizard on the left attacked first. Its powerful hind legs dug a pit in the sand, and its entire body launched like a cannonball toward the rocky slope. Yuan did not retreat. He braced his left arm in front of him, and the alpha wolf bone bracer activated, instantly unfolding a pale gold spiritual energy shield along the outside of his arm. The lizard's head slammed into the shield with a deep resonant boom. A web of fine cracks splintered across the shield's surface, but it held. Using the force of the impact, Yuan pivoted his right hand, sweeping the Tang saber upward from below the blade, grazing the lizard's throat. Sparks flew. The scales were too hard. The strike left only a faint white mark. Between the 3rd and 4th scales on the neck, Lin Wanqiu's voice came from atop the slope, steady and clear. The scales elsewhere are double-layered and overlapping. Only that spot is single-layered. They must not have finished their molting period. Yuan didn't ask how she had identified the molting phase in 2 seconds. He adjusted his grip on the blade. The second iron scale lizard charged from the right, its maw open, revealing 3 rows of barbed, hooked fangs. This time Yuan didn't block. He lowered his center of gravity, flooding his legs with spiritual energy, and slid to the side at the very moment the lizard snapped its jaws shut. The Tang saber thrust from his hip to tip, driving precisely into the narrow seam between the 3rd and 4th neck scales. The scale there was only a single layer, at least half as thin as the rest. The blade punched through the scale and into the spine. The second lizard's body stiffened for an instant, then crashed to the ground. Seeing its companion slain, the first lizard let out a piercing shriek. It didn't flee. Instead, it began to swell. The scales on its back stood up one by one, revealing skin that glowed with a dark red light underneath. That was the iron scale lizard's innate ability, high-temperature steam breath. Yuan didn't give it the chance. The moment the lizard took a deep breath, he closed the distance. His left bracer slammed against the raised scales while his right hand drove the Tang saber horizontally into the gap at their base. The blade wreathed in the peak spiritual energy of the mortal realm's first stage carved a line of pale gold light from the lizard's throat down to its abdomen. The swelling stopped abruptly. The raised scales clattered down like unsupported roof tiles, and the massive body tipped sideways, tumbling down the rocky slope. The chat went into a frenzy. 2 second-tier kills. Wait, didn't his first strike fail to break through? Then he found the scale seam on the second try. What kind of learning speed is that? It was Lin Wanqiu who told him. She saw the molting phase in 2 seconds. This duo is terrifying. One can analyze a monster's weakness in 2 seconds, and the other can land a precise hit 1 second after hearing it. The stream from the States is fighting iron scale lizards too. Mike used biochemical corrosive fluid to melt one, took nearly 20 minutes. Yuan did it in 2 strikes. The gap. Back in the Forbidden Grounds, Yuan wiped the blood off his tang saber on the lizard's scales. How did you spot the molting phase? Lin Wanqiu slid down the slope, crouched beside the dead lizard, and used her iron pipe to flip open the scales on its neck. When the first one hit you, the neck scales shifted slightly sideways from the impact, but the scales elsewhere didn't. That means the interlocking structure of the neck scales is different. Then I compared the direction of the neck scales on both. The third scale on the first one was aligned forward, but on the second one, it was reversed. She stood up, tucking the iron pipe back into her belt. A reverse scale means it's newly grown and hasn't fully hardened yet. So it's the molting phase. The chat fell silent. Then someone posted, she just read an entire anatomy dissertation on a second-tier beast in 2 seconds. And Yuan turned that dissertation into practical combat in 1 second. We can't call them player and support anymore. They're a mobile laboratory and a human execution unit. Back in the Forbidden Grounds, Yuan extracted the beast cores from both iron scale lizards. The second-tier cores were a size larger, darker in color, with a denser, more intense flow of spiritual light within. He handed one to Lin Wanqiu and stored the other in his system inventory. Beast cores were hard currency for spirit or mining, and Lin Wanqiu might need them at a moment's notice if inspiration struck on the road. The two left the rocky slope and continued deeper into the Blood Moon Plains. After about half an hour, Lin Wanqiu suddenly stopped. She crouched down and brushed aside a layer of dark red sand with her fingers. Beneath it lay a slab of gray-white rock. Embedded in the rock's surface were several sesame-sized crystal fragments emitting a faint green fluorescence in the sunlight. A micro-spirit or deposit. She looked up, her eyes brightening. Sulfide-based, low spiritual energy content, probably only a few dozen pounds of crystal fragments in reserve. But the vein runs parallel to the main spiritual artery of the Blood Moon Plains. If we dig down along this vein, we should find something bigger. Yuan drove his tang saber into the ground. Then we dig. Finding the spirit mine was one thing. Extracting it was another. Lin Wanqiu crouched before the grayish-white rock, tapping it a few times with an iron pipe. The echo was dull, indicating the vein wasn't just the few loose crystals embedded on the surface, but an ore layer over a meter thick below. However, this ore layer was sandwiched between 2 extremely hard, dark red, ferruginous sandstone strata. The iron pipe left only a faint white mark on the rock. Ferruginous sandstone has a hardness of at least 7.5 on Mohs scale, harder than granite. A regular iron pickaxe would shatter its head against this. She stood up and walked a circle around the exposed vein. If we used crushed crystal powder for directional blasting, we could loosen the surface sandstone. But the beast tide consumed 80% of our powder. What's left could barely crack open half a square meter. The mining enthusiasts in the live chat had already started analyzing. Hardness of 7.5. That requires diamond-tipped drills or explosives. The camp has neither. No wonder no one's mined the spirit or in the Forbidden Zone. Even if you find it, you can't dig it out. Mike has biochemical corrosive fluid. He can just dissolve the sandstone layer. In the Forbidden Zone, Yuan tested the sandstone with a single slash of his tang saber. Infusing the blade with spiritual energy at the peak of the first-tier mortal realm, the dark golden saber light carved a cut less than 2 centimeters deep into the sandstone surface. It could cut, but the efficiency was too low. It would take a whole day to penetrate the sandstone cap above the ore layer. Just then a voice came through the public channel. The system's public channel was a broadcast frequency all global contestants could tune into. Most contestants avoided speaking on it, as talking meant revealing your location and status. But Mike didn't care. He was using voice mode, and his transmission crackled with the hissing sound of viscous liquid corroding rock. His camp was also on the Blood Moon Plains, less than 2 kilometers from the ancient ruins. He didn't need a spirit mine, he needed the spirit liquid pool within the ruins. Its entrance, however, was sealed by a solid granite slab. Hiss. Hey, are you all seeing this? The Dragon Kingdom contestant is mining with a saber. 2 centimeters a slash. At this rate, he'll break through the first sandstone layer sometime next year. The chat exploded, but it wasn't the Dragon Kingdom chat, it was the Pretty Country chat. Aren't they supposed to be the infrastructure maniacs? Why are they using a sword to mine? Look at our Mike. His biochemical fluid melts sandstone like it's tofu. Let's show them what efficiency. Mike pressed a dark green syringe into his carotid artery, then spat out a thick, almost liquid dark green mist towards the camera. The moment the mist touched the granite, the surface erupted in violent bubbles. Within 3 seconds, it had dissolved a hole the size of a basketball. The chat went silent for a second, then the pretty country chat flooded with celebratory messages. The moment the mist touched the granite, the surface erupted in violent bubbles. Within 3 seconds, it had dissolved a hole the size of a basketball. The chat went silent for a second, then the pretty country chat. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu wasn't watching the public channel. She didn't care about Mike's boasting. She was already crouched by the veins, sketching in the sandy soil with her iron pipe. She was drawing a small crystal oscillator based on the principle of the spiritual energy storage's accumulator loop. Using crystal powder for blasting was too wasteful. Instead, she planned to form the existing powder into high-frequency oscillation circuits. These would be attached to the sandstone surface and driven by spiritual energy to vibrate at thousands of cycles per second. Although sandstone has high hardness on the Mohs scale, its crystal structure contains microfractures. High-frequency vibration could expand these microfractures into macrocracks. Once the cracks connected into a network, the sandstone would crumble on its own. No need to blast it. Just vibrate it to pieces. She stood planting the iron pipe beside the vein. Based on our current crystal powder supply, it'll need about 12 circuit units. After assembly, we'll attach them in parallel to the sandstone. Each unit will cover an area roughly the size of a palm. With all 12 activated, the surface sandstone layer should disintegrate within a day, exposing the crystal ore. The engineering students in the chat were already lost. She's using crystal powder to make an oscillator and using resonance to disintegrate the sandstone layer. The principle is like ultrasonic lithotripsy, but instead of an ultrasonic generator, she's using spiritual energy circuits to replace all the mechanical parts. This is the spark of industry. Mike spent a genetic agent to melt a basketball-sized hole. Lin Wanqiu drew up the blueprints for free. Which one is more efficient? In the Forbidden Zone, Yuan sheathed his Tang saber. How long to build the oscillator? 2 hours for the circuit units. 1 hour for parallel assembly. Activation and disintegration will take about a day, with someone monitoring and adjusting the frequency. Only you can adjust the frequency. He'll stand guard. You go get some sleep. Lin Wanqiu looked up at him. I was up all night before crafting gear. You patrolled all night last night. You haven't slept either. The chat started teasing them. She remembers he didn't sleep last night. Yuan says she didn't sleep. Lin Wanqiu says he didn't sleep. They both remember each other's sleep schedules perfectly. Isn't that sweeter than any romance novel? It's not that they don't sleep, but that they take turns not sleeping. It's the perfect cycle. In the Forbidden Zone, the final decision was for Lin Wanqiu to sleep for 2 hours first while Yuan guarded the mine. They would switch after. Lin Wanqiu curled up on the rocky slope with a thermal blanket and was asleep almost instantly. Yuan sat by the vein, his Tang saber across his knees and a bronze mirror in his hand, continuously scanning the surroundings. The night on the Blood Moon Plains was different from the wasteland. Thin wisps of steam rose from cracks in the rust-colored ground. The moonlight refracted through the steam, creating countless delicate strands of pale red light. Beautiful but unsafe. The steam was mixed with sulfides and trace spiritual energy residue, which wasn't great for the respiratory system. Lin Wanqiu tossed and turned twice in her sleep, muttering a few words of dream talk. It wasn't the first time she had talked in her sleep, but this time it was. The crack propagation rate function for ferruginous sandstone isn't linear. It's a power law. I need to correct the vibration frequency of the circuit units. Yuan didn't understand the words, but her sleeping profile in the moonlight looked nothing like the person who had just drawn a brand new spiritual energy oscillator blueprint on the stone slab. It was like the first time she had offered him a steamed cornbread. It was dry, cracked, and hard as a rock, but her eyes were clear and clean when she handed it over. He would wake her up in exactly 2 hours. When Lin Wanqiu woke, her first action wasn't to stretch. She folded her blanket, put it back in her supply pack, picked up her iron pipe, and started drawing the first circuit unit for the oscillator. She murmured to herself, I just figured out the crack propagation formula in my dream. Better draw it out before I forget. The chat was in awe. She's deriving formulas in her dreams, deriving in her sleep, and drawing it out when she wakes up. Engineering is literally in her DNA. In the Forbidden Zone, circuit unit after circuit unit was completed. She drew the same pattern 12 times on the sandy ground with her iron pipe. Each pattern was positioned by eye, spaced by finger, and the spiritual energy conduits were traced with sub-millimeter precision using the pipe's tip. The drawn units were then transferred one by one onto thin sheets pressed from crystal powder. The 12 sheets were connected in series and attached to the surface of the ferruginous sandstone above the ore layer. The final step before dawn activation. Lin Wanqiu pressed her palm onto the interface of the first circuit unit, channeling her industrial spark spiritual energy into the circuit. The circuit began to vibrate. It wasn't a vibration perceptible to human senses, but a high-frequency resonance on a spiritual energy level transmitting through the sandstone's crystal lattice at thousands of cycles per second. There was no visible change on the sandstone surface. But inside, microfractures were expanding, spreading from one crystal boundary to the next, growing from a few microns to tens of microns. When they connected into a network, the entire sandstone layer would crumble from within. Activation complete. Now they just had to wait. Lin Wanqiu pulled out a half-empty pack of white rabbit candy from her pocket and popped one into her mouth. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she slipped a second candy into Lu Yuan's pocket. "You should have one too." She said it and turned back to monitor the sandstone, the tips of her ears slightly red, but it was too dark for anyone to see. The chat saw it though. She put a white rabbit candy in his pocket. Last time she ate half of one on camera. This time she's giving one to Lu Yuan. The progress bar is moving. In the forbidden zone, as the sun rose, a faint crisp sound came from the ferruginous sandstone above the ore layer. Then cracks appeared on the surface. Not just one, but a whole web of them, like a spider's web. The cracks spread outward from the 12 palm-sized areas covered by the circuit units, connecting into a single network within half a minute. Lin Wanqiu tapped the sandstone lightly with her iron pipe. It crumbled into fist-sized chunks, falling away from the ore layer beneath. The grayish-white ore layer embedded with crystal particles was now exposed to the morning light. The green fluorescence of the crystals lit up her face. Sandstone disintegration complete. The crystal-bearing ore layer is fully exposed. We can begin mining. The chat went wild. She disintegrated an entire ferruginous sandstone layer in less than a day, with zero blasting materials. Mike's acid could only melt a basketball-sized hole. Lin Wanqiu's self-made spiritual energy oscillator shattered the entire cap rock. The difference in area is at least 20 times. It's not the difference between dissolving and shattering. It's the difference in thinking. Mike uses brute force to break through. Lin Wanqiu disintegrates from within. Mike can only dissolve the spot he's standing on. Lin Wanqiu's oscillator makes the sandstone break itself. No one needs to be standing there. In the forbidden zone, Lu Yuan looked at the exposed spirit mine in the morning light and picked up a fist-sized chunk of fallen sandstone. The fracture surface was densely packed with sesame-sized crystal particles glowing faintly green in his palm. How much spiritual energy can we refine from these crystals? Lin Wanqiu did a quick calculation. If we mine the entire ore layer, we can refine about 20 kilograms of high-purity crystals. That's enough to replenish our losses from the last beast tide and leave at least half as reserve for the spiritual energy storage. The mining professionals in the chat were already calculating. 20 kilograms of crystals? That's enough to run the power grid at full capacity for over a month, and the surplus could fill at least half the storage capacity. The beast tide burned through 80% of our crystals. This is a full recovery. In the forbidden zone, Lin Wanqiu crouched by the vein and began organizing the mining process. First, use the oscillator to disintegrate the remaining sandstone cap. Then break up and sift the ore layer. Finally, store the crystals in supply packs. She drew a detailed construction plan for each step on the stone slab. After finishing, she looked up at Lu Yuan. Mining all the crystal ore will take about 2 days. The camp should be safe with Zhao Pan and the defense systems. I suggest we take turns mining with one person always on guard. His answers are always one word. Eat, dig, come, kill, go, return. That's a man of action. A male lead with no wasted words. A rare species. In the forbidden zone, they began alternating mining. Lin Wanqiu used the iron pipe and oscillator to disintegrate the sandstone. Lu Yuan used his tang saber and his hands to break up the ore layer and sift out the crystal particles. The midday sun beat down on the rust-colored sand of the blood moon plains, casting short shadows for the two figures in the pit. Mike's voice didn't reappear on the public channel, probably because his biochemical acid method had been thoroughly outclassed by the live feed. By dusk of the second day of mining, the last of the crystals from the ore layer had been extracted. At the bottom of the pit, the bedrock surface beneath the grayish-white ore layer was exposed. Lin Wanqiu crouched at the bottom for a final vein confirmation, tapping the bedrock with her iron pipe. The echo was different. Short, shallow, and hard. There was a stone slab underneath. It wasn't bedrock. It was a man-made stone slab deliberately embedded into the bedrock. She looked up at Lu Yuan. There's something down there. After the artificial stone slab at the bottom of the mine pit was pried open, a natural layer of densely packed crystal fragments was revealed beneath it. The fragments were no longer embedded in rock, but were so concentrated they had almost formed a sandy layer. The difficulty of extraction plummeted. However, the eastern section of sandstone was the thickest and hardest part of the entire vein. An iron pipe struck against it, numbed the hand, and a blade bounced right off. The concentration of crystal sand beneath the eastern section was at least double that of the already excavated area. Viewers in the bullet comments began to worry. Its hardness is close to diamond. Can't break it apart. We've already mined a lot of crystals. It wouldn't be a failure to abandon the eastern zone and head back to camp. In the forbidden zone, Yuan struck the eastern sandstone with his tang saber. The blade bounced back, leaving only a white mark as deep as a fingernail. The Mo's hardness was close to 8. That was nearly a full grade harder than the iron-bearing sandstone they had shattered before. Lin Wanqiu crouched before the sandstone, silent for a long time. It wasn't that she couldn't devise a plan. It was hesitation. She drew 3 excavation plans in the sandy soil with her iron pipe, erasing each one herself. The first plan used directional blasting with crystal powder, but the consumption was too high. The second used spiritual energy to hack through with the tang saber, but the efficiency was too low. She stopped midway through drawing the third. It was feasible, but the cost wasn't here on the ground. It was back at camp. Using crystal sand as raw material, she planned to assemble a simple spiritual energy mining machine from the iron pipes, the oscillator circuits, and the dire wolf leg bone linkages from the camp wall. The drill bit would automatically shatter the sandstone, making it dozens of times more efficient than manual labor. But she had personally riveted those bone linkages into the wall. Each one was embedded with shock-absorbing spirit runes, forming critical nodes in the camp's defensive stress network. Removing 2 of them would leave a stress gap in the southern section of the wall. If the camp were attacked during the window when she was dismantling the linkages, that gap would be the breach point. Her knuckles whitened as she gripped the iron pipe. You can remove 2 wall linkages, Yuan said. Zhao Pan is at camp. The bullet comments went quiet for a moment. He said Zhao Pan is there. Uncle Zhao has built fortifications for 17 years. He trusts Uncle Zhao to hold the line. Lin Wanqiu was silent for a moment. Dig? Well, go back and remove the linkages. The Dragon Country livestream chat exploded instantly. She said dig. Last time Yuan said dig, now she says dig. They've started catching each other's vocabulary. Last time Yuan said eat, also one word. This duo's verb inventory is just eat, dig, come defend. In the forbidden zone, the 2 returned to camp by dusk. Zhao Pan was inspecting the seams on the wall. Lin Wanqiu walked to the southern wall, crouched down, and pressed her hand against the outermost shock-absorbing rivets on the 2 dire wolf leg bones. She pried them off one by one with effort. The residual powder from the shock-absorbing spirit runes was carefully collected into her supply bag side pocket. Zhao Pan handed over spare spirit wood offcuts to fill the gaps. They'll handle the camp. Someone in the bullet comments said. When Uncle Zhao says he'll handle it, the moment he thrust his entrenching tool into the ground, everyone believed him. Lin Wanqiu spread out all the parts beside the boiler room. Iron pipes formed the machine's frame. 4 bone shards were linked in parallel to form the mining arm. The crystal sand was smelted into a high-frequency oscillating drill bit mounted at the front of the mining arm. Ma Guoliang peeked over, then silently added a shovel of coal to the furnace. There was no Li family flame tonight. The furnace's high temperature was sustained by the steam pressure circuit he had adjusted himself. By dawn, the entire spiritual energy mining machine was assembled. During a test start, the high-speed oscillating drill bit at the front of the mining arm emitted a deep, steady hum. The mechanical engineering fans in the bullet comments went wild. First, she built a geological survey vehicle from iron pipes and beast bones, and now she's crafted an ultrasonic drill. The forbidden zone has entered mechanized mining. Others are still rubbing sticks to make fire for survival. Dragon Country is already having an industrial revolution. In the forbidden zone, they returned to the mine pit at dawn. The dark red morning light had just spread across the rusty sand of the Blood Moon Plains. Lin Wanqiu aimed the mining arm at the eastern sandstone and activated the circuit. The drill bit began to vibrate at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. One by one, chunks of the ultra-hard sandstone broke off at the contact surface, falling away in fist-sized pieces. The crystal-rich layer beneath, dense as sand, was exposed. The bullet comments went into overdrive. This isn't digging. It's shelling. She's shelling the sandstone open. Someone in the Dragon Country livestream pulled up a clip from the Pretty Country stream from the day before. Mike had used biochemical corrosive fluid to dissolve a basketball-sized hole in granite, taking nearly 20 minutes. Now he was silent on the public channel. Mining settled into a steady rhythm. Yuan was responsible for hauling the dislodged sandstone chunks out of the pit. Lin Wanqiu watched every inch of the drill bit's movement across the sandstone face, fine-tuning the oscillation frequency at all times. After several hours of continuous operation, new blood marks appeared on her fingers gripping the control pipe. This time it wasn't an old wound reopening, it was freshly scraped knuckles. She wiped the blood on her pants and continued adjusting the frequency. Just after noon, the eastern sandstone was completely broken down. The highly concentrated crystal sand beneath lay spread out in the sunlight as a layer of greenish glowing sand. She crouched down and scooped up a handful. The crystal sand slipped through her fingers, the green glow reflecting on her face, flushed red from the steam. This crystal sand will fill the spiritual energy warehouse, and still have nearly half left over. She set the iron pipe aside, and pulled something out of her supply bag. The last white rabbit creamy candy. She held it out to Lu Yuan. For you. This is my last one. The bullet comments exploded instantly. She gave him her last white rabbit. The first one Lu Yuan forced it on her, and she cried saying how could it be so delicious. This time she's the one giving him her last one. Lu Yuan took the candy, unwrapped it, and broke it in half. He handed one half back to her. You have some too. She took the half, put it in her mouth, and lowered her head to continue adjusting the drill frequency. The tips of her ears were redder than when they had been flushed by the steam. The bullet comments were annihilated. Him giving her half a candy isn't just sweet, it's an industrial-grade two-way emotional strike. I've shipped countless couples. This is the most solid one. It's not sweet talk, it's forging full divine gear for you, and sharing half a candy after overtime. Later the camp population grew, and there was never again a distribution method like that half candy. In the Forbidden Zone, it was evening when the last handful of crystal sand was packed into the supply bag. Lin Wanqiu used the iron pipe to do a final sampling at the bottom of the mine pit. At the deepest point the drill had broken through the bedrock floor wasn't sandstone or crystal layer. It was an artificially crafted stone slab with neat edges deliberately embedded into the bedrock. Several lines of unreadable text were carved onto its surface. The cut surface was flat and smooth, not naturally formed. She looked up at Lu Yuan. There's something. By the time the stone slab was fully pried loose, dusk was already settling in. Lin Wanqiu worked the iron bar along the slab's embedded edges, chipping away bit by bit for nearly an hour. It wasn't that the slab was too heavy. She simply didn't want to break it. The stone was roughly the size of 2 palms, less than 2 centimeters thick, and its material matched neither sandstone nor spirit crystal nor any common stone found in the camp. Its surface was etched with an intricate web of fine lines. Not characters. A map. The strokes were seared into the stone with a pitch-black pigment finer than strands of hair. The map marked a location deep within the Blood Moon Plains, roughly 2 days' journey from this miniature spirit mine. Beside the marker was a row of tiny ancient glyphs. Lin Wanqiu couldn't decipher the script, but she recognized one symbol. It bore no relation to Kangji's characters. It was a triangle with a single vertical line drawn through its center. She had seen a similar symbol in her elective archaeology lecture notes at the National Defense University, a marking from the late Yangshao culture and early Longshan culture, a record-keeping sigil far more ancient than oracle bone script. It wasn't a writing system, but a primitive cartographic identifier. On the slab side was carved an even smaller mark, a flag and a blade crossed together. Not a script. A map. She flipped the slab over. Embedded on the reverse side was a small half-petrified shard of spirit crystal, its surface bearing the scorch marks of intense heat. Someone long ago had activated this slab with spiritual energy. At that time it had lain exposed on the bedrock surface, uncovered by sandstone. Over the ages, iron deposits and fragmented crystal layers had gradually buried it. Back in the Dragon Nation, the archaeology students in the live chat had already finished their research. Late Yangshao carved symbols weren't a unified writing system, but the triangle with a vertical line was a common territorial marker back then. Its meaning was likely the entrance to a mountain peak or a mineral vein. The undeciphered glyphs on the slab actually resemble the artifact engravings from the late Liangzhu culture. This is a map carved over 4,000 years ago. So the Forbidden Ground was entered and surveyed by humans 4 millennia ago. Not Kangji's people, a far older population predating Oracle Bone script. The Forbidden Ground. Lu Yuan placed the slab into his supply pack. The map points to a ruin. It matches what Nolan said before. In Chapter 10, Nolan had testified that the coordinates to the ancient ruins entrance which Mike discovered were deep within the Blood Moon Plains. Now this map carved on a stone over 4,000 years ago pointed to the exact same direction. The slab's material matched the texture of the red weathered rock that Nolan had described. The Dragon Nation had mapped the entrance over 4,000 years ago. Later rock layers shifted to conceal it until just a few days ago when Mike used biochemical agents to corrode the granite seal and uncovered the ruin. The beautiful nation knew the ruin held a spirit liquid pool, but they couldn't crack the map decryption layer of the deeper gate. And this slab map, just recovered from the mine's depths marked with deep layer veins, might be the second key to that gate. The military strategy enthusiasts in the live chat were already calculating. Mike used biochemical weapons to violently breach the ruin's surface layer, but he can't access the deep-level schematics or the talent upgrade resources, because he doesn't have this metal key shaped like the map's engravings marked with the original glyphs. He doesn't even know this slab exists. Kim Seongsu and Nolan are trapped in the Dragon Nation storage room. They can't relay real-time intel to Mike about the Dragon Nation deciphering the slab. In other words, Mike thinks the Dragon Nation is still just mining the Forbidden Ground. Lin Wanqiu traced the slab's map into her waterproof notebook. Next, she created a comparison chart cross-referencing each engraving on the map against known Liangzhu and Yangshao archaeological records one by one. Lin Wanqiu subjected the high-temperature scorch residue on the spirit crystal shard to a spiritual energy spectral analysis using industrial firestarter, concluding that its last activation occurred several millennia ago at the very least. This meant the forbidden ground had been explored and surveyed by a people who left no name in written history, before humanity possessed any systematic script. The fragment in her hand was the only tool they had left behind to guide the way. The map on this slab is essentially the second gate key to that ruin Nolan mentioned. Mike blasted open the entrance with biochemical venom, but has no schematics. He can't fully breach the spirit liquid pool's barrier. We don't need to fight him for the outer gate. We use this map to bypass his sentries and slip straight into the ruin's side corridor. She tucked the tracing away and looked up at Yuan. The chat went wild. He handed you the ruin coordinates and threw in the key. That's not delivery. That's express shipping on Singles Day. The forbidden ground. That night, they withdrew to camp. Zhao Pan had resecured the stress fractures on the southern wall, using spirit wood offcuts, and Ma Guoliang had connected the boiler's stored energy to the spirit warehouse's newly replenished crystal sand. The crystal reserves had jumped from nearly empty to nearly full overnight. At the workbench, Lin Wanqiu spread out the stone map and began drafting a detailed entry route cross-referencing it against the ruin's internal corridor structure she had theorized. The ruin had 3 levels. The first held the spirit liquid pool, the second housed deep-level weaponry and forging schematics, and the third below was marked in black with no annotation. Along the slab's edge was carved a single tiny word or phrase. The final glyph on the slab remained undeciphered for now, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that the Dragon Nation now held the second key to the gate, something no other nation's team possessed, and the beautiful nation remained blissfully unaware. It was now the second night after the mine excavation had concluded. Zhao Pan had adjusted the watchtower's sensory film from passive scanning to perimeter active alert mode. He had also planted a ring of spiritual energy-triggered ground sensors 300 meters out. Ma Guoliang left a shovel of coal beside the furnace. Tomorrow remained uncertain. Yuan sat on the stone steel's base, sensing a faint glimmer of light flicker across the systems. It wasn't a reward. Rather, the map and spiritual energy residue on the slab had been automatically backed up by the steely forming a pending trigger state. When the time was right, it might automatically guide him to the ruin's side corridor entrance. When that time came, another hard-fought battle would await. But this battle wasn't about ceiling. It was about schematics, talents, and resources. A true contest for the ruin itself. The Dragon Nation was already a full step ahead, and no one knew it. When Yamamoto Ichiro saw in the public channel that the Dragon Nation's camp had nearly full crystal reserves, the smoke bomb in his hand nearly slipped to the ground. After his beast-taming technique was broadcast live last time, his approval rating in the Cherry Blossom Nation had plummeted to freezing point. He needed to turn things around. The quickest way to turn things around was to steal. The Dragon Nation had just finished mining the Spirit Mine, and their crystal reserves were completely full. If he could snatch it, not only would he replenish his own supplies, but it would also make the Dragon Nation's efforts all for naught. But he couldn't do it alone. Kim Sung-soo had it even worse. His eagle-eye perception was the most practical reconnaissance ability among crank talents, but last time he led 4 scouts to probe the Dragon Nation's camp. They couldn't even get close to the gate before being blocked by the sensing membrane. His teammate Nolan was still locked in the storage room of the Dragon Nation's camp. When Yamamoto Ichiro found Kim Sung-soo, the latter was crouching at the entrance of his shabby camp, with only a half circle of wooden palisade, eating compressed biscuits. A partnership. Yamamoto Ichiro placed a portable spirit stone in front of him. You provide the blind spots in the Dragon Camp's electrical grid, and my shadow clones will go up and blow their spiritual energy warehouse. Once the power to the spiritual energy warehouse is cut, the entire grid and watchtowers will go blind. After a successful blast, we split the crystals 50-50. Kim Sung-soo pushed up his non-existent glasses. I can map out the blind spots in the electrical grid for you. But that female scholar from the Dragon Nation has already extended her sensing membrane from 300 meters to 600 meters as of 3 days ago. To get close to the spiritual energy warehouse, you have to cut in from the north corner. There's a sensing delay zone about 2 meters wide there. When the grid covers the corner, the spiritual energy lines have a curved dead angle. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Kim Sung-soo even mapped out the corner sensing delay. That's what a crank eagle-eye perception is for. Ultra-long-range visual penetration plus terrain mapping. He can't beat anyone in a fight, but he can draw you a complete map of your camp's defenses. Yamamoto Ichiro then asked when they could make a move. Kim Sung-soo said that since the crystal reserves were full, the grid was currently storing energy at its maximum capacity. They would have to wait for the next beast tide or a random encounter with a group of wild beasts to trigger some consumption, creating an opportunity when the defense system's energy level dropped. Yamamoto Ichiro tucked the smoke bomb into his chest and turned to leave, wait for the signal. In the bullet comments, the Dragon Nation's livestream began to stir with alertness. Kim Sung-soo is waiting for a consumption window. Yamamoto Ichiro plans to blow up the spiritual energy warehouse when they're vulnerable. Together, they couldn't even beat a first-rank wolf, but one can draw maps and the other can turn invisible. They're built for sabotage. Forbidden Zone. While on night watch at the watchtower, Zhao Pan noticed two extremely faint flickering pale yellow light spots at the edge of the blind zone on the north side of the membrane. They were advancing slowly toward the camp, maintaining a distance from each other, and stopped at the point where the sensing membrane became blurred, making no further progress. He switched his walkie-talkie to Lu Yuan's frequency scouts on the north side. Two of them. The fluctuation signature matches last time. They've stopped and are observing. Lu Yuan opened his eyes by the stone monument. He placed his hand on the tang blade. No need to strike first. Let them make the first move. The bullet comments erupted instantly. Let them make the first move. Coming from Lu Yuan's mouth, that's more intimidating than any threat. Yamamoto Ichiro and Kim Sung-soo had no idea they had already been detected by the long-range peripheral scan of the sensing membrane. Kim Sung-soo was crouched behind a low bush, using his eagle-eye perception to scan the boundary of the electric grid's arc, muttering to himself. About 14 degrees further to the left, that should be dead center of the delay zone. After the smoke bomb detonates, the grid will be unresponsive for 3 seconds. You have 3 seconds to get to the outer wall of the spiritual energy warehouse. Yamamoto Ichiro's hands moved rapidly through hand seals, distributing nearly 15 smoke bombs evenly between his two shadow clones. One clone released smoke to the north to block the watchtower's view, while the main body used the smoke as cover to charge straight for the outer wall of the spiritual energy warehouse. The Dragon Nation's viewers in the bullet comments were already so tense, they were spamming prayers. But Zhao Pan only said one sentence into the walkie-talkie. I moved a gravel buffer zone into the grid delay area at the north corner 2 days ago. All the data they probed last time is outdated. Lu Yuan didn't respond, but the corner of his mouth twitched. The bullet comments caught the expression. He smiled. He smiled again, just like when he was mocked globally in the first chapter. This smile means you're stepping on my turf and your intel is already expired. Forbidden Zone. In the early hours, 2 plumes of gray-blue smoke exploded simultaneously at the due north and due west of the camp. The thick smoke hugged the ground and surged toward the edge of the watchtower's coverage. At that same instant, Yamamoto Ichiro's main body, using the double cover of stealth ninjutsu, and the smoke silently advanced from the north corner toward the base of the wall. He cut in following the arc angle Kim Sung-soo had provided. The moment his foot landed in the gravel buffer zone, the ground beneath him sank slightly. But it wasn't the alarm-triggering electric grid. It was a row of simple hollow spirit wood tubes Zhao Pan had buried beneath the gravel. The tubes were crushed flat by the pressure, emitting an extremely faint, crisp, crackling sound. Immediately, a humanoid spiritual energy marker appeared on the sensing membrane at the north corner on the watchtower. As Zhao Pan vaulted over the wall and landed, Lu Yuan's tang blade was already drawn, while the light crossbow still hung from his pack. Yamamoto Ichiro had just climbed over the wall when he saw Lu Yuan standing directly ahead, his blade resting across his knee, facing the exact spot where he was climbing over. The backlighting was identical to last time. The bullet comments were in hysterics. He's waiting for you to climb the wall. Last time he waited for you to climb in before analyzing your tactics, and this time he's waiting for you to climb over again. Yamamoto Ichiro hurled every single smoke bomb he had left all at once. The gray-blue smoke engulfed the northern part of the camp. He scrambled to his feet and turned to flee, but when he looked up, he ran straight into something horizontal blocking his path. It wasn't the wall. It was Lu Yuan's scabbard held crosswise. The scabbard struck his chest. The force wasn't heavy, but it knocked him flat on his back. As the smoke cleared, Yamamoto Ichiro lay on the ground looking up and saw Lin Wanqiu crouching beside the cloth bag he had dropped. She opened one of the unexploded smoke bombs, sniffed it, then looked up and said in a very flat tone, "The formula is wrong. The concentration of ghost shadow force is less than 3%. The phosphorus powder ratio is also too low." She placed the shell back on the ground. "You've been sold counterfeit goods." The bullet comments went completely ballistic, ripped off by fake goods for the second time. "Yamamoto, where did you buy those smoke bombs? Drop the link so everyone can avoid that scam." Yamamoto Ichiro lay flat on his back, all his smoke grenades confiscated. He watched helplessly as Lin Wanqiu sorted the ammunition from the cloth bag piece by piece into the drawers of her workbench. Ghost shadow energy concentration 3%. Phosphor powder ratio is too low. Smoke dispersion radius is nearly half the stated value. She folded the cloth bag and set it aside. The sensing delay in the overlap zone of your two smoke grenades isn't a problem with the power grid system. It's because the dispersion volume of your cheap goods is insufficient. The barrage comments burst into laughter. She did a product quality inspection for him, and even issued a test report. Yamamoto Ichiro, I came to sneak attack. Lin Wanqiu, your bombs are defective. Hey, erase your quality inspection slip. Outside, Kim Sung-soo waited for a long time. Hearing no explosion from the direction of the spirit energy warehouse, he realized Yamamoto had failed. He tucked his right hand into his sleeve, preparing to flee. Hidden in his sleeve was a beast-luring incense. The one Yuan Wengyong had given him was still there. Kim Sung-soo's original plan was that if this night raid failed, he would ignite it. Once a large horde of beasts surged towards the camp's power grid, forcing the Dragon Kingdom's defenses to engage with all their might, he would slip into the storage room amidst the chaos and rescue Nolan. He clutched the incense burner in his palm, scraping open the copper lid with his thumb. The beast-luring incense ignited upon contact with the air. A wisp of extremely faint grayish-white smoke crept along the ground, slowly spreading towards the camp's outer perimeter. Zhao Pan on the watchtower was the first to spot the patch of grayish-white smoke. His voice over the intercom was half a tone lower than usual. North side near the shrubs, grayish-white smoke spreading slowly. It's not Yamamoto's smoke grenades, those are grayish-blue. I've only seen this color of smoke from one thing. A relative from my mining town married someone from southern Yu. Her grandfather's generation still used this stuff. The scent is faint, but its range is immense. One burner can attract all the ferocious beasts within several kilometers. He leaned his coal shovel against the furnace edge. These bastards are really pulling out all the stops. The Dragon Kingdom audience in the barrage instantly became alert. What's that drifting over? That's not the color of a smoke grenade. The smoke is grayish-white coming from the shrubs in the north. Beast-luring incense. Yuan Wengyong from southern Yu gave it to him. They confiscated a sample burner last time. Its potency is extremely vicious, attracting all first and second-tier beasts from the surrounding area within a few hours. The audience outside the forbidden ground fell silent. Someone squeezed out a comment. He wants a massive horde to surge towards the camp, drain the grid's stored energy, overload the spirit energy warehouse, and use the chaos to rescue Nolan. But he doesn't know Lin Wanqiu just topped up the spirit crystal reserves last night. At the edge of the camp's sensing film, large patches of moving light spots began to appear, spreading from the east side inwards with red spots interspersed among the yellow ones. Zhao Pan issued a brief command from the watchtower. North wall, activate the second layer of gravel buffer. Switch emergency power to the main storage pool. Grid maintains full load. Everyone return to your defensive positions. In the boiler room, Ma Guoyang adjusted the storage pressure above the wartime red line and casually added half a small shovel of coal to the furnace. Power's sufficient. Still a barrel and a half of spirit crystals left. The barge's mood was ignited by the phrase, still a barrel and a half of spirit crystals left. It's not that the crystals are insufficient, it's that there's still a barrel and a half left. Last beast tide they burned through 80% of the stockpile and had to scrimp and save. This time after the mining run, the stockpile has multiplied several times over. The grid can output at full power nonstop tonight. Inside the forbidden ground, Kim Sung-soo, completely unaware of the grid's ample redundancy, crouched behind the shrubs, patiently waiting for the first arc of the grid to dim under extreme load. He waited for quite a while, but the brightness of the outer perimeter arcs didn't diminish by a single point. A barrage comment sneered, he's waiting for the grid to dim. He'll never see it. The goods you brought aren't even enough to be a snack for the spirit crystal's power consumption. Kim Sung-soo couldn't hear the barrage, but he possessed Hawkeye perception. Through the vast distance, he clearly saw all defensive lines of the camp, maintaining full power simultaneously, the sensing film on the watchtower refreshing every minute, and all firing ports auto-charging. This was absolutely not a camp on the verge of a blackout. He swallowed hard, snuffed out the remaining embers of the beast-luring incense, and bolted. A barrage comment shot to the top of the hot list. The beast-luring incense was burned for nothing. The grid is as solid as an iron bucket. Kim Sung-soo gets another lesson from the Dragon Kingdom. If you want to defeat the infrastructure maniac through attrition, you picked the wrong fuel. Another comment quickly followed, historically known as delivering a package from 1,000 miles away. Inside the forbidden ground, a massive beast horde soon arrived. The grid's continuous output turned the vanguard of dozens of reed wolves into charred remains wave after wave. Automatic spirit energy bolts from 3 firing ports on the eastern section shot down flying anomalies attempting to dive. Zhao Pan held firm at the northern section of the wall, while Lu Yuan occupied the high ground, continuously drawing his light crossbow to pick off lone wolves that slipped around the grid's flanks from a distance. Standing directly below the watchtower on the southern section of the wall, Lu Yuan slashed his blade into the vital neck area of an iron-scaled lizard that had crossed the grid to fill a gap. The barrage in the Dragon Kingdom livestream hit its scrolling speed limit. 2 beast attacks in one night, both repelled with 0 casualties, and the spirit crystal storage still has over half a barrel left. Dawn began to break. Among the charred remains and scorch marks on the outskirts lay Yamamoto Ichiro's remaining unexploded smoke grenades. They were individually identified and located by the spirit energy sensing array Lin Wanqiu had hand-painted on the wall the previous night. No one went back to the shrubs to look for Kim Sung-soo. Yamamoto Ichiro was tied by Zhao Pan with binding rope to a wooden stake next to the spirit energy warehouse, the exact same spot where Nolan had been tied last time. Lin Wanqiu glanced at him as she passed by. Your smoke grenade formula actually has the right idea. Using ghost shadow energy as a dispersion medium is more stable than phosphor powder. But the purity of the raw materials you bought is too low. If you raise the ghost shadow energy concentration to above 6% and swap the phosphor powder for fine spirit crystal dust, the dispersion radius would at least double. Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes widened. You're teaching me how to improve my smoke grenades. Not teaching, just informing you that you've been swindled by shady dealers twice. Time to find a new supplier. The barrage burst into laughter again. She gets ambushed and then gives the attacker technical consultation. This is the ultimate engineer's ethos. She can't stand a flawed design. No matter whose side you're on, if your design has a flaw, she must point it out. An inconspicuous barrage comment drifted by. Kim Sung-soo thought this raid was about rescuing Nolan. But when he burned the beast-luring incense, he never considered that Nolan was also locked in that storage room. If the grid really was depleted by the beast tide, and the wall fell the first to be torn apart by the beasts, wouldn't be any Dragon Kingdom citizen. It would be his own teammate. The live stream fell silent. Someone added, and then he made another perfect getaway. Another comment as if writing it into the Dragon Kingdom's history books, historically known as delivering a package from 1,000 miles away. Kim Sung-soo, having failed twice with the incense to even get close to the spirit energy warehouse, had only successfully delivered 2 things on this trip: a burner's worth of wasted incense, and all the counterfeit smoke grenades from Yamamoto's pockets. Although the grayish-white smoke of the beast-attracting incense was extinguished by Jin Xingzhu, its effects had already permeated the sense of smell of all ferocious beasts within several kilometers. The second wave of beasts arrived 2 hours later. Their numbers were more than triple that of the first wave, mixed with first-grade red-eyed wolves, second-grade iron-scaled lizards, and a small number of flying ferocious beasts, with wings approaching 3 meters. Chu Yao stood in front of the Long Nation commentary platform for over 10 hours, without closing her eyes, her voice hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against a microphone. She instructed the director to simultaneously display split-screen images of Yinghua Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Beautiful Nation for comparison, a suggestion that instantly tilted global public opinion in favor of Long Nation. The 5 screens lit up together. Yamamoto Ichiro was hiding in a patch of withered shrubs after being confiscated of all smoke bombs, biting into a compressed biscuit. Jin Shangzhu extinguished the incense burner and squatted outside the camp gate, gasping for breath. Yuan Wenyong was attacked on the Blood Moon, plain his reinforced skin cracked by the iron-scaled lizard as he used torn cloth strips to wrap a tourniquet around his arm. In contrast, the Long Nation livestream was stable, with its electric grid output crystal energy storage full and the boiler's steam rising steadily. The global barrage was completely overwhelmed by this set of 5 comparison images. The Long Nation barrage only sent one repeated message: "We are eating hot pot." Forbidden Land. Ma Guoyong indeed set up a hot pot. He bent a piece of discarded thin iron plate from the coal stove into a temporary pot stand. He rummaged through the supply pack to find 3 self-heating food-based packets, mixed them together with some water. He tossed in chopped compressed vegetables and a few vacuum-packed vegetable meat pieces. The boiler's steam pipe was cut halfway with a residual heat hose passing through the pot's bottom to maintain a constant temperature. Zhao Pan peeked over the wall. A hot pot on a coal stove. Even the coal mine cafeteria doesn't save like this. The coal mine cafeteria uses proper iron pots. Ma Guoyong stirred the soup base with chopsticks. Mine is bent from thin iron plates. It saves material. The taste is the same. Zhao Pan did not speak again, but when he came down from the wall, he had an additional compressed kelp knot from the supply pack in his hand, adding a side dish to the hot pot. The barrage went wild with laughter. Uncle Zhao contributed kelp knots. Where did he find that? Wasn't there just compressed biscuits and emergency bandages in the supply pack? There's a mysterious pocket hanging next to the engineer's shovel all year round. Today's reveal shows it's filled with kelp knots. Lin Wanqiu was monitoring the electric grid load frequency next to the spiritual energy warehouse, while Lu Yuan placed the prepared dipping sauce plate beside her. "You eat first." She was taken aback. "What about you?" "I'm on duty." She didn't refuse, picked up the dipping sauce plate, dipped a piece of vegetable meat into it, and stuffed it into her mouth, while the iron pipe remained across her lap, ready to adjust the frequency at any moment. The barrage instantly fell into chaos, the most hardcore hot pot session on the internet, with a crystal calibrator beside the dipping sauce plate. It's not the kind of ill-peel shrimp for you from CEO novels, it's him on duty you eat first. Another comment was precise. This is industrial-level romance, all rituals simplified, just hoping you have something hot to eat while working overtime. The vanguard of the beast tide collided with the outer electric grid arcs of electricity, flickering continuously in the night. The spiritual energy arrows in the eastern shooting holes automatically charged, emitting a brief humming sound after each shot. Yuan in the lookout tower accurately shot down a lone wolf sneaking in through the gaps in the electric grid with a light crossbow. Huaxia was still locked on the other side of the time-space passage, yet the only companion tonight with the hot pot was Zhao Pan, who was also on duty beside the engineer's shovel on the wall. He reported back via the intercom the newly added diagonal support in the southern section of the wall completely withstood the 2 charges from the iron-scaled lizard. Long Nation commentary platform. Chu Yao froze the 5 comparison images at the moment when Long Nation's hot pot appeared alongside Yuan Nation's compressed biscuits. With a voice almost hoarse to the point of silence, she said the Long Nation contestants had hot pot tonight warm food. The other 3 nations had compressed biscuits tourniquets and less than half a bottle of water tonight. I don't want to overinterpret, but the difference in this meal is not just about what they are eating. The barrage fell silent for a moment before flooding the screen. Chu Yao is destined for greatness tonight. Her voice has gone from struggling to hold back tears in the first chapter to the calmness left in her hoarse voice now. This is the warmth that national commentary should have. This time the director's suggestion was made by her when the beast tide was at its fiercest. She said to let the data speak for itself. As a result, global public opinion understood comparison is the best language. Forbidden Land. The offensive of the beast tide on the outskirts gradually weakened under the full power output of the electric grid. The crystal energy storage dropped from nearly full to less than 30%, yet it never triggered the low. Ma Guoyang replaced the hot pot on the coal stove with a high-concentration energy soup for replenishing stamina, handing it to Yuan, who was on rotation, and Zhao Pan, who was on duty on the wall for the second half of the night. Someone in the barrage had clipped the hot pot segment into the highest clicked part of that night's live stream, with only one line of text: the first dipping pot sauce in the National Forbidden Land. The soul of the dipping sauce is the female lead beside the crystal calibrator. What defeated the enemy was not emotion, but infrastructure. The last wave of remaining beasts before dawn dispersed completely. The low humming of the electric grid gradually ceased, and only a few yellow dots remained on the lookout towers, sensing film retreating. The livestream room began to flood with that line again: "We are eating hot pot. What about you?" Lin Wanqiu stood up from beside the spiritual energy warehouse to stretch her stiff shoulders. She noticed that Yuan had taken away the dipping sauce plate and replaced it with a cup of hot water beside her, saying nothing. She drank most of the water. With a small sip of water left at the bottom of the cup, she habitually thought to pour it back into the water bottle, an instinct from the 80s not to waste anything. After hesitating for a moment, she did not pour it back. Gently placing the cup on the workbench, she continued to calibrate the last segment of coordinates for the stone map and the ruined side corridor route. The barrage captured that moment of hesitation. She just wanted to pour the remaining water back. She held back. This is the instinct of the 80s, seeing leftover water, she subconsciously wanted to recycle it. She is slowly adapting. From steamed buns, to braised pork, to hot pot, to not pouring leftover water back. This process is more touching than any sweet romance. At this moment, the crystal energy storage in the entire camp was about 30% full. After the electric grid stopped operating, the spiritual energy warehouse entered offline self-check mode, while Zhao Pan inspected every seam in the southern section of the wall with tools. Ma Guoyang confirmed that there was sufficient coal remaining while clearing the ash from the furnace. Chu Yao held a half cup of lukewarm coffee at the commentary platform to hand over to her colleagues on the daytime shift. The last sentence of the earphone handover was: "The comparative data package for tonight has been synchronized and archived by the director. If they encounter another beast tide in the next round, directly adjust to that 5-way comparison template." The sky had not yet brightened. A faint gray-blue halo appeared on the eastern horizon towards the direction of the Blood Moon Plain. After the beast tide completely reseeded, the system issued a regional announcement: preliminary warning for the final trial, the ultimate beast tide will descend in 7 days. This beast tide will cover the entire novice zone. All contestant camps will be attacked simultaneously. Tide scale: at least one Tier 3 Monarch-level beast accompanied by numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 minions. Special note: the contestant with the best performance during the final beast tide will receive bonus points and an extra chance to draw resources from the Forbidden Zone. The bullet comments erupted instantly. A Tier 3 Monarch level. The Crimson-Eyed Wolf is at the bottom of Tier 1. The Iron-Scale Lizard is upper mid Tier 2. What does a Tier 3 Monarch mean? It's an entire magnitude higher than Tier 2. And this time camps across all regions are under attack simultaneously. It's not like the wave Kim Sung-soo lured earlier that only targeted the Dragon Nation. This means global streams will display everyone's defense on the same screen for comparison. Whoever has the stronger defense system attracts global attention, and whoever can't hold up becomes a global laughingstock. The Forbidden Zone. Lin Wanqiu replayed the system announcement in her mind 3 times. Zhao Pan descended from the wall and planted his entrenching shovel into the ground. The final beast tied. A Tier 3 monarch. Sounds more troublesome than all the previous beasts combined. It is troublesome, Lin Wanqiu said, crouching down. She sketched a quick diagram in the sandy soil with an iron pipe. But once we expand the electric grid to 800 meters, the defense depth will be enough to absorb the impact of a monarch-level charge. The heavy machine gun holds the front line, and we start assembling the Gatling gun tonight. She paused mid-sketch, looked up at Zhao Pan. Uncle Zhao, do you still have those kelp knots? Zhao Pan was taken aback for a moment, then pulled a small handful of compressed kelp knots from a pocket by his shovel and handed them to her. Lin Wanqiu took them and placed them in the side pocket of her supply pack. We'll have a special meal for everyone on the night of the beast tide. The bullet comments instantly welled up with emotion. In the midst of counting ammunition, drawing grid expansion plans, and calculating crystal reserves, she remembered to save a kelp knot for each person. This is the Dragon Nation's chief engineer. The last item on her list is always a meal for her teammates. Lin Wanqiu mentally reviewed the system announcement 3 times and began drafting her defense checklist. This is the Dragon Nation's chief engineer. The last item on her list is always a meal for her teammates. Lin Wanqiu mentally reviewed the system announcement 3 times and began drafting her defense checklist. The grid's current coverage was 600 meters, far from sufficient against a Tier 3 monarch. It needed to be expanded to at least 800 meters. Crystal reserves are sufficient for now. The grid can be expanded to 800 meters within 3 days. Uncle Zhao is already setting support stakes. Firing ports need to be added from the south section to the east and north, 6 new ports in total. Engineering students in the bullet comments started calculating. Expanding the grid in 3 days, adding 6 ports, each with its own independent energy reserve. That's a significant crystal drain. But Mike is preparing too. His biochemical corrosive just dissolved the granite seal at the ruins entrance. He's probably planning to grab the main pool liquid from the spirit liquid pool for a full-scale upgrade before the beast tide. The Forbidden Zone. Mike was indeed preparing, but not to defend against the beast tide. He planned to eliminate Yuan before it arrived. He crouched on the red weathered rock layer at the ruins entrance. 4 prepared gene enhancement syringes spread before him. 2 contained brand new formulas. One was for boosting muscular explosive power. The other was a temporary anti-spiritual sense agent, specifically frequency matched to suppress the spectrum of Lin Wanqiu's thermal imaging film. He licked the residual medicinal fluid from his lips, opened the public channel, and transmitted a single message in a low, languid voice. Before the final beast tide, I will erase the Dragon Nation from the map. You can screen record this. The bullet comments exploded. American streams went into a frenzy. Mike, the S-class biochemical overlord, versus Yuan, a mere mortal realm Tier 2. Let's see who the true apex predator of the Forbidden Zone is. Dragon Nation comments were more measured. He says hell erased the Dragon Nation. But he doesn't even know how much crystal energy the Dragon Camp has left. The Forbidden Zone. Ma Guoliang heard the system announcement in the boiler room, poked his head out, and shouted toward the wall. A Tier 3 monarch. What kind of scale are we talking? About the size of a full-grown elephant. Full bone plate covering on its back. Extremely high residual spiritual energy concentration. Lin Wanqiu read off the data. Ma Guoliang was silent for a moment, then shoveled another scoop of coal into the furnace. An elephant, huh? Got it. A bullet comment filled in his unspoken thoughts. Uncle Ma, elephant, huh? Coal's enough. Steam pressure's ample. Got it. Back to work. After reading the system announcement, Yuan showed no reaction. He retightened the twine wrapped around his knife handle, stood up, and walked toward the wall. Lin Wanqiu called out from behind. He says he'll wipe us out before the beast tide. What's your plan? Yuan hung the blade at his waist. Whole. The bullet comments flooded again. His answer is always a single bolded word. Last time it was eat, dig, come, kill. This time it's whole. Mike delivered a whole speech. Yuan replied with one word. The efficiency gap in language. The Forbidden Zone. Kim Sung-soo heard Mike's voice message on the public channel. He crouched by the half circle of broken wooden fence that marked his camp, silent for a long time. Nolan was still locked in the Dragon Camp's storage room. Yamamoto Ichiro's smoke bombs had all been confiscated, and he had vanished. Mike wanted to destroy the Dragon Nation, but Mike never mentioned Nolan. Nolan was just a disposable scout from the Kangaroo Nation, not worth the effort for a pawn. Kim Sung-soo pulled the beast-luring incense burner from his sleeve, its potency already mostly spent. He stared at it for a moment, then tucked it into his chest. No words. He stood up, brushed the limestone dust off his knees, and walked back into his dilapidated camp. A bullet comment filled in his unspoken lines. He wants to save Nolan, but he's one of the weakest contestants from the Kimchi Nation. He can't beat anyone. He's never even touched the outer wall of the Dragon Camp. But he still hasn't run. After a pause, the Dragon Nation stream comments began to scroll again. People from the Kimchi Nation are watching this live too. Kim Sungsis beast luring incense, and Nolan's get him out are connected in reverse by the same storyline. If Mike doesn't save his own pawn, the resentment of the discarded will eventually become a hidden threat. The Forbidden Zone. While expanding the grid, Zhao Pan tuned his walkie-talkie to the frequency Mike had used for his final threat. He listened for a moment, then switched back to the camp's internal channel. Zhao Pan pressed the transmit button. Uncle Ma confirmed the spacing on the new support stakes for the north section. Ma Guoliang's reply came through fragmented by the noise of steam pipes, but his tone was steady. Spacing follows the original blueprint, add a contraction joint. Don't worry, the foundation won't swell. Whose threat was that just now? The walkie-talkie was silent for a moment. Zhao Pan replied that it was the same as last time. Ma Guoliang didn't ask further. He added a small scoop of coal to the furnace and shouted through the thick sooty steam toward the wall. How far has the grid expansion reached? After getting his answer, he turned back to adjust the booster pipe valve. A bullet comment transcribed the walkie-talkie exchange, captioning it. On one side of the Dragon Nation, they're discussing pipe contraction joints, on the other they're debating the ownership of the threat. This is why on a national fate battlefield of calamity scale, what truly holds back the beast tide isn't just force. It's that half scoop of coal in the boiler room. This is why on a national fate battlefield of calamity scale, what truly holds back the beast tide isn't just force. It's that half scoop of coal in the boiler room. Mike chose to make his move during the darkest hour before dawn. He brought neither Yuan Wanqiu nor any scouts. He went alone. He followed the steam fissures of the Blood Moon Plains to the eastern edge of the Dragon Nation's camp, stopping about 400 meters from the perimeter fence. After the third-generation gene enhancement injection, his body was completely transformed. The gray-white layer of skin had sloughed away, revealing newly grown subcutaneous fibers beneath, shimmering with a dark green metallic luster. His muscle density had increased by 40%, and his reaction speed had nearly doubled. He pressed a fourth syringe into his carotid artery, a temporary antipsychic perception agent. As the drug seeped into his bloodstream, his psychic energy frequency began to hop. It wasn't suppression, but rapid switching, preventing the sensory film from locking onto a fixed frequency to pinpoint his location. Zhao Pan, on watch at the lookout tower, detected an anomaly. A flickering light spot appeared at the eastern edge of the film. Its position was unstable, its intensity fluctuating. It matched no known interference pattern. Zhao Pan pressed his communicator. Eastern anomaly. Single target, fluctuating energy. Not a beast. A man. Lu Yuan rose from the stone tablet. He secured the Tang saber at his waist, then grabbed a psychic energy enhancement chip that Lin Wanqiu had just calibrated from the workbench and slipped it into his chest pocket. Everyone stays inside the camp. Set the fence to maximum output. Do not pursue or hold the walls. Lin Wanqiu looked up at him. You're going out alone. Alone? The barrage exploded instantly. He's going to fight Mike solo. Mike just said on the public channel head, wipe out the Dragon Nation before the beast tide. Now Lu Yuan is going out alone. This isn't recklessness. He analyzed that Mike's venom harms himself in enclosed spaces, but open ground is his advantage. Going out proactively pulls the battlefield away from the walls, so Mike's biochemical splashes can't damage the defenses. Forbidden ground. Lu Yuan stepped out of the eastern camp gate. He held the bronze mirror flat in his palm, scanning continuously. On its surface, the flickering spot 400 meters east was approaching him at high speed. Mike wasn't planning to sneak. He charged with explosive force. The dark green biochemical muscle fibers beneath his skin made a wet rasping sound as he ran. The sand underfoot was locally melted into a glassy crust by his body heat. In the first exchange, as the distance closed, Mike's right fist slammed toward Lu Yuan's left ribs. Lu Yuan didn't retreat. His left forearm bone shield activated instantly. A pale golden psychic barrier met the biochemical fist heated. The shockwave from the impact swept loose stones in a circle around them. The shield didn't break. Mike was surprised. Using the impact's recoil, Lu Yuan sidestepped. His right hand swung the Tang saber in an upward arc, carving a deep gash along the outside of Mike's forearm. Biochemical venom sprayed from the wound, sizzling and hissing as it ate shallow pits into the sandy ground. The barrage went wild in a fraction of a second. A Mortal Realm Stage 2 blade can break, shrank biochemical skin. His arm guard is made of the alpha wolf's bone. Mike didn't retreat despite the wound. He licked the oozing drug from the corner of his mouth, then suddenly spat out a dense cloud of dark green venom mist. Lu Yuan held his breath and sidestepped simultaneously, drawing a light crossbow from his waist and firing 3 Wolfang bolts. One bolt pierced the edge of Mike's closing upper palate. The crystal powder inside detonated with a microenergy tremor, stunning his jaw shut and preventing him from spewing more venom. The other 2 bolts lodged into his left shoulder and right thigh. Venomous blood flowed backward from the wounds, sealing them. The medics in the barrage were stunned. A mortal realm stage 2 crossbow can pierce stage 3 equivalent armor. Yesterday his body could melt granite, and today his venom spout is disabled. Lu Yuan hung the crossbow behind his waist and pressed the advantage. With his right hand, the dark gold blade of the Tang saber struck the same spot 3 times in quick succession, the lateral side of the left knee at the suture line, where biochemical tendon met native leg muscle. That suture line was a reinforcement point Mike had designed for himself, but under repeated erosion from gene agents, it had become a stress concentration point. The third cut tore through it. Mike's left leg finally lost support, and he dropped to one knee. He punched the sandstone ground using the reaction force to spring backward, then stood on one leg to regain distance. Dark green drug mixed with oxidized blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. He stared into Lu Yuan's eyes, so different from the previous life, and recalled their first confrontation at the entrance to the ruins. Back then Lu Yuan was a novice who hadn't even stabilized his mortal realm stage 1. Now this man who had blocked all his frontal assaults held nothing but a beginner's Tang saber. The barrage showed only one word: held. It was the word head spoken at the wall. Tonight that counterstrike was fulfilled. Mike was retreating. He didn't run. Step by step, he dragged his crippled leg back behind the dark red sandstone formations, leaving corrosive obstacles of residual venom mist on the ground. He was widening the gap. Lu Yuan stood 2 meters from the eastern fence, sheathing his blade. He didn't pursue. His mission was to hold the territory. The top comment in the barrage came from the Dragon Nation's broadcast booth. Chu Yao said something shorter than any summary: "The Dragon Nation stands." Dawn was breaking. On the eastern side of the Dragon Nation's camp, wisps of corrosive mist still rose from the venom-burned sand. For hundreds of meters, biochemical bite marks and blade cuts scarred the ground. Mike had retreated wounded, while the camp's fence remained stable at full power. Lin Wanqiu ran an iron rod along the eastern wall, checking the slight burn marks where venom had splashed the fence. Shallow. Doesn't affect output. The final beast tide was 2 days away. The Dragon Nation's fence had now expanded to 800 meters, and the crystal energy storage was over half full. Mike's biochemical reserves had been depleted by at least 30% from this injury. He had to squeeze into the spiritual liquid pool deep in the ruins before the beast tide to replenish, or he couldn't withstand the stage 3 king-level threat. A comment drifted through the Dragon Nation's livestream: "He owes us 3 times. Nolan's life, Kim Sung-Soo's beast lure incense, and tonight's wall full of crystal sand. Now it's our turn to collect the first vat of spiritual liquid from the ruins." There were only 2 days left until the final beast tide. Lin Wanqiu compared the rubbing of the stone map against the internal corridor markings, sketching a complete infiltration route in her waterproof notebook. The main gate was dissolved by biochemical venom, but Mike placed all his spirit sentinels around the front entrance, thinking that was the only way in. She flipped the rubbing over. On the back of the stone slab was a set of extremely fine engraved lines previously obscured by mineral. The engravings depicted a passage that slanted from the riverbed floor into the side wall of the ruins. Not the main gate, not a back door, but an exploratory tunnel hand dug by the first people to enter the ruins over 4,000 years ago. They carved a side corridor into the granite layer, bypassing the main gate's spirit lock from beneath the riverbed. Later the river dried up and was buried under sand. Mike's corrosive agent only melted the granite at the front. He has no idea there's an unlocked passage beneath the riverbed on the side. The bullet comments began buzzing with excitement. A fourth of Sandy-year-old survey team left an open window for Dragon Country. Mike's been melting granite at the main gate for nearly a week. Dragon Country just needs one night to get around him. The Forbidden Zone. At dawn the two of them reached the bottom of the riverbed. The night wind of the Blood Moon plains swept overhead, carrying the scent of rust. The dried dark red sand layers on the riverbed walls looked like caked blood under the moonlight. Using a shard crystal oscillator, Lin Wanqiu loosened a circular crack in the riverbed wall at the marked location on the stone map. A stone slab less than a meter in diameter was pried open, revealing a narrow passage behind it just tall enough for one person to walk through while bending over. The tunnel walls were covered in hand-carved marks. These were not rushed crude cuts. They were slowly and meticulously excavated. Every chisel mark was even and smooth, with the edges polished clean. Whoever dug this passage was in no hurry. The two advanced in single file, hunched over. Lu Yuan led the way, his left hand continuously scanning with the bronze mirror, his right hand resting on his sword hilt. The tunnel was narrow, their shoulders brushing against the chiseled stone walls. Lin Wanqiu followed about half a step behind him, her breathing amplified several times over in the cramped space. She could smell the dried sweat on Lu Yuan mixed with the scent of his leather scabbard, along with the faint metallic tang of crystal powder on her own fingers. The air in the tunnel was dry and stale, free of any beastly odor. Only the desiccated breath of stone dust that had settled long ago. After several minutes, a half-open stone door appeared at the end of the tunnel, with a faint golden light seeping through the crack. After Yuan confirmed through the gap that the hall was empty, the two pushed the door open and entered. The spirit liquid pool at the center of the hall matched Nolan's description exactly. It was about 5 meters in diameter, its walls of gray-white stone with a fist-sized light core at the bottom pulsing slowly. Extremely fine golden ripples spread across the pool's surface. A row of stone storage niches was embedded in the northern wall of the hall. Some were empty, likely looted by earlier entrants to the ruins. But in the highest niche lay a rolled-up blueprint sealed in a stone tube. Lin Wanqiu carefully slid the blueprint out of its casing. She unrolled it. For a moment her breath caught. Not because she was unfamiliar with blueprints. In her lifetime she had dissected more engineering schematics than all the contestants in the Forbidden Zone had read manuals combined. It was the material of this blueprint that stunned her. A gray-white stone base, the same spirit energy medium as the stone map. The barrel structure, cooling circuit lines, and spirit energy ammunition chain were all drawn in deep black pigment using carving symbols from over 4,000 years ago. Yet every dimension mark, every spirit energy line's direction, every cooling circuit's layout, she could understand it all. Not because she had studied ancient scripts. It was because the industrial spark allowed her mind to operate on the exact same logic as the person who drew this 4 millennia ago. This isn't just a blueprint. It's an engineering conversation spanning thousands of years. She murmured, carefully rolling the blueprint back up and tucking it into her supply pack. The bullet comments fell silent. The material was nearly identical to the stone map, a gray-white stone base with deep black pigment depicting the barrel structure, cooling circuit routing, and the assembly diagram for the spirit energy ammunition chain. Dimensions were noted beside each component using carving symbols from 4,000 years ago. But she could read them because every scale ratio and spirit energy line direction could be directly parsed using the industrial spark. The heavy machine gun base needs spirit steel. The formula for flame forging steel technique fits perfectly. The barrel is about 1.2 meters long. The cooling circuit needs a high thermal conductivity material. When we get back to camp, have Uncle Ma sort out some silicon iron alloy scraps. For the ammunition, we can compress shard crystal powder into bullet heads. She finished in a low voice, carefully rolling up the blueprint and stowing it in her pack. The weapons experts in the bullet comments had already gone wild. The Forbidden Zone's first spirit energy firearm blueprint. It's landed in Dragon Country's hands. Mike is still melting the main gate granite. He hasn't even set foot in the hall. Yuan found the drainage groove by the pool exactly as Nolan had described and filled 2 freshwater bottles with the pale golden spirit liquid. The liquid swirled gently within the bottles, a warm and pure pulse of spirit energy, felt even through the glass. The two retreated through the side corridor, resealed the entry slab, and covered it back with sand. The entire operation took less than half an hour. The Blood Moon Plains moonlight bathed the riverbed wall, revealing no trace of disturbance. The bullet comments began to flood. Mike's been gnawing on that granite at the front gate for a week. Dragon Country just walked in the back door and took the spirit liquid and the blueprint. That's what you call an information. The stone map was the key to the ruins, accidentally delivered to Dragon Country by Kim Sung-soo and Nolan. They never realized their greatest contribution as scouts wasn't the ambush. It was handing Yuan the ruins' coordinates. Delivering a gift from 1,000 miles away, express shipping the ruins' key. The Forbidden Zone. Daylight was just breaking when they returned to camp. The spirit energy patterns on the walls glowed steadily in the morning light. Zhao Pan was already inspecting the new seams on the southern section. Lin Wanqiu spread the spirit energy heavy machine gun blueprint across the workbench and began breaking down the manufacturing process. She still had the half piece of milk candy Yuan had stuffed back in her hand, held in her mouth for so long that its edge had been worn into a thin crescent by her front teeth. The final beast tide would arrive in 2 days. And Dragon Country now had 2 bottles of spirit liquid, a machine gun blueprint, shard crystal reserves at half capacity, and an expanded spirit energy fence spanning 800 meters. The difficulty of crafting a spiritual energy heavy machine gun was at least an order of magnitude greater than that of a spiritual steel anchor bolt. Spiritual steel was merely a material. A heavy machine gun was a complete spiritual energy thermal weapon system. The barrel, the cooling circuit, the spiritual energy ammunition supply chain, and the auto-targeting sensory fire control array. Each subsystem alone would keep a modern military workshop busy for a considerable time. Yet all Lin Wanqiu had was a single boiler room, a steam-pressurized pipeline, half a bucket of crushed crystal, sand, a few scraps of spiritual steel, a pile of cinder iron alloy, and a pair of hands worn raw countless times by iron pipes. She spread the blueprint across the workbench and studied it for an entire morning. The barrel could be forged from the remaining spiritual steel scraps. Its strength was several times that of spiritual wood, enough to withstand the instantaneous chamber pressure as the crystal bullets left the muzzle. The cooling circuit required a material with higher thermal conductivity than spiritual steel. She calculated on the stone slab for over a dozen rounds, yet every material available in the camp fell just short. In the end, it was the high-purity ferrosilicon alloy fragments that Ma Guoliang had sifted from the boiler cinders that solved her problem. After repeated heating and cooling in the high-temperature steam pipes, the ferrosilicon alloy had formed an ultra-thin oxide film whose thermal conductivity was nearly double that of spiritual steel. Ma Guoliang crouched by the cinder pile, watching her sieve the raw materials. After a moment, he shoveled a load of coal into the furnace and spoke slowly. Ferrosilicon scraps. I sift half a bucket every day from the boiler. Whatever you need, just take it. Lin Wanqiu finished sifting the last handful and looked up at him. Uncle Ma, back when you were sifting cinders at the mine, did you ever think these fragments would turn into machine gun parts? Ma Guoliang pondered for a moment. Never did. But I've sifted cinders for 23 years. I've felt the grain size, the hardness, and the carbon content of every kind of slag there is. Whatever came out of the coal mine ended up somewhere. Some for paving roads, some for making cement, some for filling pits. This is the first time any of it became machine gun parts. He leaned his coal shovel against the furnace, watching Lin Wanqiu embed the silver-gray ferrosilicon fragments one by one into the cooling fin molds. 23 years of cinder sifting wasn't wasted. A long bullet comment drifted across the barrage. Uncle Ma says 23 years of cinder sifting wasn't wasted. Uncle Zhao spent 17 years building fortifications. They were all doing the same thing they'd done their whole lives before the system pulled them into the Forbidden Zone. Then the Forbidden Zone arrived, and they discovered that decades of experience were just enough to help an 80s female top scholar and a reincarnator hold down a camp. A material science student in the barrage was already questioning everything. The thermal conductivity of a ferrosilicon oxide film, industrial waste sifted from cinders by a coal mine team leader, is double that of spiritual steel. Uncle Ma says half a bucket a day. Before entering the Forbidden Zone, this coal mine team leader probably never imagined the byproduct of 23 years of sifting would become a cooling component for a spiritual energy heavy machine gun. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu collected the scraps, dissolved them with crushed crystal powder, and recast them into thin sheets. She cut 12 cooling fins of equal thickness and attached them one by one to the outside of the barrel. The spacing between each fin was measured with an iron pipe precise to the millimeter. Next came the fire control. This spiritual energy sensory targeting system operated on essentially the same principle as the watchtower membrane, identifying a target's position and movement through spiritual energy fluctuations, but it required miniaturizing the entire system to the size of a palm and embedding it into the spiritual energy circuit groove on the side of the gun body. She removed the sensory membrane core from her portable bronze mirror and, using an iron pipe, painstakingly etched it stroke by stroke into the spiritual energy circuits on the gun's side. That bronze mirror had hung at Lu Yuan's waist since Chapter 11. It was her very first piece of portable. Now its core component was dismantled and embedded into the machine gun's fire control system, transforming from a detection range that protected one person into an aiming apparatus that guarded the entire camp. Someone in the barrage summed it up: spiritual steel barrel, ferrosilicon cooling, bronze mirror core, miniaturized fire control. Every piece of her equipment she dismantles becomes an upgrade for Lu Yuan. The arm guard, bronze mirror, and light crossbow were personal gear. The heavy machine gun is positional defense. She takes herself apart and hands it to him, and he expands the defense perimeter to cover the whole camp. Assembly was completed that very night. The spiritual energy heavy machine gun stood on the newly expanded firing platform at the southern section of the wall. The barrel gleamed with a cold, gray metallic luster in the moonlight, and the 12 cooling fins around it faintly reflected the pale gold spiritual energy circuits etched into the wall. Its base was a rotatable spiritual steel bracket, allowing the gun to cover an arc of approximately 120 degrees between the southern and eastern sections of the wall. The ammunition consisted of crushed crystal powder compacted and wrapped in an ultra-thin spiritual energy trigger membrane. Upon impact, the membrane burst, releasing a concussive force equivalent to the full kinetic energy of a first-tier beast's heart exploding. The only drawback was the slow ammunition production rate. Lin Wanqiu could only press 8 rounds per hour. She pressed from dusk until dawn, stacking up a sufficient base of ammunition. The blood blisters worn into her fingers by the iron pipe had mixed with the crystal powder, forming a thin scab. She sat down at the workbench, massaging her stiff knuckles. She had pressed countless rounds through the night. The blood marks from the iron pipe had fused with the crystal powder, forming a gray-green scab over her knuckles. She stared at her hands in silence for a while. These hands had once held pipettes and slide rules in the National Defense University laboratory in 1983. Now they held iron pipes and crystal ammunition molds. Lu Yuan walked over, set a cup of hot water beside her, and then pulled the last white rabbit candy from his pocket. She froze for a moment. Her own candy stash was nearly depleted. She recognized this one. It was the ration she had slipped into Lu Yuan's pocket that morning and he had quietly returned. She unwrapped the candy, broke it in half, and handed one half back to him. Neither of them spoke. The top-rated bullet comment simply read, "No dialogue." More precise than any line she could have said. The next morning after dawn, Chu Yao switched the test firing footage of the spiritual energy heavy machine gun to the main channel. A single shot pierced the old iron-scaled lizard target, and the cooling fins around the bullet hole vented fine white threads of steam. In the global ratings pie chart, the Dragon Nation's share jumped from 24% to 39%. Meanwhile, Kim Seong-soo crouched behind a broken wooden fence gnawing on compressed biscuits. Yamamoto Ichiro's smoke grenade remnants had been collected by Zhao Pan and stacked in a corner of the wall. Amak's left leg was still unhealed as he labored at the ruins' main gate using his last vial of reagent to dissolve the granite inner door. A bullet comment drifted across the top of the Dragon Nation's livestream. The USA uses venom to blast granite. The Dragon Nation uses industrial fire to build a machine gun position. The difference isn't S versus SS. It's a nation's destiny cooling system switching to active heat dissipation. 24 hours before the final beast tied, the system issued a mandatory zone-wide announcement. The current camp data and resource reserves of all contestants were simultaneously published on the Forbidden Grounds public panel. Dragon Nation Crystal Shard Energy Reserve above 60, power grid coverage 800 meters, 1 spiritual energy heavy machine gun, with full ammunition, permanent population exceeding 10-2 vials of spiritual liquid in reserve. Beautiful Nation biochemical reagent reserves below 40, the inner gate of the relic's granite door not fully opened, permanent population only 2, one of whom is injured. Sakura Nation supplies exhausted, only basic survival kits remain. Kimchi Nation camp half abandoned, supplies fully confiscated by Dragon Nation contestants still fleeing. Kangaroo Nation Nolan is locked in the Dragon Nation storage room with no deployable resources left for their own contestants. After the data was published, the global chat was silent for a few seconds, then utterly exploded. Dragon Nation has over 60 energy storage, enough for a full day of maximum output. Beautiful Nation is almost out of reagents. 1 heavy machine gun with ample ammunition. From coal boiler to crystal shard mining to spiritual energy heavy machine gun manufacturing, a fully self-sufficient internal cycle. Chu Yao projected the 6 Nation data comparison table onto the main screen sidebar, saying nothing. But everyone could read the meaning in her eyes. This wasn't just leading, it was a dimensional annihilation. A single chat message drifted by quietly: "See you at the beast tide tomorrow." The final beast tide arrived precisely at dawn on the 7th day. The first wave of vanguards surged forth from the direction of the Blood Moon Plains. Hundreds of first-order reed wolves, nearly 100 second-order iron-scale lizards, and 4 second-order flying beasts with wingspans exceeding 3 meters simultaneously charged the Dragon Nation's camp from both ground and air. The system simultaneously pushed real-time global ranking updates, quantitatively scoring each contestant camp's defensive performance. The Dragon Nation's power grid erupted at full power the moment contact was made. A continuous, brilliant white arc of electric light formed a curtain along the eastern perimeter. The first wave of charging reed wolves was reduced to charcoal piling up on the scorch marks outside the grid. The second wave followed immediately. The iron-scale lizard group charged hidden in a wedge formation, led by a giant iron-scale lizard nearly half again the size of its kin. Its scales only bore a few shallow scorch marks from the grid's electric arcs. Lin Wanqiu locked onto its thermal signature from the watchtower's sensing membrane and relayed the first correction parameter to the firing platform. The spiritual energy heavy machine gun roared. The first round left the barrel, the crystal shard warhead detonating upon hitting the third segment's gap in the giant lizard's neck, blasting open a breach in its scales. The second round followed into the same breach, the warhead penetrating scales and lodging deep within the spine. The giant lizard crashed to the ground. The chat went into a frenzy. 1 heavy machine gun round breaks through a giant iron-scale lizard's defense. The second follows into the same bullet hole. Mike is still melting granite at the relic entrance, while Dragon Nation has single-handedly taken down the top non-royal threat. Forbidden Ground. Lu Yuan stood on the wall, his Tang saber still sheathed. He was waiting. The royal-class beast hadn't emerged yet. The 4 flying beasts in the air attempted to bypass the grid and dive from above, but were intercepted by the eastern firing ports and Lu Yuan's light crossbow from the watchtower. Each of Lu Yuan's bolts precisely severed the wing root joints of the flying beasts. Zhao Pan had stood guard beside the support pillars on the northern wall all night. The iron-scale lizard's wedge formation slammed into the defenses twice consecutively, but the angled support pillars remained steadfast. He reported briefly over the radio support structure intact. Ma Guoyang kept the steam pressure in the boiler room pinned above the full-load red line. He shoveled a scoop of coal into the furnace, muttering to himself, "Enough." The third wave hit the grid at noon. The remaining iron-scale lizards and scattered reed wolves merged into a skirmish line attempting to drain the defense system's energy reserves. After several hours of continuous output, the eastern grid's brightness dimmed slightly, with crystal shard energy dropping from 60 to around 20, but still without triggering the low-voltage alarm. Lin Wanqiu ordered non-critical lighting circuits in the southern sector to be disconnected, prioritizing every last crystal shard particle for the grid and the heavy machine gun. At dusk, the shadow that came with the fourth and final wave shattered all hopes. A third-order royal-class beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon, slowly approached from the Blood Moon Plains. Its size was comparable to a full-grown elephant, its back covered in layers of dark pitch-black bone plates, each plate's edge embedded with compressed high-concentration spiritual energy residue. Each step caused a slight tremor in the ground. Zhao Pan crouched at the camp's perimeter, feeling the rhythm of the tremors, and muttered softly, "The 3 spiritual veins underground are all bent by its footsteps." Chu Yao brought up the global comparison view again on the commentary desk. The Beautiful Nation's camp was locked in combat with a group of iron-scale lizards, while Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation had already lost all active defenses. Only in the Dragon Nation's main feed was the Earth Dragon steadily approaching. Lin Wanqiu lifted the last waterproof tarp beside the firing platform, revealing a fully charged twin-barreled spiritual energy Gatling gun. Not a heavy machine gun, but a fully automatic heavy weapon she had crafted before the beast tied, using every last crystal shard reserve, spiritual steel anchor rod techniques, and steam circuit boost modifications. Lin Wanqiu had already set the ammunition load to maximum before opening fire. Yuan took control of the Gatling gun. Dark gold spiritual energy flowed through the grips into the chambers, and the barrels began to spin. The chat was ignited by the arc of light from the spinning barrels. Chu Yao only said 2 things. The first, the Dragon Nation's main weapon has opened fire. The second, the Royal-class beast is being covered by a barrage of physical one. Both barrels spat blue fire. Crystal shard ammunition swept across the Earth Dragon's bone plates at a rate of several hundred rounds per minute. The first volley of bullets blasted a web of dense cracks into the outermost bone plates. The second volley followed, penetrating the inner soft tissue through the cracks. The Earth Dragon reared its head and let out a roar that shook the earth. It had never been suppressed by sheer firepower before. Fragments of shattered bone plates and stripped dark spiritual energy residue scattered across the battlefield. Yuan held the trigger down without letting go. The dark gold blade, intent fused with all the spiritual energy of his mortal realm's second stage, was channeled through the spinning chambers for continuous output. The Earth Dragon finally crashed to the ground just a few meters from the grid. Shattered bone plates lay strewn about, and the dim light in its beastly pupils was extinguished completely. The system's global announcement blared. Dragon Nation contestant Yuan has slain the third-order royal-class iron-armored Earth Dragon, named the best performer of this final beast tide. Reward: National Fortune 3000. Territory Core Upgrade. Time-Space Summoning Token Fragment 3. Current total 610. Notice the camp meets all upgrade conditions. Upgrade to LV2 Agrarian Fortress immediately. The chat exploded after a few seconds of silence. LV2. From obtaining the village founding order in Chapter 6 to this. From wasteland to camp, from power grid to heavy machine gun, from crystal shard depletion to killing a royal-class beast with a twin-barreled Gatling gun. Forbidden Ground. Yuan released the trigger, and the Gatling gun's twin barrels slowly ground to a halt in their inertial spin. He placed his hand on the stone steel. Zhao Pan put away his entrenching tool on the southern wall and stood up straight. Ma Guoyang walked out from beside the furnace, his hands still covered in cold dust. Lin Wanqiu set down the iron pipe on the workbench and walked over to the stone steel. Yuan said, "Upgrade." A golden pillar of light, far more massive than the one at LV1, shot up from the stone steel. It pierced the gloomy sky of the Forbidden Ground and exploded into a visible halo across the entire Blood Moon Plains. The halo spread to the horizon, and golden motes drifted down gently. All spiritual energy runes within the camp brightened simultaneously. The spiritual wood walls began to transform in a pale golden glow. The wood fibers permeated with spiritual energy and taking on a reinforced sheen, close to the cold gray of spiritual steel. The watchtower's height automatically increased for a better vantage point. The spiritual energy warehouse's capacity expanded in tandem. The number of firing ports automatically increased from 3 to 6. The 2 characters on the steel transformed into a new 4-character seal script: Xian, Hua, Gengzhan, passing the torch, farming, and war. Global announcement: Dragon Nation contestant Yuan is the first to upgrade to an LV2 Camp Agrarian Fortress. Reward: spiritual energy concentration across the entire Dragon Nation increased by 50. All citizens' physique permanently increased by 5 points. Bonus reward: time-space summoning token fragment 4. Current total 1010. Summoning token fragments complete. Activate the second time-space summon now. The chat blasted through the entire Dragon Nation livestream room. The LV2 icon is Xin Hua Gung Zhan. Gung farming represents the farmland, and Forging Zhan War represents the heavy machine gun and Gatling gun defense system. All 10 fragments are collected. The second summon is finally about to happen. Lu Yuan said activate. The Crimson Time-Space summoning token condensed in the void for the second time. A rift in time and space tore open in the center of the camp. The sound of hooves echoed densely from within the rift, and a pitch-black warhorse burst out. On its back slumped a woman clad in tattered Han Dynasty iron armor, its plates embedded with fragments of arrows. Her right hand clutched a notched ring pommel saber, her left arm wrapped tightly around the horse's neck. The system announcement rang out simultaneously. Successful summon Han Dynasty Imperial Guard Commandant Huaxia Legacy. Status starving and exhausted near death. Talent not yet awakened. She pushed herself up from the ground inch by inch, looked down at her battered armor, then raised her head to survey the unfamiliar camp on the grayish-white wasteland. Her first words hoarse, but each syllable clearly enunciated were, "Where are my soldiers?" The entire chat fell silent. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand from the stone steel. His tang saber rested at his side, his gaze fixed on the distant blood moon plains. Tonight the pale golden spiritual energy runes on the LV2 camp's walls were steadier than ever. The camp housed over 10 people, an engineer, a coal mine captain, a physics prodigy, a scout, a Han Dynasty Imperial Guard. There were countless crystal shards and 2 thermal weapons. Tomorrow there would be fields to till, workshops to build, and blades to sharpen. On the morning after the LV2 camp upgrade, Huaxinjian's ring pommel saber lay by the boiler room's high-temperature steam pipes, where Ma Guoliang had placed it to dry the blood from its blade. She sat atop the perimeter wall, methodically wetting the notched blade against a sharpening stone. Lin Wanqiu handed her a self-heating box of braised pork rice. She took it and glanced at it, wearing the exact same look of bewilderment Lin Wanqiu had when she first encountered braised pork. Military rations. Better than rations. Try it. Huaxinyin used the tip of her saber to pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She chewed twice, saying nothing, but her pace of eating quickened. The bullet comments erupted in laughter. The late Han Tiger Guard Commandant's reaction to braised pork is identical to an 80s female top student. First confusion, then silent acceleration. The essence of humanity conquered by braised pork. The Forbidden Zone. After the camp upgrade, the entire territory underwent a systematic transformation. The perimeter wall automatically shifted from spiritual wood to spiritually reinforced timber, the fibers permeated with spiritual energy to cast a cold gray sheen akin to spirit steel. The watchtower rose to 15 meters, its sensory membranes range automatically expanding to 1,000 meters. The spiritual energy warehouse capacity multiplied several-fold, enough to sustain both the full-power electric grid and continuous heavy machine gun ammunition. The firing ports automatically increased from 3 to 6. 2 new constructible blueprints appeared on the stone's steely spirit field reclamation and spiritual forging workshop. Lin Wanqiu discussed the spirit field blueprint with Ma Guoliang at length. The spirit field can grow fast-growing fodder grass. The black horse won't have to eat coal cinder and wheat straw anymore. We can also plant basic spiritual herbs. Once mature, they can be refined into a spiritual energy supplement more stable than crushed crystal powder. Ma Guoliang flipped the blueprint over and examined it. Where do we open the field? East side of the camp. The terrain is flattest there. Zhao Pan tested it yesterday. No fractured spirit veins underneath. Irrigation water will be recycled from the grid's condensation pipes. Ma Guoliang nodded. Farming in a coal mine. Same kind of thing. The bullet comments burst into laughter again. He always says same kind of thing. Farming in a coal mine is the same, being a Tunshan commandant is the same, burning coal for steam is the same. Uncle Ma's dictionary has no word for changing professions, because he's done everything. The Forbidden Zone. After Huaxinyin finished that box of braised pork, the system notified her that her weakness debuff had been fully lifted. But her talent remained unawakened. The system interface displayed the awakening condition trigger battle intent resonance by pushing her body to its absolute limit in real combat. Lu Yuan set his folding bow aside and walked barehanded to the open ground in the middle of the camp. He'll spar with you. Huaxinyin glanced at him. You're not using your bow. Don't need it for hand training. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of forearms covered in old scars. The hands of a scout. Huaxinyin gripped the saber in reverse, the blade still notched. Come. The two clashed for over a dozen exchanges on the gravel ground. No spiritual energy attached. Pure physical combat. Huaxinyin was slower than Lu Yuan, but every block and counter she made landed precisely at the instant of Lu Yuan's strike, not caught by the eye, but by muscle memory. A person who survived long enough on the late Han battlefields had long compressed their reactions to the limit. At one exchange, Lu Yuan's fist struck her left shoulder, the arrow wound that hadn't fully healed. Huaxinyin didn't retreat. She spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, switched the saber from her right hand to her left, and slashed the notched blade in a reverse arc toward Lu Yuan's belt. Lu Yuan stepped back half a pace to dodge a shallow scratch left on his belt by the blade's tip. Hua Qingyin raised her head. Her eyes had changed. Not anger. The light of memories that had slept too long finally called awake. A system notification blasted through the air. Hua Qingyin weakness debuff fully removed. Battle intent resonance detected. Hua Qingyin awakens S-rank era-exclusive talent Tiger Guard battle intent. The longer combat persists, the higher the combat power stacks, up to 5 times the limit. The more severe the injury, the greater the power. The bullet comments exploded. S-rank. Another SS. Stronger the more wounded. Isn't that exactly the true portrayal of a Tiger Guard commandant on the Late Han battlefield? The only limit is that it resets when combat ends. That's not a limitation. That's a vow to never stop fighting. Hua Qingyin looked down at the saber in her hands. Every notch on the blade was now filled with dark gold battle intent. She sheathed the saber, walked before Lu Yuan, and dropped to one knee. I owe you a life. Tell me where the enemy is. Lu Yuan helped her to her feet. We'll talk tomorrow. Today, finish sharpening your blade. A bullet comment drifted across the screen. He says tomorrow. Not a rejection, but telling her to eat her fill, sharpen her sword, and heal her wounds first. That's Lu Yuan. No wasted words, but every syllable carries just enough weight. The Forbidden Zone. Nightfall. The camp blazed with lights, spiritual patterns laid steadily along the top of every wall section. The boiler room's chimney exhaled pale gray steam. The black horse chewed lazily on the freshly planted, fast-growing fodder. Hua Qingyin sharpened her blade. Zhao Pan inspected the newly extended wall section, and Lu Yuan stood watch at the watchtower. Ma Guoliang shoveled coal into the furnace. He then crouched by the wall to check the seams of the foundation's spiritual conduits. The foundation is solid. Lin Wanqiu archived and saved all defense parameters from the final beast tide battle at her workbench. She then sat down, pulled out the last white rabbit creamy candy from her supply pack. Last time she said it was the last one. This time it truly was. She unwrapped it, split it in two, and handed half to Lu Yuan. He took it and put it in his mouth. Neither of them spoke. The top-voted bullet comment slowly drifted past. The candy's gone. The camp is still here. Every morning before work you know exactly who's by your side. Beyond the camp, Mike crouched at the entrance of the ruin's granite side gate, his limp leg dragging as he pushed the last of his biochemical fluid into his arm. In the end, he hadn't managed to dissolve the inner door before the beast tide, and the Dragon Nation had already risen to level 2. Yamamoto Ichiro huddled in a withered bush, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. Kim Sung-soo and Nolan each remained in the Dragon Nation camp's storage room, but now they had an extra blanket and a pot of hot water. Zhao Pan offered no extra explanation. The final bullet comment in the Dragon Nation livestream dragged across the screen like a slow drifting cursor. Not a seal. Not an ancient deity. It's a man who walked from wasteland to an agricultural fortress. Behind him follow an engineer, a coal mine foreman, a physics prodigy, a scout, a fire tribute heir, and a tiger guard from the late Han. Tomorrow the forging workshop begins. Good night. On the third day after the LV2 camp upgrade, Hua Qingyin found her place. Not on the front lines. Though her combat prowess was second only to Lu Yuan's, that role was naturally hers for the taking, but in the daily grind. It was in the mundane tasks. She helped Zhao Pan sharpen wooden stakes with her ring pommel sword. The Han-era military used crude timber and hemp rope for palisades, as Zhao Pan's modern fortifications used spirit energy, wood, and stress relief cushions. The materials differed, but the principle was the same. Hua Qingyian's blade had taken lives on the battlefield, here it shaved wood. One swing, one stake, the cut clean and smooth, faster than Zhao Pan's handsaw. Zhao Pan crouched nearby, watching for a moment. How long have you practiced this blade work? From my first time in the saddle to now. The barrage comments erupted in laughter. A handy nasty Imperial Guard captain is shaving steaks for a modern engineer. Her sword last tasted iron scale lizard blood, and now it's tasting spirit wood resin. Uncle Zhao asks how long she's practiced, and she says from her first ride to now. Her whole life dedicated to the blade, and now she's using it for carpentry. This isn't a downgrade, it's precision cross-disciplinary application. Inside the Forbidden Zone, Ma Guoliang shouted from the boiler room. Steam pressure is hitting the red line. Someone help me turn the backup relief valve. Hua Qingyin set down her stake, walked over, and with one hand twisted open the relief valve that Zhao Pan needed both hands to budge. Ma Guoliang poked his head out from the furnace mouth. Thanks. Your grip is stronger than the hydraulic jack we had at the mine. Hua Qingyin said nothing, but the corner of her mouth twitched. The barrage caught it. She smiled. First time in 3 days. Not because of a fight, but because a handy nasty warrior finds her calling in a coal-fired boiler room, turning valves. This plot's direction is always unpredictable. Inside the Forbidden Zone, Su Jiner had yet to descend. Lin Wanqiu sat at the workbench, spreading out the stone map and using an industrial spark to conduct a third spectral scan. The first 2 scans had revealed the entrance to the relic's side corridor on the Blood Moon Plains, and its 3 internal levels. This scan was of the stone slab's back, where a set of ultra-fine numerical coordinates had been hidden beneath mineral dust now visible under the spectral scan. It wasn't a map, but an encoded set of spatial coordinates. The encoding format was identical to the teleportation coordinates for the myriad races trade city she had seen in the system announcements. The stone slab isn't just a relic key. It also holds the coordinates to a hidden compartment in the That compartment was activated at some point within the city, and the activation timestamp is ancient, possibly as old as the slab itself. Yuan walked over and glanced at the coordinates. What is this trade city? Scattered info on the public channels says it's a free market in the Forbidden Zone's neutral ground. All contestants and native denizens can enter. Combat is forbidden within its walls. The currency is spirit stones, though crystal sand or beast cores can be exchanged as well. It's currently dominated by a faction called the Interstellar Goblin Cartel, which controls over 80% of the pricing power for goods. The barrage began to stir. The myriad races trade city. A free trade port in the Forbidden Zone. The Goblin Cartel sounds like trouble, monopolizing 80% of pricing. They're the Standard Oil of the Forbidden Zone. The hidden compartment coordinates on the slab are over 4,000 years old. There were no system contestants back then who used those coordinates to lock a compartment in the city. Inside the Forbidden Zone, the system suddenly broadcast a public announcement. Myriad Races Trade City now open to all contestants. Teams holding a trade permit may enter freely. First-time entrants will receive a complimentary basic trade permit. Current tradable categories: spirit stones, crystal sand, beast cores, spirit or materials, basic equipment, blueprints. Special notice: combat is forbidden within the trade city. Violators will be teleported out and banned for 1 month. Chu Yao received the synchronized push of this announcement at the commentary desk. She addressed the camera. The Myriad Races Trade City is a neutral zone within the Forbidden Zone. Its operational history may predate the system itself. Some contestants have reported ancient architectural ruins within the city that belong to no modern nation. This open access for all contestants means the economic dimension of the Forbidden Zone is now officially activated. The barrage exploded instantly. Economic warfare. The battlefield arrives before Su Jiner even makes her entrance. The goblins monopolize 80% of pricing. Su Jiner is from a southern Song merchant clan. This is a business showdown spanning millennia. Inside the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu superimposed the stone slab's coordinates against the system-provided teleportation coordinates for the trade city, then stood up. While writing up the third scan's results, the system notified me that each completed resource transaction in the trade city advances the fragment accumulation for the third temporal summon by 1 step. In other words, summoning Su Jiner requires us to complete our first transaction in the city. Yuan secured his Tang Dao at his waist. We're going to the trade city tomorrow. Bring the crystal sand. The barrage began to flood. Yuan says bring crystal sand. Not for a stroll, but for business. His vocabulary has expanded from eat, dig, come guard to bring crystal sand. Su Jiner's summoning channel opens tomorrow. A southern Song merchant woman. I've been looking forward to her since the original design mentioned her divine calculation ability. Inside the Forbidden Zone, night fell. Hua Qinyin stacked the finished stakes at the southern section of the palisade. Zhao Pan riveted them one by one into the stress gaps, calibrating the joints with spiritual energy runes. Ma Guoyang recorded the day's steam-to-coal ratio in the boiler room. Since Hua Qinyin had turned the valve, the pressure relief efficiency had improved. Lin Wanqiu finished calculating the trade city's goods list and the crystal sand exchange rate at her workbench. Yuan sat on the stone monument's base, his Tang Dao resting across his knees. From this agrarian fortress, they would venture to the Myriad Races Trade City, which had been in operation for untold ages. And whatever was locked in that hidden compartment, its coordinates on the stone map belonged to the same forgotten era. The teleportation gate of the Myriad Races trading city stood at the eastern edge of the Blood Moon Plains. It was a gray-white stone arch, its frame etched with ancient spiritual energy patterns matching the style of the stone map. Entry was free and trading tokens were issued automatically upon first crossing the threshold. Yuan and Lin Wanqiu passed through the arch. The scene before them was utterly unlike the desolate wilds of the Forbidden Zone. The city streets were paved with polished gray stone, flanked by shops of every size. Between them hung a dizzying array of signs, some painted with luminous spiritual ink on wooden boards, some assembled from bone, others scrawled directly onto the stone walls with charcoal. The streets teemed with life contestants in standard issue system training suits, dwarves hauling mining picks, halforcs leading laden pack beasts, and goblins in tailored suits and bow ties perched inside their shops, meticulously tending to their ledgers. The barrage comments were stunned. What species is that pack beast the halforc is leading? It looks like a mix of a pangolin and a camel. That goblin is wearing a suit. That's a Forbidden Zone haute couture. The lapels are trimmed with glowing spiritual filament. The streets here are cleaner than the pedestrian mall in our city center. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu headed straight for the public exchange counter. She placed her small pouch of crushed crystal sand on the counter. The goblin cashier behind it examined the quality with a monocle and quoted a price. Lin Wanqiu did not haggle. The deal was struck. A system notification chimed in sync. First material exchange in the trading city complete. Time-space summoning token shards 3. Current total 410. 6 more to go. Lin Wanqiu toured the trading city asking Yuan to report the listed price of every basic material they encountered. The price gap between goblin storefronts and Halford street vendors was staggering. For the same type of crushed crystal sand, the difference could exceed 60%. She recorded every single price in her waterproof notebook. A business student in the barrage began analyzing. The goblin shop's buying price for crushed crystal sand is 60% lower than the street vendors. This isn't a free market, it's a quasi-monopoly designed to fleece the masses. But their selling price is nearly double the vendors. Buy low, sell high, profiting from both ends. Su Jiner hasn't even appeared yet, but her future rival is already waiting in that goblin's counting room. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu spent the afternoon in the trading city completing 6 small-scale material exchanges. Crushed crystal sand for spirit stones for beast cores, and beast cores for fresh water. Each transaction accumulated a shard in the system's background. When the shard counter hit 1010, the system notification blared. Summoning token shards collected. Activate the third time-space summon now. Yuan said activate. A crimson time-space summoning token coalesced in the void. A golden rift tore open in the dark red sand of the Blood Moon plains outside the trading city. The sound emanating from its depths was not wind, but the cold air of a winter's night on the outskirts of Lin's southern Song dynasty, mingled with the scent of withered bamboo leaves and snow. At the rift's widest point, a figure stumbled out of the blinding light. It was not an armored general on horseback. It was a girl in tattered silk robes, her hair a tangled mess, her embroidered shoes worn through to the soles. She was curled into a tight ball, shivering from the cold. Her lips were purple-black. Her forehead burned with a visible heat. Clutched tightly to her chest was a ledger wrapped in protective cloth. Her fingers were bloodless from the cold, yet she refused to let go. The system notification sounded. Summon successful Southern Song Dynasty, late era linen merchant, clan, era Su Jiner. Current status extreme poverty, high fever, near death, severe malnutrition. Special note: her ancestors were the largest silk merchants in linen. Their family fortune was seized after being framed by powerful officials. The accumulated business acumen of generations is compressed within the ledger she holds. The barrage exploded. Late Southern Song. Family fortune seized. She's the daughter of a wrongfully accused merchant clan. That ledger in her arms is a trade secret passed down for generations. Even the family's seizure didn't get it. Not because it was hidden well, but because the villains didn't know its worth. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu strode over, quickly draping the thermal underlay shed just purchased in the trading city over Su Jiner's shoulders. Su Jiner was delirious with fever. Sensing someone touching her, she instinctively clutched the ledger tighter. Then she caught the clean scent of freshly unwrapped packaging from the thermal ware. She slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a woman in a gray-white shirt with bandaged fingers, and beside her a man with a tang saber at his waist. You're not from the authorities, are you? Her voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. Lin Wanqiu shook her head. No, come back to our camp with us first, and get something to eat. Su Jiner struggled to stand. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed back down. The ledger slipped from her hands and fell open. It was filled with dense minute brushstrokes, each entry recording the time, item name, purchase price, selling price, profit, and buyer characteristics of every single transaction with meticulous clarity. In the corner of the final page was a line of tiny script written for herself. Property may be seized, but the ledger must never cease. Should a descendant obtain this book, know that the Su family's way of commerce lies in thin margins and deep trust. The barrage fell silent. Property may be seized. The ledger must never cease. She wrote her business philosophy on the last page, not for a buyer, but for her descendants. From the Southern Song to now, who knows how many years have passed. This ledger has finally been opened. In the Forbidden Zone, Yuan helped Su Jiner to her feet, while Lin Wanqiu zipped the thermal underlay up to her chin. The three of them passed back through the trading city's teleportation arch to the Blood Moon Plains. On the way back to camp, Su Jiner, burning with fever, mumbled numbers incoherently. Purchase prices, selling prices, net profits. She had no idea where she was, but her instinct was already calculating. When Su Jiner woke up in the camp, what she saw made her think she was still dreaming. A woman in a gray-white shirt was crouched by a workbench sketching diagrams on a stone slab with an iron pipe. A man with a tang saber at his waist sat on a stone tablet sharpening the blade. A middle-aged man with a spade was hammering on the perimeter wall. A soot-covered man with blackened hands was shoveling cinders from a steaming iron furnace. There was also a woman in battered iron armor whittling a gray-white wooden stake with a notched blade. Su Jiner sat up wrapped in her thermal undergarments. The first thing she saw was the hot porridge Ma Guoyang brought over. She hesitated for a moment, then took the bowl. She poured the porridge into 3 bowls, borrowing 2 small plastic bowls from Lin Wanqiu that had been unpacked from their supply packs. 1 portion for the master, 1 for circulation, 1 for myself. She divided the porridge meticulously, even splitting the vegetable shreds evenly among the 3 portions. The live chat was moved to tears. Her first act after her fever broke was to divide the porridge into 3. The master. She's running the Forbidden Ground camp by the rules of the Southern Song Trading House. This is a rule passed down through generations of merchants. Every resource must be accounted for in 3 ledgers. It's not about being stingy. It's about always knowing exactly how much capital you have on hand. In the Forbidden Ground, Lin Wanqiu pushed the bowl back to Su Jiner. There's no master here. Eat your own portion first. Su Jiner hesitated, then picked up her bowl and drank it in small sips. Her weakness debuff flickered in the system interface before extinguishing completely. A system notification sounded. Su Jiner's weakness debuff has been fully dispelled. Abnormal fluctuations detected in this target's fate energy. Su Jiner's exclusive talent is awakening. A faint wave of dark gold energy radiated from Su Jiner. Unlike the violent gale that accompanied Huaxin's awakening, Su Jiner's spiritual energy was quiet, like the sound of a page turning in an accounting room. Her eyes lost focus, and deep within her pupils' data streams began to calculate. Not formulas or blueprints, but price fluctuations, supply-demand curves, trading windows, and profit margins. The ledger she had been clutching to her chest flipped open on its own, pages rustling. The tiny script on every page reorganized into a 3-dimensional data network within the spiritual energy, from Southern Song Linen to the Forbidden Ground trading city. Centuries of mercantile knowledge compressed into her consciousness. Su Jiner has awakened the S-rank air exclusive talent Divine Abacus of Prophecy. Talent effect can track price fluctuations of thousands of commodities, simultaneously calculating optimal buying and selling opportunities. Discernment accuracy across currency, credit, and exchange systems reaches theoretical limits. Can locate the most invisible profit gaps within complex trading networks at minimal cost. The live chat exploded. S-rank. Another SS. Last time Huaxin's Tiger Guard battle intent grew stronger the more he fought. This time Su Jiner profits more the more chaotic the market gets. She can find the narrowest profit gap across thousands of price fluctuations. This is the talent honed over generations after the Southern Song merchants were raided. In the Forbidden Ground, the data streams in Su Jiner's eyes gradually faded. She looked down at her hands, then at the ledger in her arms, and finally surveyed the people and equipment around her. You all seem to be doing business. She stood up, flexing her frostbitten fingers. Could I borrow a small pouch of crystal sand? I want to check out that trading city. Business students in the chat were already preparing. She's going to the trading city. With Southern Song mercantile wisdom and S-rank divine abacus, and that ancestral ledger. The goblin financial magnates have no idea what's coming today. In the Forbidden Ground, Su Jiner entered the trading city with a small pouch of crystal sand. She didn't rush to trade. First, she walked every street in the trading city, silently memorizing the price tags of every shopfront stall and commodity. On the 3rd street, she stopped. The goblin shopfront buys crystal sand at 1. 2 spirit stone units. The Halford itinerant merchant stall buys at 2. 8 spirit stone units per gram. The price difference is more than double. She crouched before a Halford merchant stall and offered her pouch of crystal sand. The Halford merchant pinched a bit of the sand between his fingers, rubbed it, and quoted a price. Su Jiner didn't haggle. She already knew it was more than double the goblin's offer. Deal. A small pouch of crystal sand yielded more than double the spirit stones she would have gotten at the exchange counter. She stood up, clutching the small bag of spirit stones, and headed back. As she passed the goblin shop front, the bookkeeper with the monocle looked up at her. Su Jiner didn't avert her gaze. She gave a slight nod and continued walking. The goblin bookkeeper's pen paused. He saw a girl in ill-fitting thermal wear holding only a small pouch of crystal sand with no caravan behind her and not even a shop front of her own. But her path, from the shop front to the itinerant stall, was the shortest possible straight line, not a single wasted step. Veterans and business students in the chat simultaneously sensed something was off. The goblin bookkeeper has noticed her. What he noticed isn't just this transaction. It's that this girl's walking route was the shortest path, meaning she memorized the location of every shopfront on every street during her first lap around the trading city. In the Forbidden Ground, Su Jiner returned to the camp and placed the spirit stones on the workbench. Lin Wanqiu glanced at the amount. How did you get this price? The Halford itinerant merchants offer higher buy prices than the goblins, but they can't raise them further because the goblin financial magnates control their supply export channels. If they don't sell the crystal sand they collect to the goblin refineries, the goblins also block their spirit stone redemption. So thereby price looks higher than the goblins, but in reality they only make a razor-thin profit of less than a fraction of a spirit stone per gram. She opened her ledger and continued writing as she spoke. The goblins profit from the spread, buying finished goods cheap from the itinerants and selling high to the outsiders who come here. The itinerants are stuck because they lack refining channels. Halfworks don't have crystal refining technology. If we help the Halfworks solve refining, their profits double, and they'll be willing to increase our supply volume. Lin Wanqiu looked at her. This girl, after just one trip to the trading city post-fever, had already deciphered the goblins' pricing logic and the itinerants' profit structure in full. The business students in the chat fell silent. Then someone posted, "She just used 30 seconds to deduce a complete business plan that frees the Halfworks from goblin control while increasing her own supply." The divine abacus of prophecy from a southern Song merchant dynasty isn't fortune-telling. It's positioning every player to her own advantage in the narrowest profit gaps. Su Jiner put her ledger away. "Tomorrow we rent a shop front. The goblins won't give us a good location, but location doesn't matter." Lin Wanqiu asked, "Then what matters?" "The freight route. All shop fronts rely on retail sales, but the real money is in supplying freight caravans. And the freight caravans only use that back path, where the Halfworks pack beasts pass by every day." The chat finished her thought. She memorized the freight route's foot traffic and shopfront rents all in one pass during her first lap yesterday. Business acumen passed down from the Southern Song. Su Jiner spent an entire afternoon drafting a material pricing analysis report for the trading city, not using the system's waterproof pen. Instead, she sharpened a burnt charcoal stick to a fine point to use as a brush, spreading out pages from the waterproof notebook she had found in her supply pack. Her handwriting was neat and elegant, every column of numbers perfectly aligned with the purchase price, selling price, and profit margin ratio for each category annotated beside it. Lin Wanqiu glanced over, saying nothing. She herself drew her engineering notes on stone slabs with an iron pipe, but Su Jiner's ledger was denser than her blueprints. A single page was crammed with the complete circulation chains of dozens of materials. The auditors in the bullet comments went wild. A report written with a charcoal stick. No calculator. No Excel. Every column of numbers perfectly aligned. This is the fundamental skill of a Southern Song dynasty commercial firm's bookkeeper. She dismantled the entire pricing logic of all 7 goblin storefronts. The profit margin of every material, the extent to which suppliers were squeezed, and the upper limit of what end customers could bear. One report exposed the entire foundation of a monopolistic cartel. Forbidden ground. Su Jiner brought her report, and the spirit stones shed earned stepping back through the trading city's teleportation gate. She didn't head to the main street. The quarterly rent for any storefront there would have devoured her entire spirit stone budget. She went straight to the deepest, most secluded corner of the trading city. A drab little shop was wedged between a Halfworks second-hand stall piled high with junk and a freight passage that was... The shop's entrance was layered with sand and gravel kicked up and shed from the beasts of burden passing by. A goblin accountant glanced over as he walked past. "Even rats don't pass through this spot. What are you renting this for, a warehouse?" Su Jiner ignored him. After signing the lease, she borrowed a broom and a rag from the Halfworks second-hand stall and swept the accumulated beast dust from the shop's entrance. The stall owner was an elderly Halfwork woman with a grayish-green, almost black complexion. "Child, this shop of yours has been vacant for a long time. Everyone who rented it before gave it up within a season. Which road do the freight caravans take to enter the city?" The old woman raised a finger pointing behind the shop. Su Jiner gave a slight nod. The logistics professionals in the bullet comments began to understand. Caravans don't use the main street. The beasts shed fur and dung. The unloading passages are all tucked away in the alleyways behind the shops. This shop's front is a dead end, but its rear courtyard wall sits right against the busiest, most stable thoroughfare in the entire trading city. Forbidden ground. Su Jiner cleaned up the shop and hung a wooden sign at the entrance. It wasn't a store name, but 8 characters, genuine goods, fair prices, honest to all, young and old. Her first batch of goods wasn't spiritual energy tools. The shop had no production capacity yet. It was crushed crystal sand. A small pouch of finely screened crushed crystal sand separated from Lin Wanqiu's camp, with impurity content within a fraction of a percent, its quality matching the benchmark grade set by the trading city's public exchange. She divided the crushed crystal sand into several small pouches and arranged them on the stone counter. No shouting, no haggling. Each pouch bore a label specifying the weight and quality parameters. The caravan's beasts passed through the alley behind the shop. A few Halfwork drovers poked their heads and glanced at the clearly labeled pouches of crystal sand and exchanged subtle nods. The first pouch sold at the tag price, not a single coin haggled. The drover who bought it crouched by the alley, opened the pouch, poured out some crystal sand, examined it against the light for a moment, then tied it to his beast's back and moved on. The Halfork old woman leaned over from her stall to look at Su Jiner. Child, are you locking your prices in place? Everyone else is juggling low buys and high sells. If you don't move, where's your profit? I don't profit from information asymmetry. I earn from steady long-term business. The quality of this badge is right here. Anyone can see it. Someone in the bullet comments side. Those 8 characters weren't just written on the wooden sign. The goods are genuine. The crystal's quality is plain to see. Honest to young and old. Even the Halfork drovers can judge the grade. She hung the merchant maxims of the Southern Song dynasty right here in the forbidden ground. Evening fell. The shop's business for the day came to a close. Su Jiner sorted and stacked the spirit stones Shed earned from selling crystal sand. A large portion recorded as principal, a thin portion placed in the small change reserve box, and the surplus wrapped in the cloth pouch she carried with her ledger, its mouth tied tight. Lin Wanqiu asked where her share of the earned spirit stones was. Su Jiner said it was in the cloth pouch. Lin Wanqiu then asked why she didn't keep any for her own food and clothing. Su Jiner answered with utter seriousness. I still owe you for the thermal clothing. They'll pay it back. Lin Wanqiu didn't say it wasn't necessary. Because she knew Su Jiner had recorded that thermal undergarment on the first page of her ledger under the incoming capital column. In her Southern Song accounting format, a thermal undergarment was startup capital for joining the partnership, not charity. The bullet comments were gently shaken by this. She's not being a stingy merchant. She's repaying the debt of a piece of clothing through precise, meticulous accounting. This kind of gentleness is more solid than 1,000 words. Forbidden ground. On the second day of business, Su Jiner expanded her shop's inventory from crushed crystal sand to include basic spiritual energy components handcrafted by Lin Wanqiu. In her spare time, simple water purification filters, steam pipe pressure relief valves, and spiritual energy night lamps. Beneath every item lay a label, composition details, usage instructions, and a fixed price. The Halfork caravans began voluntarily stopping at this remote shop to stock up. The goblin plutocrat managers were still fighting over Main Street rents. Su Jiner crouched behind her own shop using charcoal ash on the ground to reconcile accounts and draw diagrams. When beast dung occasionally dropped beside her, she gently nudged it aside with an iron pipe and kept writing. Not long after, the system recalculated her previously accumulated transactions as triggering new entries following the second temporal summoning. The accumulated fragments silently gathered in the background awaiting the next round of summons. The dusk light slanted through the drainage holes in the freight passage wall, casting its glow upon that wooden sign. Genuine goods, fair prices. Honest to all, young and old. Those 8 characters were covered with a thin layer of dust kicked up by the passing caravans, yet every single character remained clearly legible. On the 4th day after the Dragon Country storefront opened, an accountant from the Goblin Consortium sent a letter sealed with gold foil. It wasn't parchment, but a letter pressed from thin sheets of spiritual energy bearing 2 lines written in the standard common script of the Forbidden Zone, signed by Grinnick, the head accountant of the consortium's general trading department. The letter invited the person in charge of the Dragon Country shop to a tea stall at the east gate of the trading city at noon the next day to discuss the acquisition of the storefront. The livestream chat immediately went on alert. Acquisition talk, here we go. Last time Yamamoto Ichiro proposed cooperation and he sent fake goods as a smokescreen. Kim Sung-soo said he'd save our teammates, but instead wasted a batch of beast-attracting incense. Now the goblins say they want to buy the shop. It's the standard 3-piece set. The Forbidden Zone. The next day at noon, Su Jiner went to the tea stall. Lu Yuan sat at a nearby table, his tang saber resting against the armrest of his chair. Grinnick, the goblin accountant, was shorter than expected, barely reaching Su Jiner's shoulder. He wore a tailored suit with spiritual energy trim, and behind his monocle his left eye was murky, yet sharp with calculation. He ordered the most expensive spirit-fermented tea in the trading city and poured a cup for Su Jiner first. Your storefront's location is terrible. Better to sell it to us. We can negotiate a good price. Su Jiner picked up the teacup, examined the color of the brew, but didn't drink. How much are you offering? Grinnick named a figure nearly 3 times the quarterly rent Su Jiner had paid for the space. Su Jiner jotted his offer down in the corner of her ledger with a charcoal stick without giving a direct answer. Instead, she asked him how many percentage points the Goblin Consortium's citywide price gap profits had dropped recently after a few small independent traders had tested the waters with tentative price hikes. The Goblin accountant smile dimmed slightly. Being too clever isn't good for the young. The next quarterly rent might go up after all. The trading city's management, and we have a good relationship. Su Jiner pulled her ledger from her chest and flipped to a page. The page was filled with records of daily rent fluctuations for every single storefront. The average quarterly rent increase for all independent shops outside Goblin-controlled areas was just over 4%, while the 7 storefronts under the consortium had each seen rent hikes exceeding 10%. If my shop's rent goes up by more than 4%, I'll make this data public to every independent merchant who hasn't received Goblin backing. Dwarves Halfer traders, everyone will know your pricing patterns. The live stream chat exploded. She's recorded the entire city's rent data in her ledger. She only rented the shop a few days ago, and she's already calculated the quarterly rent variance for every single goblin storefront. This isn't a report, it's a weapon. The Forbidden Zone. Grinnik stared at the ledger page for a long while. He wasn't looking at the data. The goblin's own accounting office naturally had the same figures. He was studying the way this woman wrote charcoal stick paper scraps, no formatting, no structure, but every column aligned, every number in its row, every date perfectly matched to its corresponding rent increase. This wasn't some amateur who'd just learned to buy things with spirit stones. This was accounting, and first-rate accounting at that. Grinnik removed his monocle, wiped the lens with his suit cuff, and put it back on. Young people shouldn't be too clever. He stood up, settled the tea bill, and turned to leave. As he exited the tea stall, he bumped into a halfer coming to haul goods, nearly soiling his trousers against the filthy packed beast. He flicked his pant leg in disgust, and walked back toward his own shop. Su Jiner picked up the now completely cold cup of tea and finished it, then glanced at Lu Yuan. He thinks we're in the way. The next step won't be rent. He took my measure today. After testing his choice, won't be further negotiation. ITLL be to send people. Lu Yuan lifted his Tang saber from the chair armrest. Then we wait for them to come. The livestream chat erupted. Lu Yuan says we wait. Last time he said let them come in, and Yamamoto Ichiro got quality checked. Then he said hold, and Mike ended up with a crippled leg. This time he only used 6 words. The goblin accountant still doesn't know that the rubble buffer zone, where they received Kim Sung-soo, is still on the north side of the wall. And they certainly don't know that the woman sharpening the ring pommel saber is called Huaxia, who just under an hour ago used her accumulated battle intent to evolve from merely slicing through Gorak's axe wrapping to nearly sending the man flying. The Forbidden Zone. Grinnik returned to his shop, pulled a portable communication spirit stone from a drawer, and spoke into it in a low voice, his tone completely different from his usual courteous demeanor. There's a troublesome new little accountant in the trading city. The location isn't much, but her freight passage is taking up half the alley's traffic. Let her keep occupying it for a few more quarters, and she'll siphon away all the independent merchants' business. Notify the European side. Have the Blood Clan send someone to talk. A deep voice came through the communication stone, carrying a Central European accent. What kind of player? Song Dynasty. Female. Knows her numbers. Understood. Vlad will make a trip over soon. The spirit stone went dark. Grinnik replaced his monocle on the bridge of his nose, opened his ledger, and drew a tiny red cross next to the Dragon Country storefront entry. Someone in the livestream caught the shot. A red cross. Goblin accounting culture is truly refined. Last time he drew the same cross on Yamamoto's smoke bomb insurance policy, and Yamamoto's fakes ended up blowing up his own people. The Forbidden Zone. That evening, Su Jiner returned to camp and compiled everything. Grinnik's tea stall offered the rent threat, and the spirit stone conversation about the Blood Clan, into blank pages at the back of her ledger, then handed it to Lu Yuan. She organized the information into 2 columns: economic pressure, short-term rent hikes, and long-term supply blockade, and military threat, possible European Blood Clan incursion near the camp perimeter. After reading it, Lin Wanqiu said, since it's the Blood Clan, we'll need silver bullets. And we'll need to coordinate with ultraviolet light. Huaxia was sharpening her blade on the wall. Oshed just finished trimming the last batch of wooden stakes with Xiao Pan, and the ring pommel saber's edge still carried the resin from the spiritual wood. Silver, huh? Last time I heard you all say those things fear silver. They'll melt down a few more silver arrowheads this time. When we pick up goods from the Halfer caravan route, they'll have them bring in a few sets of silver tableware, enough to cast a full row of silver bullet heads. The livestream chat was in hysterics. General Hua says silver tableware. A Han Dynasty commander is already trading spirit steel parts for silver self-defense gear. This camp spans so many years, yet the goal is always the same: win against whoever dares to come next. The anonymous signal's warning was timely. Lin Wanqiu spent the entire day crafting an ultraviolet flash grenade. The principle was similar to the crystal oscillator. Crushed crystal powder was separated into 2 insulated thin layers sandwiched on either side of a spiritual energy trigger membrane. Upon throwing, the membrane would tear, causing the 2 layers of powder to mix at high speed, producing an intense flash of ultraviolet spectrum energy. The flash lasted less than a second, but its ultraviolet intensity was sufficient to temporarily sever the neural connections of vampires in their mist form. Simply put, it forced them to revert from mist to their physical bodies. She created a batch of test grenades with varying ratios and threw them on the wasteland east of the camp. The first grenade's ultraviolet peak was too low, merely causing the orc leather armor Zhao Pan had placed as a target to faintly change color. The second, with double the crystal concentration, scorched white spots onto the armor's surface. As she threw the third, she shielded her eyes with her hand. The intense violet light seeped through her fingers, casting her entire workstation in a blue-purple glow. The optical engineers in the live chat were at a loss for words. She was using crushed crystal powder to create high-energy ultraviolet flashbangs with no electronic components whatsoever, relying purely on the reaction ratios of the two powders to push the ultraviolet spectrum to its shortwave limit. Someone commented, "The industrial spark isn't just about making tools, it's about turning an enemy's weakness into an engineering parameter, then outputting the optimal destruction plan based on that parameter." In the Forbidden Grounds, Huaxia finished embedding ultraviolet crystal fuses into silver bullets melted from an old silver tableware set. She lined them up along the back of her ring pommel sword, fewer than 20 rounds in total. She inspected each one, keeping the smooth and perfectly shaped bullets, while tossing the slightly dented ones back into the crucible. She planned to try her luck again tomorrow morning, scrounging for more silver materials from the Halferks. Su Jiner was crouching in the back alley of the shop, watching dwarf camel drivers unload cargo, as she sharpened a new pencil lead with a charcoal stick. She had just procured a batch of crushed crystal sand concentrate for the camp, brittle in texture but bright in quality, intending to replenish Lin Wanqiu's powder reserves for the flashbangs. Yuan was wiping his blade on the perimeter wall. The faint razor-thin white mark left by cutting through Vlad's cloak collar was still there. It wasn't wear. It was a slight oxidation reaction between the metal and the weak acidic sweat residue on the vampire's skin. He didn't wipe it off, he kept it as a reference. The next time he struck the same spot, the depth of oxidation would reveal changes in the enemy's chemical defenses. A melee weapon enthusiast in the chat noticed this detail. He's keeping that oxidation mark not out of nostalgia, but as a standard for comparison. Next time he lands the same cut, if the oxidation layer is significantly shallower, it means the vampire's skin is thickening or they're using an anti-corrosion coating. This kind of clue is more intuitive than any analysis report. In the Forbidden Grounds at dusk, the watchtower's sensing membranes suddenly flickered with a series of dark blue low-temperature light spots along the northern edge, identical to the signal from Vlad that night. This time it wasn't just one. It was 6. 5 smaller low-temperature light sources were positioned at the outer landing zone, with one larger source in the center towering over the others. Zhao Pan pressed the camp-wide broadcast. Northern side. 6 of them. The main signal is at least several times stronger than Vlad's last time. Based on the low-temperature waveform he's approaching now, it should be Count Vladimir. Huaxia pressed the silver bullets from the sword's spine into her ammunition pouch. The Viscount got himself cut last time. Now his big brother's bringing a full squad to save face. 5 guards, one of them being that old familiar bat with the torn cloak. As for the big one in the middle, let's see if his big brother's afraid of silver. The chat exploded. Old familiar bat. General Hui gave Vlad a nickname. First it was that Vlad guy, now it's old bat. The Han Dynasty commander's naming talent has finally awakened. In the Forbidden Grounds, night had fully fallen. The 6 clusters of dark blue signals paused for a moment outside the electric grid, then simultaneously dissolved into mist. 6 streaks of dark gray fog drifted toward the camp walls, spiritual energy runes from the north, northeast, and northwest simultaneously. Zhao Pan adjusted the ultraviolet floodlight to its widest sector. The gray mist churned violently upon contact with the UV beam. 5 smaller mist forms were forced to prematurely condense back into human shapes, stumbling midair as they flapped their wings to steady themselves. Only the largest mist form pressed forward through the beam. He endured the UV light, condensing back into his human form, landing close to Yuan in the center of the camp. He stood half a head taller than Vlad, with the same black cloak, but adorned with silver clasps on his shoulders. His skin was pale, faintly veined. A clan ring was embedded in the embossed patterns on the back of his left glove. Before speaking, he glanced at the oxidation mark on Yuan's blade. "I am Vladimir. Vlad is my brother." He extended his hand, not for a handshake. A crescent of blood energy shot from his index finger, condensing into a blood-red spindle-shaped bolt that hurtled toward Yuan's chest. Yuan's left arm guard's spiritual energy shield activated instantly, the pale gold shield surface colliding with the blood-red spindle in a shockwave that sent him skidding backward, his heels carving 2 furrows into the gravel ground. The chat erupted. "It's the Count, Vlad's older brother. His power is at least 2 levels above his younger brother." Yuan's second-tier shield got pushed back several meters by that blood-red bolt. This is the first time he's been overpowered, Hedon, since entering the Forbidden Grounds. Yuan's heels dragged 2 deep trenches in the ground. The spiritual energy shield on his arm guard had cracked with fine fissures after absorbing the blood-red bolt. He glanced down at the arm guard, the rib bone of the alpha wolf crafted by Lin Wanqiu's own hands. From the reed-eared wolf to the iron-scaled lizard to Vlad, this guard had endured countless heavy blows. Today was the first time it had been cracked by a single strike. He looked up at Vladimir. The Count stood nearly half a head taller than his brother. The silver clasps on his shoulders glinted coldly in the residual glow of the UV floodlight, and the engravings on his clan ring were as intricate as the cracks on the arm guard. Vladimir was looking at him too, not at his blade, but at the cracks on his arm guard. There was no mockery in those dark red, eyes-only assessment. Like a hunter weighing his prey, Huaxia drew her ring-pommeled sword from the wall. She didn't jump down, but her fingers tightened around the hilt for a moment. She was counting the angles she could use to cut into the count just as quickly as she had with Vlad last time. Lin Wanqiu halted the iron pipe in her hands at the workbench, staring at the crack on Lu Yuan's arm guard, her mind already calculating repair plans. Someone in the chat captured the synchronized reaction of these two women. Huaxia is counting angles, and Lin Wanqiu is calculating repair plans. Lu Yuan hasn't even said a word, and they're already preparing for battle in their own ways. That's the synergy from dozens of chapters together. No orders needed. The shockwave from the collision between the blood-red spindle and the pale golden shield had not yet dissipated when Vladimir surged forward. The Viscount's speed was but a fraction of the Count's. He did not waste time shifting between mist and human form, instead overwhelming his opponent with sheer physical prowess. He formed a blade with his right hand, 5 fingers pressed together, and from his fingertips extended several dark red claws of solidified blood energy. He struck the back of Lu Yuan's Tang Dao 3 times in rapid succession. Each strike landed with pinpoint precision on the weak points of the blade's spiritual energy circuits. Lu Yuan's Mortal Realm Stage 2 blade was knocked off course by the third strike. Vladimir's left claws seized the opening, slicing in from the flank, aiming directly for the wrist that held the sword. But then an arrow pierced his left wing. It was not a crossbow bolt. It was a silver bullet fired from the ring-pommel saber wielded by Huaxia, who was perched on the wall. She had wedged the silver bullet into a notch on the blade's tip and launched it with her battle intent amplified to 3 times its normal force. The silver bullet embedded itself in Vladimir's left shoulder just a moment before he could fully form his claws. The crystalline fuse within the bullet detonated, driving a spray of silver powder deep into the Count's pallid flesh. Vladimir let out a muffled grunt. His right claws veered off target, grazing the outside of Lu Yuan's vambrace, carving a deep gash into its surface, but failing to reach the wrist beneath. The live chat exploded. Huaxia just shot a silver bullet with her saber. She's using it as a slingshot, and with threefold battle intent behind it. Vladimir's left shoulder is embedded with silver powder. The Count has tasted silver for the first time. 5 low-tier vampire guards seizing the moment while Lu Yuan was locked in combat, with the Count scattered from the north flank, attempting to circle around to the southern section of the camp and strike at the spiritual energy warehouse. Zhao Pan rotated the irradiation sector of the ultraviolet lamp to cover the south. 2 of the guards caught in the beam were forced to solidify from their mist form, only to be instantly locked onto by spiritual energy arrows preset in the wall's firing ports. Lin Wanqiu hurled the first ultraviolet flashbang. It detonated midair, and the ultraviolet pulse simultaneously severed the neural connections of the remaining 3 guards' mist forms, causing them all to tumble from the sky onto the rocky ground outside the wall. Huaxia vaulted down from the wall, her ring-pommel saber wreathed in a dark golden light of triple amplified battle intent. She sliced in from the side, her blade cleaving through the base of one guard's wing. In moments, all 5 low-tier guards lay defeated. 2 were pierced by spiritual energy arrows after being locked down by the UV beam. 2 were stunned by the flashbang and finished off by Huaxia, and 1 had half its wings scorched black by the electric arc of the perimeter fence. Vlad, having learned his lesson from the last encounter, was far more cautious. He remained on the outermost edge of the formation, constantly shifting positions in his mist form, careful to stay out of the direct path of the ultraviolet beams. Tactical analysis flooded the live chat within fractions of a second. Uncle Zhao's UV lamp, Lin Wanqiu's flashbangs, a no-flee zone. Any vampire trying to use mist movement inside this circle will get knocked out of it and turned into a sitting duck. Dragon Country has neutralized the vampire's advantage in a single day. Vladimir did not go to the aid of his 5 fallen guards. His attention was wholly fixed on Lu Yuan. The wound on his left shoulder, embedded with silver powder, had already begun to fester. The burning effect of silver on vampire flesh was spreading outward from beneath the skin, yet he did not retreat. He pressed his right hand over the wound, using his blood energy to seal the spread of the silver powder, then began to reform his claws. That blade of yours. It cut my brother's cloak. Its edge still carries the oxidized layer of his skin. And you intend to use the same blade to cut me? Lu Yuan did not answer. He switched the Tang Dao from his right hand to his left. Though his right wrist hadn't been directly hit, the shockwave from the claws grazing his vambrace had left the joint numb. Fighting left hand was not his usual style, but Huaxia practiced switching hands every day while chopping wooden stakes. He had watched her every time she trained in the camp. His left-hand blade swept upwards from below, not in a slash, but in a thrust. The tip aimed squarely at the palm of Vladimir's right hand, the one he was using to seal the silver powder. Vladimir withdrew his hand and began to dissolve into mist, but the stray light from the ultraviolet lamp happened to sweep across his position, delaying his transformation for a fraction of a second. The blade tip pierced through his palm. The glow was no longer the dark gold of the mortal realm stage 2. It was a deeper, richer, almost bronze-colored spiritual energy radiance. Vladimir pulled his hand free, retreating to the edge of the UV beam. He looked down at the pierced wound in his palm. At the wound's edge there was a faint residue of bronze-colored spiritual energy. This was not stage 2. This was a sign of the bottleneck cracking, the precursor to the transition from mortal realm stage 2 to stage 3. He looked up at Lu Yuan, then gave the order to retreat. The two guards still able to move helped the one with the severed wing. Vlad emerged from his mist form to support his brother's injured right hand. 6 vampire signals faded away on the sensing film heading north. The live chat was silent for a moment, then erupted. He pierced the Count's palm with a left-hand strike, not even his dominant hand. He used the left-hand technique he picked up just from watching Huaxia train, and he stabbed the Count right through the palm. More importantly, the color of his spiritual energy changed from dark gold to bronze. The bottleneck between stage 2 and stage 3 is starting to break. Huaxia sheathed her ring pommel saber and walked over to pick up a small piece of skin tissue embedded with silver powder that had splattered from Vladimir's palm onto the rocky ground. Lin Wanqiu needed a sample. Huaxia sheathed her ring pommel saber and walked over to pick up a small piece of skin tissue embedded with silver powder that had splattered from Vladimir's. The numbness in his wrist joint hadn't completely subsided, but the resistance the spiritual energy met as it flowed through his meridians was less than before. The bottleneck was cracking. He looked down at the bronze-colored spiritual energy pattern on the blade, deeper than it had been last night. From dark gold to bronze, with each crack in the bottleneck, the blade's glow deepened to shade. The silver powder in Vladimir's palm was still festering. A small patch of skin tissue embedded with silver powder had splattered on the ground as the Count retreated. Biochemistry students in the live chat were already eagerly anticipating the lab report. She's taking the Count's skin tissue back for comparative experiments. Last time it was the Viscount's scorched wing, now it's the Count's palm skin. Her sample library now has UV tolerance data for 2 different vampire ranks. By the time a dupe shows up, she'll have already calculated the full spectral parameters of their UV-resistant protein membrane. Huaxia sheathed her saber and walked over to stand beside Lu Yuan. Next time you'll use stage 3, and not with your left hand. You're right. A stage 3 blade will be enough. On the first morning after Vladimir's retreat, the camp was unusually quiet. Not the kind of quiet that follows. It was the quiet of everyone attending to their own tasks. Huaxia was sharpening her blade, Zhao Pan was repairing the ultraviolet lamp, Ma Guoyang was inventorying the remaining silverware stock, and Su Jiner was recording the bullets and flashbang materials consumed last night as defensive expenditures in the ledger. Lin Wanqiu crouched by the north side of the perimeter wall, using an iron tube to hold a small piece of silvery tissue that had fallen from Vladimir's palm, examining it under ultraviolet light. The skin tissue of the vampire Count emitted a dark purple fluorescence under UV light that she had never seen before. Its spectrum was not entirely consistent with the scorch marks on Vlad's wings, indicating that different ranks of vampires possess varying levels of UV resistance in their skin. The Count's skin carried an ultra-thin UV-resistant protein membrane, which the Viscount lacked. By the time they come again, they might have developed a new countermeasure. She sketched the spectral data onto the stone slab of her workbench. The Viscount's UV tolerance is nearly 0. The Count has an inherent UV-resistant protein membrane. If there are higher-ranked vampires like a Duke, the UV flashbangs might not be sufficient. We need to combine them with physical silver bullets that can penetrate directly to damage deeper tissue. In the bullet comments, biochemistry students had already started taking notes. She's conducting a controlled experiment on the battlefield, the Viscount as control group, the Count as experimental group, UV tolerance as the variable. With only 2 tissue samples, she's already extrapolated conclusions to a higher-ranked Duke. The industrial spark isn't just about building things. It's about deducing an opponent's full range of weaknesses from minimal samples. Forbidden ground. Huaxia, having finished sharpening her ring pommel saber, rose and walked to the center of the camp. She held the blade horizontally before her and said to Lu Yuan, "That left-hand strike you made last night, the one that pierced the Count's palm. The color of your spiritual energy changed." Lu Yuan looked down at his own tang saber. The blade reflected a faint bronze tint in the morning light, deeper than the dark gold of the mortal realm's second tier, yet not fully transformed into bronze. The bottleneck had cracked, but not yet shattered. One more strike is needed. Huaxia drew her ring pommel saber from its sheath. The blade still bore traces of silver dust from severing the vampire guard's wing the night before. She tapped the tip of her blade against the gravel-strewn ground, lowering her center of gravity. The dark gold spiritual energy of the tiger guard's battle intent surged from her entire body, flowing down through the blade and into the earth. My battle intent can be superimposed onto another spiritual energy. Not by infusion, by every time you strike, my battle intent resonates with your spiritual energy in the instant before the blade touches the enemy, pushing your output up one level. After that, you push through the bottleneck yourself. Succeed and you're at the third tier. Fail and the battle intent will scatter your spiritual meridians. You might temporarily lose your strength. The bullet comments instantly tensed up. Battle intent resonance. Huaxia Legacy can stack her Tiger Guard battle intent onto Lu Yuan's spiritual energy. But if he fails, he'll be incapacitated. She just said after that you push through yourself. I only provide the resonance. The result is yours alone. This is how late Han soldiers trained. Not by doing it for you, but by forcing you to do it yourself. Forbidden ground. Lu Yuan raised his Tang saber. Across from its tip stood Huaxinjian's ring pommel saber. The two blades faced each other in the morning light for a moment, then moved simultaneously. Not in a clash, in resonance. The dark gold battle intent on Huaxinjian's blade transformed into an ultra-fine ripple of spiritual energy that traveled from the tip of her sword. Lu Yuan's Tang saber vibrated back at the exact same frequency in the same instant. Between the blades, visible golden arcs of electricity formed where the two streams of spiritual energy met. In his dantian, the crack in his bottleneck, the one that had split open when he pierced Vladimir's palm the night before, was pried wider by a full ring under the resonance. The dark gold spiritual energy of the mortal realm's second tier and the transforming bronze spiritual energy flowed simultaneously through his meridians, shoving and colliding against each other. Huaxia Legacy maintained a steady low-frequency resonance output, pressing the flat of her ring pommel saber against the back of his blade, not pushing but stabilizing the amplitude of the oscillation. Someone in the bullet comments whispered, "She's acting as his spiritual energy calibration anchor, using her own battle intent to stabilize his impact frequency. If the resonance goes out of control, the first one hit by the backlash will be her, not him." It continued for a long while. Finally, Lu Yuan withdrew his Tang saber. The bronze spiritual light on the blade glowed steadily for a brief moment, then slowly receded back into the body of the blade. The bottleneck had cracked to the point of near penetration. The third tier was only a hair's breadth away, not because the resonance had been insufficient, but because he needed one real combat strike, letting the blade meet the enemy, to complete the final breakthrough. Huaxia Legacy sheathed her saber. A shallow cut on the web of her thumb, scraped raw by the resonance, oozed fine beads of blood. She wiped the blood carelessly on her trousers. "Next time we cut down Vlad's brother, use the third tier directly. Don't use your left hand." The bullet comments were struck simultaneously by both the words and that casual wiping gesture. The web of her thumb is scraped raw. The maximum impact of the resonance wasn't on Lu Yuan, it was on her own blade and her own hand. She said, "Use the third tier, next time not'll resonate for you again." She fully believes he can push through on his own. Forbidden ground. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room, glanced at the bronze sheen on Lu Yuan's blade, then leaned his coal shovel against the furnace edge. The blades changed color. Last time it took a while to go from pale gold to dark gold. This time it went bronze in just one night and one morning. About time for a promotion. He picked up the coal shovel and resumed feeding the furnace. When the words "about time" came out of his mouth, the entire bullet comment section automatically filled in the second half of the sentence. Lu Yuan slid his Tang saber back into its sheath. The bronze blade light flashed once at the moment of sheathing, casting its glow onto the row of diagonal support stakes that Zhao Pan had just riveted onto the perimeter wall. Zhao Pan glanced down from the wall at the color of the blade light and pressed his walkie-talkie. The blades changed color. Bronze. One shade deeper than the dark gold last time. Ma Guoliang's voice came back through the walkie-talkie from the boiler room. "Got it. I saw it when I poked my head out earlier. About time for a promotion, but still one strike short." The bullet comments were hit hard by this walkie-talkie exchange. Uncle Zhao and Uncle Ma are discussing how many strikes Lu Yuan needs for his promotion over the walkie. The bullet comments were hit hard by this walkie-talkie exchange. Uncle Zhao and Uncle Ma are discussing how many strikes Lu Yuan needs for his promotion over the walkie-talkie. One manages the wall, the other manages the boiler. Two people coordinated a complete realm assessment with the fewest possible words. He picked up the coal shovel and resumed feeding the furnace. When the words "about time" came out of his mouth, the entire bullet comment section automatically filled in the second half of the sentence. 3 days after Vladimir's retreat, a small incident occurred in the trading city. Su Jiner leased another idle warehouse adjacent to her shop. It wasn't for expanding the storefront, but to establish a refining workshop. She hired 2 retired veteran miners from the dwarf tribe and moved a simple crystal refining device designed by Lin Wanqiu into the warehouse. The device was compact, operating on the low-frequency principle of a crystal oscillator. Crude or sand with high impurity content purchased from Halford traders was placed into the oscillation tank. Low-frequency spiritual energy resonance stripped impurities from the surface of the crystal fragments. The stripped impurities weren't discarded. Iron-rich sand was sold to the dwarves as support aggregate for mine shafts. Sulfide sand was sold to the halfworks for leatherworking, and silicious sand, as Ma Guoyang noted, could serve as auxiliary refractory material for boilers. Selling all the byproducts yielded more profit than the refining fee itself. Circular economy practitioners in the live chat were stunned. Zero-waste refining. All impurities are classified and resold. She applied the Southern Song Trading House's graded utilization concept to spiritual energy industry. Goblin financial conglomerates' refineries have a waste rate over half. They only extract the crystal and throw the rest away. Su Jiner's workshop turned waste into 3 byproducts, each with a ready buyer. In his accounting room, Glennick reviewed the unloading manifest of the dwarf veteran miners at the freight passage. He stared at the listed price of refined crystal sand for a long time. It was nearly 10% cheaper than comparable Goblin refinery products, yet the quality inspection parameters were notably higher. He took off his monocle, polished it, and put it back on. Then he opened his ledger, and beneath the red cross head previously drawn next to the Dragon Country Shops column, he added a smaller question mark. A cross means must eliminate. A question mark means who exactly is this person? He's shifting from hostility to curiosity, and once a goblin gets curious, the next step is ledger anxiety. Back at the camp, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged in meditation on the wall. The bottleneck crack in his dantian had nearly fully opened, about 90%, after 2 real battles piercing Vladimir's palm and resonating blades with Huaxia. Bronze-colored spiritual energy flowed slowly through his meridians, awaiting one final trigger. The trigger came unexpectedly. It wasn't battle. It was during Lin Wanqiu's 4th optimization of ultraviolet flash grenade ratios at her workbench when a tiny accidental deflagration occurred in the high-temperature furnace with the crystal powder. The shockwave sent a cluster of workbench parts flying, and a searing metal shard shot toward her face. Lu Yuan vaulted down from the wall and drew his blade. He didn't slash at the shard. He used the flat side of the blade to deflect its trajectory midair. In that instant of drawing the blade, the final layer of bottleneck fragments in his dantian was shattered by the surge of spiritual energy. The dark gold completely faded, and bronze spread from the hilt along the spiritual energy patterns all the way to the tip. Mortal Realm 3rd Stage. The live chat erupted. 3rd Stage. Lu Yuan is Mortal Realm 3rd Stage. He didn't break through while clashing with Vladimir. He broke through in the instant he deflected a metal shard for Lin Wanqiu. The bottleneck in his dantian was immune to battle pressure, but it shattered in a second when Lin Wanqiu was in danger. Zhao Pan witnessed the entire scene from the watchtower. He leaned out from beside the ultraviolet lamp, stared at the bronze spiritual light on Lu Yuan's blade for a few seconds, then spoke one sentence into the walkie-talkie to the boiler room. Uncle Ma, the blade changed color. From dark gold to bronze. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room, still gripping a coal shovel. He squinted at the bronze blade light on the wall and fell silent for a moment. Last time going from light gold to dark gold took a while. This time from dark gold to bronze, only a few days. He leaned the coal shovel against the furnace edge. At this rate, in mining terms, that's overproduction. Time to make a note of it. The live chat was moved by the 2 uncles' reactions. Uncle Zhao used the walkie-talkie to notify Uncle Ma that the blade changed color. Uncle Ma said overproduction, mining jargon. In his world, advancing too fast equals exceeding production targets, so it needs to be logged. This isn't battle-driven. This is protection-driven breakthrough. Lin Wanqiu stood up from the workbench, her face dusted with crystal powder, unharmed by the shard. She looked at the steady flow of bronze spiritual light along Lu Yuan's blade, paused for a moment, then bent down to pick up the fallen iron pipe. Lin Wanqiu stood up from the workbench, her face dusted with crystal powder, unharmed by the shard. She looked at the steady flow of bronze spiritual light, exactly what Huaxia said this morning. Both women told him to stop holding the blade with his left hand, one in a comrade's tone, the other. Well, either way, both said stop using the left hand. At dusk, Su Jiner returned from the trading city with 2 pieces of news. First, the knife wound on Vladimir's right palm had spread through the vampire community. Dwarf miners reported that the vampires had originally planned to send a small squad for reinforcement, but after hearing the Count's palm had been pierced, they went quiet, not abandoning the plan, but waiting for the wound to heal before changing tactics. In exchange, he would station a Halford merchant caravan guard squad permanently in the back alley of the trading city to help Su Jiner watch over her goods. Halford tribe fans in the live chat began to celebrate. Workshop. In exchange, he would station a Halford merchant caravan guard squad permanently in the back alley of the trading city to help Su Jiner watch over her goods. Halford tribe fans in the live chat began to celebrate. Gorak has firmly retaken the chieftain seat. He submitted to the Dragon Country after Huaxia cut off his rapping band, and now he's even sent a caravan guard. From now on, all crystal sand collected by Halford traders goes to Su Jiner's refining workshop first. The Goblin financial conglomerate's crude or supply chain has officially lost its first major artery. Night fell. Lin Wanqiu finished compiling the data for the fourth ultraviolet flash grenade ratio. Huaxia stood guard on the wall for the first half of the night. The wound on her tiger's mouth chafed by the resonance had already scabbed over. Su Jiner recorded the refining workshop's daily profit, the dwarf miner's wages, and the Halford guard fees into her ledger. In the surplus line, she wrote a very small number. The final payment she owed Lin Wanqiu for the thermal clothing finally settled in full. She circled that number and wrote 2 tiny characters beside it: account cleared. Yuan sat on the stone pedestal, his tang saber resting across his knees, the bronze, spiritual energy patterns glowing quietly in the night. The mortal realm third stage blade gleamed silently in the darkness. Over in the trading city, the question mark Glennick had drawn in his ledger would soon evolve into a new strategy. Not a red cross, not a question mark, but a word no Goblin financial conglomerate had ever used against any competitor: negotiation. After Vladimir retreated, the trading city fell quiet for a few days. Su Jiner knew this was not peace. The Goblin Syndicate was merely changing tactics. With their military pressure repelled by the Dragon Kingdom, their next move would undoubtedly be economic. Her prediction proved correct. On the morning of the 5th day, Grinnick posted a price adjustment notice on the trading city's public board. 7 shops under the Goblin Syndicate simultaneously raised their purchase price for crystal sand by an astonishing margin, nearly doubling it, directly undercutting the price Su Jiner had secured from the half-orc traders. Simultaneously, they slashed the selling price for exchanging spirit stones into crystal sand, engaging in loss-leading dumping. Within half an hour of the announcement, 2 half-orc traders who had recently switched to the Dragon Kingdom's refining workshop quietly hauled their goods back to the back alleys of the Goblin shops. People chased profit, and the price difference was plain to see. The bullet comments instantly grew tense. The Goblins are dumping at a loss. They raised the buy price to surpass Su Jiner, then lowered the sell price, burning money on both ends. This is classic predatory pricing. Use capital reserves to squeeze competitors out of the market, then raise prices again once they're gone. The Goblin Syndicate's spirit stone reserves are dozens of times greater than the Dragon Kingdom's. They can afford to burn through it. Su Jiner's refining workshop has only been open for a few days. It hasn't accumulated enough spirit stone reserves yet. If she can't withstand this wave, all the trader relationships she's built will be pulled back by the Goblins. Su Jiner looked at the price adjustment notice on the public board unperturbed. She opened her ledger and wrote the Goblin's new quote alongside her own purchase price on the same page. Then she jotted a small line beside it with a charcoal stick estimated daily Goblin losses. Although Grinnick's price increase was substantial, he had raised the price uniformly for all traders. All 7 shops were buying crystal sand at nearly double the market rate, while selling refined products below cost. The amount of spirit stones being burned daily was astronomically large. Su Jiner calculated it once, and then wrote a note beside it: they can't burn for more than a month. The Goblin Syndicate's spirit stone reserves are indeed many times greater than ours. But all 7 of his shops are losing money daily, both on the purchase and the sell side. The Dragon Kingdom has only 1 refining workshop and 1 small shop, so our losses are far smaller than his. She closed the ledger. We won't match his purchase price. Let him burn. The business students in the bullet comments were stunned for a moment, then started calculating frantically. She says let him burn. The daily operational costs plus losses for 7 Goblin shops mean an astronomically terrifying amount of spirit stones burned each day. The Dragon Kingdom has only 1 workshop, so our costs are almost negligible. This isn't just not matching the price, it's letting the opponent burn himself out. And she's waiting. When the Goblins are about to collapse, the traders will come back on their own. At that point, there's no need to raise prices. The traders will naturally choose the stable buyer who doesn't suppress prices. Su Jiner didn't just wait idly. She temporarily shifted her refining workshop's production capacity from crystal sand to another commodity, spirit stones. While the Goblins were loss-leading on crystal sand, they would inevitably need to recoup from the spirit stone market. Taking advantage of their complete focus on the crystal sand price war, she used the Dragon Kingdom's existing spirit stone reserves to buy up a large quantity of raw-refined spirit stones that had been piling up in the traders' hands. Miners from the dwarf tribe helped her process these raw spirit stones into standard units. She then quietly sold each one at a slightly lower price right next to the Goblin's exchange counter. Lin Wanqiu watched for a while. Yuan using his price war against his own spirit stone market. He raised the crystal sand purchase price, so he must sell more spirit stones to generate cash flow. His spirit stone reserves are depleting. I buy them cheap, refine them, and sell them right next to his counter, forcing his listed spirit stone price down as well. He's losing on crystal sand and losing on spirit stones, earning money on 2 fronts. The finance students in the bullet comments were already taking notes. She's using modern hedge fund tactics against the goblins' price war. While they raise prices on crystal sand, she's shorting their spirit stone reserves. It's not about matching their price, it's about counterattacking on another front. The ancestral skill of a Southern Song merchant clan isn't just bookkeeping, it's finding the opponent's weakest link in their capital chain amidst the chaos of a price war, and then piling on the pressure. About half a day later, Grinnick was in his office reviewing the day's spirit stone exchange transactions. His finger stopped on several sale records that had come from the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's workshop. He looked up, and the eye behind his monocle twitched. She didn't match my crystal sand price. She's eating into my spirit stones. A goblin apprentice nearby asked quietly, should we adjust the spirit stone selling price back? Grinnick put down his pen. Adjusting it back would be admitting defeat in the price war. If we don't adjust it, shall keep selling cheap spirit stones next to our counter every day while we stubbornly absorb losses buying crystal sand, burning on both ends. He took off his monocle and wiped it vigorously with his sleeve. The bullet comments caught the gesture. He's wiping his monocle. The last time he wiped it was when Su Jiner presented the rental data. He's doing it again, which means he's being forced to recalculate. The goblin's price war has been going on for only half a day, and Su Jiner has already found a counter. She's not just matching price, she's going around behind him to strangle his capital chain. In the evening, Su Jiner returned to the camp. She spread the day's accounts on her work table. The crystal sand business was temporarily stalled, but the profits from the spirit stone price difference had already covered the losses, and she had even bought a batch of low-cost raw spirit stones as reserves. Lin Wanqiu handed her a cup of hot water. How much longer will the goblins hold out? At his current burn rate, less than a month. But he won't wait until then. Once he realizes he's losing money on both fronts, he'll change his strategy after a bit more stalling. Su Jiner took the cup and drank. His next move won't be a price war. It'll be force. I've countered his price war, and the vampires were driven back last time. The only people he can hire now are mercenaries. The bullet comments fell silent for a moment. Someone posted, she said mercenaries. Last time the goblins hired for mercenaries to trash the shop, and Yuan knocked them all out with the flat of his blade and stacked them by the door. If Grinnick hires again, he'll only go for someone stronger, at least a rank. Yuan stood up from the wall, hung his Tang Dao at his waist, and walked over to Su Jiner. He glanced at her dual front loss projections in the ledger. The burn rate of both the crystal sand and spirit stone capital chains was noted on the same page in charcoal, with Grinnick's possible next strategic moves written in tiny script beside them. Last time the mercenaries were rank. If they send a rank next time, I might not be able to protect both the camp and the workshop alone. Su Jiner looked up at him. Kazan. He's been asking around the trading city's mercenary circles. He's a rank mercenary captain with the talent for a shock hammer combo attack. If Grinnick hires him, the commission will be several times higher. Yuan leaned his Tang Dao against the base of the stone tablet. Then we wait for him. He'll go meditate on the wall first. Last time the goblins hired for mercenaries to trash the shop, and Yuan knocked them all out with the flat of his blade and stacked them by the door. If Grinnick hires again, he'll only go for someone stronger, at least a rank. Su Jiner's judgment about Grinnick proved true a few days later. Grinnick did not continue burning money on a price war. He closed the ledger that had shown losses for several days, took out a pouch of high-purity spirit stones from a drawer, and sent them to the new chieftain of the Halford tribe. The new chieftain was a rebel leader who, after being deposed by Gorak, had secretly rallied a small group of disgruntled Halford warriors. The goblins' exchange condition was direct your people block the cargo passage behind the Dragon Kingdom storefront. The excuse was also prearranged. The trading city's management received a report claiming there was an unregistered contraband transfer station in that alley. Under the guise of a safety inspection, the Halford rebels set up checkpoints at both ends of the cargo passage. The caravan was stopped at the alley entrance, and the goods could not be unloaded. The Dragon Kingdom's refining workshop received less than 30% of its usual crude ore that day. The barrage exploded instantly. The cargo passage is blocked. They didn't close the storefront, they blocked what's behind it. The goblins have learned. Since they can't beat the Dragon Kingdom heathen, they strike at the supply chain. That alley was the logistics lifeline Su Jiner identified on the very first day. Grinnick saw it too. It's the only route the Dragon Kingdom relies on. And he didn't use the Blood Clans, he used the Halford rebels. The Halfords aren't bound by the Blood Clan's truce, and they don't have to clash directly with the Dragon Kingdom. Standing at the alley mouth claiming a safety inspection means the Dragon Kingdom can't strike first. Doing so would be starting a conflict within the trading city's jurisdiction. Su Jiner stood at the blocked alley entrance behind the storefront watching the cargo passage guarded by the goblins and Halford rebels for a while. She didn't argue, nor did she attempt to force her way through. Back at camp, she drew a route map in the ledger connecting the scattered trading posts of the main Halford tribe to the Dragon Kingdom's cargo passage and marking another alternate path controlled by Gorak's main force nearby. After Gorak recovered from his wounds and firmly reclaimed the chieftain's seat, most of the Halfirk itinerant traders had returned to trade within his territory. That alternate path ran along the southern edge of the tribes, skirting the outer perimeter of the dwarven mines, then passed through the side gate of the trading city's freight district to reach the back of the storefront. The route was longer than the main passage, but the ground was hard-packed earth that Gorak and his men had trampled down themselves, making it easy on the caravan beast's hooves. After marking the alternate route, she said to Lu Yuan, "Once we bypass the rebels' checkpoint, we'll need an escort. There might be goblin-hired mercenaries along the road from Gorak's camp to the city side gate looking to intercept the goods." Huaxia stood up from the rampart, securing her ring-pommel saber at her waist. "Trade route blocked. Then we cut through." Gorak's Halfirk warriors sent to receive the goods were waiting for them at the exit of the dwarven mines. Leading them was the very deputy whose wrist wraps Huaxia had once cut through. He now served as the captain of Gorak's merchant caravan guard. Huaxia rode the Halfirk's large horned pack beast that Gorak had lent her at the very front of the caravan. Her ring-pommel saber remained, sheathed, its tip resting downward in the front saddle hook. Lin Wanqiu had fitted the cargo crates with a batch of spiritual energy vibration locks. They weren't for theft prevention. If any unauthorized spiritual energy detection came near the crates, the locks would vibrate as a warning. Feng Rui had not yet entered this version of the outline. Lu Yuan, who was handling the road security, scouted the perimeter alone. His Mortal Realm 3rd stage autonomous perception could now detect any abnormal fluctuation within a 30-meter radius without the aid of a bronze mirror. Some in the barrage noticed that after the caravan reached the side gate, Su Jiner put back on the pair of gloves worn thin by iron pipes. She was refilling out delivery forms for the itinerant traders, recording every weight and purity check on the back of each form. Gorak didn't come himself. His deputy led the team, the one Huaxia cut before, and now he's leading her pack beast. Halfirk logic is simple: if you defeat me, I respect you. By dusk, the caravan arrived at the alley mouth behind the Dragon Kingdom storefront. After bypassing the rebel checkpoint, the crude or entered the warehouse on time, and the refining equipment began running again. Gorak's messenger brought word during unloading the goblins had sent people to his tribe, trying to bribe more itinerant traders to break away from the Dragon Kingdom system. Their pitch was, the Dragon Kingdom will soon monopolize you just like the goblins did. Gorak's reply was relayed in just 4 words: "I trust the blade." The barrage fell silent for a moment. Someone posted, "Gorak doesn't trust Huaxinjian's blade itself. He trusts what he saw with his own eyes. That blade never presided over oppression." When the goblins tried to buy him off, he didn't waver, because the Dragon Kingdom never once tried to monopolize anyone. Lu Yuan walked over from the rear of the caravan, hanging his tang saber at his waist. Huaxia was brushing the pack beast's hairs off her ring-pommel saber, leaving faint, thin marks on the blade as it grazed the saddle of the large-horned beast. She looked up at him. "The trade route is open. Gorak's alternate path is longer than the main one, but the rebels won't dare come near. Gorak's deputy led the escort personally, the one I cut the wrist wraps off last time." Lu Yuan nodded, glancing at the 4 characters Gorak's messenger had carved into the bone tablet. "I trust the blade." He had sent messages 3 times. The first was a wartime transmission talisman, the second was a spiritual energy chain warning, and this time just 4 words. Shorter each time, needing less and less explanation. Huaxia slid her ring-pommel saber back into its sheath. Because not explaining is what trust means. On the battlefield, the one who speaks least is the most reliable. The barrage was struck by this exchange. Lu Yuan said, "Gorak's messages get shorter, from Bonaran talismans to 4 words." Huaxia said, "The one who speaks least on the battlefield is most reliable. Those 2 are the quietest in the entire camp. One answers with a single word, the other only says what she's certain of." After fighting alongside them for so long, Gorak learned to express the greatest trust with the fewest words. After several days on the alternate trade route, the goblins finally realized that blocking the main cargo passage was futile. Gorak's trail bypassed the rebel checkpoints entirely. Grinnik set down his ledger and did what he had long been reluctant to do: he hired mercenaries. Not the crank and brank stragglers from last time. This time, it was an rank captain among the top free mercenaries in the Forbidden Zone, accompanied by 2 brank lieutenants. The captain was named Kazan, gifted with the ability Hammer Chain Strike. Each of his attacks delivered a stacking shockwave, granting him devastating extra destructive power against structures and shields. His most notable contract to date had been blasting open an entire sealed granite gate with his shockwaves, slower than max biochemical agents, but far more overwhelming in raw force. The commission was paid up front from Grinnik's quarterly store profits. The invoice, however, didn't say mercenaries. It read security consulting fees. Insiders in the mercenary circle began leaking details in the live chat. Kazan, the top-tier heavy hammer among Forbidden Zone mercenaries. Last time, he single-handedly drove off 3 branks trying to rob goods at the auction house in Trade City. Didn't even need to fight. He just slammed his hammer into the ground, cracked the earth open, and the would-be robbers ran for their lives. He doesn't pay with money, he pays with shockwaves. The goblin really went all out this time. In the Forbidden Zone. After accepting the contract, Kazan didn't head straight for the camp. He knew the Dragon Nation had electric fences and heavy machine guns. He chose a narrow choke point in the middle of Gorak's trail, flanked by rubble piles from abandoned dwarf mines, a passage barely wide enough for a single orc-pack beast. As the caravan reached the choke point, Kazan leaped down from the rubble. His psychic resonance hammer, twice the size of an ordinary war hammer, slammed into the ground. A ring of shockwave erupted from the impact, forcing the lead pack beast to stagger backward several steps. Huaxia reined in her mount, her ring blade already drawn. Kazan didn't even look at her. His eyes were fixed on the rear of the caravan. The goblin bookkeeper said the Dragon Nation has a mortal realm third-stage fighter. Let me see for myself. Yuan walked down from the rubble pile at the end of the caravan. His Tang saber remained, sheathed, the hilt gripped firmly in his hand. Kazan's resonance hammer struck the ground again. This time the shockwave was directed straight at Yuan. Yuan didn't retreat. Bronze-colored spiritual energy autonomously activated on his vambraces, blocking the shockwave 2 meters out. A few rubble stones near his feet were blasted away, but his heels never moved an inch. Kazan grinned. Can withstand the shockwave. Peak 3rd stage, close to 4th. The chat exploded instantly. Peak 3rd stage. He said it himself. Yuan is a hair's breadth away from 4th stage. Kazan isn't here to fight. He's here to gauge Yuan's level. Grinnik didn't pay him to smash the Dragon Nation caravan. He paid him to test Yuan's combat power firsthand. The goblins finally started using their brains. In the Forbidden Zone, Kazan hoisted his resonance hammer onto his shoulder. His lieutenant was preparing to flank the caravan's rear from the side of the rubble pile, but Huaxia drove him back with a single strike. Her ring blade swept in a diagonal arc, blazing with a triple-strength dark golden battle aura. The lieutenant parried, but his wrist went numb from the impact. Kazan ignored his lieutenant entirely and walked straight toward Yuan. With every step, he channeled shockwaves into the stony ground, sending loose rubble bouncing and rolling around him. Yuan drew his Tang saber. The bronze blade light glowed like a dark copper bar heated to its core under the dim daylight of the narrow pass. On their first clash, blade met hammer face. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact, shaking several layers of rubble loose from both sides of the pass. The recoil split open a barely healed old wound on Yuan's tiger's mouth. But he didn't retreat. Kazan pulled his hammer back and stepped away, glancing at the blade mark on its surface. The cut wasn't deep, but the residual bronze, spiritual energy along the gash still glimmered faintly. You're peak 3rd stage. 1 step short. I'm not fighting you to the end today. Grinnik only paid for a test. Next time, if he pays me to breach your camp, he'll see whether you're 4th stage or something else by then. He flipped his hammer back onto his shoulder and signaled his lieutenant to withdraw behind the rubble slope. Before leaving, he glanced back at the ring blade in Huaxin's hand. That angle you cut just now, accurate. Next time, don't aim for my lieutenant. Aim for me. I can take more punishment than he can. The mercenary fans in the chat were completely won over. Kazan, he even gives post-fight commentary. He said Huaxin's angle was precise. The mercenary captain got slashed and still praised his opponent's technique. He's not a bad guy. He's just doing a job, and Grinnik's money only covered the test fee. This contract was the goblin's most brilliant move, yet spend a testing fee to pinpoint Yuan's true combat power and exactly how many steps he stands from 4th stage. Yuan sheathed his Tang saber. The split wound on his tiger's mouth was already clotting on its own. The cracks Kazan's resonance hammer left in the ground still emitted faint wisps of spiritual energy residue. Huaxia walked over from the front of the caravan, her ring blade already back in its sheath. He said, "You're peak 3rd stage." Once his test report reaches Grinnik's desk, the goblin's next move won't be mercenaries. It'll be hunting for equipment specifically designed to counter a peak 3rd stage fighter. Yuan glanced toward the bloodline territory in the north. Vladimir has that kind of equipment. Kazan came to test me. The Count is waiting for the results. They're not allies, but they share information. This contract was the goblin's most brilliant move, yet spend a testing fee to pinpoint Yuan's true combat power and exactly how many steps he stands from 4th stage. After Kazan left, the crack his shock hammer had carved into the gravel remained etched across the narrow path. Yuan stood at its edge, gazing down at the fresh gash torn across his palm by the recoil. The bleeding had already stopped. The self-healing speed of a mortal realm 3rd stage cultivator was noticeably faster than at the 2nd stage. But the wound remained. Huaxia walked over and glanced at his palm. The shock hammer's force is cumulative. He only used 2 layers of stacking just now. He wasn't paid enough. Next time, if he uses 4 or more layers, the gash will tear further up your hand, all the way to your wrist. She flipped her ring blade and lightly tapped his wrist with the flat of the blade. You need the fourth stage. Yuan remained silent, but his fingers tightened slightly around his sword. A bronze-colored spiritual energy flowed sluggishly along the blade, its hue significantly deeper than a few days ago, yet still held back by a thin bottleneck from turning into the deep red of refined copper. The combat analysis group in the live chat had already finished their calculations and comparisons. Kaizen's two hammer strikes just now, one was a ground impact test, the other was a frontal blade contact. If he had used a full-power 4-layer stack strike, Yuan's current spiritual energy shield would have shattered. From the third stage to the fourth, there's only one bottleneck left. But this layer can't be broken by sheer accumulation of power. It requires a heat and collision that pushes you to your absolute limit. Break through it, and you're at the fourth stage. Fail, and the bottleneck only thickens. In the Forbidden Zone late, that same night, Grinnik received the test results Kaizen had sent back. Kaizen's report was concise. 3 lines of charcoal writing on a mercenary mission sheet. Target level Mortal Realm 3rd stage peak. Estimated to require 1 more real battle to reach the 4th stage. Additionally, the woman with the ring blade in his team is stronger than when she fought Vlad. Note the price for the next camp assault will not be this, it will cost more. Grinnik read the mission sheet over and over again. Finally, he took his red pen and replaced the question mark beside the Dragon Nation's shop listing with a symbol he hadn't used in a long time. Not a red cross, not a question mark. It was an arrow pointing upwards. The business history enthusiasts in the live chat deciphered this symbol. An upward arrow means not a downgrade and not a question. It signifies a rise in combat evaluation. The Goblin Quartermaster has adjusted the Dragon Nation contestant's valuation arrow upwards, something never done for an individual contestant whose team was formed less than half a season ago. In the Forbidden Zone, Kaizen hadn't gone far. He and his 2 deputies set up a small tent on a gravel high ground near the exit of the Dwarven Mine tunnel, munching on compressed biscuits while waiting for Grinnik's reply about the increased payment. His brother, the left deputy, was still trembling from the shock Huaxia had sent through his wrist earlier. He dropped a piece of his compressed biscuit when he tried to pick it up. Kaizen picked the biscuit up from the ground and brushed off the stone dust. Next time, don't go near that woman with the blade. Her talent is growing stronger with every injury. If she had hit you twice in a row just now, your bones would have shattered. The mercenary circles in the live chat were going wild. Kaizen is teaching his brother to avoid a death trap. His brother almost had his bones shattered by Huaxinjian's blade. Just now, no joke, the mercenary captain is personally guiding his little brother away from danger. In the Forbidden Zone back at the camp, Yuan spent the next few days sitting cross-legged on the perimeter wall from before dawn. Bronze-colored spiritual energy flowed slowly around him, and with each breath the bronze hue deepened. Huaxia said he only needed one final extreme clash, a single full-powered strike against a sufficiently strong opposing force, and the bottleneck would shatter on its own. But he couldn't withstand that kind of recoil, yet his body wasn't ready. Ma Guoliang kept peeking his head out from each time he'd draw a small tally mark on the back of the boiler operation manual. After drawing a few, he paused. Then next to the last mark he drew a hollow circle, but didn't fill it in. The live chat interpreted the symbols for him. Uncle Ma's tallies are a countdown, and the hollow circle means he's still a bit short. It's like marking a coal seam in a mine. A circle means no coal, yet you only fill it in when you've hit the vein. Su Jiner hadn't gone to the trading city these past few days. The refining workshop was under the temporary management of the old dwarven miner, and she checked the accounts back at the camp every night. She copied the test data from Kaizen's mission sheet into the spare pages of the ledger, adding a note beside it: 3rd stage peak. Kaizen believes he needs one more real battle. Noted by Grinnik indirectly. The live chat burst into laughter. She credited it to Grinnik indirectly, meaning this is a third-party combat evaluation paid for by the Goblin Quartermaster, and she's citing the source while using it for free. But the bottleneck wasn't waiting. It was growing, not receding. Every day after his meditation, Yuan would practice empty swings against the gravel slope, each strike's bronze color deeper than the last. Once it reached a certain limit, the color stopped changing at the bottleneck's critical hue. Lin Wanqiu saw his final empty swing from her workbench. The blade's glow halted at the very edge of the bronze spectrum, refusing to shift towards the red of refined copper. She set down her iron pipe, walked over, and placed a cup of warm water on the wall beside his hand. The bottleneck has reached its critical color hue. It won't get any deeper. The next change will be the breakthrough. It needs a strong enough opposing force to crack it open from within. Yuan took the cup and drank. Is Kaizen's shock hammer strong enough? It is, but you might not be able to withstand it. His 4-layer stacked shockwave can shatter your arm guard. If the guard breaks, and the bottleneck still hasn't cracked, your wrist will break first. Yuan was silent for a moment, then placed the cup back on the wall. Then let him shatter the guard first. Lin Wanqiu glanced down at the arm guard on his forearm, crafted from the ribs of the alpha wolf. From the moment he first wore it, it had blocked the charge of an iron-scaled lizard, the claws of Vlad, and the first blood-red spear from Vladimir. If it truly shattered, she would forge him a new one from spirit steel. Once it reached a certain limit, the color stopped changing at the bottleneck's critical hue. Huaxia watched the entire exchange from the side and uttered only 2 words, "Almost there." Caxton's revised quote arrived a few days later. Grinnick agreed to his new price, adding a line on the back of the task order: unlimited testing. The target was the Dragon Kingdom's refining workshop in the Trade City. Smash the equipment, no need to hurt anyone. Kashin folded the task order and tucked it into the inner pocket of his breastplate. Hefting his shock hammer, he walked from the dwarf mine exit toward the workshop. His 2 deputies slipped toward the side gate of the alley while Kashin stood alone at the entrance of the refining workshop. A figure was waiting at the door. Not an orc guard. It was Yuan. Kashin cracked a grin. Peak of the 3rd stage. Still 1 step away. Last time I told you if Grinnick paid me to break your camp ID test, what stage you were at then. Still hasn't changed. Yuan didn't answer. He drew his tang saber. The bronze hue on its blade was deeper than a few days ago. The bottleneck remained. Kashin lowered the shock hammer from his shoulder, gripping the handle tightly with both hands. A 4-fold overlapping shockwave surged outward, pushing rubble into a moving front of shattered stone. Yuan didn't retreat. The bronze blade aura slashed heat into the shockwave, and the collision between the blade edge and the impact wave ignited all the residual crystal powder left in the alley. The old wound on his tiger's mouth tore open again, oozing fine beads of blood. The saber tip veered off course in the shockwave. He twisted his body, using his arm guard to absorb the residual tremor, dragging 2 shallow grooves in the gravel with his heels. He didn't fall, but the bottleneck on the blade remained unbroken. In the live chat, Caxton's fans held their breath. He took the 4-fold stack and didn't fall, but the bottleneck is still there. Kashin hasn't gone all out yet. 5 layers is his limit. Forbidden ground. Kashin raised the hammerhead again. Before the 5-fold overlapping shockwave even landed, the ground was already cracking outward with deep. A figure cut in from the side. Huaxin's ring blade sliced horizontally. A blade aura amplified by a 4-fold battle intent intercepted the arc of the hammer's shockwave in advance, deflecting its force into the empty wall beside the alley. The empty wall was shattered with a spiderweb of cracks, yet the refining workshop's equipment remained untouched. Without looking back, she spoke a single sentence towards Yuan, her words buried in the noise of the hammer strike. "Don't take the 5 layers, Hedon. You can't handle it yet. Use your arm guard to deflect the angle and coordinate with my blade." The subsequent fight was not about brute force. Yuan and Huaxia shifted left and right in the narrow alley, creating a staggered formation. Her ring blade repeatedly severed the moment of contact between Caxton's hammerhead and the ground from the flank. Just before each strike landed, the saber tip would already be inserted into the low-pressure zone of the shockwave, dissipating part of its kinetic energy. Yuan's bronze tang saber didn't engage the hammerhead in a direct clash. Instead, it sealed off Caxton's left hand as he tried to draw the short, armor-piercing awl from his waist. He blocked it 3 times, each strike precisely landing on the fulcrum of the awl's handle. The tactical analysts in the live chat were stunned. This isn't a onion, it's dual coordination. Huaxia relieves the peak pressure of the hammer wave. Yuan seals the auxiliary weapon. Together, the 2 of them just barely hold off the Arank mercenaries' 5-layer output. Kashin has never faced this kind of fighting style. His shock hammer is for area suppression, but this dual Q10 coordinate tactic pins him in the narrow alley, preventing him from spinning up. Kashin withdrew his hammer and stepped back, sheathing the armor-piercing awl. He glanced down at the dense blade marks on the hammerhead, some bronze, some dark gold. Then he looked up at Yuan. "Your bottleneck is still there, but the 2 of you combined your blades together are stronger than me and my 2 deputies put together. I'm not taking this job, not even for more money. I can't win." He hoisted the shock hammer back onto his shoulder, pulled the task order from his breastplate, and scrawled 4 words on it with a charcoal stick: mission withdrawn. Before leaving, he glanced back at Huaxia. "Next time I'll spar with you for free. I want to see the limits of that blade." The live chat was struck by that sentence. Kashin said he'll spar with her next time for free. He got cut twice, took money from an employer to test an opponent, and now he wants to practice blades with his opponent for free. The mercenary leader has been turned into a blade brother by the Dragon Kingdom. That's stronger than any alliance pact. Forbidden ground. Grinnick received the notice of Caxton's mission withdrawal in his accounting office. Caxton's deputy relayed the message: Ter's target is at peak 3rd stage unbroken, but their combined combat capability exceeds our employment cap. Mission withdrawn, full deposit refunded. Grinnick stared at the notice for a moment. He erased the original arrow next to the Dragon Kingdom's shop listing, wrote 4 new words beside it, and underscored them with a heavy line. Not 4th stage. Peak of the 3rd stage. Someone in the live chat noticed the detail. He didn't write 4th stage, because Yuan truly didn't break through today. But he underlined peak of the 3rd stage, meaning this rank carries a qualifier peak. It's not an ordinary 3rd stage, it's a 3rd stage only 1 bottleneck away from 4th, and there's a ring blade ready to strike at any moment beside him. Forbidden ground. Nightfall. Lu Yuan sat on the wall, his tang saber resting across his knees. The bronze spiritual energy patterns on the blade had deepened to the absolute limit achievable at the third stage. The bottleneck was compressed thinner and thinner. After coordinating with Huaxia today to seal off Caxton's 5-layer shock hammer, he could feel the bottleneck trembling slightly. Not cracking, trembling. Only one heating collision was needed. Huaxia walked over from the wall and said, "Next time Caxton won't come. Vladimir will. His wounds have healed since last time. Time for revenge. Let him come." The live chat finished her thought, and Hell used the Count's blood energy claw blades to shatter the paper-thin barrier to the 4th stage of the mortal realm. After Kazan withdrew his mission, the trading city fell quiet for a time. Grinnick did not hire new mercenaries. The underline beneath the words third-order peak in his ledger was still wet. He knew that direct, forceful pressure was not a cost-effective move in the short term. Beside that third-order peak of the Dragon Kingdom stood a ring-blade saber capable of cleaving through the wrist of an rank mercenary's second-in-command at any moment. But on the other side of the forbidden ground, someone was unwilling to wait. After Vladimir's right palm was pierced by Lu Yuan's left-hand saber, he had soaked in a spiritual liquid pool deep within the vampire territory to mend the wound. The penetrating wound on his palm had completely healed, leaving only a faint ring of ancient bronze-colored spiritual scar tissue, a residual mark from a mortal realm third-order blade that even the spiritual liquid could not wash away. He examined his right hand over and over, then summoned Vlad. Grinnick's mercenaries have withdrawn. This time we go ourselves. This is not a test. This is revenge. The target is the frontal defense line of the Dragon Kingdom camp, not the refining workshop. Vlad stood at the door, the collar of his cloak already stitched back together where Lu Yuan had cut it last time. He touched the stitches at his collar, his expression far more cautious than before. His blade is faster than it was in our last encounter. My eyes in the trading city say he's been making dozens of empty swings every day on the rubble slope. The bronze color on his blade has deepened to neared copper. He's only one bottleneck away from 4th order. Vladimir pressed his right hand against the armrest of his chair. So we strike before he breaks through. After 4th order, his blade energy can leave the weapon and our missed advantage will shrink further. Right now he can still only fight at close range. We strike now. The vampire fans in the live chat began to tense up. The Count is going to strike first before Lu Yuan's bottleneck shatters. His right hand was pierced, and he's been healing, but during that time Lu Yuan's bronze bottleneck has deepened to the point of nearly breaking. Both sides are racing against time now. At the forbidden ground, before Vladimir departed from the vampire territory, he did one thing. He went to the vampire forbidden arts chamber and retrieved a small vial of dark red liquid from a sealed stone cabinet, blood moon essence. It was not a genetic agent, but a strengthening essence refined from the high concentration blood energy that seeped out of the core fissure of the forbidden ground by the vampire ancestors. It could drastically enhance a vampire's physical constitution and blood energy output in a short time at the cost of falling into a deep state of weakness once the effect wore off. Vlad stepped back half a pace when he saw the vial. That's forbidden class. If you use it and fail to win, you'll be completely drained when it wears off. Even if he's not 4th order by then, he could still kill you. Vladimir tucked the small vial into the inner pocket of his cloak. He said nothing. But the live chat supplied his unspoken thoughts. He could not wait for Lu Yuan to reach 4th order. A 3rd order peak plus Huaxinjian's ringblade saber had nearly cost him his palm last time. After 4th order, the blade energy could leave the weapon and the vampire's greatest mobility advantage would face the threat of interception. He refused to accept that. At the forbidden ground, Zhao Pan was the first to spot the vampire's movements from the watchtower. Familiar dark blue low-temperature light spots appeared along the northern edge of the sensing membrane, more than last time. Not 6. Over 10. 2 of the signal sources were especially large. One was Count Vladimir, and the other was Viscount Vlad. The rest were low-rank guards. Zhao Pan pressed the camp-wide broadcast. Vampires. North side. Over a dozen 2 major signals. This time there are a lot more than before. They're still mustering at the outer perimeter, haven't entered the electric net. Based on the signal pause rhythm, they'll move tonight. Huaxia stood up from the wall and drew the ringblade saber from its sheath. The blade still bore small nicks from the clash with Kazan's hammer days earlier. She ran a whetstone across the edge a few final times. Then she walked up to Lu Yuan. He sat on the wall, the tang saber resting across his knees, its bronze spiritual energy patterns glowing quietly in the night. The bottleneck is still there. It trembled, didn't shatter. Huaxia glanced down at his tiger's mouth. The old tear wound had scabbed over, but the scab was thin. Vladimir definitely brought something this time. After you pierced his palm last time, he wouldn't come for revenge with just his original strength. He's used some kind of vampire enhancement. I can sense a different dark red frequency mixed into his signal that wasn't there before. The combat analysis group in the live chat quickly compared the spectral signatures of the 2 vampire signals. Huaxia is right. Vladimir's signal has an extra dark red hue. It's not from a guard, it's on him. He's carrying some kind of forbidden-class vampire enhancement agent. Last time Yuan pierced the Count's palm by seizing the moment his bottleneck shattered. Now the Count is drugged up, his combat power is probably above mortal fourth order. Yuan's bottleneck is still intact. This is the most dangerous hard battle he's faced since entering the Forbidden Ground. At the Forbidden Ground, after night fully fell, over a dozen dark blue signals on the north side began to move simultaneously. Yuan gripped the Tang saber in his hand. Zhao Pan reported the position one last time from the watchtower. The vampire signals are pressing forward from the north simultaneously. Vladimir's main signal and Vlad's subsignal are walking side by side at the front, followed by newly added external viscounts and low-rank guards. Huaxia rested the ring blade saber on the wall. From the watchtower, the vampire signals are pressing forward from the north simultaneously. Vladimir's main signal, his brother brought a forbidden art. That dark red frequency in the signal isn't ordinary blood energy. It's blood moon essence taken from the vampire sealed storage cabinet. The raw material is high concentration blood energy from the core fissure of the Forbidden Ground. It can make a vampire's physical constitution and blood energy output surge dramatically in a short time at the cost of deep weakness when the effect ends. He's betting he can take you down while the effect lasts. Yuan glanced down at the bronze bottleneck on his blade. Fourth order is one strike away. If his combat power exceeds fourth order after taking it, I'll meet his claw blades with my third order peak saber. If I hold, the bottleneck shatters. If I can, I fall back and you take my place. Huaxia was silent for a moment, then nodded. Someone in the live chat posted a comment. Yuan said he'd fall back if he couldn't hold, and Huaxia would take over. This is the first time he's voluntarily said retreat, not out of fear, but because the bottleneck is on him and can't be prematurely broken. Retreat isn't defeat, it's leaving the right moment for the breakthrough. The bottleneck was trembling. Tonight it would either shatter or crack and grow thicker than before. Vladimir crossed the electric fence almost twice as fast as last time. It wasn't that his misting speed had increased, he simply hadn't missed it at all. After injecting the vial of blood moon essence into his carotid artery, his skin shifted from pale to a deep crimson. Veins bulged beneath the surface, spreading like a network of roots being saturated with bloody ink. Blood energy condensed around his body into a semi-translucent dark crimson protective membrane, allowing him to walk directly through the perimeter of the electric fence, defiantly facing the beams of the ultraviolet lamps. Zhao Pan pushed the lamp's angle to its limit, but the UV beam only raised a faint trace of scorch marks on the membrane's surface when it struck Vladimir. He was afraid of UV light last time, but not anymore. The vampire hunters in the live chat began to panic. Blood moon essence. This is a forbidden level strengthening agent for vampires, its ingredients sourced from the high-density blood energy of the core rift in the Forbidden Grounds. It's not something any ordinary count can get their hands on. Vladimir must have used his ancestral stock from the vampire vault. The UV lamps are useless against him. He's not relying on misting to dodge the light. That blood energy membrane directly absorbs the UV spectrum. A vampire juiced up on core rift materials. In the Forbidden Grounds, Vlad led a dozen or so low-ranking guards spreading out from the north side. They engaged in pure force containment, not attempting to break through, only continuously probing the border of the electric fence. Yuan ignored the guards. His entire focus was on Vladimir. The Count's right hand extended, the familiar blood-colored claw blades thicker and longer than before. Blood energy condensed at the tips into a nearly solid dark crimson edge. As the claws tore through the air, they emitted a low hissing sound. This was no phantom image, it was concentrated spiritual energy condensed into a physical blade. The first clash between the two in the center of the camp's gravel ground was heavier than any of their previous exchanges. The bronze blade met the blood-colored claw, and the shockwave from the impact blasted several low-ranking vampires back several steps. Vladimir's claw momentum overpowered the blade, pushing Yuan back nearly 2 meters. His heels dragged deep furrows in the ground, but he did not fall. Your bottleneck remains. Vladimir looked down at the bronze light on his blade, a color that had reached its limit, but had yet to undergo its transformation. His voice was deep and hoarse. It seems you haven't crossed it since last time. The live chat exploded instantly. The bottleneck is still there. Vladimir saw it at a glance. Last time when Yuan pierced his palm, the blade's light just happened to crack the bottleneck. This time the bottleneck is thinner than before, but it still hasn't shattered. In the Forbidden Grounds, Huaxia did not make a move. She stood inside the wall, gripping her blade, maintaining a pincer position, her gaze locked on Vladimir's every step. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, as she could tell that for Yuan's bottleneck to shatter, he had to withstand the full force of Vladimir's claw strikes alone. If another person helped to deflect the force, the impact wouldn't be enough. The bottleneck would crack, but it wouldn't shatter. Yuan's knuckles were white as he gripped the blade. The thin scab at the base of his thumb had been completely torn open during the first clash, and blood dripped down the handle. He didn't bother to wipe it away, saying to Huaxia in a hoarse voice, "Don't interfere." Huaxia didn't reply, but her ring-pommel sword remained sheathed. Vladimir attacked continuously, each claw strike landing on the exact same spot on the Tang Dao's blade, using the cumulative impact to push the bronze bottleneck to its limit. The melee weapon enthusiasts in the chat held their breath. He's taken so many hits in a row. The blade's grain is being scorched with dark red marks by the Count's blood energy, yet his blade remains fixed in the same defensive arc. In the Forbidden Grounds, after dozens of clashes, Vladimir voluntarily stopped. He retracted the fully extended blood energy of his right claw back into a short blade form. The dark crimson membrane fluttered slightly against his skin. He caught his breath and glanced at Yuan. Yu held firm. He hadn't broken through to the 4th rank, but he had withstood a continuous assault from a Count enhanced by a forbidden technique. Vladimir turned and dissolved into mist, retreating. The low-ranking guards followed him, withdrawing one by one from the outer perimeter of the electric fence. Vlad was the last to leave, lowering the Vampire War banner, but he paused to look back at the center of the camp. Yuan stood on the gravel ground, the tip of his Tang Dao touching the earth. Blood from the base of his thumb was still dripping down the handle, but the hand gripping the sword did not tremble. Huaxia descended from the wall, walked up to him, and silently looked at the wound at the base of his thumb. Without a word, she tore off half of her own sleeve and offered the linen cloth to him. Yuan took it and wrapped it around the base of his thumb the same way she had first helped him bandage his wrist strain. The live chat was touched by this detail. Huaxia tore her own sleeve. The linen lining inside the iron armor of a Han Dynasty commandant. The last time it was used to wrap a wrist was before she was summoned. Peak of the 3rd rank, withstanding a frontal continuous assault from a Count enhanced by a forbidden technique. Lin Wanqiu on the wall secured the pin of the ultraviolet flashbang back into its safe position. She walked over to Yuan and glanced at the newly wrapped linen on his hand. He'll prepare more UV grenades next time. If you can hold out a few more times, the bottleneck will shatter on its own. The dark crimson membrane fluttered faintly against his skin. The metabolic window of the blood moon essence was closing. He caught his breath and glanced at Yuan. Yu held firm. He hadn't broken through to the 4th rank, but he had withstood a continuous assault from a Count enhanced by a forbidden technique. The chat completed his sentence for him. With a bronze blade at the peak of the mortal 3rd rank, he had withstood a frontal continuous assault from a forbidden technique enhanced vampire Count of 4th rank combat power or above. The bottleneck hadn't broken, but it hadn't shattered either. After Vladimir retreated, the air in the camp was thick with the acrid scent of scorched blood essence mingled with oxidized metal. Yuan sat atop the wall, his Tang saber resting across his knees. Dark crimson marks left by the Count's claws had yet to fade from the blade. They were not rust, but residual blood essence lodged deep within the crevices of the weapon's spiritual energy circuits. The bronze spiritual energy still flowed sluggishly, and the razor-thin, yet tenacious membrane of the bottleneck remained unbroken. But it was trembling. Not the faint tremors of before, but a persistent fine vibration like a bowstring drawn taut for dozens of exchanges and never released. In the barrage, someone noticed the saber humming faintly. The blade is vibrating. The bottleneck hasn't broken, but he's on the absolute edge, just a hair's breadth away. Forbidden Zone. Lin Wanqiu picked up a soft cloth stained with crystal powder from the workbench. Without a word, she pressed it against the torn old wound on Yuan's tiger's mouth. The bleeding had already stopped. The crystal powder stung sharply upon contact, disinfecting and staunching. Yuan glanced down. "It's not deep." "That's what you said last time," Lin Wanqiu replied without looking up. She wrapped the cloth, then secured it with 2 loops of spare bandage from the pipe, tying it in the same knot she had used for his arm the very first time. An industrial engineer's knot. Once pulled tight, it never came loose. The barrage was struck by the familiar knot. That's the same knot she used in the first volume. Back when the iron scale lizard shattered his arm guard, she wrapped his arm with the same knot. The details haven't changed, but the people have. Back then she was a starving student from the 80s. Now she's the camp's chief engineer. But the knot remains the same. Forbidden Zone. Huaxia, having finished sharpening her ring-pommel saber, walked to the wall and stared northward where the vampires had retreated. The dark blue signal on the barrier's membrane had receded to the edge of detection, but it still lingered. Vladimir hadn't fully withdrawn. He was waiting for confirmation. Confirmation of whether Yuan would break through tonight. He won't dare fight you again. Once the metabolic window for the blood moon essence closes, he'll fall into a deep weakness. Earlier in the camp center, he didn't dare to drag it out until the window's shut. Next time he comes, he won't use forbidden arts, she paused. But hell bring more allies. A blood count doesn't fight this war alone. His assessment of your bottleneck is now known to the entire Blood Alliance. They will throw everything they have at you before you break through. Yuan flipped his saber. The dark red blood essence was slowly peeling away from the bronze circuits. The bottleneck still trembled. Intelligence personnel in the barrage intercepted anomalous signals simultaneously. The vampire signals on the periphery have suddenly increased. It's not Vladimir's main force, it's reinforcements from other vampire territories. They've shared tonight's battle data over the network. They know Lu Yuan's bottleneck hasn't broken and are gathering on the outskirts. Huaxia is right. They'll commit all their forces before the breakthrough. The longer he waits, the more of them there will be. Forbidden Zone. After dawn, the vampire signals around the camp still hadn't vanished. From the watchtower, Zhao Pan reported positions one by one via walkie-talkie north, northeast, northwest. Combined, there were no fewer than 20. Vladimir hadn't left. Vlad was there too, along with 2 other vampires, slightly smaller, but carrying the same dark blue cryogenic signature. Likely Viscounts from other branches come to assist. Ma Guoliang tallied the recent tally marks on the back of the boiler operation manual. He then walked up to the wall, sat beside Lu Yuan, and after a moment handed him the manual. His hand, which habitually reached for the furnace, paused midair and withdrew. He said nothing, but the marks in the manual, some solid, some half-drawn, and turned into hollow circles, told the whole story of the countdown to the 4th stage. Lu Yuan closed the manual and returned it. Ma Guoliang took it back, patting the cover with the coldest stained finger. It wasn't to brush off dust, it was the gesture a coal mine captain used to confirm a task with his men. After the pat, he turned and walked back to the boiler room. He stopped after 2 steps and looked back. Those marks. A small portion I made while watching you meditate. The rest I added each time you came down from the wall. Dozens of marks in total. It's about time for a change. Lu Yuan glanced at the bronze glow of his blade. The bottleneck was still trembling, but the frequency was higher than before. Each of Ma Guoliang's dozens of marks corresponded to a deepening of the blade's spiritual circuits during his meditation on the wall. He had never counted them himself, but Ma Guoliang had counted them for him. Understood. Ma Guoliang nodded, pulled open the iron door of the boiler room, and walked inside. The barrage was moved by the exchange. He counted dozens of marks, each one a corresponding change in the blade's glow. A number Lu Yuan never kept track of himself, but Uncle Ma did. Huaxia watched Ma Guoliang's retreating back, then picked up her ring pommel saber from the wall. Uncle Ma counted your marks. Uncle Zhao on the watchtower counted the arcs of your strikes. Lin Wanqiu counted the healing time of your wounds at the workbench. Su Jiner counted your breakthroughs in the ledger. I don't count. I just need to stand by your side when your bottleneck trembles. Lu Yuan looked down at the bronze glow on his blade. The bottleneck was still trembling, but the frequency was higher than before. He counted dozens of marks, each one a corresponding change in the blade's glow. A number Lu Yuan never kept track of himself, but Uncle Ma did. Vladimir made his move on the 3rd day, just before dawn. He was not alone. All the Bloodkin assembled on the northern flank of the Blood Moon Plains. Over 20 low-ranking guards, 2 collateral Viscounts, Vlad and Vladimir himself. After the metabolic window for the Blood Moon essence had passed, the Count abandoned his forbidden arts. He adopted a more measured strategy, a swarm of minions to exhaust Lu Yuan's stamina through attrition before delivering the killing blow himself. The first wave of low-ranking guards dissolved into mist and surged in from 3 directions on the northern flank. Zhao Pan angled the ultraviolet floodlights to their maximum coverage, while Lin Wanqiu hurled UV flashbangs from the ramparts. Each flashbang detonated precisely at the densest nodes of the guards' mist, forcing them to condense back into human form. Huaxinjian's ring pommel saber swept along the walls, severing the wing roots of one guard after another. But their numbers were overwhelming. The UV floodlights' spiritual energy reserves, once at full capacity, began to drain steadily. The stockpile of flashbangs was also nearly depleted. Seizing the moment when the guards pinned down the defensive systems, Vlad and the 2 collateral Viscounts slipped through a sensory delay zone on the southeastern section of the electric fence, breaching the inner walls. The 3 landed simultaneously, 3 slender blades of blood essence aimed at the camp's heart. Lu Yuan drew his saber. A bronze arc of light traced through the night, and a single stroke forced the Viscount on the left to retreat. The Viscount on the right circled behind him. A blood essence rapier thrust toward his lower back, only to be deflected by the spiritual energy shield on his vambrace, the impact shoving him 2 steps forward. The chat surged with tension. He's fighting 3 at once. Vlad plus 2 Viscounts pressuring from 3 sides simultaneously. The spiritual shield on his vambrace is cracking after absorbing so many blood essence impacts. And Vladimir is still on the perimeter. He's waiting for his brother and the Viscounts to drain Lu Yuan's stamina to the breaking point before he strikes. The Forbidden Zone. Lu Yuan did not call for Huaxia. Her ring pommel saber was still intercepting the second wave of guards on the ramparts. If she fell back, the guards would flood straight into the spiritual energy depot. He channeled every ounce of his bronze spiritual energy into the blade, parrying the Viscount's rapiers left and right. The old scar on his tiger's mouth torn open time and again had now split into a web of bloody fissures. His stamina was waning, but the bottleneck trembled ever more violently, not cracking but swelling. Each shock from a parry stretched the membrane of that bottleneck further outward. In the chat, the combat analysis group ran real-time calculations. The three bloodkin are draining his stamina, but with every impact the bottleneck's vibration frequency jumps up a notch. The bloodkin think they're wearing him down, but every strike is actually helping him breach the bottleneck. But this can't go on. The cracks on his vambrace are widening. Once it shatters, his lower back is exposed and a blood essence rapier can pierce straight through. The forbidden zone. On the ramparts, Lin Wanqiu clutched her last 2 UV flashbangs. Her eyes fixed on that silhouette in the camp's center, weathering the assault of 3 bloodkin at once. She did not call his name. Calling out would break his focus. She hooked her thumb through the trigger ring of one flashbang, her other hand gripping an iron pipe. If the vambrace shattered, she would hurl everything she had, whether it worked or not. The chat caught the whiteness of her knuckles around the pipe. Lin Wanqiu hasn't moved on the wall. The flashbang's trigger ring is already on her thumb. She's not a combatant, but she's ready to toss that last flashbang the second the vambrace breaks. Then she'll charge in with that iron pipe. The forbidden zone. Vladimir stepped from the perimeter to the inner grounds. He did not dissolve into mist, nor did he bare his claw blades. He walked to the center of the camp, faced Lu Yuan, besieged by the 3 viscounts, and spoke. Your bottleneck remains. Last time you caught my claw. This time you have no strength left. He extended his claws. Not just his right hand this time. Both hands shot out at once. 2 blood essence claw blades longer and thicker than the last single one. He ignited the dregs of blood moon essence still in his body in a single burst, and the twin claws carved 2 dark red arcs through the night. The chat held its breath, suffocating with tension. Lu Yuan raised his Tang Dao. The spiritual energy runes on the bronze blade flickered rapidly, not fading but surging. The bottleneck membrane was shifting from trembling to swelling, from swelling to the brink of rupture. He could sense that membrane deep in his dantian pushed to its absolute limit after days of relentless combat. Vladimir had hammered the same bottleneck point with dozens of impacts, and each claw strike nudged him a fraction further forward. The bloodkin believed they were draining his strength, but in truth every parry was expanding the bottleneck from within. Now only one final heating collision remained. He looked up at Vladimir. The count stood at the camp's center, flanked by Vlad and the 2 collateral viscounts, and beyond them the endless waves of low-ranking guards on the ramparts. The UV floodlights were on the verge of dying. Zhao Pan braced the foundation piles, Ma Guoyang held the steam pipes, and Lin Wanqiu's knuckles were bone white around the iron pipe. Hua Qinjian's ring pommel saber was still intercepting guards on the wall, its blade fissures like a fine bolt of lightning in the UV glow. Lu Yuan spoke 2 words. Come on. As Vladimir's twin claws descended, Lu Yuan did not raise his blade in defense. Instead, he channeled all his bronze spiritual energy into the Tang Dao, sidestepping the main force of the claw's strike and driving the tip straight into the gap between them. A secondary edge grazed his left shoulder, shattering his vambrace. Bone shards and spiritual energy fragments scattered across the rubble-strewn ground. A bloody gash opened on his shoulder, but the blade tip had already pierced the gap. It was not aimed at the man, but at the bottleneck. The bronze spiritual energy was compressed to its limit in the fraction of a second when the blade tip met the claws. The bottleneck membrane, which had trembled for so long, finally gave way, tearing from the center. Bronze energy surged out from the tear, and the spiritual energy patterns on the blade changed color in an instant. It was not a gradual change, but a sudden, complete transformation. The bronze faded entirely, replaced by a darker reddish-copper luster threaded with extremely fine crimson filaments. Mortal Realm 4th stage. The blade tip pierced through the gap, not by virtue of its length. It was a visible reddish-copper blade, aura born half a meter from the tip, that surged forward independently. It pierced the blood energy protective membrane of Vladimir's right claw and severed all its blades at the root. The chat exploded after a fraction of a second's delay. 4th stage. Mortal Realm 4th stage. Detached blade, aura, severing a blood energy claw from half a meter away. Vladimir's twin claws were broken by a single strike. He used a forbidden art, but Lu Yuan took on dozens of rounds at the peak of the 3rd stage and broke through the bottleneck the moment his vambrace shattered. Forbidden ground. Vladimir looked down at his right claw, severed cleanly at the root. The dark crimson edge of his blood energy was dissipating from the wound. He took a step back, not to flee, but by instinct. The attack radius of a 4th stage detached blade aura was a full circle larger than the 3rd stage, and his vampiric mist form couldn't materialize in time within such a short distance. He stared at the new darker reddish-copper gleam on Lu Yuan's blade, was silent for a moment, then retracted the claws of his left hand. 4th stage. It was not a question. Vlad and the 2 viscounts simultaneously dissolved into mist and retreated. A viscount couldn't even withstand the residual force of a fourth-stage blade aura. On the wall, the low-ranking guards were being continuously cut down by Huaxin's ring blade. The UV floodlights forced the last of them back beyond the electric fence. Vampire signals on the sensing membrane faded one by one, retreating north. In the chat, a blade enthusiast was analyzing the strike frame by frame. Detached blade aura. It's only at the fourth stage of the mortal realm that one can compress spiritual energy to launch it beyond the blade. Cutting a blood energy claw from half a meter away. This wasn't a stab, it was an independent blade aura flight. From the second to the fourth stage, other contestants are still struggling with the first stage. Forbidden ground. Ma Guoyang poked his head out from the boiler room, a coal shovel still in his hand. He glanced at the reddish-copper blade aura with its crimson filaments on Lu Yuan's sword, then flipped the boiler operation manual to a marked page. He took a charcoal pencil and forcefully filled in the first hollow circle. After filling it in, he closed the manual and muttered to himself, "We've struck coal." The chat was instantly pierced by these three words. "We've struck coal." The hollow circles Ma drew meant no coal, yet if filling them in meant they'd reached it. Coal mining terminology. He waited so long to fill in that hollow circle. Zhao Pan pressed the battalion-wide intercom on the watchtower and said only one sentence. Fourth stage. Lin Wanqiu slid down from the wall and walked over to Lu Yuan. She glanced at the wound on his left shoulder that was still seeping blood. She resecured the pin on the last UV flashbang she hadn't thrown, then took out a bandage from her supply pack. "A blade aura detached half a meter," she said, wrapping the bandage. "Next time you can cut Vlad's collar from a distance without getting close." The chat was hit by two pieces of information at once. Lin Wanqiu is praising his half-meter detached blade aura. Her praise is in technical parameters, not words. It's measured performance. This is the language of the industrial spark. Your blade now comes with a long-range version update. Forbidden ground. In the Trading City's accounting office, Jernick did not receive a battle report. What he received was an automated data push on the spiritual energy monitoring panel. Dragon Country, contestant Lu Yuan's spiritual energy level updated, mortal realm 4th stage. New ability unlocked, detached blade aura attack, maximum range 0.5 meters. Jernick stared at the notification for a long while. He flipped the ledger to the Dragon Country shops page, crossed out the words peak of 3rd stage he had written before, and wrote 2 new characters beside it, adding a single punctuation mark. 4th stage. Not a period, not an underline, but an exclamation mark. Someone in the chat managed to capture a screenshot of the office's surveillance feed. He changed the underline to an exclamation mark. The first exclamation mark in a goblin financier's ledger. Not a question, not an underestimation. It's a confirmation that the opponent has entered a whole new league. Forbidden ground. Nightfall. Lu Yuan sat on the wall, the bandage on his left shoulder glowing with a faint reddish copper tint in the moonlight. His spiritual energy had permeated the blood, and even his wound was healing faster than it did at the 3rd stage. The Tang Dao lay across his knees, its reddish copper spiritual energy patterns glowing steadily. He closed his eyes. Without a bronze mirror, every spiritual energy fluctuation within 100 meters was now clearly discernible. Huo Qingyin sharpening his blade on the wall, Zhao Pan adjusting the UV light angles on the watchtower, Ma Guoyang adding coal in the boiler room, and Lin Wanqiu sketching designs at her workbench. Su Jiner meticulously entered today's defensive expenditures into the ledger's expense column, and in the remarks column, she wrote 2 characters 4th stage. This time she did not sign her name. 10 chapters, 1 bottleneck. The blade aura detached half a meter, and the reddish copper gleam, with its crimson filaments, shone steadily in the night. The air in the camp felt different on the first morning after the breakthrough. It wasn't that the spiritual energy density had changed. It was that everyone's movements were lighter, not from tension, but from a newfound sense of security. A peak stage 3 warrior had endured countless hard-fought battles and finally advanced to stage 4. Everyone in the camp breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Guoyang hummed an off-key coal miner's tune while boiling water in the boiler room. Zhao Pan checked the seals on the perimeter wall, fiddling with his walkie-talkie 2 fewer times than usual. Huo Qingyin didn't use her whetstone to sharpen her blade. Instead, she used a fine-grained sandstone shed picked up from the gravel slope. She remarked that after stage 4, even the rocks around the camp seemed harder. The barrage comments were in stitches. General Hua says the rocks got harder. It's not that the rocks are harder, it's that she's in a good mood, and everything looks better to her. She's the most tense person in the camp. Every time Lu Yuan's bottleneck wavered, she was the first to draw her blade. Now that the bottleneck is shattered, she's the first to switch her whetstone. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu spent the entire morning at her workbench. She wasn't designing new equipment. She was conducting a complete spectral analysis of the spiritual energy frequency from the Bladiki discharge during Lu Yuan's breakthrough to stage 4. Using an industrial spark, she extracted the residual spiritual energy from the moment of the breakthrough from his Tang blade and plotted a curve on a stone slab illustrating the relationship between Bladiki discharge distance and spiritual energy output intensity. The first half of the curve was steep, surging from 0 to half a meter with the explosive spiritual energy of the breakthrough moment. But the second half began to plateau. Pushing the Bladiki beyond 1 meter required a spiritual energy density several notches higher than what was needed for half a meter. The maximum range for stage 4 Bladiki was just under a meter. Going further would require stage 5. She spread the curve chart on the stone slab and looked up at Lin Yuan. Your current effective Bladiki range is half a meter. You can push it to nearly a meter at the limit, but accuracy will suffer. Only after reaching stage 5 can you stabilize the Bladiki beyond 1 meter. Engineering students in the barrage started taking notes again. She turned Bladiki into a range curve. The z-axis is spiritual energy output, the y-axis is Bladiki distance. The industrial spark models even combat breakthroughs. In the Forbidden Zone, Su Jiner returned from the trading city with 2 pieces of news. First, Grinnik had circled the stage 4 entry in the long Westall's column with a red pen and added a tiny, densely packed note beside it. The note's contents were obscured by the spiritual energy barrier of the ledger counter, but judging by its length and formatting, it wasn't a complaint. It was a risk rating update. Second, dwarven miners in the trading city's freight passage overheard a conversation between the Halford rebel forces and a goblin apprentice. The rebels' new leader was rallying the scattered remnants left after Gorak's power grab, and the goblin apprentice was helping them draw a defense map. The locations marked weren't in the trading city's jurisdiction. They were on the outskirts of the Longwood camp. The goblin is helping the rebels draw a defense map, not of the trading city's trade routes, but of our camp's outer perimeter. They're preparing to make a move. The barrage instantly went on high alert. After the mercenary failure last time, the goblin isn't hiring anymore. He's helping the rebels draw defense maps. He's not paying others to fight. He's helping the enemy fight us. And the Blood Clan hasn't withdrawn. Those dark blue signals on the north side are still there. Even though Vladimir lost a claw blade, his brother Vlad, and those 2 collateral viscounts are still on the periphery. All 3 factions are about to move together. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Yuan stood up from the perimeter wall. The dark reddish copper blade glow burned steadily in the morning light, and the fine cracks left by the Bladiki discharge on the blade hadn't fully faded yet. He hung the tang blade at his waist, walked to the base of the watchtower, and glanced up at the gray-white clouds at the northern edge of the sky. Zhao Pan on the watchtower switched the sensitivity of the sensor membrane from passive scanning to active early warning mode. On the membrane, 3 clusters of different colored signals appeared simultaneously from the north, the northeast, and the direction of the trading city: dark blue for the Blood Clan, earthy yellow for the Halford rebels, and gray-green for the goblin mercenaries' new signals. The 3 signal clusters didn't approach, but they all stopped at the same distance ring on the periphery, as if they were waiting for the same signal. Hua Qingyin lifted the ring pommel's sword from the fine sandstone. The blade reflected a faint dark reddish copper luster under the midday sun. The small nicks from the earlier clash with Cassin's shockhammer had all been ground smooth. She sheathed the sword and said 2 words, "Let them come." Lin Yuan stood up from the perimeter wall and walked to the base of the watchtower. Zhao Pan reported the real-time positions of the 3 signal clusters on the membrane point by point over the walkie-talkie: dark blue Blood Clan, to the north earthy yellow rebels, to the northeast gray-green goblin mercenaries from the trading city direction. The 3 clusters stopped at the same distance ring on the periphery, like they were waiting for the same signal. They're waiting for Vladimir's command. The Count is waiting for Cassin's test report, which will state that I'm a peak stage 3 warrior estimated to need actual combat to reach stage 4. He'll make his move before that combat happens. Zhao Pan was silent for a moment, then pressed the walkie-talkie. Then we prepare before he makes his move. Expand the electric net to 800 meters, wire the UV lamps in parallel, and ensure full coverage for the heavy machine gun firing arcs. Let them come. 3 days after the simultaneous movements of the 3 parties, the atmosphere around the camp changed. It was not tense. It was abnormally quiet. Usually one can hear the sporadic roars of iron-scaled lizards and the howls of red-eyed wolves from the direction of the Blood Moon Plains, but for the past 2 days there has been nothing. Even the sulfur smell from the steam fissures has faded. Shirley was not included in this outline. Zhao Pan crouched by the wall, touching the cool gravel on the ground. There were no unusual fluctuations in the spiritual veins of the earth. It's not a problem with the Earth's layers. The living creatures have fled. The fierce beasts can sense the gathering of the 3 parties and have run away in advance. The ecologist in the bullet screen began to analyze. Before a large-scale conflict, fierce beasts will actively avoid confrontation, not because they fear one side, but because the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy disrupt their senses. Forbidden area. A messenger from the Gallic tribe brought a bone fragment engraved with a wartime communication symbol of the Halford tribe. The symbol had only 2 lines of text. Approximately 30 rebel soldiers, led by the one whose battle axe you severed last time. The goblin equipped him with a spiritual energy chain, not an ordinary iron chain, but a heavy chain welded with spiritual energy, specifically designed to entangle weapons. Huaxia flipped the bone fragment over. The back bore a message added by Gallic himself: "That is an old weapon of our tribe. I recognize the forging pattern of the chain." Don't engage, Hedon. The cold weapon enthusiast in the bullet screen began to analyze. Spiritual energy chain. Specifically designed to entangle weapons. Once entangled, the blade's aura is sealed inside. The Halford rebels learned their lesson after Huaxia severed their ordinary iron chains last time. This time, they brought spiritual energy chains. Gallic personally engraved the warning: "That is an old weapon of their tribe." He is helping the Dragon Kingdom to defend against his own kin. Forbidden area. Vlad raised a Blood Clan battle flag on the northern outskirts. It was not a declaration of war flag, but a gathering flag with a dark red arc of a blood moon embroidered on a black background, a symbol used for internal communication among the Blood Clan. Low-ranking Blood Clan members would automatically regroup upon seeing this flag, and external Viscounts would understand that this was not a tentative reconnaissance, but a formal operation. Zhao Pan counted the Blood Clan signals from the lookout tower. There were a few fewer than last time during the siege. After Vladimir lost a claw blade, he was likely recuperating in the rear, but Vlad was still present along with 2 external Viscounts and several new low-ranking guards. The Blood Clan analysis group in the bullet screen began to deduce. The Count hasn't left. His brother is commanding the gathering in his place. Although the Count lost a claw blade, his knowledge of Blood Clan forbidden arts remains, allowing him to transmit tactical instructions to Vlad through the Blood Clan network from the rear. Forbidden area. Meanwhile, in the trading city, Su Jiner noticed that Grinnick's shop had been closed for several consecutive days. It was not out of business. One could see shadows moving inside through the spiritual energy barrier, but the front door was tightly shut, and all the discount spirit stone display cabinets that were usually piled at the entrance had been taken inside. Miners from the Dwarven tribe reported from the side alley. The goblin accountant moved a spiritual energy encryption box into the back room of the shop, filled with spirit stones. This is not for trade, it is a deposit. To whom it was paid is unknown. Su Jiner noted this information in her ledger, writing 4 words beside it: likely for mercenaries. Last time after Kazan withdrew, Grinnick refunded all deposits, but this time the spirit stones he moved out were almost double that of the last time. The box was sealed with a spiritual energy encryption lock. The amount of this deposit is enough to hire more than 1 A-level mercenary. The mercenary circle in the bullet screen became tense. Box sealed and encrypted, deposit doubled. Last time he hired Kazan as a test fee. This time he's buying people and not just 1 A-level. Forbidden area. Lin Wanqiu picked up a freshly drawn camp defense distribution map from her workbench. The map redefined the coverage sectors of the electric fence, ultraviolet light, arrays, shooting holes, and machine guns. After the 4th tier, the energy storage of the spiritual energy warehouse could support a larger range of defense coverage, and she expanded the shooting range of the machine guns from the southern segment to a complete circle between the eastern and northern segments. Ma Guolian glanced at the new blueprints in the boiler room and said that this time the pipeline modifications were more than last time, and they would need to add a few more shovels of coal. Lu Yuan stood on the wall watching Lin Wanqiu mark the last section of the machine gun shooting range. Each line drawn by her iron pipe on the slate corresponded exactly to the coverage area of his blade aura. After the 4th tier, the blade aura extended half a meter, and the machine gun shooting range expanded to cover the entire wall. Her defense distribution map overlapped both. The engineering students in the bullet screen noticed this detail. She drew the machine gun shooting range and Lu Yuan's blade aura coverage area on the same map, seamlessly connecting the firepower coverage area with the melee defense area. This is not a defense distribution map. It is a commander's operational sand table. Huaxia descended from the wall and walked over to Lu Yuan. The signals from the 3 parties are all waiting at the outskirts. Vladimir is waiting for the blood moon essence, the rebels are waiting for the goblin's chains, and the mercenaries are waiting for Grinnick's final payment. They can afford to wait, but we cannot. If we wait for them to act simultaneously, the electric fence will be drained first. Lu Yuan nodded. Starting tomorrow, we will take shifts. You and Uncle Zhao will be on duty during the day, and I will take the night shift. The electric fence will be replenished during the day, and I will guard at night. Huaxia glanced at him. You guarding alone at night with the bottlenecks still there, your stamina will be drained. Stamina can be replenished. The electric fence, when drained, cannot be restored. The bullet screen was touched by this brief dialogue. Shift changes. The 2 of them completed the defense rhythm with minimal words. This is the tacit understanding forged from countless hard battles. Lu Yuan stood on the wall, the dim copper-hued blade aura steadily shining in the night. The 4th tier of autonomous perception covered 100 meters around the camp, and each cluster of peripheral signals, positions, distances, and movement directions were as clear as if etched on a map. He closed his eyes, memorizing the distribution of the three-party signals, then opened his eyes, moved his hand away from the blade's hilt, and continued to draw the next defense map. The copper blade, aura, remained motionless. The three factions launched their assault in the dead of night. It was no coincidence. Vlad had synchronized the signal through the bloodline network with the goblin apprentices and the rebel leaders, the hour when the grid's stored energy was at its weakest. Ultraviolet output plummeted to its nadir, forcing the heavy machine gun's feed belt to be switched manually. The first wave charging in was the Halfrek rebel force. Nearly 30 Halfrek warriors surged from the southern trade route, led by the new pro-goblin chieftain, whose battle axe had been shattered by Huaxia. Wound around his arm was the spirit lock chain that Gorak's bone shard had warned about. Iron-gray links embedded with hair-thin spirit welding runes emitting a low hum as they writhed. The rebels did not charge the grid directly. They halted at its perimeter, wrapping the spirit lock chains around the support pylons and beginning to pull. The spirit runes on the chains created a momentary short-circuit loop upon contact with the grid's arcing current. The eastern section flickered with a burst of arc light, and 3 support pylons were wrenched from the earth simultaneously. A temporary breach gaped in the eastern defense line. The bullet barrage erupted instantly. They came prepared, targeting the grid's weakness. Not brute force, but conductive chains to short it out. The goblin's defense map marks the grid pylon positions. Restricted zone. Huaxia vaulted over the wall, her ring blade cutting straight into the breach. Her dark copper blade, aura, did not leave the weapon. She waited for the rebels' chains to coil in, then used the blade's spine to snap the links, shoving the foremost Halfreks back 2 steps. Yuan moved up from her left flank, his Tang blade's copper aura severing a barbed chain whip mid-swing as it lashed toward Ma Guoliang. The half-meter aura just enough to cleave the whip's head. More Halfreks poured through the gap. Zhao Pan and Lin Wanqiu atop the wall hauled the fallen pylons upright with their bare hands, reseating the bases and immediately tamping down crushed stone and emergency rivets. The engineering soldiers in the bullet barrage rose to their feet. Zhao and Lin are re-erecting the grid pylons under fire. Crushed stone dust mixed with sweat. Nothing slipped, nothing failed. Restricted zone. From the north and northeast, the Bloodkin seized the moment of the grid breach, dissolving into mist and pressing forward. Vlad led 2 outer branch Viscounts in a mist-formed strike from behind the Halfrek blade formation, attempting to spear through the defense line with a coordinated ground assault. Ma Guoliang barely managed to push the ultraviolet floodlight to its maximum sector, the beam, catching a Viscount's mist form at an angle and forcing him back into solid shape. Yuan's copper blade aura sliced through the wing roots of 2 guardian creatures in midair, but the third swept in faster from overhead. The left outer branch Viscount had circled into the watchtower's blind spot. The southern firing ports continued to loose rounds toward the trading city, while mercenaries hired by Grinnik from the sealed-off stores crept through the side alley toward the refinery's rear windows. The old dwarf miner bellowed through the mineshaft horn, "Sue someone in the back alley." The bullet barge's alert level hit maximum. All 3 factions moved at once, timing direction breach method. Everything was pre-coordinated. The Goblin's dispatch schedule in the accounting room is more detailed than the mercenary task sheets. Restricted zone. The battle raged from midnight to dawn. The grid breach was resealed, and the ultraviolet floodlight stored energy was pushed to critical limits. All eastern firing ports overheated and shut down, while the heavy machine gun's base had shifted slightly from the sustained rotation during the southern sector's overuse. Huaxinjian's ringblade claimed 2 more Bloodkin guards before she paused, breath short, glancing back at Yuan. Yuan's tiger's mouth had been grazed raw by the spirit lock chain, and the old scar on his left shoulder, cut when his arm guard shattered last week, was seeping blood again after a rebel blade's flat struck it. But the copper 4th stage blade aura on his weapon remained unwavering. No sign of ascension, a stable 4th stage plateau. After dawn, the 3 factions' signals retreated to the horizon, but did not withdraw. Zhao Pan pressed the intercom from the watchtower. "They've only pulled back to the perimeter. Expect another move." The bullet barrage began tallying the night's losses. 3 grid pylons yanked out ultraviolet reserves down to the warning line machine gun base, shifted Yuan's tiger's mouth, split open again. Old Scar took a hit, but that 4th stage blade aura kept patching the line all night long. Yuan sat on the wall, the split wound on his tiger's mouth, re-bandaged by Lin Wanqiu. This time, she didn't use the system's emergency dressing. She tore a strip from a soft cotton cloth folded inside her own supply pouch, the same cloth she used to wrap her white rabbit creamy candies. The candies were long gone. The cloth remained. Candy's gone. Cloth still here. After tying it off, she folded the excess corner neatly and tucked it inside his arm guard, then rose and turned toward the workbench. Yuan glanced down at the neatly folded cotton cloth inside his arm guard and said nothing. The bullet barrage was struck by that cloth. That's the cloth that wrapped the white rabbit candies. She kept the candy wrappers, she kept the cloth too. Candy's gone cloth became a bandage. Every single candy left its mark on him in a different form. Lu Yuan looked down at the neatly folded cotton cloth inside his arm guard. The blood at his tiger's mouth had stopped seeping. The copper fourth-stage blade aura burned steadily along the wall. From the watchtower, Zhao Pan finished reporting the final retreat distance of the external signals and pressed the intercom, all clear. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room. The hairline cracks on the steam pipes had not widened. He logged today's pipe pressure data in the operation manual, drawing a half mark beside it. Not a countdown tally for Lu Yuan, but a progress marker for the pipe repairs. Someone in the bullet barrage noticed the half mark. Old Ma switched his tracking system. Before it was countdown tallies for Lu Yuan's ascension. Now it's half marks for pipe repairs. The camp has entered recovery mode. She kept the candy wrappers, she kept the cloth too. Candy's gone cloth became a bandage. Every single candy left its mark on him in a different form. But that fourth-stage blade aura kept patching the line all night long. After the first wave of the three-sided siege receded, no one in the camp rested. Zhao Pan took spare spiritwood timber and gravel dust to re-anchor the 3 power grid support posts that had been pulled out on the eastern section back into the earth. This time, he did not simply drive them back in as they were. He added a diagonal auxiliary brace to the exterior of each post, sharpening the tip and driving it into the ground at an angle, then calibrated the seams with spirit energy runes. The soil around the toppled posts had already loosened. Without the additional support, they wouldn't withstand the next pull. Engineers in the bullet comments were already taking notes. Uncle Zhao added diagonal auxiliary braces, not restoring it to its original state, but reinforcing it specifically against the method of destruction. Last time they pulled outward, the diagonal braces push inward. Next time they won't budge. Lin Wanqiu rewired the ultraviolet lamp's energy storage circuit from series to parallel, granting each lamp independent power. Ma Guoyang in the boiler room pushed the steam pressure past the combat readiness red line and added an extra half shovel of coal to the furnace. Hua Qingyin handed the whetstone to Lu Yuan, not for sharpening his blade, but to press the fine grit against the wound on his tiger's mouth, where the spirit energy chain had scraped the skin off to staunch the bleeding. Lu Yuan pressed the fine grit against his tiger's mouth, the dim crimson bronze glow of his blade shining steadily. The bullet comments were struck by Hua Qingyin's gesture. She didn't hand him a bandage, she handed him a whetstone, meaning press down on the wound and keep fighting, not wrap it up and rest. That's the unspoken understanding between comrades. Last time Lin Wanqiu wrapped his bandage, this time Hua Qingyin hands him a whetstone. One tends to his life, the other to his blade. They complement each other flawlessly. In the restricted area, the news Su Jiner brought back from the alleyways of the trading city was more urgent than the signals from the perimeter. All the spirit stones sealed in Grinnick's spirit energy encrypted box had been paid out. Through her contacts among the dwarf tribe's mine tunnels, she confirmed that the recipients were more than just one mercenary company. Cassin's company didn't take the job. Cassin sent word that he had already arranged a free sparring session with the Dragon Nation next time and wouldn't take goblin contracts. But the other 3 Brank mercenary companies accepted. Combined with the regrouped remnants of the Halfirk rebel forces and the Blood Clan's unfurled war banners on the northern flank, the second wave would bring nearly double the troops of the first. Someone in the bullet comments recalculated Grinnick's encrypted box payment data. 3 Brank mercenary companies, plus the Halfirk rebel remnants and the Blood Clan's banner troops. Grinnick poured the entire quarter's accumulated profits into this siege order. This isn't a single battle, it's a war of attrition. In the restricted area, Lin Wanqiu marked the troop estimates Su Jiner brought back onto the camp's defense layout map, then scattered crushed crystal powders of different colors across the stone slab to track the real-time positions of the 3 external signal clusters. Lu Yuan watched her method of scattering the powder, identical to how she had used an iron pipe to trace oscillator circuit units by the mine pit. Her fingers measured the distances the powder aligned along the flow of the spirit energy runes. Zhao Pan switched the walkie-talkie channel to the whole camp and announced his name along with the firing range coverage of his heavy machine gun. Ma Guoyang used the residual heat from the boiler room's steam pipes to warm up self-heating rations for everyone. A detail caught the bullet comments amid the tension. Full camp coordinated defense. No redundant orders, everyone in position. Uncle Ma heats the food, Uncle Zhao adjusts the firing range, Lin Wanqiu marks enemy positions, Lu Yuan holds the wall. No one steps on anyone else's job. Everyone trusts that the others will do theirs to the best of their ability. That's the synergy built up over dozens of chapters together. The sky gradually turned a dim gray. The 3 signal clusters on the perimeter began to move again. Lu Yuan rose from the wall, the dim crimson bronze glow of his blade shining quietly in the morning light. He walked to the center of the camp, where Zhao Pan was driving the last diagonal auxiliary brace into the earth. The engineer's shovel paused against the gravel. All the braces are set. Next time they pull, the diagonals will hold. Zhao Pan looked up at him. That wound on your tiger's mouth. Did Lin Wanqiu wrap it for you? Lu Yuan raised his right hand, revealing a piece of soft cotton cloth torn from a milk candy wrapper wrapped around the wound. Zhao Pan glanced at it, said nothing, and simply gave a nod. The bullet comments were struck by that nod. Uncle Zhao asked about the tiger's mouth. Lin Wanqiu wrapped it for him. Uncle Zhao saw it at a glance and understood. No need to ask twice. That's the camp's synergy. Everyone confirms he's all right in their own way, then gets back to their own work. Lu Yuan moved the fine grit away from his tiger's mouth, the dim crimson bronze glow of his blade shining quietly in the morning light. The fourth-rank consolidation phase. Not the eve of a breakthrough, but every strike blocking the position where it matters most. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room to check the color of his blade's glow. Still dim crimson bronze. Unchanged. He shoveled another load of coal into the furnace and drew today's tally mark in the operations manual. Still fourth rank, the color of the mark unchanged. The bullet comments noticed the continuous tally marks in the manual. Fourth rank stabilized for several whole chapters. Uncle Ma's marks went from hollow circles to filled ones. Not a breakthrough, but consolidation. The tally marks of consolidation run longer than those of breakthrough because true combat power isn't forged in a single breakthrough strike. It's honed in the daily grind of holding every gap. That's the camp's synergy. Everyone confirms he's all right in their own way, then gets back to their own work. Lu Yuan moved the fine grit away from his tiger's mouth, the dim crimson bronze glow of his blade shining quietly in the morning light. The fourth-rank consolidation phase. Not the eve of a breakthrough, but every strike blocking the position where it matters most. The second wave of the three-sided siege had nearly doubled the forces compared to the first wave. Vlad planted the Blood Clan battle flag less than 200 meters outside the electric fence. The Halford rebels used the previously unpooled diagonal support piles as leverage, switching to thicker spiritual energy chains. 3 level mercenary groups approached from the direction of the trading city, led by a peak level warrior wielding dual-bladed axes. Though not as strong as Kazan, they had greater numbers. The data team in the barrage quickly calculated the troop comparison. The Blood Clan signals have increased again. Vlad has recalled all scattered Blood Clan members from the perimeter. The rebels switched to thicker chains. 3 level groups. On the Dragon Kingdom side, there are still these few people: Lu Yuan, Huaxia, Zhao Pan, Lin Wanqiu, and Ma Guoyang. Su Jiner was holding back the Goblin Apprentice in a side alley of the trading city. The troop strength difference was several times. Forbidden area. Lu Yuan stood in the center of the camp, the reddish-brown blade energy of his tang knife carving a half-meter arc in the air. The blade energy did not extend to a full meter. The fourth-tier blade energy's limit was half a meter for precision effectiveness. Pushing it further would disperse the density of spiritual energy. He used the half-meter blade energy distance to precisely sever the welding point of the foremost spiritual energy chain. The chain snapped in two, causing the rebel leader to stagger, and Huaxia struck him on the back armor, forcing him down. Vlad infiltrated from the side in a mist form. Lu Yuan sidestepped, evading Vlad's claw blade's main edge, maintaining the same angle, distance, and deflection of the protective arm as last time. The only difference was that this time there was no Huaxin's ring-headed blade aimed at the stress node behind Vlad's wing. Vlad endured for a moment longer before he transformed into mist and exited the blade energy range, glancing back at Lu Yuan's blade as he left. Someone in the barrage was comparing Vlad's retreat distance frame by frame during each attack. Vlad is always forced back at the same angle. His brother's clawblade breakpoint was also at the same arc position. Lu Yuan's half-meter arc has become an invisible wall along the Blood Clan's charge route. Forbidden area. The 3 level mercenary groups created a continuous assault on the southern section of the electric fence. They did not engage Lu Yuan directly, but continuously drained the electric fence's energy and the ultraviolet light's beam time. Zhao Pan reported positions one by one from the watchtower, and Lin Wanqiu adjusted the light source direction every few minutes. Ma Guoyang raised the boiler steam pressure above the combat readiness red line. The bolts of the steam pipe began to emit a faint whistling sound. They hadn't cracked, but they had exceeded the usual operating limits. He said over the intercom the pipes can hold on a bit longer. There's still half a shovel of shattered crystal coal, enough to keep the big light going till the end. The barrage translated his subtext: Uncle Ma means enough is enough. Until he says it's not enough, don't worry about him. Forbidden area. The battle continued from dawn until the afternoon before gradually subsiding. The 3 forces withdrew to the periphery voluntarily, not driven back, but due to the rhythm of attrition. Vlad's Blood Clan battle flag still stood outside the electric fence. No new breaches had appeared in the camp, but the ultraviolet energy was approaching its critical low value, and the base of the heavy machine gun showed a clear scratch due to prolonged high-frequency movement. Lu Yuan's 4th-tier physical abilities were also nearing their limit. He sat on the wall, the old scab pressed by fine gravel on his tiger mouth repeatedly ripped open. The blood had long since coagulated on its own, and the reddish-brown blade energy maintained a stable range of half a meter without shrinking. Huaxia planted her ring-headed blade into the ground and looked up at the Blood Clan battle flag. They still have a few waves left. Your bottleneck hasn't started to swell yet. The battle analysis team in the barrage noted this point. In the final stage of the fourth-tier stabilization period, the bottleneck will shift from static to slightly swollen. The lack of swelling now indicates that more impacts are needed. Vlad's last glance back was not to see if he had broken through, but to observe when Lu Yuan's blade energy would start to go out of control. Lu Yuan looked down at the piece of cloth on his tiger mouth. The blood was no longer seeping. The fourth-tier blade energy extended half a meter from the blade tip, stable and quiet. Ma Guoyang peeked out from the boiler room to look at the color of his blade energy. It's still reddish-brown and dark. No change. It's about time for swelling. The barrage translated Uncle Ma's later words. Uncle Ma said it's about time for swelling, not a prediction, but rather a note in his boiler manual that has been marked for several days. Mining experience after the coal seam is exposed. Digging half a shovel deeper yields solid coal. In the final stage of the fourth-tier stabilization period, the bottleneck will shift from static to slightly swollen. The lack of swelling now indicates that more impacts are needed. Vlad's last glance back was not to see if he had broken through, but to observe when Lu Yuan's blade energy would start to go out of control. The precursor to losing control is the first day the bottleneck begins to swell. Less than half a day after the second wave of attacks reseated, Vladimir himself stood beneath the Blood Clan's war banner. His right hand's claw blade, severed cleanly by Lu Yuan's fourth-stage blade aura last time, had been replaced by something new from the Blood Clan's forbidden arts chamber. Not a claw blade. It was a dark silver metallic gauntlet covering from his fingertips to his elbow, its surface densely inlaid with ultra-fine spiritual energy absorption runes. No claw blades protruded from the gauntlet's fingertips. Instead, each fingertip was set with a deep crimson blood energy crystal core, each one pulsing slowly, like 5 miniature hearts. Vlad stood beside him, the collar of his cloak no longer patched. He looked at the gauntlet and took a step back. The Blood Clan Equipment Analysis Group in the bullet comments instantly recognized the item. The Blood Energy Absorption Gauntlet. A Blood Clan forbidden art equipment specifically designed to counter spiritual energy blade auras. The spiritual energy runes on the gauntlet can absorb the energy of the blade aura and convert it into the gauntlet's own blood energy output. Vladimir's gauntlet is an heirloom not forged but crafted from spiritual energy meteoric iron that a Blood Clan ancestor found beside the core rift of the Forbidden Land. Specifically designed to counter the blade energy separation of the mortal fourth stage, Forbidden Land. Vladimir did not wait for the signal for the third wave of attacks. He walked alone past the outer perimeter of the electric net. No mistransformation, no low-level guards following, no Vlad for support. He walked to the center of the camp, the dark silver gauntlet casting a faint cold glint under the midday sun. Lu Yuan descended from the wall, the dark reddish glow of his Tang Daos blade aura burning steadily. The distance between them was exactly the same as when the twin claws had clashed with the blade last time. Vladimir raised the gauntlet. The blood energy crystal cores at the fingertips pulsed in unison, and a ring of dark red light glowed along the spiritual energy absorption runes on the gauntlet's surface. He extended the gauntlet, pointing it at Lu Yuan's blade tip. Your blade aura can sever my claw blades within half a meter. This gauntlet is designed to absorb blade aura within that exact range. Feel free to try. Lu Yuan didn't try. He raised the Tang Dao, extending a half-meter of bronze blade aura from the tip, not aimed at the gauntlet, but thrusting towards Vladimir's unarmored left shoulder. Vladimir twisted his body, blocking horizontally with the gauntlet. The moment the blade aura touched the gauntlet, the blade light was sucked into the spiritual energy runes, the half-meter aura vanishing soundlessly at the point of contact. The pulsing frequency of the blood energy crystal cores at the fingertips increased by a notch, storing the absorbed spiritual energy as converted blood energy. The bullet comments exploded. The blade aura was eaten. The bronze blade aura was absorbed and converted instantly upon touching the gauntlet. The pulse frequency of the gauntlet's crystal cores doubled. It's converting Lu Yuan's spiritual energy into its own blood energy reserve. The Count is fighting an equipment counter battle. Forbidden Land. Lu Yuan withdrew his blade, glanced down at the tip of the Tang Dao. The spot where the gauntlet had absorbed the blade aura left no trace. The blade aura wasn't deflected, it was devoured. Vladimir lowered the gauntlet, the pulses of the 5 crystal cores already synchronized into a single rhythm. The Blood Clan's Forbidden Arts Chamber holds several other pieces of equipment that can counter 4th stage blade aura. This gauntlet is merely one of them. You now have two choices: continue a war of attrition against this gauntlet with your 4th stage blade aura, or I dare not fight you again until you break through to the 5th stage. The combat analysis group in the bullet comments quickly ran their simulations. He's forcing Lu Yuan to break through to the 5th stage. This isn't a taunt, it's a rational choice. If Lu Yuan stays at the 4th stage, Vladimir can use the gauntlet to absorb his blade aura indefinitely. But if Lu Yuan breaks through to the 5th stage, the blade aura extends from half a meter to over a meter, and the gauntlet's absorption runes can't cover such a long attack range. The Count is betting on Lu Yuan's evolution speed through an equipment war. Forbidden Land. Huaxia stood on the wall, her ring pommel, sword still sheathed. She watched the gauntlet devour Lu Yuan's blade aura, her expression unchanged. But her fingers tightened slightly on the sword hilt. She was counting the time it took for the gauntlet to absorb the aura. From contact to full absorption, the intervals between each absorption by the gauntlet were roughly consistent. After each absorption, the crystal core pulse frequency jumped up a notch. After 4 notches, the runes inside the gauntlet began to glow red. The tactical analysis group in the bullet comments noticed her gaze. Huaxia is watching the time interval of the gauntlet's aura absorption. She's measuring the gauntlet's overload cycle, counting how many absorbs until the runes start to overload. She's treating the heirloom forbidden art equipment like a machine to be tested. Lu Yuan withdrew his Tang Dao. The spot on the blade tip where the gauntlet had absorbed the aura left no trace. The blade aura wasn't deflected, it was devoured. He looked down at the blade tip in silence for a moment, then raised his head and glanced at Vladimir. Your gauntlet can absorb blade aura, but it can't absorb a bottleneck. Vladimir stopped, turning back to look at him. Lu Yuan didn't continue. He had said his piece. The gauntlet could absorb the spiritual energy of the blade aura, but the bottleneck wasn't spiritual energy, it was a membrane on the inner wall of the Dantian. When the membrane expands to its limit, it needs no external force, it will burst from within on its own. The bullet comments were struck by this brief statement. Can't absorb a bottleneck. He said the gauntlet can absorb blade aura, but not a bottleneck. The bottleneck is something the Dantian grows itself, the gauntlet can't take it away. The Count used an equipment war to force his breakthrough, but he told the Count your equipment is useless against the bottleneck. The bullet comments caught this detail. She hadn't drawn her sword because Vladimir wasn't here to fight this time, but to showcase his equipment. After the demonstration, he turned and walked back beneath the Blood Clan's war banner, aiming the crystal cores at the fingertips of the gauntlet toward the center of the camp. The pulse frequency of the 5 crystal cores hadn't yet subsided, they were still digesting the absorbed bronze blade aura. Lu Yuan watched the gauntlet retreat, placing his palm on the hilt of his Tang Dao. That gauntlet is an heirloom specifically designed to counter 4th stage blade aura. He's telling me through this equipment we'll either break through to the 5th stage and extend the blade aura beyond a meter, or be forever trapped by that gauntlet. Huaxia leaned her ring pommel sword against the wall. The gauntlet's absorption runes have a limit. He absorbed a half-meter blade aura just now, and the crystal core pulse accelerated. If it were a 1-meter blade aura, the crystal cores would likely overload directly. He's forcing you to break through because he knows himself that the gauntlet can't withstand the 5th stage. The combat analysis group in the bullet comments began calculating the limit. A half-meter blade aura accelerates the crystal cores, a 1-meter blade aura burns out the runes. The Count's gauntlet is a double-edged sword. He's essentially telling Lu Yuan that breaking through to the 5th stage means victory. After the demonstration, he turned and walked back beneath the Blood Clan's war banner, aiming the crystal cores at the fingertips of the gauntlet toward the center of the camp. The pulse frequency of the 5 crystal cores hadn't yet subsided, they were still digesting the absorbed bronze blade aura. Vladimir did not rush to attack. He turned the 3rd wave of the siege into a prolonged war of attrition. The low-ranking Blood Clan guards harassed the perimeter of the electric grid multiple times a day, each time sending only a small squad that never ventured deep. The Halfric rebels came every half-day to pull at the support pillars. 3 Brank mercenary groups repeatedly approached the refining workshop from the side alleys of the trading city, never mounting a frontal assault, forcing Zhao Pan to constantly adjust the firing angles and deplete the stored energy. He was waiting for the number of times Lu Yuan's blade aura was absorbed by the gauntlet to reach a critical point. Either the blade aura would begin to spiral out of control, or the bottleneck would swell to its limit. The tactical analysts in the bullet comments began to draw attrition warfare simulation charts. Vladimir is stretching the battle lines. He's not fighting a decisive battle, he's fighting a war of attrition. Every small-scale harassment is depleting the grid's stored energy and the uptime of the UV lamps. More importantly, he's repeatedly absorbing Lu Yuan's blade aura. With each absorption, the crystal core of the gauntlet stores another portion of blood energy. He's using the blade aura of the 4th stage of the mortal realm as a power bank. The war of attrition lasted nearly 3 days. The stored energy of the electric grid had dropped from above the warning line to the low-pressure critical value, and the output power of the UV lamps had correspondingly decreased. The heavy machine gun had only a few belts of ammunition left, but the slide marks on its base were growing deeper. Ma Guoliang's steam pipes, after running continuously beyond the red line for so long, had begun to develop microcracks, which he temporarily sealed with boiler clay to stop the pressure leaks. There were no new wounds on Lu Yuan's tiger's mouth. Vladimir hadn't clashed blades with him directly these past few days, but every time Lu Yuan released his blade aura from the tip of his Tang Dao, it was precisely absorbed by the gauntlet. The back vibrations from the blade were small but frequent, after dozens of low-frequency resonances. The ligaments in his wrist had been repeatedly strained. Huaxia had stood with him on the wall for 3 consecutive nights. The dark circles under her eyes made her cheekbones look even sharper. Her ring-pommel sword remained sheathed, but she stood silently beside him every night saying nothing. Someone in the bullet comments had counted how many times she had drawn her blade these days. Huaxia has drawn her sword several times in these 3 days, all to reinforce the chains against the Halford rebels. Not once did she draw it to shield Lu Yuan from the gauntlet. Because shielding wouldn't have helped anyway, the gauntlet absorbs the blade aura, and the blade aura doesn't harm her. She did not draw her sword in front of the gauntlet. On the evening of the 3rd day, the forces of the 3 parties gathered once more. The grid's stored energy had hit rock bottom. The UV lamps flickered twice before automatically reducing power. The dust cover of the heavy machine gun was worn to a pale white, and the steam pipes were constantly whistling under pressure. After Zhao Pan pressed the camp-wide broadcast and reported the situation at each point, he said to Lu Yuan, "The ones charging in this time are the main force. Vladimir is leading them personally." Vladimir emerged from beneath the Blood Clan war banner with the same posture as the previous 2 days. The pulsation frequency of the crystal cores at the tips of the gauntlet's 5 fingers had accelerated so much that it almost sounded like a single continuous hum. Several days' worth of stored 4th-stage blade aura had transformed into high-concentration blood energy cycling and resonating within the 5 crystal cores. He walked to the center of the camp as Lu Yuan descended from the wall. Neither spoke. The Tang Dao was raised. A half-meter-long dim reddish-copper blade aura collided once more with the gauntlet. The blade aura was absorbed, and the pulsation of the crystal cores accelerated even further. But this time, after absorbing, the gauntlet trembled. It wasn't the crystal cores shaking, it was the spiritual energy circuits inside the gauntlet showing extremely slight signs of overload after hundreds of absorptions. Vladimir lowered his head to glance at his wrist. The equipment analysis group in the bullet comments caught this detail. The gauntlet is trembling. After hundreds of times the blade aura absorption has reached its limit. This ancestral forbidden artifact of the Count can absorb low-power blade aura over a long period, but after accumulating to a certain threshold the circuits begin to overload. Lu Yuan saw it too. He raised the Tang Dao again, the reddish copper blade aura extending to half a meter, but he didn't thrust. It hung suspended in midair. The bottleneck began to swell. Not crack, but swell. Exactly like the final days before his last breakthrough to the 4th stage. Vladimir looked up at the layer of reddish copper blade light on the tip of the sword, undergoing an extremely fine and dense intrinsic oscillation. The bottleneck trembled more deeply than last time. He withdrew the gauntlet, turned around, and walked back beneath the Blood Clan war banner. The pulsation frequency of the crystal cores at the gauntlet's fingertips was already near the critical point of overload after absorbing hundreds of blade aura strikes. He lowered his head to look at the spiritual energy circuits inside the wrist guard. Several spots had already begun to glow red. Vlad stood nearby, the repaired stitches on his cloak's collar faintly visible in the twilight. The gauntlet has reached its limit. If it absorbs a few more times, the circuits will burn out. If the spiritual energy circuits of an ancestral artifact burn out, they cannot be repaired. Vladimir didn't answer. He took the gauntlet off his right arm and placed it on the base of the war banner. The equipment analysis group in the bullet comments caught this action. He took off the gauntlet. It's not broken, he took it off voluntarily. This means he admits that grinding down Lu Yuan by just absorbing his blade aura won't work. He needs to change. After the test battle, the Count had reached a conclusion. The ancient bronze blade at the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal realm, now that its bottleneck had begun to swell, was only one solid heat-in clash away from transforming into 4th stage reddish copper. He must find a new weapon before Lu Yuan breaks through. Vladimir looked up towards the direction of the Blood Moon Plains. The core rift of the Forbidden Ground was slowly seeping out high-concentration blood energy, the raw material for the essence of the Blood Moon. If he could extract a new enhancement potion from the rift before Lu Yuan broke through to the 4th stage, there might. On the 2nd day after his gauntlet overloaded, Vladimir launched the largest full-scale assault since the War of Attrition began. He no longer fought alone. All the low-ranking Bloodkin guards simultaneously turned to mist and surged in from the north flank. The half-beast rebels wrapped the last reserve spirit energy chains around the power grid support posts. 3 Brank mercenary companies charged the perimeter wall hidden from the south. 3 fronts pressed at once, no probing, no feints. The spirit energy chains snapped the second diagonal auxiliary pylon on the eastern section of the power grid. Zhao Pan, having spent every last reserve rivet on the wall, threw his own body against the pylon base joint, using his weight to hold the final support post at its tilting angle. The ultraviolet floodlights emitted a deep, low hum. Their energy reserves were nearly depleted, their intensity dropping to a level that could only sear Bloodkin, who missed it at close range. The veterans in the bullet commentary stood up as one. Uncle Zhao is holding the pylon base with his body. He's maintained fortifications for 17 years, and this is the first time he's using his own weight as a support post. The UV lights are about to die. If the grid breach widens, the camp is lost. Forbidden Zone. Vlad and 2 branch viscounts seized the gap in the UV lights, weakening to breach the inner wall simultaneously. Lu Yuan drew his blade. Within half a meter, his bronzered saber chief forced back Vlad and the branch viscount, but a 3rd viscount circled around behind him, heading straight for the spirit energy warehouse. Huaxia Legacy vaulted down from the wall. At the critical moment, her ring pommel saber severed the viscount's misting path. A hairline crack etched across the blade where it grazed the blood energy membrane. She did not stop. After a few seconds of silence, the bullet commentary erupted. Huaxia Legacy's ring pommel saber is cracked. Last time it chipped against Kaizen's shock hammer. This time the blood energy membrane scored a direct crack into it. And the steam pipe Ma Guoyang just patched is still lying right next to the spirit energy warehouse. Forbidden Zone. Vladimir walked to the center of the camp. The pulse frequency of the crystal cores at the fingertips of his gauntlet had reached its critical threshold. The saber chi he had absorbed, accumulated to its peak, was converting into blood energy, forcing the cores to accelerate their feedback into the gauntlet circuits. He raised the gauntlet, aiming it at Lu Yuan. Your saber chi is still stuck at half a meter. Your bottleneck is swelling, but it hasn't shattered yet. I don't have time to wait for you. He spread all 5 fingers of the gauntlet. The 5 crystal cores simultaneously unleashed a compressed blood energy pulse condensed over days. A dark red beam of energy blasted forth from the gauntlet's palm. Not a claw blade. A pure blood energy shockwave. The energy beam struck the gravel-strewn ground at the camp's center, blasting all the rubble on the surface into the air. The shockwave radiated outward for several meters. Before the shockwave arrived, Lu Yuan slashed with his 4th stage saber chi from half a meter away. The saber chi was scattered by the main body of the blood energy pulse. He was pushed back several meters by the residual force, his tang saber's tip digging into the ground to halt his retreat. The old wound on his left shoulder was torn open again by the stone dust and debris. His arm guard had shattered earlier. Now even the hemp cord wrapped around his sword hilt was beginning to come loose. The combat analysis team in the bullet commentary was silent at this moment. His saber chi was just smashed hidden by the blood energy pulse. The Count has been storing saber chi for hundreds of strikes, and this is his first full power release. Lu Yuan was knocked back several meters. This is the closest he's come to falling since entering the Forbidden Zone. But he stopped himself. Forbidden Zone. On the wall, Lin Wanqiu did not call his name. She marked all the external signal positions on the thermal imaging film in the corner of a stone slab. The power grid firing ports, heavy machine guns, and UV lights were all pushed to their final setting. The iron pipe was held diagonally in front of her. She wasn't going to throw her last flashbang. The warehouse was empty. The iron pipe was the last weapon she had. Over at the boiler room, Ma Guoyang pressed his palm against the pressure leak on the steam pipe sealed with clay. The clay was crumbling. He remained motionless, the coal shovel lying at his feet. Lu Yuan pulled his tang saber from the ground. The bronzered spirit energy patterns on the blade still flowed. The bottleneck was still swelling. He looked up at Vladimir, rewound the loose hemp cord around his palm, and gripped it tight. Huaxia Legacy saw everything from the wall. The crack in her ring pommel saber's blade was still there, but she did not draw it to block the gauntlet for him. It wasn't that she wouldn't help. It was that she knew this strike had to be faced by him alone. Hidden. If she blocked it, the bottleneck would have swollen in vain. Someone in the bullet commentary posted a message. Huaxia Legacy didn't draw her saber. It's not that she wants help, it's that she knows this strike cannot be shared by anyone. She stands on the wall, gripping the hilt, her knuckles white, but she doesn't draw. Lu Yuan pulled his tang saber from the ground. The bronzered spirit energy patterns on the blade still flowed. The bottleneck was still swelling to the brink of deformation. He looked up at Vladimir, rewound the loose hemp cord around his palm, and gripped it tight. On the wall, Lin Wanqiu did not call his name. She marked all the external signal positions on the thermal imaging film in the corner of a stone slab. The power grid firing ports, heavy machine guns, and UV lights were all pushed to their final setting. The iron pipe held diagonally in front of her. She hadn't looked at him once from start to finish. But the pull ring of the flashbang in her hand remained looped on her thumb. The bullet commentary caught this detail. She's not looking at him. She's watching every direction from which he might be ambushed. She doesn't call his name because calling it would distract him. Her unspoken understanding with him has never needed sound. Ma Guoyang pressed his palm against the pressure leak on the steam pipe. The clay was crumbling. He remained motionless. Zhao Pan pressed down on the pylon base, his radio pressed against his chest. Hua Qingyin didn't draw her saber. It's not that she wants help, it's that she knows this strike cannot be shared by anyone. She stands on the wall gripping the hilt, her knuckles white, but she doesn't draw. Lu Yuan pulled his tang. The bronzered spirit energy patterns on the blade still flowed. The bottleneck was still swelling to the brink of deformation, but it did not shatter. He looked up at Vladimir, rewound the loose hemp cord around his palm, and gripped it tight. Vladimir gave him no time to catch his breath. A second pulse of blood energy began to coalesce in the palm of the gauntlet. The 5 spirit cores throbbed with a denser rhythm than the first blast. He intended to unleash every shred of stored blade chi in a single, all-out assault. This was no longer a war of attrition, it was a battle of annihilation. Lu Yuan raised his tang. The vermilion copper spiritual energy on the blade's edge still flowed despite days of consumption, hundreds of absorptions by the gauntlet, and having been shattered by the last pulse. The bottleneck barrier still swelled, causing the entire blade to tremble faintly. It was not the blade shaking, but the spiritual energy veins within it engaging in a final desperate contest against the barrier membrane. The membrane began to arch outward from its center, and a resorthin faint crimson crack emerged on its surface. It was not a shattering, but a single thread of 5th stage blade light leaked through the fissure. The blade analysis group in the barrage went into a frenzy at this moment. The bottleneck is cracking. Not swelling, cracking. The light leaking from the crack is vermilion-tinted gold. Not the darker vermilion of the 4th stage, but the vermilion gold of the 5th stage. After being blasted back several times by the pulse, the barrier membrane has been forced to reveal its first crack. It wasn't broken through by his own power, but torn open passively after being relentlessly bombarded by all the blood energy pulses unleashed from Vladimir's 5 cores. The Forbidden Zone. Vladimir saw the crack. He forcibly interrupted the second pulse. He was condensing, switching the gauntlet to absorption mode in a desperate attempt to absorb the 5th stage blade, chi leaking from the crack, before Lu Yuan's bottleneck shattered completely. The absorption runes glowed red-hot the instant they touched the 5th stage blade light. The density of the 5th stage spiritual energy had already surpassed the gauntlet's rated absorption limit. Lu Yuan stepped forward. It wasn't an attack, it was the bottleneck membrane actively pushing outward for the first time after days of continuous swelling. Under everyone's gaze, the vermilion copper color on the blade began to flake off in sheets. It wasn't being absorbed by the gauntlet, the blade itself was shedding its 4th stage spiritual energy shell. The vermilion copper fragments peeled away from the blade, revealing a new, more intense, vermilion gold layer beneath. The blade light, which had been a half-meter flame, abruptly extended. After a fraction of a second of dead silence, the barrage exploded. 5th stage. The light leaking from the bottleneck crack is 5th stage blade light. Vermilion gold, not the darker vermilion of the 4th stage. Vladimir's gauntlet absorption runes are glowing red-hot. The density of the 5th stage blade chi has exceeded the gauntlet's rated absorption limit. He was just using pulses to blast Lu Yuan, and now his gauntlet is being burned red-hot by the 5th stage blade chi leaking from the crack. The Forbidden Zone. Hua Qingyin vaulted down from the wall. The cracks on her ring blade were still visible, but she didn't stop. She walked to Lu Yuan's left and planted the tip of her ring blade into the gravel-strewn ground. The bottleneck is cracked. There's still one layer of membrane left unbroken. The light leaking from the crack is a precursor. It will take one final direct hard impact collision to completely shed the 4th stage shell. Vladimir switched the gauntlet from absorption mode back to pulse mode. The spiritual energy veins inside the gauntlet were already scorched and overloaded in several places. The 5 spirit cores throbbed with a chaotic, frenzied rhythm. He compressed all his remaining blood energy into the palm of the gauntlet in one go. A dark red beam of destructive energy blasted towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't strike with his blade. Instead, he condensed the thread of vermilion gold 5th stage blade light leaking from the crack to the tip of his sword, not to attack, but to block the pulse. The thin vermilion gold light and the dark red pulse collided half a meter in front of the blade's tip. The two energies canceled each other out, and his heels were pushed back half a step from the shock. But the 5th stage precursor light on the blade did not extinguish. Not broken yet. He looked up at Vladimir. The crack in the bottleneck had widened further, but still required that one final collision. Vladimir looked down at his gauntlet, where the overload cracks in the absorption runes had now spread to his wrist. The combat analysis group in the barrage noted this moment. The crack has opened. It only needs one last direct hard impact collision. The bottleneck will shatter completely at the point of impact. The 4th stage shell will fall away entirely, and the blade light will stabilize at 1 meter. Ma Guoliang, while using his body to hold down the steam pipe, turned his head to glance at the new thin vermilion gold blade light on the wall. The color of the blade light had shifted from the dark bronze of the 4th stage to the vermilion gold of the 5th stage, though it was not yet fully stable. The clay around the pipe beneath him was still collapsing, but he freed one hand to scratch a half-stroke. Not a full stroke, but a half-stroke. On the cinder ground with the tail of his coal shovel. Someone in the barrage noticed this half-stroke. Uncle Ma drew a half-stroke. Not a full stroke, a half-stroke. It means the breakthrough has started, but isn't finished yet. In the coal mines they call this half-seam sighting. The drill bit has hit the coal seam, but hasn't broken through yet. Vladimir looked down at his gauntlet, where the overload cracks in the absorption runes had now spread to his wrist. The combat analysis group in the barrage noted this moment. The crack has opened. It only needs one last direct hard impact collision. The bottleneck will shatter completely at the point of impact. The 4th stage shell will fall away entirely, and the blade light will stabilize at 1 meter. Lu Yuan looked down at the crack on his own blade. Several strands of 5th stage blade light were now leaking from it. The vermilion gold threads of light against the bronze-colored blade looked like light filtering through crushed amber. He could feel that only the last ring of connection was still holding the bottleneck membrane in his dantian. Vladimir's gauntlet pulses had blasted cracks into it, but to shatter it completely the Count would need to compress all his remaining blood energy into his palm. Huaxia vaulted down from the wall and walked up to him. The cracks on her ring blade were still visible, but the hand gripping it did not tremble. The final collision. If you withstand it, you'll be 5th stage. If you don't, the bottleneck will backlash. The crack will seal up, and it will be even harder to force it open next time. Think it over before you commit. Lu Yuan looked up at her. He'll take it. Ma Guoliang, pressing down on the steam pipe in the boiler room, turned his head to glance at the vermilion gold threads of light on the wall as the clay beneath him continued to collapse. The crack has opened. It only needs one last direct hard impact collision. The bottleneck will shatter completely at the point of impact. The 4th stage shell will fall away entirely, and the blade light will stabilize at 1 meter. Ma Guoliang, while using his body to hold down the steam pipe, turned his head to glance at the new thin vermilion gold light on the wall as the clay beneath him continued to collapse. Vladimir forced the last remnants of blood energy from his gauntlet into his palm. The 5 crystal cores had stopped pulsing, burned to an ashen gray from the overload, leaving only one that still beat faintly. He aimed the gauntlet at Lu Yuan. Your bottleneck isn't broken yet. I have one last pulse left. Lu Yuan raised his Tang Dao. The dull dark red copper shell of the 4th rank on the blade peeled away in flakes at the cracks, while the golden red 5th rank blade light surged out from within. The bottleneck membrane had already split across most of its circumference, with only a final sliver of connection stubbornly holding on. He pointed the tip of the blade at Vladimir, his throat dry, but each word was enunciated with absolute clarity. Come. The barrage went completely silent. No comments, because everyone was waiting for this strike. In the commentary booth, Chu Yao switched off all global comparison feeds, leaving only the Dragon Kingdom's main feed. She spoke a single terse sentence, her voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against a microphone. The Dragon Kingdom contestant is breaking through. The final crystal core in Vladimir's palm shattered, and all remaining blood energy coalesced into an extremely thin, razor-sharp, dark red pulse beam that shot straight toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not retreat. He channeled the full force of the 5th rank blade light surging from the cracks into his Tang Dao in a single burst. Not a thrust at the pulse, but a hard, decisive cut. The blade edge cleaved directly through the center of the pulse, and the last connecting ring of the bottleneck was simultaneously torn apart by the pulse's impact and the internal force of the blade energy. The dull dark red outer shell shattered completely in that single strike. The 4th rank fragments peeling away from the blade burned into dark copper sparks midair, and before the sparks could die out, they were swallowed by the new golden red blade light. Mortal Realm 5th rank. The blade energy extended outward from half a meter, surging past the rated limit of the gauntlet's absorption runes, crossing the boundary of the blood energy membrane on Vladimir's shoulder and stopping precisely at exactly 1 meter from the edge of the blade. The barrage exploded at this moment. The comet's speed across the entire Dragon Kingdom stream instantly hit its physical limit. 5th rank. Mortal Realm 5th rank. 1 meter of blade energy. He split the pulse and shattered the last shell of the bottleneck. From 2nd rank to 5th, while other contestants are still struggling with the 1st. The Forbidden Ground. Vladimir lowered his head, looking at the crystal cores on his gauntlet that had burned completely to ash. After a moment of silence, he unstrapped the gauntlet from his right arm. He looked up at the new stable golden red blade light, holding steady at 1 meter on Lu Yuan's blade, and spoke 2 words. 5th rank. It was not a question. Exactly like last time with the 4th rank. He hooked the ruined gauntlet onto his belt. Without dissolving into mist, he turned and walked step by step from the center of the camp toward the north. As he passed Vlad and the remaining vampire guards, he pulled the vampire war banner from the ground and snapped its pole in two, casting it onto the gravel. The vampire offensive ended here. In the barrage, someone compared Vladimir's reactions after these two breakthroughs. After the 4th rank, he took a step back and only said 4th rank. This time he only said 5th rank again. He was present both times, driven back by a breakthrough both times, but this time he snapped the war banner. The forbidden ground. Ma Guoliang stood up from beside the steam pipe. The pressure leak head sealed with clay had held after he pressed on it for a while. He drew one last thick tally mark on the cinder ground with the butt of his coal shovel, filling it in solidly thicker than any before. Then he flipped his manual to a new page and wrote 4 characters 5th rank 1 meter. Zhao Pan released the walkie-talkie pressed against his chest, drove the final rivet into the foundation pile, and pressed the camp-wide broadcast 5th rank. 1 meter of blade energy. Hua Qingyin looked down at the cracks on her ring pommel sword. She turned the blade over. The cracks were still there, but the small nicks created during the earlier clash with Kaizen's shock hammer had been completely smoothed out by the continuous combat. She walked up to Lu Yuan, looking at the new golden red blade light that stretched 1 meter, and said, "You are now the fastest among all Mortal Realm contestants in the Forbidden Ground to reach the 5th rank." Vladimir snapped his war banner. Gorak has sent a messenger. He was watching the stream in the Orc tribe. He sent a message, "Good thing we allied with him." The barrage connected this statement with what Gorak had said before. Last time Gorak said, "I believe in the blade." This time he added, "Good thing we allied." He watched a Mortal Realm 3rd rank blade level up to 5th with his own eyes. The Orc chieftain's criteria have never changed. Trust the blade. If the blade is strong enough, ally with it. Over at Trade City, Greenock received an automatic notification. Dragon Kingdom contestant Lu Yuan's spirit energy level updated to Mortal Realm 5th rank. New ability unlocked. Blade energy stabilized at 1 meter from the blade. Spirit energy shield can withstand sustained attacks from 2nd rank beasts within half a meter of the body. He flipped his ledger to the Dragon Kingdom shop section, crossed out the 4th rank head marked with an exclamation point, and wrote 3 characters beside it, 5th rank. No exclamation point. This time, he only drew a short, faint horizontal line beneath it. It wasn't out of disrespect, but because head confirmed it, this person's level-up speed had exceeded the upper limit of the Goblin Financial Group's risk assessment model. Writing an exclamation point was meaningless now. Over at Trade City, Su Jiner simultaneously received the push notification from the Spirit Energy Monitoring panel on her account book. She copied the push data into the spare pages of the ledger and wrote a note next to the 4th rank breakthrough entry, 5th rank. Blade energy stable at 1 meter from the blade. Spirit energy shield unlocked. Note by Greenock, automatic push from monitoring panel. This time, she didn't write Greenock indirectly because the data wasn't deduced from Kaizen's mission sheet. It was pushed directly to her from Greenock's own monitoring panel. The barrage was in hysterics. She wrote, "Note by Greenock." Last time it was Greenock indirectly, this time it's a direct signature. Because the data source this time is the Goblin Accountant's own Spirit Energy Monitoring panel, he's made his intel system completely transparent to her. Nightfall. Lu Yuan sat on the perimeter wall, his Tang Dao resting across his knees. The golden red blade light glowed quietly under the moonlight with the blade energy extending a stable 1 meter from the tip. He closed his eyes. The perception range of 100 meters was now layered with the preparatory fluctuations of his spirit energy shield. 1 meter of blade energy and the spirit energy shield circulated quietly within half a meter around his body. After Vladimir shattered the war banner, the 3 captured Brank mercenaries confessed everything about Greenock's encrypted payment records. Su Jiner presented these records before the neutral arbitration tribunal of the trading city, exposing all the evidence of the Goblin plutocrat hiring mercenary companies to attack the camps of other nations' contestants. The tribunal, composed of dwarf Halfurk and human merchant representatives, ruled on the spot 3 of Greenock's 7 storefronts were to be forcibly vacated. Compensation was to be paid for the harassment of the Dragon Nation's refining workshop, and all external armed forces were prohibited for the coming season. Commercial arbitrators in the bullet comments began taking notes. A Forbidden Zone antitrust ruling. The Goblin plutocrat used mercenaries for unfair competition and got forced to forfeit storefronts by a tripartite coalition of dwarves, Halfurks, and humans. Su Jiner said nothing superfluous at the tribunal. She simply arranged Carson's task orders, the mercenaries' confessions, and the encrypted payment records in chronological sequence. The evidence spoke for itself. Back in the Forbidden Zone, Greenock sat in the last row of the tribunal. He removed his monocle, polished it for a long while, then stood up and bowed deeply to the tribunal. 3 storefronts will be vacated by tomorrow. Compensation spirit stones will be delivered within 3 days. The hiring prohibition takes effect immediately. Someone in the bullet comments noticed his hand trembling as he wiped his monocle. The Goblin bookkeeper's hands are trembling. Not from fear. He's done accounts his whole life, and this is the first time he's been completely outmaneuvered by a chain of evidence. Back in the Forbidden Zone, Lu Yuan did not attend the tribunal. Instead, he took Huaxia and Zhao Pan to a secret warehouse outside the trading city, following the coordinates confessed by the mercenaries. The warehouse was packed with crushed crystal sand, raw spirit stones, and spiritual energy equipment parts that hadn't yet been shipped out. Zhao Pan measured the area with his steps at the entrance. This warehouse is a full circle bigger than our camp. The goblin stockpile could have supplied all their storefronts for a long time, but now it's gone. Lu Yuan inventoried the warehouse supplies and handed the ledger to the accompanying dwarf tribe representative. The goods were to be publicly distributed among all the scattered merchants who had previously been oppressed by the goblins. Economic history researchers in the bullet comments began organizing their notes. The Dragon Nation didn't keep this batch of supplies for itself. They gave it to the dwarf representative to distribute among the scattered merchants. That's the 8 characters on Su Jiner's wooden sign: genuine goods at fair prices, cheating none, not even children. Even the liquidation of war spoils follows the principle of fair trade. When Grinnick saw the dwarf representative hand the warehouse inventory to Su Jiner at the tribunal, he took off his monocle. Not out of regret, but because he had revised his assessment of the Dragon Nation's storefront from doubt and contempt to acknowledgement, and finally to a refusal to evaluate. Only today did he admit in his heart from the very beginning Su Jiner was fighting for the rules, not the ledger. Back in the Forbidden Zone. At dusk, Su Jiner returned to camp and placed the arbitration ruling and the warehouse distribution list side by side on her workbench. Lin Wanqiu glanced at the ruling. 3 storefronts vacated. How do you plan to use them? 1 for the dwarf miners as a refining training station, 1 for the Halford merchants as a joint warehouse, and 1 kept as the Dragon Nation's new storefront, located on the main street of the trading city, no longer needing to hide behind the cargo lanes. She opened her ledger and wrote a line beside her earlier lost records: liquidation complete. Surplus. The bullet comments fell silent for a moment, then someone posted, she started by renting the most remote corner storefront, and today, she legally reclaimed 3 goblin storefronts at the tribunal, in less than 1 volume's time. In the ledger of the Southern Song merchant woman, every loss was recorded, and every recovery was pursued to the end. Huaxia leaned his ring-pommel saber against the wall, looked at the dense figures in Su Jiner's ledger, and said, when you fight, you're fiercer than she is. The bullet comments were struck by this remark. General Hua is talking about combat. In her eyes, Su Jiner dismantling 3 goblin storefronts with a ledger and arbitration clauses is equivalent to taking a small fortress. The logic of a handy nasty commandant winning with your mind is also combat power. Lu Yuan returned from the warehouse, leaned his tang saber against the stone monument base, and walked up to Su Jiner. At the tribunal, you faced all the goblin bookkeepers alone. Were you afraid? Su Jiner paused, looked down at her ledger, and flipped through it. No. Because the evidence was all real. Carson's task orders, the mercenaries' confessions, the encrypted payment records. Every single one was real. Real things don't need to be feared. The bullet comments were struck by this line. Real things don't need to be feared. The Southern Song merchant woman's confidence at the tribunal wasn't her eloquence. It was that every piece of evidence was recorded in her ledger with charcoal ink. From the first goblin threat to the final ruling, her ledger was her arsenal. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room and glanced at the ledger in Su Jiner's hands, open to the arbitration records page. He remarked, that green-skinned dwarf won't be drawing red crosses in the accounts anymore. He drew crosses, question marks, arrows, exclamation marks, equal signs, and finally a patent agreement. Most opponents like that go the same way. First they look down on you, then they study you, and finally, they realize cooperating with you beats fighting you. The bullet comments translated for Uncle Ma's Goblin Psychology Summary. The Coal Team Captain's opponent analysis is always more concise than any business schools. Lu Yuan leaned his tang saber against the stone monument base and walked over to Ma Guoyang. The steam pipes in the boiler room, after being secured with spirit steel collars, ran more smoothly than ever before. The pressure gauge needle stayed perfectly still in the optimal range. Uncle Ma, are all the micro cracks in the pipes fully repaired? Once the spirit steel collars were riveted on, the cracks stopped spreading. Even if steam pressure is pushed past the red line, it won't leak. Far better than the clay patch job. Lu Yuan nodded. Ma Guoyang leaned his coal shovel against the furnace, pulled from his pocket the operation manual stained coal ash gray, and flipped to the pipe repair records page. From the first time he patched a pressure leak with clay to the spirit steel collar reinforcement, every repair was dated and documented with the method used. He pointed at the earliest record. This one cracked during the last 3-way siege. I held it with my body for a long time. The clay was crumbling, and if I moved it leaked. Now I don't need to hold it anymore. The bullet comments were struck by this line. Uncle Ma says he doesn't need to hold it when he said that his finger rested on the earliest repair record. The night he held the pipe with his body while the clay crumbled, and he didn't move an inch. From that day to now, the pipes went from clay to spirit steel. The Coal Team Captain's opponent analysis is always more concise than any business schools. The bullet comments were struck by this line. Real things don't need to be feared. The Southern Song merchant woman's confidence at the tribunal wasn't her eloquence. It was that every piece of evidence was recorded in her ledger with charcoal ink. From the first goblin threat to the final ruling, her ledger was her arsenal. On the same day the Glinick shopfront was vacated, Gorak sent a messenger bearing a complete bone fragment inscribed with the Halford tribe's peace negotiation rune. It was a declaration of alliance. The bone bore the unified tribal emblem, a broken battle axe crossed with an intact grip strap. The broken axe symbolized the old chieftain system that had been shattered by the Dragon Kingdom, while the intact grip strap represented the blade hilt rope that Huaxia had taught him to rewrap. Halford fans in the live stream began deciphering the emblem. A broken axe plus a grip strap. This isn't the submission of the vanquished. It's an alliance rebound tight. He turned his defeat by the Dragon Kingdom into the tribe's new crest. At the restricted zone, Gorak himself arrived at the camp. He rode a warhorned beast several times larger than a common pack animal with a massive axe, notched by Lu Yuan's blade, hanging from its saddle. He dismounted, set the great axe at the camp gate, and walked in unarmed. I've come to sign the treaty. From now on, all Halford itinerant traders will exclusively deal through the Dragon Kingdom's refining workshops. I've absorbed the remnants of the rebel forces. That Progoblin chieftain is gone. All the spirit lock chains have been confiscated and stored in the tribe's warehouse. Hey, race the key for you. He handed Lu Yuan a key carved from a Halford bone fragment. Lu Yuan took it and examined the engravings on the key. The carving style matched the wartime communication runes on the bone fragment Gorak's messenger had delivered earlier. Keep the key yourself. Those chains are your tribe's old weapons. How to use them is your call. Gorak was silent for a moment, then tucked the key back into his robe. The notch on the great axe caught a faint ancient bronze glint in the setting sun. A scar Lu Yuan had carved while still at the 3rd tier of the mortal realm. Now his blade had reached the 5th tier, yet the scar remained on the chieftain's axe. The live stream was struck by this detail. The notch on Gorak's axe was made when Lu Yuan was at the 3rd mortal tier. Now he's at the 5th, and that old scar is still there. Not because it can't be repaired, but kept as a memento. The broken axe on the new tribal crest is modeled on this very notch. To him, it's not a mark of defeat, but the starting point of rewrapping the grip. At the restricted zone, Huaxia descended from the wall and laid her ring-pommel saber on the gravel-strewn ground at the camp center. Gorak noticed the cracks on her blade, retrieved a roll of coarse sandhide, a traditional Halford forging material, from the war beast's saddle and offered it to her. Cracks can't be polished away, but this hide can dull the edge, and a duller blade is less prone to chipping. Huaxia took it, pressed the hide against the blade, and tested it. Then she looked up at Gorak. You know how to sharpen blades? No, but I know someone who does. After you cut my grip strap, last time I learned. The live stream erupted with laughter. Gorak learned to sharpen blades. After his grip strap was cut, he went back and learned how. The foundation of friendship between a Halford chieftain and a Han Dynasty captain, fixing each other's weapons from chipped to functional. At the restricted zone, that evening a few bowls of hot water were simply laid out at the camp center. Gorak, following the traditional Halford alliance ritual, dipped the bone fragment bearing the broken Axian grip crest into ash and stamped it onto the base of the camp's stone monument. From this day forward, the Halford caravan would be the sole partner in the Dragon Kingdom's refining channel, and the rebel forces were officially no more. Su Jiner opened a new page in her ledger, Half-Orc Tribe Formal Alliance. The first entry recorded Gorak's initial shipment of raw or sand. Shipping waved with a bundle of forging sandhide as a gift. She finished tapping out her charcoal notes, then rose, patting the ledger at her side and brushing off the camel dust. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room to inspect the quality of the new or sand, muttering to himself by the furnace. This batch is finer than any crystal shards the goblins ever delivered. About time to fire up a new furnace. The live stream finished his sentence for him. About time to fire it up. Lu Yuan walked over to Gorak and pushed the bone key back into his hand. The chains are your tribe's old weapons. Keep the key yourself. If the rebel remnants stir again, don't send a message, just send someone. Huaxinjian's blade will always be ready. Gorak clenched the key in his palm, the notch on his great axe catching a faint bronze glint in the twilight. When you carved that notch, you were at the 3rd mortal tier. Now you're at the 5th, and the old scar on the axe remains. It's not that I can't repair it. It's that I want every young warrior in my tribe to know a line with the Dragon Kingdom isn't a choice made after defeat, it's a choice made to stand up again after the battle is over. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze to the notch. It was carved by his Tang saber when the blade's glow had been ancient bronze, now it burned a reddish gold. Gorak kept that notch not to nurse a grudge, but to seal an alliance. The live stream was deeply moved by the exchange. Gorak says he keeps the notch so the young warriors understand the meaning of the alliance. It's not submission after defeat, it's standing up again after the fight. The Halford chieftain's philosophy is sharper than any diplomatic rhetoric. Lu Yuan looks at that notch. It was carved by his own blade. From the 3rd tier to the 5th his sword has changed, but the old scar on Gorak's axe remains. It's not that it can't be repaired, it's that he chooses not to. That notch is the most concise contract between two warriors. After the arbitration ruling took effect, Grinnik did not shut down his remaining shops. He overhauled the operating principles of all 4 establishments: no more price-gouging acquisitions of independent merchants, goods no more selling finished products at a loss, and no more hiring of mercenaries. Every transaction was conducted through open competitive bidding with buy-sell spreads transparent to the 2nd decimal place. He then sent a letter written on ordinary paper to the Dragon Nation's shop. Not spirit energy-infused gilded stationery, but the waterproof paper stripped from the system's basic supply kit. The letter contained only 2 lines of request to discuss a joint pricing mechanism for the benchmark price of crystal sand in the trading city with accountant Su. You choose the location, you set the time, and the terms shall follow your ledgers. The signature was not that of the Goblin financial clique, but of Grinnik himself. Business history enthusiasts in the bullet comments began comparing this letter frame by frame with the original gilded threat. The first, gilded spirit energy stationery, the content being the acquisition of your shop. The second, ordinary waterproof paper, the content being a joint pricing mechanism for the benchmark price with the location, time, and terms all deferring to your ledgers. The distance between these 2 letters records the full outcome of this volume's commercial warfare more accurately than any ruling. Forbidden Zone. Su Jiner met Grinnik at the base of the stone stele in the center of the camp. Not a tea stall, not a shop front, but her own territory. Lu Yuan sat on the wall beside the stele, his tang saber resting across his knees, silent throughout. But his presence was felt. This was the Dragon Nation's camp. The negotiation table was the stele's base, backed by the pale blue halo of the spirit energy warehouse and the light gray steam rising from the boiler room's chimney. When Grinnik entered, he glanced at Lu Yuan first before sitting down. The bullet comments captured that look. Grinnik looked at Lu Yuan upon entering. He's not afraid of Su Jiner, he's afraid of the silent man on the wall. At the negotiation table, every point Su Jiner made was logical, but behind each point stood a blade's gleam of red copper-tinted gold. What Grinnik brought was not a spirit energy encrypted case, but the complete revenue statements from his goblin shops for recent quarters, every transaction disclosed. The benchmark price for crystal sand will henceforth be determined by a joint pricing mechanism. UI, a dwarf representative, and an orc representative each hold 1 vote. In case of a tie, the price will automatically adjust according to the previous quarter's average transaction price. Su Jiner flipped through the statements, circling several figures with a charcoal pencil. All of them marginal costs that Grinnik had subtly underreported. She pushed the marked statements back. The upper limit for benchmark price fluctuation can be loosened, but the refined share for the export channel must reserve a sufficient proportion for independent merchants. Grinnik lowered his head to look at the circled numbers. Then he raised his eyes to a direction no one expected. He looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not return the gaze. The tang saber lay across his knees, its red copper-tinted golden gleam utterly still under the afternoon light. Grinnik removed his monocle and wiped it with his cuff. Then he crossed out the short horizontal line he had drawn earlier under the 5th level and drew a new symbol beside it. Not a cross, not a question mark, not an arrow, not an exclamation point. It was an equal sign. Someone in the bullet comments captured it. He changed the underline to an equal sign. The Goblin accountant's final assessment of the Dragon Nation is not a threat, not a question, not an exclamation. It's an equal sign. That look meant, I'm not afraid of your blade. I acknowledge that your existence has made both sides of this table truly equal. Forbidden Zone. After the negotiation concluded, Grinnik rose and bowed. As he walked out through the camp's main gate, his monocle was misted by a thin layer of steam from the boiler room. He did not wipe it, walking all the way back to the trading city. Su Jiner placed the joint pricing agreement on Lin Wanqiu's workbench next to the parameter sheet that had been torn by stone shards and repaired. After reading it, Lin Wanqiu said one sentence. You've turned the goblins from monopolists into equal vote. Su Jiner opened the ledger and added a remark beside the previous liquidation complete entry received Grinnik's letter on ordinary waterproof paper. The Goblin financial clique agrees to joint pricing, disclosure of refined shares, and equal voting. Below it she added a tiny line, note-taker Su Jiner. This time she did not write indirectly via Grinnik. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room, glanced at the camp center after the negotiation, and said, that green-skinned shorty walked out with his glasses all steamed up, didn't even wipe them. He's pretty much genuinely convinced now. The bullet comments translated for him, Uncle Ma certifies, the Goblin is truly convinced. Lu Yuan jumped down from the wall and walked over to Su Jiner. Next time he comes, I don't need to sit on the wall. Your ledgers are enough. Su Jiner paused, lowered her head to open the ledger, and added another tiny line beneath the remark she had just written. The characters were so small that even with the bullet comments zooming in, it took a while to read. Note-taker Su Jiner. Witness present Lu Yuan. This time she did not write indirectly via Grinnick because Grinnick had nodded to him upon entering. The bullet comments were struck by those three characters. Witness Lu Yuan. Last time she wrote witness present, this time she writes witness. Not present, witness. Because Grinnick nodded to him upon entering. That nod meant the entire Goblin financial clique finally acknowledged the Dragon Nation's essence is not its ledgers, but the blades gleam on the wall. Hua Qingyin sheathed his ring pommel saber from the wall and walked over to Su Jiner, glancing at the witness remark in her ledger. You've written him into your ledger. Last time it was note-taker, this time it's witness. What will it be next time? Su Jiner thought for a moment. Let him write it himself. The bullet comments were struck by this. Let him write it. The Southern Song Merchant's daughter says let him write it because he never writes. He only speaks a single word. But the weight of that word outweighs the entire ledger. Next time he comes, I don't need to sit on the wall. Your ledger. Su Jiner paused, then lowered her head to open the ledger and added another tiny line beneath the remark she had just written. The characters were so small that even with the bullet comments zooming in, it took a long while to read. Note-taker Su Jiner. Witness present Lu Yuan. After the three factions withdrew the Goblin Reckoning and the Halford Alliance, the camp finally enjoyed a long-awaited peace. It was not a time of slack. It was a time when everyone was doing what they did best, and no one needed to worry about another's duties. The coal fire in the furnace burned evenly, the sound of chiseling would spread unhurriedly along the walls, and the morning light illuminated a workbench where ledgers and engineering blueprints each claimed their own half. Veteran viewers in the bullet comments began to recall and compare. At this point in the first volume, there were only two people in the camp. Lu Yuan and Lin Wanqiu took turns sleeping and keeping watch. Now the camp has a whole team, and everyone is quietly doing their part in their own position. This is a sense of security. It needs no words. The forbidden ground. Hua Qingyin pointed out to Lu Yuan the crack on her ring pommel saber, a flaw scraped by a blood energy shield. The crack was not deep, the blade was not broken, but the edges on either side of the crack were no longer symmetrical. A 5th rank blade aura can extend a meter from the blade. But my saber is cracked. I can't use my blade aura to clash with it again. Lu Yuan raised his Tang saber. The reddish copper gold-tinged blade aura extended a meter from the tip, stopping precisely 1 fist distance before the crack on Hua Qingyian's saber. He did not make contact. The blade aura simply held steady in the air, allowing Hua Qingyin to use the crack as a reference to calibrate her own blocking arc. The two moved in tandem. She shifted her stance to change the angle of the crack, and his blade aura followed the movement synchronously with not a hair's breadth of error. The blade enthusiasts in the bullet comments saw the technique. He's using his blade aura as her calibration marker. The aura hovers a meter away, stopping before the crack to protect her saber. When she moves, he follows in sync. They don't need a single line of dialogue. After Hua Qingyin finished her calibration, she withdrew her saber. The edges on either side of the crack were now symmetrical once more. Your 5th rank blade aura is very stable. It's a whole tier more stable than the 4th. Right now in a Unknown with Vladimir, you wouldn't need the arm guard. A 1 meter blade aura plus a spiritual energy shield is enough to seal off both his claw blades. She paused. After the 6th rank, your blade aura can attach to other objects. You'll be able to enchant her iron pipe. As she spoke, she tilted her chin towards the workbench. Lin Wanqiu was drawing blueprints and didn't hear the remark. Lu Yuan followed her gaze to the hunched figure drawing at the workbench, but said nothing. The bullet comments exploded. Hua Qingyin said that after the 6th rank, he can enchant her pipe. She's talking about Lin Wanqiu's pipe. Not a weapon, but an engineering tool. A comrade in arms is helping the male lead plan how to enchant the female lead's tool. The Iron Triangle's synergy has now penetrated the tactical planning level. The forbidden ground. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room for another look at Lu Yuan's blade light. It was still reddish copper with a gold tint. No change. Not a single anomaly was recorded in the boiler operation manual today. It wasn't laziness. It was because the 5th rank spiritual energy output was so stable that the steam pressure pipes never overpressurized. He wrote 2 characters in the blank space of the manual: normal. The bullet comments translated for him. Uncle Ma writes normal. In his coal stove logic, normal is the highest praise. Nothing to fix, nothing to push, no more coal needed. Everything is just right. While meditating on the wall, Lu Yuan sensed an extremely subtle change. His blade aura remained stable at 1 meter. His spiritual energy shield continued to circulate quietly within half a meter of his body. Everything within his 100-meter perception was normal. But deep within his dantian, a thin membrane was beginning to form. It was not a bottleneck, but the precursor to one. It was so thin it was almost imperceptible, but it was slowly thickening. Hua Qingyin walked over from the wall and glanced at the reddish copper gold-tinged luster of his blade. The 6th rank is still far off. The bottleneck hasn't even begun to solidify. but the spiritual energy density of the 5th rank is already high enough. Your Dantian is automatically preparing for the next breakthrough. This thin membrane isn't the bottleneck itself. It's the material for the bottleneck. The combat analysts in the bullet comments began their long-term projections. The bottleneck material is forming. The bottleneck from 5th to 6th rank doesn't just appear out of thin air. It's a membrane layer that the Dantian auto-generates under prolonged immersion in high-density spiritual energy. Right now it's just a thin mist. It won't start to swell into a bottleneck until the mist condenses into a membrane. The 5th to 6th rank transition will take several more chapters. The Forbidden Ground. Su Jiner brought back the results of the first vote under the new joint pricing mechanism from the trade city. The base price for crushed crystal sand was set at the midpoint of the goblin's former monopoly price. It was a notch higher than the suppressed buying price that independent merchants had endured and a tier lower than the finished goods selling price the goblins had once dumped. Both sides accepted it. The dwarf representative voted in favor. The Halfirk representative Gorak sent a messenger to cast his vote, and Jernik cast the first non-monopolistic vote of his life. Lin Wanqiu spread the voting record on the workbench, cross-referencing it with the price discrepancy notes she had taken during her first visit to the trade city. For the same crushed crystal sand, the price gap between the goblin shop's buying price and the independent merchant stalls had once stretched to over 60%. Now the joint pricing had flattened the vast majority of that discrepancy. An economic history researcher in the bullet comments made the final comparison. From a gap of over 60% to a unified benchmark, the merchant woman from the Southern Song dynasty completed a pricing power reform in the trade city in less than a volume. It wasn't a revolution. It was negotiation. She forced the monopolists to the bargaining table as equals and then got them to accept their vote. Yuan came down from the wall, walked over to the workbench, and glanced at the voting record. He wasn't as sensitive to economic data as Su Jiner, but he saw the signature columns of the dwarf representative, the Halfirk representative, and the goblin accountant. The names of the three parties were printed on the same sheet, each with a corresponding mark of approval drawn below. Su Jiner looked up at him. "You're looking at the signatures?" "I'm looking at the marks." The dwarf drew a mining pick, the Halfirk a broken axe, and the goblin an equals sign. The bullet comments filled in the thought for him. He's reading the negotiation results with a warrior's eyes. He doesn't read the numbers. He reads the symbols each party drew. Night fell. Yuan sat on the wall, his tang saber resting across his knees. The reddish-copper gold-tinged blade light glowed steadily under the moonlight. The blade aura extended 1 meter. The spiritual energy shield flowed silently within half a meter of his body. Deep within his dantian, the mist-like bottleneck material continued its slow accumulation. The 6th rank was still a long way off, but it was already on its way. Ma Guoyang closed the day's operation manual in the boiler room. Zhao Pan finished inspecting the last joint on the southern section of the wall and tapped the ground once with his entrenching tool on the gravel. After the joint pricing agreement was signed, the camp was quiet for a few days. Every morning before dawn, Yuan would sit cross-legged on the perimeter wall. The reddish-copper gold-tinged blade glow burned steadily in the morning light. The blade aura extended a full meter from the tip, while his spiritual energy shield circulated silently within a half-meter radius around his body. From the outside, everything appeared normal. The 5th-order spiritual energy output was as steady as the pressure gauge on Ma Guoliang's boiler, its needle perfectly still. But deep within his dantian, that thin layer of mist was thickening. It wasn't a bottleneck. Hua Qingyin had explained that bottlenecks were hard, but this mist was soft. It was something the dantian itself secreted after prolonged immersion in high-density spiritual energy. Only when the mist condensed into a membrane, and that membrane swelled into a bottleneck, would the next breakthrough be possible. The combat analysis group in the bullet comments began their long-term projections. The bottleneck material is transitioning from mist to membrane. No external force can accelerate this process. It can only wait for the dantian to fully absorb its fill of spiritual energy. The jump from the 5th to the 6th order isn't like the 4th to the 5th, which required a desperate heating clash. This one requires the accumulation of time and a single sufficiently powerful trigger. The Forbidden Zone. Hua Qingyin rested her ring blade on the wall. The crack left on its blade by the blood energy shield was still visible. Every day Yuan used his blade aura to calibrate the symmetry of the blade edges on either side of the crack. His 1 meter aura would hover a fist's distance from the crack, and he would follow her every movement in perfect sync. Your blade aura is more stable than it was a few days ago. It's not that the power has increased, but your control precision is rising. The bottleneck hasn't yet formed a membrane, but the 5th-order spiritual energy density is already sufficient for you to refine the directional control of your blade aura. She instructed him to change his blade aura from a straight line to a curve. The aura, after leaving the blade's tip, followed a slightly bent trajectory around the guard of her ring blade, reconverging on the other side of the crack. A curved blade aura is far more difficult to control than a straight one, but he stabilized it after a few attempts. The sword and blade enthusiasts in the bullet comments began to stir with excitement. A fifth-order blade aura can bend. It's not a straight-line impact, it's a curved path around obstacles. After reaching the sixth order, the blade aura can attach to others' weapons. Then he'll be able to enchant both Huaxinjian's ring blade and Lin Wanqiu's iron pipe simultaneously. The Forbidden Zone. Lin Wanqiu sketched a new set of blueprints on her workbench. It wasn't for equipment, but for training gear, a mobile target array made of spiritual wood and crushed crystal powder. The targets could mimic the trajectory of a vampire's mist-form movement with several adjustable speed settings. After engraving the spiritual energy circuits onto the targets using her industrial flame, she pushed the array to the center of the camp and addressed Lu Yuan. Use your curved blade aura to hit the moving targets. Set the speed to the highest setting, it's twice as fast as Vlad's mist-form movement. If you can accurately strike the core sensing point of every target with your curved blade aura at full speed, then your control precision will be sufficient. The blade aura attachment for the sixth order doesn't require power, it requires control. Lu Yuan stood before the target array, his tang saber drawn. The reddish-copper gold-tinged blade aura extended a meter from the tip. He didn't thrust directly, instead he split the aura into several curved segments, each one tracking a different moving target. At the highest speed setting, the curved blade aura couldn't keep up with the targets and was left behind, dissipating into the air. At the medium setting, the curves could follow most of the targets, but he still couldn't touch the lightest sensing point. Engineering students in the bullet comments began tallying in real time. At max speed, all shots miss. At medium speed, the hit rate is around 80%. But that lightest sensing point, he just can't hit it. It's not a matter of power. That target simulates Vlad's personal mist-form trajectory. His mist is lighter and smoother than other vampires, requiring a finer degree of micro-adjustment from the blade aura's curve. The Forbidden Zone. Su Jiner returned from the trading city with a spiritual energy encrypted crystal slate custom-made for the Dragon Kingdom by the Dwarven tribe, using spirit crystal veins from deep within their minds. The slate could display real-time spiritual energy fluctuation maps of all explored areas in the Forbidden Zone with a precision far surpassing the sensing membrane on the watchtower. She placed the slate in the center of the camp and expanded the full map. This slate's detection range covers the entire Blood Moon Plain and the surrounding areas. The vampire territory to the north is quiet for now. Vladimir is recovering from his injuries and no new signals have appeared since his war banner was broken. The remnants of the Orc rebellion, after being absorbed by Galak, are down to a few scattered soldiers, and the goblin mercenaries have all withdrawn. She paused, her finger pointing to a position on the slate's edge, slightly east by northeast. But there's a new signal here. It's not a vampire, not an orc, not a mercenary. The frequency of its spiritual energy wavelength is unlike any previously recorded signal. It's extremely low, close to the background frequency of the Earth itself. Lu Yuan walked over and looked down at the signal's location. It was on the eastern side of the Blood Moon Plain at the very end of the Dwarven Mine Tunnel's extension, roughly 2 days' journey from the camp. The signal was weak but exceptionally stable, as if something buried deep underground was slowly, almost imperceptibly growing stronger. The geology and archaeology departments in the bullet comments were immediately on alert. Earth's background frequency. It's not a living thing, not a player relay station, not a vampire. It's some ancient device buried underground. The end of the Dwarven Mine is the most ancient section of the spiritual vein in this region. At that depth, it can only be something left behind by the ancients. The Forbidden Zone. Lu Yuan sheathed his tang saber. We leave tomorrow. Let's see what it is. Huaxinjian picked up her ring blade from the wall. I'm coming with you. Lin Wanqiu pushed the mobile target array into a corner of the workbench and began preparing portable equipment and a backup crushed crystal sand detector for the journey. Su Jiner opened a new page in her ledger for the expedition supplies list, placing the estimated quantity of spare crystal plates for the dwarven detection tools at the very top. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room to glance at the 3 people gathering their gear in the center of the camp. There were no new hidden notes in his boiler operation manual for today, but he drew a supplementary circle next to the day's entry. It wasn't a hollow circle, but one filled in solid, meaning everyone is leaving. Keep the boiler steady. Night fell. Lu Yuan sat on the perimeter wall, his tang saber resting across his knees. The reddish copper gold-tinged blade glow burned steadily in the moonlight, and the thin layer of mist deep within his dantian continued its slow, inexorable thickening. The sixth order was still far away, but the destination for tomorrow, that ancient stable spiritual energy signal at the end of the dwarven mine humming with the Earth's own frequency, might just be the very trigger needed to condense that mist of bottleneck material into a membrane. On the morning of departure, Ma Guoyang added 2 extra shovelfuls of coal to the boiler. He had calculated that the journey would take several days, and with fewer people left at camp the boiler couldn't afford any issues, while Zhao Pan stood guard alone. He adjusted the backup pressure relief valve to its optimal position and wrote a note in the operation manual, "Old Zhao, if the pressure exceeds the third mark, pull the coal shovel out half a shovelful." Zhao Pan took the manual and glanced at it. "Got it. Don't worry." He planted his entrenching tool firmly into the ground, the handle standing perfectly straight. Longtime viewers in the barrage began to reflect. Uncle Ma is leaving an operation manual for Uncle Zhao, two old guards entrusting each other with their lifeline boiler. When Uncle Zhao says don't worry, those 3 words are steadier than all his other lines combined. The Forbidden Ground. Lu Yuan, Huaxia, and Lin Wanqiu set out from the eastern side of the camp. Su Jiner remained in the trade city to oversee the shop front and the new round of voting on the joint pricing mechanism, keeping everyone updated in real time through the communication crystal slates in the dwarf mine tunnels. This time, they didn't take the old route through the Blood Moon Plains. Instead, they took the main trunk line of the dwarf mines. Along the tunnel walls, spiritual energy fluorescent lamps hung at intervals, casting a cold blue light that made the entire passage resemble a river of stars buried deep underground. An elderly dwarf miner was waiting for them at the entrance of the mine. He handed Lin Wanqiu a map of the vein distribution drawn on waterproof leather paper specially used for the mines, with the main tunnel branch tunnels and the deepest unexplored blind end zones all marked. The geogenic background signal Lu Yuan was seeking lay further east-northeast beyond the blind end zone past the current limits of the dwarf mine tunnels. The rock layer in that direction is Paleozoic basement granite with a high iron content. Our mining picks can't dig any further once we reach it. But your spiritual energy oscillator can shatter it. That technique you used to break down the ferrous sandstone last time. The old miners are still studying it. Lin Wanqiu folded the vein map and tucked it into her pocket. In the barrage, the geology majors were already getting excited. Paleozoic basement granite. That layer is even older than the ferrous sandstone, harder, and its iron content can bounce an ordinary mining pick right back. But last time on the Blood Moon Plains, Lin Wanqiu used a crystal shard oscillator to break down an entire sandstone formation. The dwarf miners are still studying that operation as a teaching case. The Forbidden Ground. The 3 of them walked along the mine tunnel for an entire day. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, and the intervals between the spiritual energy fluorescent lamps grew wider. By the latter stretch, there were no more lamps at all. The dwarf tunnels simply ended there. Lin Wanqiu took a portable crystal shard lamp from her supply pack and attached it to the front of an iron rod. The faint green light it cast illuminated the coarse-grained texture of the Paleozoic granite at the tunnel's end. Mineral crystals on the rock face glimmered under the light. Not spiritual crystals, but ordinary quartz and mica, yet so dense they looked like a star map embedded in stone. Lu Yuan pressed his palm against the granite wall. His 5th-stage mortal realm's spiritual perception penetrated through the surface layer deep into the strata below, and he sensed a hollow space on the other side of the rock. The cavity was vast, not a natural cavern, for its boundaries were far too regular. It was artificially hewn. There's a space behind this wall. It's substantial, not naturally formed. It was carved by hand. The stone edges produce extremely regular echo intervals. Huaxia drew his ring pommel blade, traced a positioning line across the rock face with the tip, then sheathed the sword, took the combined connector of the crystal shard oscillator from Lin Wanqiu, and pressed it against the wall. In the barrage, the engineering corps stood up. General Hua is using the crystal shard oscillator. Last time Lin Wanqiu set it up, now Huaxia is handling it himself. This means every combatant in the camp can now operate at least one piece of spiritual energy engineering equipment. The crystal shard oscillator activated. The Paleozoic granite began to fracture from within under the low-frequency spiritual energy resonance cracks spreading outward from the oscillation point like a spider's web. Lin Wanqiu tapped the rock face at different positions with an iron rod to calibrate the vibration frequency. With each tap, she glanced at Lu Yuan, who was using his 5th-stage perception to confirm how the internal stress distribution within the rock layer shifted after every frequency adjustment. A whole section of the wall collapsed, revealing the space behind. Not a mine tunnel, not a cavern. A stone chamber. The chamber was modest in size, its 4 walls, all Paleozoic granite, and at the very center stood a stone pillar, half a person's height. Embedded in the top of the pillar was a grayish-white spiritual crystal, and within it an extremely dim, extremely slow light core pulsed. The frequency matched exactly what the crystal slate had detected. Extremely low, extremely slow, close to the geogenic background. In the barrage, the archaeology majors all stood up. An artificial stone chamber. Inside, Paleozoic basement granite. The style of this pillar belongs to neither Zhongjie nor Jusong. It's older than both. The light core inside the spiritual crystal is still pulsing. It's been sitting here for who knows how many millennia, and it's still running. It's not a power source. It's a sensor. It's detecting something. The Forbidden Ground. Yuan pressed his palm against the stone pillar. His fifth-stage mortal realm spiritual perception traced the spirit vein patterns down the interior of the pillar, reaching the base, where it was driven deep into the rock strata, connecting to a network of ancient veins radiating outward from this point. One end of these veins pointed in all directions, while the other end simultaneously probed deep into the forbidden ground, like a seismic monitoring network, so ancient it had long been forgotten, sending out a pulse of spiritual energy information with each slow, steady beat. Lin Wanqiu crouched beside the pillar's base and carefully pried away the accumulated gravel with an iron rod, revealing a short section of carved markings. Not Songjia script, not the Yangshao pictographs from the stone slabs. Something far more primitive, lines formed by connected peck marks, rough, repetitive, densely arranged like observation markers left by an extremely ancient people recording the pulse of the earth strata. She was about to turn and call Yuan when she noticed that the thin mist deep in his dantian was slowly condensing into an entire translucent membrane of spiritual energy. The bottleneck material had transformed from mist into membrane. With each pulse of the ashen spirit crystal atop the stone pillar, the nascent spiritual membrane deep within Yuan's dantian trembled in response. The frequency of the spiritual patterns within the pillar coincided precisely with the fifth year's spiritual density in his dantian, settling into the same resonance range. The pillar's creator millennia ago had not designed it as a weapon. It was a sensor meant to perceive shifts in the earth's strata and the flow of spiritual veins. But its operating frequency happened to perfectly align with the resonance point of a mortal Tier 5 spiritual membrane. The physics and archaeology students in the live commentary erupted simultaneously. Resonance. The operating frequency of this millennia-old sensor matches the resonant frequency of a fifth-tier spiritual membrane. This is no coincidence. The one who built this sensor was also a cultivator above the mortal Tier 5. He embedded his own cultivation experience into the pillar's design parameters. The Forbidden Zone. Lin Wanqiu traced the chisel marks on the pillar's base onto a waterproof notebook. The arrangement of the marks wasn't like writing, it was more like an observational log recorded in a dot matrix. Each dot represented a pulse from the earth strata, and the spacing between dots indicated the time interval between pulses. She followed the sequence to the right, stopping at the newest row. The spacing between the dots was shrinking. It wasn't that the sensor's precision had increased, the frequency of the stratum pulses itself was accelerating. This pillar isn't recording earthquakes. It's recording the pulse frequency of the spiritual veins. This frequency remains stable for thousands of years, but the spacing in this latest row has clearly shortened. The spiritual veins are pulsing faster because something at the core of the Forbidden Zone is expanding outward. The rift's expansion has slowed, but the core itself is still active. The geology department in the live commentary fell silent. Then someone spoke. The rift was slowed by the sealing network, but the rift is just an outlet for the primordial spiritual aggregate seeping outward. The core itself is still active, and its activity is accelerating. The pillar isn't recording the rift's expansion speed, it's recording the core's pulse frequency. This is the most primal alarm. The Forbidden Zone. Yuan lifted his palm from the stone pillar. The newly formed spiritual membrane in his dantian had stabilized, thin and uniform, encasing the inner walls. It wasn't a bottleneck. Huaxia had said bottlenecks were hard. This membrane was still soft. But it had transformed from mist into a membrane. The next step was for the membrane to harden into a bottleneck, and then the bottleneck would begin to swell. Huaxia glanced at the reddish-gold tint on his blade. The membrane has formed. It's several days faster than expected. The pillar's resonance frequency has boosted your spiritual absorption efficiency. One day you spend in this mine equals several days of meditation in camp. This pillar isn't a threat, it's a training accelerator. Yuan lowered his gaze to the slowly pulsing ashen spirit crystal on the pillar. It senses the shifts in the earth. It also senses my spiritual energy. After thousands of years, it has found a mortal Tier 5 that can resonate with it. It's not a coincidence, it's been waiting for someone to come. The live commentary was struck by this statement. The one who built this pillar thousands of years ago was also a mortal Tier 5. He buried this sensor here, setting its resonance frequency to match his own exactly. A wait of millennia just so a successor could stand before the same pillar and feel the exact same frequency. The Forbidden Zone. Lin Wanqiu cross-referenced the chisel-marked transcriptions from the pillar with the background signals of the earth recorded on the crystal slate. The frequency of the spiritual vein pulses detected by the pillar matched the signals received by the crystal slate perfectly. The same source, the same frequency. She drew an extended line on the crystal slate following the signal's direction, starting from this stone chamber, crossing the Blood Moon plains, passing through the Trade City, and pointing toward the core of the Forbidden Zone. It wasn't pointing to the rift, it was pointing to the core itself. The pillar isn't isolated. It's a node in an ancient sensor network. If other nodes in this network are still operational, we can reverse engineer the core's real-time status. We can know if it's accelerating or decelerating without getting near the rift. The strategic analysis group in the live commentary immediately began tagging a real-time core monitoring network. If we can find a second operational node in this millennia-old sensor network, we can triangulate the core's position and the pulse frequency changes. This is the most strategically valuable intelligence system since the Forbidden Zone exploration began. The Forbidden Zone. Yuan drew his tang saber. The reddish-gold blade light glowed quietly in the cold blue spirit crystal light of the stone chamber. The spiritual membrane in his dantian rose and fell slightly with the pillar's pulse. It hadn't hardened into a bottleneck yet, but after a few swings in the chamber, he could feel the membrane's edges were no longer soft. It was becoming tougher. In a while it would become a bottleneck. Huaxia walked to the pillar, resting the edge of her ring pommel blade against the ashen crystal's rim, letting the blade enter resonance. Meditate here for a few days. He'll stand guard. Wait for the membrane to harden. It's faster than waiting back at camp. Lin Wanqiu hung a portable crystal lamp from the pillar's top and placed several self-heating meals and fresh water in the corner of the chamber. She glanced at Huaxia, then at Yuan. They'll head back to the mine entrance to send a signal to Uncle Zhao reporting that we're safe. They'll also have the dwarf miners reinforce the mine supports. If this chamber is connected to the core, the walls might be unstable. The live commentary was struck by the division of labor between these two women. Huaxia is standing guard. Lin Wanqiu is reporting in. One guards the chamber, the other manages the mine. Yuan just needs to meditate because after his breakthrough they both know the next thing to protect isn't him. It's the entire camp. After a few swings in the chamber, he could feel the membrane's edges were no longer soft. It was becoming tougher. In a while it would become a bottleneck. Huaxia walked to the pillar, resting the edge of her ring pommel blade against the ashen crystal's rim, letting the blade enter resonance. Meditate here for a few days. He'll stand guard. Wait for the membrane to harden. It's faster than waiting back at camp. Lin Wanqiu hung a portable crystal lamp from the pillar's top and placed several self-heating meals and fresh water in the corner of the chamber. She glanced at Huaxia, then at Yuan. They'll head back to the mine entrance to send a signal to Uncle Zhao reporting that we're safe. They'll also have the dwarf miners reinforce the mine supports. If this chamber is connected to the core, the walls might be unstable. The live commentary was struck by the division of labor between these two women. Huaxia is standing guard. Lin Wanqiu is reporting in. One guards the chamber, the other manages the mine. Yuan just needs to meditate because after his breakthrough they both know the next thing to protect isn't him. It's the entire camp. Yuan sat in the stone chamber for 2 consecutive days. Huaxia remained on guard at the entrance, his ring blade resting across his knees. In the cold blue glow of the pale spirit crystal, the cracks along the blade shimmered with a faint dark gold. On the evening of the second day, the edges of the spiritual energy membrane within Yuan's dantian began to harden. It was not a complete hardening, but a gradual toughening that spread inward in small rings from the rim, proceeding at a slow pace. He could sense the membrane thickening while simultaneously losing its elasticity. Previously soft and pliable, he could shape it at will with his spiritual energy. Now as it hardened, it no longer responded to his control, becoming a fixed semi-transparent shell. Viewers in the bullet comments were synchronously updating a progress bar for the membrane's formation. The edges are hardening. It took days to go from mist to membrane, and it will take more days to go from a hardened membrane to a bottleneck. The hardening phase is the most difficult because the membrane no longer responds to spiritual energy adjustments, yet it is not yet hard enough to withstand external impacts. Huaxia stepped inside from the chamber entrance and placed his palm over Yuan's dantian, sensing for a moment. The hardening process will consume a portion of your spiritual energy. It's not a permanent loss, but a temporary one. As the membrane transitions from soft to hard, it will draw upon the spiritual energy you normally use to maintain the stability of your blade aura. Your blade aura will contract now, not in power, but in control precision. The membrane is siphoning your spiritual energy as raw material for hardening. Yuan looked down at his saber. The blade aura extended from the tip, still a meter long, but the precision of its arc control had indeed. The arcing blade aura, which could previously curve steadily around obstacles, now trembled slightly midway through its turn. It wasn't a lack of power, but the extra spiritual energy used for fine directional adjustments was being absorbed by the membrane. He withdrew the curved aura and resorted to the simplest straight thrusts, practicing against the stone wall. Each strike hit the same spot with pinpoint accuracy, without deviation. His curve control had diminished, but the power and precision of his straight strikes remained unchanged. A blade expert in the comments offered an analysis. Arc precision drops because it requires extra spiritual energy for fine-tuning, which is being siphoned off by the hardening membrane. Straight-line precision remains unchanged because the force is output directly from the Dantian. The membrane only snatches the energy used for fine control. On the morning of the third day, the pulsation frequency of the pale spirit crystal atop the stone pillar suddenly quickened. It wasn't an increase in sensor sensitivity. A small spirit vein fracture was occurring deep within the Earth strata. The fracture wasn't very close to the stone chamber, roughly southeast of the trading city. A support point in a section of the fault zone had collapsed under days of accumulated strata stress. The pulsation frequency recorded by the pillar jumped up a notch. At that same instant, the semi-hardened membrane in Lu Yuan's Dantian was violently yanked by the frequency shift. It wasn't an attack. It was resonant coupling. The ancient sensor millennia old had synchronized its vibrational frequency with the only being in the same frequency range, a mortal stage 5th level cultivator. Lu Yuan pressed his hand against the stone pillar, attempting to stabilize the membrane in his Dantian. The moment his fingertips touched the crystal's surface, he perceived the precise location of the fracture at the third branch entrance of the dwarven mine tunnels outside the trading city, buried not far below the surface. There were old anchor bolts there, one Shirley had not yet monitored in the current outline, ancient and weathered. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Southeast of the trading city, beneath the third branch entrance of the mine tunnels, the strata have fractured. Not a new break, but an old wound torn open again. A geology major in the comments immediately began checking the location. An old wound. A fault zone that has existed for millennia, repeatedly strained by recent fissure expansion and strata stress, has finally given way. The jump in the pillar's recorded pulsation corresponds to the spirit vein fluctuation from this fracture. Hua Qingyin sheathed his ring blade. What will the fracture affect? If it continues to spread northward, it will pass through the vampire territory and reach the groundwater vapor layer on the outskirts of our camp. The displacement from the fracture will twist the steam pipe connector beneath Uncle Ma's boiler. The pipe wall was already thinned from the earlier overpressure. Lin Wanqiu's voice came from the direction of the mine tunnel entrance. She had returned a day ago and was crouched in a corner of the stone chamber, overlaying the rubbings from the pillar's carvings with real-time signals from the crystal slate for analysis. We need to go back immediately to reinforce the pipes. You were right. The microcracks weren't completely eliminated when Uncle Ma used boiler clay to patch the pressure leak last time. Lu Yuan sheathed his saber and removed his hand from the stone pillar. Before leaving, he glanced back at the pale spirit crystal on the pillar. It pulsed quietly in the cold blue light, exactly as it had when he first arrived. For millennia, it had waited here, anticipating the next person who could resonate on the same frequency. A bullet comment drifted across the screen. The pillar is still waiting for the next mortal stage 5th level. The next time could be another few thousand years, or it could be soon. Because the Forbidden Land is waking up. It was deep into the night by the time the three returned to camp along the mine tunnels. Ma Guoyang was crouched outside the boiler room, where a new microcrack had appeared beside the clay-patched pressure leak on the steam pipe, torn open by aftershocks from the fracture zone. He looked up at Lu Yuan, not asking about the pillar, but about his Dantian first. Is the membrane still there? It's hardened. It's starting to siphon spiritual energy. Ma Guoyang nodded, gave the wrench one final turn, and stood up, brushing cold dust from his knees. I can handle the pipes here on the boiler end. You head to the perimeter wall. Old Zhao said the tremors are coming from the southeast. There might be another wave. The veterans in the bullet comments all stood up. Uncle Ma said it's about time. He didn't use any coded hints or empty phrases. His voice sounded like a pre-collapse report in the mines. A bullet comment drifted across the screen. The pillar is still waiting for the next mortal stage 5th level. The next time could be another few thousand years, or it could be soon. Because the Forbidden Land is waking up. When the trio returned to the camp, Ma Guoyang was crouched beside the main steam pipeline on the outer side of the boiler room. A delicate new crack had appeared on the pressure leak seam that had previously been sealed with clay. What was once a mere hairline fracture had now elongated. Zhao Pan called out to him from the southern section of the perimeter wall via walkie-talkie. Uncle Ma, the tremors reached here. The ground just shook. I know. Something underground snapped, tearing open the old wound that never fully healed last time. Ma Guoyang picked up the coal shovel that had fallen to the ground and gripped it tightly once more. A few breaths before the seismic waves from the fault zone reached the camp's foundation, he had already sensed the steam pressure gauge in the boiler room twitch slightly. That was not a precursor to an explosion. It was an anomaly in the Earth strata. He switched the energy storage circuit to the backup pipeline, sealed the main valve shut, and pressed the boiler mud into the joint gap with a wrench. As Lu Yuan stepped into the boiler room, Ma Guoyang didn't even look up. The membrane in your Dantian. Is it still there? It's hardened, starting to seize spiritual energy. Go to the wall. Uncle Zhao said the tremors are coming from the southeast. there might be another wave. In the bullet comments, all the veterans stood up. Uncle Ma said it's about time. He didn't use any coded language or vague hints. His voice sounded like a miner reporting danger underground. He usually says about time casually, but this time it meant aftershocks were likely coming. Forbidden ground. Yuan climbed onto the perimeter wall and stood directly beneath the southeast watch. The blade aura, a blend of red copper and gold, glowed quietly in the twilight. The saber energy still extended 1 meter, though the arc control was compromised by the hardened membrane, but the power and precision of a straight line remained. The fully hardened membrane in his dantian was beginning to swell outward. The bottleneck had finally arrived. Huaxia stood beside him, her ring-headed saber still sheathed. The membrane is fully hardened. The bottleneck is just beginning to swell. It wasn't forced by external pressure. The seismic waves from the fault line, coupled with the spiritual energy imprint left by your resonance with the stone pillar in the cave and the aftershocks, pushed the membrane to the critical point of deformation. Lin Wanqiu on the watchtower received the final spiritual energy fluctuation record transmitted from the stone pillar via a crystal slate. The fault zone had stabilized, but the pulsation frequency recorded by the pillar had spiked to an unprecedented peak at the moment of the rupture, appearing on the crystal slate as a high-frequency pulse surging upward from the depths. That pulse, after piercing through the spirit crystal of the stone pillar in the cave chamber, simultaneously struck the hardened membrane in Yuan's dantian. The bottleneck began to swell from that very moment. In the bullet comments, the physics and control engineering majors began frantically scanning the pulse waveform at the same second. A high-frequency spiritual energy pulse induced by fault rupture. The waveform and contraction force direction from the stone pillar sensor are exactly identical to the contraction-expansion magnitude of the hardened membrane layer in Yuan's dantian. The stone pillar has been transmitting vibrations at the same frequency for thousands of years, and the final vibration it sent today slammed the membrane into the bottleneck face. Forbidden ground. The second aftershock arrived at dusk. This tremor was far lighter than the first, but the bottleneck in Yuan's dantian swelled another size in the vibration. He could feel the bottleneck membrane wrapping a large mass of unspent fifth-stage residual spiritual energy pressing outward from within. The bottleneck hadn't cracked yet, but it was swelling far faster than the previous transition from fourth to fifth stage. Huaxia glanced down at the red copper-gold blade aura on his saber. At the edge, a faint thread was emerging, paler than red copper, closer to the color of aged bronze. That was the earliest sign of a sixth-stage blade aura. The bottleneck is swelling. To reach its limit, it needs one more trigger. Not an external impact, but drawing out all at once that ancient spiritual energy stored in your meridians from the stone pillar resonance, using its same frequency vibration to tear open the final layer of membrane. Yuan pressed his hand onto the hilt of his Tang saber. He could feel the ancient spiritual energy left by the stone pillar resonance embedded precisely at the center of the membrane layer in his dantian. It wouldn't push open the bottleneck on its own, but if he concentrated all his saber energy at the farthest point 1 meter from the blade tip, maintaining an extremely steady straight-line output at the same low frequency, it would expand from within by itself. On the wall, Huaxia stood beside him. The cracks on her ring-headed saber gleamed with a faint dark gold in the twilight. She didn't draw her blade, but she synced her battle intent perception to the swelling speed of Yuan's dantian. The bottleneck is swelling. To reach its limit, it needs one more trigger. Not an external impact, but drawing out all at once that ancient spiritual energy stored in your meridians from the stone pillar resonance, using its same frequency vibration to tear open the final layer of membrane. Lin Wanqiu kept watch over the crystal slate on the watchtower. The final pulse waveform transmitted by the stone pillar was perfectly in phase with the trembling frequency of Yuan's dantian's spiritual energy before her eyes. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room to check the pressure gauge. The needle had stopped jumping. Zhao Pan put away his walkie-talkie and looked back at the southern section of the camp, the tip of his entrenching shovel slowly tapping into the gravel ground. The entire camp was waiting for that bottleneck to be pried open from within by the same frequency spiritual energy from thousands of years ago. Yuan stood on the wall, his Tang saber resting across his knee. The ancient spiritual energy within the bottleneck was pushing outward at an extremely low frequency, needing only one final coupling. Huaxia stood beside him, her ring-headed saber still sheathed, her battle intent perception synced to the swelling speed of his dantian. It swelled to the limit. The spiritual energy from the stone pillar is still pushing outward. Don't use external force to strike. Use your own saber energy, a straight line of 1 meter held steady at the farthest point from the blade. The stone pillar's spiritual energy will automatically couple with the tip of your saber energy. Once coupled, it will pry the bottleneck open from within. The entire camp was waiting. waiting for that bottleneck to be pried open from within by the same frequency spiritual energy from thousands of years ago. On the wall, Huaxia stood beside him. Lin Wanqiu kept watch over the crystal slate on the watchtower. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room to check the pressure gauge. The needle had stopped jumping. Zhao Pan put away his walkie-talkie and looked back at the southern section of the camp, the tip of his entrenching shovel slowly tapping into the gravel ground. On the first morning after his breakthrough to the 6th rank, Ma Guoyang noticed the steam pressure gauge needle sat a fraction lower than usual while boiling water in the boiler room. It wasn't a leak. The 6th rank spiritual energy barrier circulating steadily at the camp's center exerted an imperceptible influence on the surrounding air density, uniformly lowering the air pressure just enough for the gauge to drop half a mark. He recorded the observation in the operation manual and added a note beside it. After reaching the 6th rank, add half a shovel more coal when boiling water. It's not the boiler's fault. The air has been thinned by spiritual energy. Physics students in the barrage had already begun calculating the correlation between pressure change and spiritual energy density. Uncle Ma discovered that the 6th rank spiritual energy barrier alters local air pressure. He's using a boiler pressure gauge as a spiritual energy detector. The byproduct of a coal mine captain is always scientific data. At the Forbidden Grounds, Yuan sat atop the perimeter wall, his Tang saber resting across his knees. A faint aged copper blade glow pulsed steadily in the morning light with saber aura, extending a full meter from the blade's tip. The 6th rank saber aura now bore an ultra-thin adhesive film on its surface. He could affix this film to any teammate's weapon, and its duration matched his own spiritual energy output. Huaxia handed him her ring pommel saber to test the adhesion. The moment the film covered the crack on the blade, ultrafine spiritual energy fibers filled the fissure, realigning the blade's edge perfectly. She applied gentle pressure with her fingers after the film activated, and the vibration transmitted through the blade was far more uniform than before. The adhesive layer doesn't just fill cracks. It enhances the entire blade's spiritual energy conductivity. Previously, the crack disrupted spiritual energy flow. Now the film transforms the fracture into a temporary spiritual energy channel, making the blade's output more stable than before it was damaged. Weapon enthusiasts in the barrage began redefining the saber. The crack on the ring pommel saber has turned from a weakness into an anchor point for spiritual energy adhesion. 6th rank saber aura doesn't repair cracks. It turns them into extra channels for spiritual energy to flow through. At the Forbidden Grounds, Lin Wanqiu placed the iron rod on the workbench and asked Yuan to cover the crushed crystal powder sensor at its tip with the adhesive film. The rod's detection range expanded dramatically upon activation, and its precision more than doubled. She cross-referenced the detection data with a crystal slate. The spiritual energy resolution of the iron rod combined with the adhesive film now approached the accuracy of the watchtower's sensing membrane. 6th rank saber aura attached to tools can serve as a portable detection station. From now on, we don't need to lug around bronze mirrors for expeditions. Your saber aura can attach directly to my iron rod, scanning as we move. She retrieved the rod and set it back on the workbench, then glanced at Yuan. After reaching the 6th rank, how many adhesive layers can your spiritual energy density sustain simultaneously? Yuan tested it. First, he stabilized the saber aura on Huaqia's ring pommel saber. Then he extended a second adhesive layer toward Lin Wanqiu's iron rod. The crushed crystal powder at the rod's tip flashed briefly upon contact, and the second layer held steady. He attempted to maintain both layers at once. His Danshan's spiritual energy consumption doubled, but he could sustain it for a considerable time. 2 layers. Any more, and my Dantian won't supply enough spiritual energy. Combat analysts in the barrage began calculating. Maintaining 2 adhesive layers simultaneously. One fills the crack on the ring pommel saber, the other expands the iron rod's detection range. He can enhance 2 teammates' weapons at once on the battlefield, benefiting both Huaxia and Lin Wanqiu simultaneously. At the Forbidden Grounds, Su Jiner returned from the trade city bringing not ledger data, but a prototype spiritual energy engine sample just delivered by the dwarf tribe. The sample was compact, palm-sized, with a casing cast from leftover spiritual steel scraps and a crushed crystal powder circulation loop embedded inside. Its principle involved compressing crushed crystal powder to critical density under immense spiritual energy pressure, then releasing it through spiritual energy circuits to drive a miniature turbine into rotation. Its output power was several times higher than that of a steam pipeline, yet its volume was only a tenth. Lin Wanqiu placed the sample on the workbench, opened the casing, and used an industrial fire seed to scan the internal spiritual energy circuit layout. On the third scan, her iron rod stopped at the interface. The circuit pattern inside the engine's crushed crystal loop was identical to the pulsing lines of the gray-white spirit crystal found on the stone pillars earlier. The dwarf tribe had discovered a set of ancient spiritual energy engravings deep in the mine tunnels and replicated the circulation loop from those very markings. The original design of this engine wasn't made by dwarves. It was left by the earlier people of the stone pillars. They carved the spiritual energy circulation loop onto the mine walls, and the dwarves found it. Archaeology enthusiasts in the barrage grew excited once more. The stone pillar people didn't just build sensors. They built spiritual energy engines too. The dwarves dug up their technological relics in the mines. This is the oldest tech tree in the Forbidden Grounds from a different era than the blueprints gifted by the system. At the Forbidden Grounds, Yuan walked to the workbench and looked down at the engine sample. A thread-thin wisp of aged copper saber aura seeped from his fingertip and attached to the engine casing. The spiritual energy flow rate within the engine's crushed crystal circulation loop accelerated the instant the aura made contact. It wasn't forced pressurization. The sixth-rank adhesive layer resonated with the frequency of the stone pillar people's spiritual energy circuits, reducing the internal friction within the circulation loop. Lin Wanqiu stared at the real-time engine power data on the crystal slate silent for a moment, then looked up. Your sixth-rank saber aura can reduce this engine's internal spiritual energy friction. If we build a full-size spiritual energy internal combustion engine using this and you assist with startup via your adhesive layer, the power output could be several times higher than steam at only 1/10 of the volume. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room, glanced at the palm-sized engine sample on the workbench, then looked back at his own steam boiler occupying half the room. He leaned his coal shovel against the furnace and remarked, same kind of thing, smaller in size, bigger in power. The barrage finished his thought for him. Uncle Ma saying about the same means it's completely different. The size difference is thousands of times, yet the efficiency has multiplied several-fold. Lin Wanqiu had worked for nearly 2 days straight scaling up the palm-sized engine prototype delivered by the dwarves to full size. The core component of the full-scale spiritual energy internal combustion engine was a high-pressure circulation loop for crushed crystal powder. The crystal sand was compressed to extreme density within the loop by spiritual energy and released through spiritual patterns to drive the turbine, yielding several times the power output of steam, while occupying less than 1/10 of the volume of a steam boiler. As she assembled the prototype, Ma Guoyang squatted nearby watching. He wasn't supervising, he was learning. After watching for a while, he pointed at the cooling section of the circulation loop and asked, "This pipe works on the same principle as a steam boiler's condenser, but your cooling medium isn't water, it's the crushed crystal powder itself." The crushed crystal powder naturally cools at the end of the loop. It gets compressed and heated in the high-pressure section, then expands after driving the turbine, and its temperature drops back to the starting point on its own. No additional cooling medium is needed. It's a closed loop. It doesn't burn coal, it only consumes the crystal sand itself. Ma Guoyang stood up, walked over to his steam boiler, and patted the outer shell of the furnace. This boiler had been burning since the camp was level 1. Its coal ash sifted countless times. He was silent for a moment, then said, "The coal mine's boiler might only be used for heating water from now on." This statement struck a chord with all the veteran viewers in the live stream. Uncle Ma said it might only be used for heating water from now on. He said this while patting the boiler's outer shell, the furnace he had welded with his own hands. From coal mine captain to Forbidden Zone boiler operator, his bond with this machine ran deeper than anyone's. But he didn't hold back. Because the new one is better, more efficient, uses less material, and takes up less space. That's the rationality of an industrial worker. The Forbidden Zone. After Lin Wanqiu finished assembling the full-scale prototype, she conducted the first test run in the center of the camp. The sound of the turbine was exceptionally quiet and steady, with only a faint rustling from the crystal sand flowing through the loop. The power output surged to a value far exceeding the steam boiler the moment it started. All the spiritual patterns in the camp brightened a notch, and the energy storage meter in the spiritual energy warehouse jumped half a segment within seconds. Zhao Pan looked down from the wall at the entrenching tool in his hand. The spiritual energy riveting pattern at the end of the handle was slightly warm due to the surge in grid voltage. He spoke into the intercom. "The grid is overvolted. Adjust the storage valve down a bit." In the boiler room, Ma Guoyang manually opened the steam pipe's relief valve half a turn. It wasn't a boiler problem. The internal combustion engine was simply producing too much spiritual energy. Engineers in the live stream jumped to their feet. Grid overvoltage. The prototype's first test run pushed the grid voltage up. The steam boiler needs coal and water to produce spiritual energy. This engine doesn't need coal. It directly compresses and releases the crystal sand in a loop. In the Forbidden Zone, Yuan stood beside the internal combustion engine, pressing his palm against its casing. A faint, aged, copper-colored blade aura seeped from his fingertips into the circulation loop. The sixth-order attachment layer reduced the internal friction of the crystal sand in the high-pressure section. The engine's power output jumped up another small notch after the attachment layer was activated, with the turbine speed stabilizing in the optimal efficiency range without further fluctuation. Lin Wanqiu stared at the output data on the crystal panel. Without the attachment layer, the engine's power fluctuated near the peak. With it stabilized at the upper limit of the high output range. Your blade aura attachment layer can act as a spiritual energy catalyst for the engine. It doesn't do the work for the engine. It eliminates the microscopic friction of the crystal powder in the high-pressure section, making the output more stable. Yuan lifted his palm from the casing, withdrawing the blade aura. The engine's power dropped back from the high output range to its normal peak, but the circulation loop's internal crystal sand flow efficiency had improved slightly after experiencing the friction-reducing attachment layer. It wasn't a permanent effect, but during the short period the attachment layer was active, the engine's overall efficiency was pushed to a level previously unattainable. Energy engineering students in the live stream started taking notes. A sixth-order blade aura can catalyze a spiritual energy engine. It's not a permanent upgrade, it's temporary friction reduction. But each activation allows the engine to run stably in the high output range. In the Forbidden Zone, Su Jiner brought back the first batch of pre-orders for the spiritual energy internal combustion engine from the trading city. The Dwarven tribe wanted 6 units for mine ventilation, and the Orc tribe wanted 4 for driving their forging hammers. She sat at the workbench using a charcoal pencil to list the order details one by one, marking the price next to each. No negotiation was needed this time. The Dragon Kingdom was the only one capable of producing such a monopolistic high-efficiency engine. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room for another look at the prototype running steadily, then turned back to the furnace and added a small shovel of coal to the steam boiler. The furnace was still burning, but its days as the star were over. He opened the operation manual and wrote 4 characters on the last page: steam retired. The live stream translated his words into mining terminology for him. Uncle Ma writes steam retired. It's not that the furnace is broken, it's that new technology has taken over and the old partner is downgraded to a backup heat source. The coal mine captain personally processed his boiler's transfer. After the full-size internal combustion engine ran steadily for a full day, Lin Wanqiu compiled the output data into a complete performance report on the spiritual energy engine. The report compared the parameters of the steam boiler and the spiritual energy internal combustion engine power output: several times higher volume, less than a tenth, no coal required, consuming only the crystal sand itself. She placed the report on the workbench. Yuan walked over and read it. From now on, this engine will be the camp's main energy source. Uncle Ma's boiler will be downgraded to backup. Lin Wanqiu looked up at him. Not backup. Dual engines. The internal combustion engine as primary, the boiler on standby. If the engine ever stops, Uncle Ma's boiler will take over the entire camp's grid within a minute. Uncle Ma says he burns a little every day to keep the temperature up, not for warmth, but to be ready to step in at any moment. The live stream viewers were moved by this detail. Dual engines. It's not elimination, it's redundancy. Lin Wanqiu listed Uncle Ma's boiler as part of the backup system. The best engineers in the world never abandon old technology, they simply find it the most suitable role. It wasn't that the furnace was broken, it was that new technology had taken over and the old partner was downgraded to a backup heat source. The coal mine captain personally processed his boiler's transfer. The news of the successful prototype test of the spiritual energy internal combustion engine spread through the trading city faster than a spiritual energy broadcast. A veteran dwarf miner from the Dwarven tribe, accompanied by a team of mine engineers, personally came to the camp to inspect the prototype. They crouched beside the engine, taking measurements for a considerable while. They tapped the spiritual steel casing with the handles of their pickaxes, then looked up at Lin Wanqiu and uttered the highest technical praise in the Dwarven language, a phrase that translated literally meant it can run deep underground for a very long time. The ventilation system of the Dwarven mines had previously relied entirely on manual bellows. The air in the deep shafts was thin, forcing miners to retreat to the surface at regular intervals just to breathe. With a spiritual energy engine driving the fans, the mines could be extended significantly deeper. Mining engineers in the bullet comments began calculating ventilation radii, noting that the previous limit for manual bellows was only a few hundred meters deep. The fans driven by the spiritual energy engine could push fresh air over 100 meters deeper, and the richest spiritual crystal veins lay precisely in that deep stratum. The envoy from the Halford tribe arrived right after the dwarves. Gorak himself had not come, he was still back in the tribe grinding the massive axe, the one with the notch carved by Yuan, with coarse sand leather. The envoy brought the technical requirements of the Halford forging workshop. Their traditional bellows made of pack beast hide powered their forging hammers, but the beasts could only sustain a few hours of continuous forging each day before needing rest. A spiritual energy engine driving the forging hammer required no rest, could multiply efficiency several-fold, and delivered perfectly uniform force, a critical factor for forging high-quality weapons. Huaxia listened to the Halford envoy's description of their needs, then took the ring pommel saber down from the wall and placed it on the workbench. Your forging hammers were previously pulled by pack beasts. The force is uneven, blades hammered that way carry internal stress. With a spiritual energy engine driving the hammer, the force is uniform from start to finish, and the blade edge won't warp. Next time, forge a new axe for Gorak. Don't let him keep using that notched one. The envoy carved these words onto a bone tablet and carried them back to the tribe. A cold weapon enthusiast in the bullet comments filled in Gorak's likely response. General Hua said, "Hell, forge a new axe for Gorak, using an engine hammer instead of a beast hammer." The chieftain's massive notched axe had remained unchanged since Lu Yuan's strike left its mark. Not because he couldn't afford a new one, but because that notch was a memento of the alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. Back in the restricted area, Su Jiner spread out the production schedule for all orders across the central workbench in the camp. The dwarves needed 6 ventilation engines, the Halforks 4 forging hammer engines, and the Trading Cities Merchants Consortium 2 hoisting engines for their cargo passageways. Adding 1 main power engine for the Dragon Kingdom's own camp, the first batch totaled just over 10 units. She handed the production schedule to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu glanced at the estimated production timeline. Using the camp's existing spiritual steel forging equipment and the temporary assembly station converted from the boiler room, each engine would take a considerable amount of time from refining crushed crystal sand to final assembly. Delivering the entire first batch could take quite a while. An industrial management specialist in the bullet comments began a production analysis, and engines production involves spiritual steel casting, crushed crystal circuit, etching, turbine, assembly, and circulation pipe welding. For every step, only Lin Wanqiu can etch the circuits. She's the production bottleneck. Back in the restricted area, Lu Yuan stood beside the workbench watching Lin Wanqiu etch the crushed crystal circulation circuits onto the first official version of the engine. Her fingers gripping the iron stylus trembled slightly from the relentless high-precision work, yet every line she traced across the spiritual energy patterns remained accurate to a degree indistinguishable to the naked eye. A fresh layer of calluses had formed at the base of her thumb. He walked over and slowly seeped a faint aged copper-colored blade aura from his fingertips, layering it onto the etching tip of her stylus. The coating reduced the microscopic friction between the stylus and the spiritual energy patterns to an extremely low level. The resistance she felt while etching nearly vanished, and the trembling of her fingers was evenly absorbed by the layer. Her etching speed nearly doubled. The bullet comments were struck by this detail. He's using his 6-stage blade aura to coat her stylus. Not for combat support. It's friction reduction for her spiritual energy etching. She had worn new calluses on her hand, he noticed, and without a word, he layered his blade aura onto the very tip her fingers needed most. This isn't just helping. This is reading every single callus on her hand. Lin Wanqiu glanced down at the thin, aged copper coating on the tip of her stylus. Her fingers' trembling was indeed cushioned, and the etching flowed as smoothly as drawing on a slate. She didn't look up, continuing to etch her circuits, but the tips of her ears flushed red for a brief moment. The top bullet comment floated by: her ears are red. Last time they turned red was when she slipped him candy. This time it's because he layered his blade aura onto her stylus. A new 6-stage ability, and his first application isn't strengthening his own blade. It's helping her etch circuits. Her etching speed nearly doubled. In one stretch, Lin Wanqiu finished the circuits for 3 engines, and the stylus tip showed almost nowhere under the protection of the spiritual energy coating. She set the stylus down on the workbench and flexed her fingers. 6-stage blade aura layered onto tools can serve as precision machining assistants, not just for etching circuits. Future spiritual steel forging, crushed crystal sorting, and spiritual energy pattern calibration can all use your coating to improve precision. Lu Yuan withdrew his blade aura from the stylus, the aged copper coating dissipating in the air as a wisp of extremely fine spiritual energy residue. Then from now on, whenever you're etching circuits, they'll be right here. Lin Wanqiu lowered her head, fiddling with the stylus, the red at the tips of her ears yet to fully fade. The bullet comments were pierced through by that plain sentence. They'll be right here. No embellishments, no promises. Just a statement of a fact had been living all along. Had been there since the first time she stayed up all night crafting equipment. Even now at the 6th stage, he still was. Last time her ears turned red was when she slipped him candy. This time it's because he layered his blade aura onto her stylus. A new 6-stage ability, and his first application isn't strengthening his own blade. It's helping her etch circuit. After the initial production schedule for the spiritual energy internal combustion engines was announced, Grinnick came to the camp alone. He brought no apprentices, no encrypted cases, and no mercenaries. He wore that suit with the luminous spiritual energy trim, his monocle polished to a gleam, and clutched a roll of documents wrapped in waterproof paper. He stood outside the camp gate for a moment. Zhao Pan spotted him from the watchtower and pressed the intercom. That green-skinned dwarf is back. Alone. No case this time, just paper in his hand. Lu Yuan rose from the wall, fastening his Tang saber at his waist. As Grinnik entered the camp, he first bowed to the stone monument's base, then nodded toward Lu Yuan's position on the wall. This time he did not glance at the blade. His gaze went straight to Su Jiner. "I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to apply for a technology license." He spread the roll of waterproof paper documents across the workbench. It was a draft of a patent licensing agreement for the spiritual energy internal combustion engine. The terms were remarkably clean. For every engine produced under license, the Goblin Consortium would pay the Dragon Kingdom a technology licensing fee with the license terms set for the long term. The fee rate was to be adjusted quarterly through a public bidding model, and the initial rate field was left blank. He was waiting for Su Jiner to fill it in. The business lawyers in the live chat all sprang to their feet. A patent licensing agreement. The Goblin Consortium is voluntarily applying for a paid license. He's not stealing, not copying, not lowballing. He wrote the draft himself and left the rate field blank for Su Jiner to fill. Between those two letters, he drew red crosses, question marks, arrows, exclamation points, and equal signs. And in the end, he drew up a patent agreement. Su Jiner read through the draft agreement several times from start to finish. The terms were indeed clean. No hidden exclusivity traps, no disguised monopoly clauses. In drafting this agreement, Grinnik had set aside every commercial tactic he habitually employed, for he knew that on this negotiating table any textual trap would be circled with charcoal and sent back by Su Jiner. "Why is the rate field blank?" "Because I don't know your production costs. The core technology of the engine is the spiritual energy circulation loop. I don't know how to build it, I only know how to mass produce the spiritual steel casing." Su Jiner studied him for a long while, then picked up the charcoal pen and filled in a number in the rate field, slightly higher than the internal price for dwarves and halfworks, but far lower than the prices the goblins had once squeezed from scattered merchants when they monopolized crushed crystal sand. A fair price, not a punitive one. Grinnik lowered his head to look at the number. He took off his monocle, wiped it with his sleeve, then folded the original agreement and tucked it into his suit's inner pocket. "Agreed. They'll send samples of the spiritual steel casing for the first licensed engines within a few days." He rose and bowed once more to the stone monument's base. As he passed Lu Yuan, he paused for half a step. Without looking at the blade, he simply gave a slight nod. Then he walked back along the path he had come toward Trade City. Someone in the live chat spliced the two shots of him entering and leaving the camp together. Entering. He bows to the stone monument and nods to Lu Yuan. Leaving. He bows to the stone monument again and nods to Lu Yuan again. In between, he handed the full authority over the rate to Su Jiner, because he had already admitted at this negotiating table every person of the Dragon Kingdom understood their own position better than he did. His last shred of pride wasn't defeated. It was preserved by Su Jiner's fair price. Ma Guoyang poked his head out of the boiler room to watch Grinnik's retreating figure and remarked that green-skinned dwarf's monocle was dry when he left the camp this time, not fogged by steam. Means he wasn't trembling this time. Zhao Pan clipped the intercom back to his belt on the wall, because he didn't come to concede this time. He came to cooperate. Cooperation doesn't require trembling. Cooperation only requires leaving the rate field blank and waiting for the other side to fill it. Su Jiner placed a copy of the original agreement into the ledger's inner flap and added a final note beside the settlement completion page. Received Grinnik's waterproof paper agreement draft. Initial technology licensing rate to be filled by our side. His rate field was left blank. Below, she added another line in tiny script noted by Su Jiner. Witness Lu Yuan. This time, she didn't write witness present at the scene. She wrote witness directly because Grinnik had nodded to him first upon entering the gate. The live chat was struck by those three words, witness Lu Yuan. Last time she wrote witness present at the scene Lu Yuan. This time she wrote witness Lu Yuan. Not present at the scene, witness. Because Grinnik nodded to him first when he entered, and that nod meant the entire Goblin Consortium had finally acknowledged the Dragon Kingdom's essence is not the ledger, it's the blade light on the wall. After leaving the camp, Grinnik stood for a moment on the dark red sand of the Blood Moon Plain. He took off his monocle, wiped the thin mist left by boiler steam from the lens with his suit sleeve, and put it back on. He looked back at the Dragon Kingdom camp. The faint, aged bronze blade light on the wall glowed quietly in the twilight, and the low-frequency hum of the spiritual energy internal combustion engines running steadily drifted from the center of the camp, mingling with the warm breeze of residual heat from the boiler room's steam pipes. He turned his head back and walked along the path he had come back to Trade City. Someone in the live chat captured that glance he cast backward. That look back from the goblin accountant. He was no longer looking at the blade. He was looking at the entire camp. The walls, the engines, the boiler, the watchtower, and the people on the walls. In that moment, he finally understood he hadn't been defeated by a blade, had been defeated by a system in which every gear meshes together and runs as one. The Dragon Kingdom's essence is not the ledger, it is the blade light on the wall. After the Goblin Technology licensing agreement was signed, the camp entered a period of stable operation. The first batch of Spirit Energy internal combustion engine orders were delivered sequentially. One ventilation engine was installed in the dwarf mine tunnel, and the miners advanced the tunnel considerably that very day, allowing the deeper spirit crystal veins to begin yielding ore. A forging hammer engine was also installed for the Orc tribe. Gorak sent over a piece of refined steel plate hammered out with the new engine. The plate bore no uneven hammer marks, and its edges were perfectly uniform in thickness. Huaxia flipped the steel plate over and examined the hammer pattern, which was as even as a mirror. This steel plate can be used directly as a blade blank. It's far more uniform than anything hand-forged. From now on, everyone in the camp can have their weapons uniformly forged using the Orc's engine hammer. Cold weapon enthusiasts in the bullet comments were already anticipating the day the cracked ring pommel sword would be replaced by the new steel plate. The cracks on the ring pommel sword won't need spirit fiber patches anymore. Just forge a new blade blank with the engine hammer. Huaxin's battle intent coupled with a new blade is far stronger than patching up cracks. Restricted grounds. Yuan still sat cross-legged on the wall every morning. The pale-aged copper blade glow shone steadily in the morning light. The blade aura extended 1 meter, and the 6th-order spirit energy attachment layer could sustain 2 streams simultaneously. The remnants of the bottleneck membrane in his dantian, which had shattered once, were being slowly absorbed by his spirit energy. Only after the remnants were fully digested would new bottleneck material begin to form. Huaxia said the cycle from 6th to 7th order was longer than any previous stage. It wasn't that power accumulation was slow, rather the spirit energy density at the 6th order had reached a critical threshold. The dantian needed more time to fully convert the influx of spirit energy from the breakthrough into its own density before it could withstand the swelling pressure of the next bottleneck. No external force could accelerate this process, not even the ancient stone pillar sensors from thousands of years ago. The combat analysts in the bullet comments began drafting long-term projection charts. 6th order absorption phase. Spirit energy density doubled upon breaking through the 5th order and doubled again at the 6th order. The remnant membrane in the dantian is leftover spirit energy residue from the last breakthrough. The dantian must fully digest it before it can begin generating the 7th order bottleneck material. This process will take longer than all the previous stages combined. Restricted grounds. Lin Wanqiu finished drawing the blueprints for the second production line of the Spirit Energy internal combustion engine. The new blueprint changed the process of inscribing spirit crystal circuits from manual iron tube work to a semi-automatic Spirit Energy engraving station. She sketched a principal verification line for the engraving station on a stone slab, using Yuan's blade aura attachment layer as a temporary spirit energy source to drive a crystal engraving head fixed on a track automatically tracing lines across the spirit steel casing. The precision was slightly lower than manual inscription, but the speed was many times faster. She had Yuan activate his blade aura on the station's drive track for a test run. Once the attachment layer was activated, the track slid with remarkable smoothness. The lines carved by the engraving head on the spirit steel casing were largely uniform, with only a few corners requiring manual touch-up. Industrial automation engineers in the bullet comments all stood up. A semi-automatic spirit energy engraving station, using a 6th order blade aura attachment layer to drive the engraving head. It's not purely mechanical, it's blade aura friction reduction plus a spirit energy track. After hand-making dozens of engines with iron tubes, she finally designed her first automated production tool. Restricted grounds. Su Jiner compiled the accounts after the delivery of the first batch of engines. The first quarterly settlement of the technology licensing fee had also arrived. Grinnik had transferred the spirit stones to the Dragon Kingdom's public account in the trading city on time. The amount matched the agreement exactly, not a single spirit stone missing. She carefully recorded the settlement data in the ledger and added a marginal note: first technology licensing fee received. Goblins fulfilled their contract. Ma Guoyan crouched beside the steam boiler for a moment, opened the furnace door, and added a small shovel of coal. The boiler had been reduced to a backup heat source. The internal combustion engine was now the primary energy source. But the furnace was still burning, just briefly each day to maintain its standby status. He wrote a few words in the operation manual: internal combustion engine primary boiler on standby. The bullet comments translated the line for him. Uncle Ma has given the boiler a job transfer. Downgraded from primary energy source to standby boiler. The furnace still burns just a little each day. Like him, still the camp's best boiler operator. But the protagonist has shifted from coal to crushed crystal sand. Nightfall. Yuan sat on the wall, his tang saber resting horizontally across his knees. The pale-aged copper blade glow shone steadily under the moonlight, the sixth-order spirit energy attachment layer flowing quietly along the blade. The remnant membrane in his dantian had been digested a small ring. The seventh order was still far away, but the internal combustion engine was already running steadily at the camp's center. The dwarf miners were extracting deeper. The orc forging hammer was preheating for a new blade blank, and the goblin's licensing fee had arrived on time. Huaxia sat beside him on the wall, her ring pommel sword resting across her knees. She said nothing, gazing at the new signal on the crystal panel coming from deep within the dwarf mine tunnel. It wasn't the Earth's background noise, but the pulse of another ancient sensor at the tunnel's end. Its frequency wasn't exactly identical to the stone pillars, but it belonged to the same sensor network. The ancient system from thousands of years ago was being rediscovered node by node. Lin Wanqiu rose from her workbench and placed the iron tube into her supply pack. Tomorrow she would head to the mine tunnel to install the second batch of ventilation engines. She walked to the wall, set a cup of hot fresh water beside Yuan, then turned and returned to the workbench to continue drawing the second principal verification line for the semi-automatic engraving station. Yuan picked up the cup and took a sip. The seventh order was still far away, but the internal combustion engine was already running steadily at the camp's center. The dwarf miners were extracting the spirit crystal veins deeper. The orc forging hammer was preheating for a new blade blank, and the goblin's licensing fee had arrived on time. The remnant membrane deep in his dantian was being slowly digested, inching forward with each meditation session. There was no rush. Ma Guoliang closed the day's operation manual in the boiler room. The manual was already mostly filled, covering everything from coal-fired boilers to spirit energy steam pipelines, from the countdown of the hidden stake to the dual-engine linkage schematic. Zhao Pan finished inspecting the last seam on the wall and paused with his entrenching tool. The camp was operating normally. Lin Wanqiu rose from her workbench and placed the iron tube into her supply pack. Tomorrow she would head to the mine tunnel to install the second batch of ventilation engines. She walked over, set a cup of hot fresh water beside Yuan, then turned and returned to the workbench to continue drawing the second principal verification line for the semi-automatic engraving station. After the mass production of the spiritual energy internal combustion engine, the dwarven miners advanced considerably deeper into the mine shafts. In the stone chamber at the end of the tunnel, Lin Wanqiu discovered a second stone pillar. This one was not the pillar found in the Paleozoic granite. Embedded within the basalt layer of the tunnel's side wall, it was smaller and thinner than the first. The spirit crystal atop it was not grayish-white, but a deep crimson. Its pulsation frequency was several times faster than the first pillars. She aligned the crystal slate with the pillar, and the signals from the two sensors converged on the slate, forming a complete map of the spiritual pulse distribution. The positions, frequencies, and pulsation phases of the two nodes all matched perfectly. The triangulation of the pillar network could finally be initiated. Her finger traced an extension line along the signal path on the crystal slate, starting from the stone chamber, passing through the trade city, and pointing towards the heart of the forbidden zone. Data from two nodes is sufficient for triangulation. The core's precise location can now be estimated. It's not the rift itself, but the primordial spiritual energy aggregate behind it. The strategic analysis group in the bullet comments stood up in unison. Triangulation. The intersection of two ancient sensor nodes allows us to reverse calculate the core's real-time position and pulsation frequency changes. This is something no one has ever accomplished before. In the forbidden zone, Yuan stood beside the stone pillar, pressing his palm against the crimson spirit crystal. His spiritual perception at the sixth level of the mortal realm probed downwards along the pillar's internal patterns. The direction of the rock veins connected to this second pillar differed from the first. This pillar was driven deeper into the earth, connecting to a series of ancient rock veins that extended outwards from the trade city. Its pulsation frequency being several times faster meant it sensed a higher intensity of core activity. The core was accelerating. The pale tarnished copper-colored blade glow shone steadily in the chamber's cold light. The residual membrane left from his last breakthrough in his dantian had been partially digested. The spiritual energy density at the sixth level was still slowly accumulating. Huaxia stood at the chamber's entrance, her ring pommel sword resting across her knees. She glanced at the two intersecting signal lines on the crystal slate. The core is accelerating. Both nodes were buried thousands of years ago. Those who buried them knew this day would come. The sensor network wasn't meant to stop the core, it was meant to warn those who came later when it began to accelerate. The bullet comments were struck by this revelation. Huaxia says the people of thousands of years ago already prepared for their descendants to face the core. Zhu Song, the Li Shi and Fang clans, and countless more families whose names have been lost to time. The answer they left behind was this sensor network. In the Forbidden Zone, Lin Wanqiu compiled the data from the two nodes into a complete trend chart of the core's pulsation. The chart showed that the core's pulsation frequency had been continuously accelerating over the past period. Although the rift's expansion was slowed by the sealing network, the core's own activity was intensifying. She stared at the acceleration curve on the chart, silent for a moment. The rift's slowdown is only temporary. If the core's pulsation frequency continues to accelerate, the nodes of the sealing network will begin to shatter one by one from the periphery. It won't be just one rift, the entire sealing network will collapse from the outer ring inward. Yuan withdrew his hand from the pillar. How much time do we have? Based on the current acceleration curve, at the very least a few months, at most a year. If it's only months, the 4 main strongholds we haven't found yet may not be repaired in time. We need a way to reinforce all the sealing nodes simultaneously. Not one by one, but a single global command issued to the entire sealing network. The strategic analysis group in the bullet comments immediately thought of it. Tianshu. The administrative authority of the Tianshu stronghold can issue global commands to any other stronghold, including activating emergency braking mode for all sealing nodes simultaneously. But Tianshu requires dual activation by fire and perception systems. Does Dragon Country have a perception type now? Ningguang isn't in this version. In the Forbidden Zone, Yuan looked down at the pale tarnished copper-colored blade glow on his Tang Dao. The blade aura at the 6th level could attach to others' weapons, but it couldn't yet achieve the materialization of the 7th level. After reaching the 7th level, the blade aura could condense into independent tangible short blades. At that point, he could simultaneously block attacks from multiple directions. Against area-type enemies like the False God's projection, the materialized blade aura of the 7th level was the only way to confront them heat-in. Activating Tianshu requires the collaboration of fire and perception systems. We lack a perception type, but the stone pillar network itself is a spiritual energy sensing system. If I can temporarily borrow its sensing ability through the resonance frequency of the pillars, I might be able to substitute for a perception type talent to activate Tianshu. Lin Wanqiu ran the calculations on the stone pillar data with her iron tube. The pulsation frequency of the pillars and the sealing patterns of the Tianshu stronghold intersected in the frequency domain. Theoretically feasible, but it required Yuan's blade aura to be materialized at the 7th level to withstand the spiritual energy load of the pillar resonance. The spiritual energy density of the 6th level was insufficient. The 6th level can't handle the pillar's resonance load. You need the 7th level. It's not something to be forced open by external power. It's about using the pulsation frequency of the pillar network itself to resonate with your Dantian, prying open the 7th level bottleneck from within. Just like your breakthrough to the 6th level, the pillar's spiritual energy will couple with your blade aura. But this time the required spiritual energy density will be several times greater. The combat power analysis group in the bullet comments began to calculate. 7th level. The bottleneck from the 6th to the 7th level isn't broken by external force. It's about making the pillar network's pulsation frequency resonate with the Dantian and pry it open from within. The sensor network from thousands of years ago has once again become the catalyst for a breakthrough. In the Forbidden Zone, night fell. Yuan sat cross-legged in the stone chamber meditating. The pale tarnished copper-colored blade glow shone quietly amidst the pulsating light of the crimson spirit crystal. The signals from the 2 nodes of the pillar network flickered in sync on the crystal slate, each pulse causing a slight tremor in his Dantian. The residual membrane of the 6th level was still being slowly digested, and the material for the 7th level bottleneck had not yet begun to form. But the pillar's frequency was permeating his spiritual energy, just as it had permeated another 6th level mortal realm cultivator thousands of years ago. On the same day the triangulation results from the stone pillar network were finalized, the public channel of the trade city received a spiritual energy broadcast originating from Europe. It was not a contestant's voice, but the spiritual energy oscillation waves of an ancient ritual automatically translated into text by the system. The broadcast was extremely brief, a joint declaration from the European Vampire Alliance and the werewolf tribe stating they had successfully summoned the avatar of the Olympian god Ares and would formally declare war on the Dragon Country camp. The bullet comments exploded instantly. A false god. The European Alliance has summoned the avatar of Ares, the Olympian god of war. Not a vampire forbidden art, not mercenaries, not half-beasts, but a true false god. In mythology, Ares is the god of war. Even a fraction of his avatar's power far exceeds any vampire count. In the Forbidden Zone, Vladimir stood before the sacrifice altar deep within the vampire territory. The ancient blood energy absorbing bracer on his right wrist had all its crystal cores scorched by a 5th stage saber aura, yet he did not retire. He personally lit the 12 blood candles on the altar and completed the summoning ritual alongside the werewolf tribe chieftain. Ares' avatar slowly rose from the crimson pillar of light at the center of the altar, towering several meters high, clad in dark red spiritual energy armor, wielding a massive spear condensed from high-density blood energy. Vlad stood beside the altar, his cloak's collar no longer mended. He looked into the avatar's eye sockets, which burned with dark red flames, and took a step back. He is not something we can control. The avatar has its own battle will. It will attack any target it deems an. If it deems the Dragon Country camp an enemy, the camp will be razed. If it deems the entire Blood Moon plains a battlefield, all contestants will be caught in the fray. Vladimir did not answer. He placed the ruined blood energy bracer onto the altar and knelt on one knee before the avatar. The Ares avatar glanced down at him, then raised its massive spear and took its first step towards the Dragon Country camp. With each step, the ground beneath its feet was scorched with a ring of burn marks. The tactical analysis group in the bullet comments began frantic calculations. The Ares avatar is an area effect enemy. A single sweep of its spear can cover dozens of meters. Electric nets and UV lights are useless against it. It's not a vampire, it's a pure spiritual energy construct. Yuan is currently at the 6th stage of the mortal realm. His saber aura can enhance his allies' weapons, but its range is only 1 meter. To directly withstand Arrest, Spear 1 needs a 7th stage saber aura materialization to block the spear's attack arc. In the Forbidden Zone, Yuan stood on the wall watching an unprecedentedly massive dark red signal slowly approaching from the north on the crystal tablet. The spiritual energy density of the signal source far surpassed Vladimir's count-level blood energy, even exceeding the peak of the last blood moon essence eruption. The spiritual energy shield automatically circulated within half a meter of his body, the saber aura at 1 meter, glowing steadily in a faded bronze color. Zhao Pan on the watchtower pushed the sensitivity of the sensing film to its limit. The signal source's movement was not fast, but each step scorched the ground, and the thermal residue of the scorch marks on the film showed the ground temperature was instantly heated to the melting point of rock. He pressed the intercom, his voice half a tone lower than usual. This signal is not a living thing. No heartbeat, no breathing, no change in body temperature. It is a pure spiritual energy construct, not in the same category as vampires, werewolves, half-beasts, or fierce beasts. Has any of you seen something like this before? There was a few moments of silence on the intercom. Huaxia was the first to speak. There was nothing like this on the battlefields of the late Han. But I saw something similar before I was summoned. Not alive, but a spiritual energy mass forcibly shaped by some ritual. Someone used a vast amount of spiritual energy to condense a form and infused it with their will to control it. Lin Wanqiu chimed in from below the watchtower. Vladimir's blood moon essence raw material came from the core fissure in the Forbidden Zone. If he used similarly high concentration blood energy in conjunction with a sacrifice ritual, theoretically, it could be shaped into a designated spiritual energy aggregate like Ares. The mythology students in the bullet comments were simultaneously enlightened. Ares is just a shape they chose. They could use any war god's name. As long as the ritual provides enough spiritual energy, they can shape it into anything and fight. Huaxia stood beside him, her ring blade already drawn. The crack on the blade scraped by the blood energy membrane glimmered with a faint dark gold in the morning light. This signal is not a vampire, not a half-beast, not a mercenary, not a fierce beast. It is a spiritual energy construct. The European Alliance used a sacrifice ritual to summon a spiritual energy aggregate from the high concentration blood energy of the core fissure, giving it the shape of Ares. It's not alive, it's a spiritual energy mass forcibly shaped by sacrifice. Shatter the spiritual energy node at its core to disperse the whole. But your saber aura is only 1 meter now. Oh, it can't reach its core. Its spear's attack radius is many times longer than your saber aura. The physics students in the bullet comments began calculating the attack radius ratio. 1 meter of saber aura against a spear sweep covering dozens of meters. The effective attack range is over 10 times different. If Yuan uses his 6th stage saber aura to directly block the spear, his shield will shatter on contact with the spear tip. It's not a matter of insufficient power, but insufficient range to cover all the stress points of the sweep. Huaxia drew her ring blade. The crack on the blade scraped by the blood energy membrane glimmered with a faint dark gold in the morning light. She said nothing, but her fingers tightened around the blade. She had calculated the attack radius of the Ares avatar's spear. From the tip to the end of the shaft, the coverage of the sweeping arc far exceeded the limit that Yuan's 1 meter saber aura could seal off. She could slice through the avatar's leg armor, but the core was in the chest cavity, requiring a 7th stage 5 meter saber aura to penetrate through the armor gaps. Yuan looked down at the faded bronze glow of his own saber. The remnant membrane deep in his dantian was still being slowly digested by the stone pillar's frequency. Reaching the 7th stage still required a sufficiently powerful trigger. Lin Wanqiu on the watchtower aimed the crystal tablet at the signal source of the Ares avatar. The pulse frequencies of 2 nodes in the stone pillar network were slowly approaching the avatar's spiritual energy oscillation waves on the spectrum. She pressed the intercom. The avatar's spiritual energy oscillation frequency and the stone pillar network's pulse frequency are converging. If they coincide, every attack from the avatar will be conducted into your dantian through the stone pillar's resonance. Not as damage, but as coupling. Yuan looked up at the two spectrum lines drawing closer on the crystal tablet. And then, oi. Then your remnant membrane will be digested faster by the stone pillar's frequency with each of the avatar's attacks. The harder it hits you, the closer you get to the 7th stage. As the Phantom of Ares approached the northern edge of the Dragon Nation's camp, its colossal dark crimson figure was visible across the entire Blood Moon plain. The giant spear trailed behind at its tip, carving a burning scorched furrow into the ground. The scorch mark extended from the Blood Clan territory all the way to the outer perimeter of the electric fence, turning the scattered rubble it passed over into a dark red glassy crust. From his watchtower, Zhao Pan angled the ultraviolet floodlight to its maximum. The beam struck the Phantom, but it had no effect. It wasn't a Blood Clan member. Ultraviolet light was useless against it. He keyed the radio and broadcast to the entire camp. Ultraviolet is ineffective. This thing isn't a Blood Clan member. It's a pure manifestation of spiritual energy. UV light has no burning effect on it. It has no skin, no nervous system, no misting mechanism. To it, the UV light is just an ordinary beam. The Phantom halted outside the electric fence and raised its massive spear. It brought the spear down in a vertical strike. The spearhead didn't directly touch the fence, but a dark crimson wave of spiritual energy erupted just outside the contact point. The shock wave raced along the spiritual energy conduits of the fence in both directions. 3 support pillars on the eastern section were fractured from within, their foundations loosened from the earth. The electric arcs flickered and a wider breach opened in the eastern defense line than the one from the last 3-way siege. On the wall, Zhao Pan fired all his spare rivets, then threw his body against the base of one of the failing pillars. But this time it wasn't a single pillar. 3 pillars on the eastern section had loosened simultaneously, and his weight could only hold down one of them. Ma Guoyang burst out of the boiler room and jammed a wrench into the crack of the second pillar's base. The residual heat from the steam pipes seared a red mark across his palm. He didn't let go. The veterans watching the live stream all stood up. Uncle Zhao is holding one, Uncle Ma is holding another, but there's still a third one on the eastern section with no one holding it. The gap in the electric fence is widening. Yuan vaulted over the wall, drawing his Tang saber. A pale-aged copper blade aura extended a full meter from the tip. He didn't charge the Phantom. A 1-meter blade aura couldn't reach its core. Charging in would be suicide. Instead, he stood inside the breach and channeled his blade aura into Huaxinjian's ring pommel sword. The cracks in the ring pommel sword's blade were filled by the 6th-order aura layer, and the edge was realigned. Huaxinjian didn't ask any questions. She gripped the sword and struck from the flank of the breach. A dark golden blade light, amplified 5-fold by her battle intent, carved a shallow gash into the spiritual energy armor on the Phantom's left leg. No blood flowed from the wound. The Phantom had no blood, but the spiritual energy patterns around the gash were disrupted and scattered by the strike. The 6th-order aura layer on the sword absorbed the recoil upon contact, preventing the blade from chipping. The tactical analysis group in the chat began their calculations. It's working. A 5-fold battle intent boost combined with a 6th-order blade aura can cut through the Phantom's armor. The spiritual energy patterns at the edge of the cut are being disrupted. This means the Phantom isn't invincible. Its armor can be torn apart by high-frequency spiritual energy attacks. Yuan saw the gash. Huaxinjian's strike had sliced through a small piece of the armor, but the Phantom's core was still deep within its chest cavity. It would require a 7th-order materialized blade aura to penetrate the armor layers and shatter the core directly. He raised his Tang saber, the pale-aged copper aura, extending a full meter with unwavering stability. Deep in his dantian, the last remnants of the membrane trembled in sync with the pulse of the stone pillar network. The materials for the 7th-order bottleneck hadn't begun to condense yet, but the frequency of the pillars was accelerating the membrane's dissolution. The Phantom raised its spear again, unleashing a second shockwave. Yuan didn't retreat. He pushed his 6th-order spiritual energy shield to its maximum, compressing the air within half a meter of his body into a razor-thin wall of energy. As the shockwave collided with his shield, his heels carved 2 deep furrows in the gravel, but he held his ground. Fine cracks exploded across the shield's surface. The 6th-order energy density wasn't enough to fully absorb the false god's shockwave, and the cracks were widening. No one typed in the livestream chat. Everyone watched him stand within the breach, bracing against the false god's second shockwave with a shield that was actively cracking. Huaxinjian's grip on her sword tightened for a split second, but she didn't move. Not because she was afraid, but because Yuan had instructed her hold the left flank with the physical short blade, and he would hold the center. If she charged in now, the formation would collapse. The seventh order aura layer on her ring pommel sword still glowed faintly, its cracks temporarily sealed. Lin Wanqiu on the watchtower aimed her crystal slate at the crack propagation rate on Lu Yuan's shield. The interval between each new crack was shorter than the last. The shield's breaking point was approaching faster and faster. She spoke just one sentence into the radio, her voice as steady as if she were reporting data. Hold for one more hit. There's only one layer of the membrane left. Lu Yuan didn't reply, but a new layer of light brightened the shield's surface. He drained every last reserve of spiritual energy from his dantian, forming a fresh temporary shield layer on the inner wall of the old one. The combat analysts in the chat held their breath. A double-layer shield. He's drained his reserve energy to create a second layer. When the outer shield breaks, the inner one can take another hit. His dantian is almost empty. The Phantom looked down at this human who had endured 2 of its shockwaves with a cracked double-layered shield. Its dark crimson eye sockets held no pupils, but it paused for a moment. Not out of hesitation, but because its combat logic as a spiritual energy construct was re-evaluating the threat level. It switched the giant spear from its right hand to its left, changing its attack angle. Instead of a vertical strike, it swung horizontally. The sweeping arc covered a much wider area, and a single-point shield couldn't block it. Lu Yuan saw the hand switch. He adjusted the angle of his shield not to take the hit head-on, but tilting it into a slanted angle, letting the shockwave slide off the angled surface rather than colliding perpendicularly. The physics majors in the chat instantly understood the maneuver. An angled shield. He's not taking it head-on, he's letting the shockwave slide off the slope. He's using the principle of sloped armor to counter the false god's sweeping strike. A sixth-order shield can't withstand a direct hit, but the angle can deflect most of the impact force. A double-layer shield. He's drained his reserve energy to create a second layer. When the outer shield breaks, the inner one can take another hit. His dantian is almost empty. No one typed in the live stream chat. Everyone watched him stand within the breach, bracing against the false god's second shockwave with a shield that was actively cracking.